Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 151 to Chapter 222. Combat martial artists didn't refer to martial artists who could fight. Martial artists all had a certain level of strength. Who couldn't they fight? Compared to ordinary people, they were naturally unreachable. However, many martial artists didn't walk the path of combat. Being a martial artist was only a qualification to seek higher positions. It was equivalent to education. In many large companies, people with low education couldn't be given high positions unless they were really capable. Perhaps they could make an exception. However, this was only the minority. Usually, only those who had reached a certain level of education and were capable could become higher management, CEOs, and so on. In this martial arts era, many positions with real power could only be taken up by martial artists. Those who walked the path of civil servants and didn't participate in battles were non-combat martial artists. Of course, combat martial artists were slightly different from people like Xianxia. Xianxia only captured criminals in the city. He was capable, but he couldn't be compared to people like Wang Ting who hunted star beasts in the Xingwu continent or those combat martial artists who came from the battlefield. He could only be considered a combat martial artist. Only those who had experienced hundreds of battles were considered combat martial artists. Both parties might be at the same level, but a combat martial artist was stronger than a combat martial artist. When two parties faced off, a combat martial artist had an 80% chance of winning. This was why Xiaoyu's expression changed when he sensed Wang Ting's aura. That aura was definitely not wrong. He was definitely a combat martial artist. Also, Wang Ting's strength had reached the 3-star soldier level. Xianxia looked at the smiling young man in front of him and suddenly felt his throat dry up. "Young Master Wang, you're too polite. We're just going through the formalities. Just take a statement." Xianxia secretly swallowed his saliva and smiled embarrassedly. Xianxia wasn't afraid of Wang Ting. The City Protection Bureau's power wasn't something a 3-star martial artist could shake. However, there was no need to become enemies because of this. He took a statement absent-mindedly. Then, he stood up and prepared to leave with his men. His subordinate was very surprised. What happened to his boss? He didn't seem like his usual self. Oh right, this child. Xianxia looked at Daodu, who was sleeping soundly in Li Xiaomei's arms, and hesitated. This child just lost her parents. I'm really worried. Can you let her stay with me first? Li Xiaomei asked. Of course, no problem. I'll have to trouble Mrs. Wang to take care of it. Xianxia smiled politely. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Take care. Wang Ting walked them to the door and returned to the living room. He looked at Li Xiaomei and asked, Mom, what do you plan to do with Daodu? Wang Ting naturally knew the little girl in Li Xiaomei's arms. Looking at her pitiful appearance and thinking of her experience, he couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know what to do. Let her stay at our house for now. I heard from her mother that Wang Fugui's relatives are not good people. After Wang Fugui became rich, all of them wanted to take advantage of him. Later, when we saw that they only had one daughter, Daodu, there were actually people who wanted to betroth her to Wang Fugui. There were even people who wanted to adopt her as Wang Fugui's son. Tell me, who are these people? What are their intentions? If Daodu falls into the hands of those people, the consequences will be unpredictable. As Li Xiaomei spoke, she was suddenly filled with righteous indignation. She almost slammed the table and cursed. Hee, these people don't have the ability, so they want to take advantage of the ready-made. Wang Ting smiled. Don't be angry. They're all people you don't know. It's not worth it. Since you're worried, then let's leave Daodu at our house. Anyway, our family doesn't lack food. If those people dare to cause trouble, I'll let them know why flowers are so red. Child, ever since you started practicing martial arts, you've become more and more violent. And today, you directly chopped off someone's arm. It made me scared. Aren't you afraid of scaring your mother? Li Xiaomei said angrily. I was worried about your safety at that time. Wang Ting laughed a little guiltily. Don't look at how he killed people outside without blinking. When he was in front of Li Xiaomei, he really couldn't be tough. Your mother will always be your mother. Alright, I can't be bothered to say anything. I don't care about anything else, but you must ensure your own safety, Li Xiaomei said. Okay. I'll definitely avoid any danger and ensure that my life is safe, Wang Ting hurriedly promised. Li Xiaomei nodded and said, school will start in a few days. Don't run around these few days. Your grandpa and grandpa have already asked about it many times. Let's find a time to hold your graduation banquet. Okay. Wang Ting nodded and asked, oh right, Mom. Didn't I give you the proof of purchase of a house in Deer Garden? Didn't you buy a house there? The security there is very good. At the very least, something like today definitely won't happen. When Li Xiaomei heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. We went there to take a look. We can buy a small apartment, but your father wanted to buy a villa. In the end, he didn't have enough money, so he didn't manage to buy one for now. As she spoke, she couldn't help but recall the sullen look on Wang Shui's face when they went to look for a house. It was really a rare sight. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. To think that it was because of this. He then asked, how much is the villa there? The one your father has his eyes on is about the same size as our house, but it costs 300 million. He just invested the money in a project and doesn't have that much liquid capital, Li Xiaomei said. 300 million? The houses in Deer Garden were really king expensive. Wang Ting was secretly speechless, but he still said, let's go take a look tonight. I've earned some money this time, so I'll just buy it and move there as soon as possible. I don't want to worry. He had just earned 500 million, but he was going to spend 300 million immediately. This money was really not enough. Son, did you hear it clearly? 300 million, not 30 million. Where did you get so much money? Li Xiaomei didn't think much of it, thinking that Wang Ting had heard wrongly. Your son is a martial artist now. Earning 300 million is just a matter of minutes, Wang Ting said casually. Don't make your mother happy. I know that martial artists earn money, but it also takes time. Moreover, the higher the level, the more money one can earn. How long have you been a martial artist? How can you earn so much in such a short time? Li Xiaomei didn't believe him at all. I'm very strong. Forget it. It's useless no matter how much I say. If you don't believe me, I'll let you take a look. Wang Ting took out his phone and showed Li Xiaomei the balance. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 580 million. Li Xiaomei was suspicious. She looked at the number on the phone and couldn't help but count. Finally, she said in shock, you really have so much money. How did you do it? It wasn't that she hadn't seen money before, but this money was earned by her son. Moreover, he had accumulated it in such a short time. She felt that it was unreal. You also know that the Jisun Martial House's dojo master arranged for me to join a powerful elite martial artist team. They brought me to the other world and hunted many rare star beasts. The materials from those star beasts were sold at a high price. This is just the money I got after splitting it among a few people. Wang Ting dragged Lin Zhan and the others out. After all, saying that he was with an elite martial artist team would make Li Xiaomei feel more at ease. Sogu's reading website. After much persuasion, Wang Ting finally made Li Xiaomei accept the fact that he had earned 580 million in a month. Li Xiaomei held her phone and counted the numbers twice. She did not get tired of it at all. I didn't expect Mom to be such a money grubber. Wang Ting thought to himself speechlessly. In the afternoon, he stayed at home to accompany Li Xiaomei. After all, even if Li Xiaomei appeared calm, Wang Ting could tell that she was not as calm as she appeared to be. Since Li Xiaomei did not mention it, Wang Ting naturally would not bring it up. Did Mom not care about her reputation? Yan Qing stumbled along a mountain path. The bleeding had stopped at his broken arm, but his face was extremely pale due to the excessive blood loss. He held his broken arm in his left hand and gritted his teeth as he walked up the mountain. Half an hour later, he stopped in his tracks. There was a grave in front of him. Yan Qing walked up and knelt down abruptly. He looked at the tombstone in front of him in silence. He knelt until the sun set. He said in a hoarse voice, Dad, Mom, tell me, was I really wrong? That child, should I not have done anything to her? But I hate it so much. Why can the evildoers be free? I can only guard your graves and suffer day and night. I'm in so much pain that I wish I was dead. What's wrong with me killing them? Yanqing looked up at the sky and howled. That kind of pain was probably incomprehensible to outsiders. The next moment, he was sobbing uncontrollably. He knelt in front of the grave and cried like a homeless child. Buddha said, all living beings suffer. Only one can overcome it. At this moment, Yanqing did not know if he would be enlightened. Wang Xinghua only returned home after 7 in the evening. Li Xiaomei did not tell him about the incident in the afternoon, so he knew nothing about it until now. He walked into the house and saw a little person sitting quietly on the sofa. He was immediately dumbfounded. Lil P? He was uncertain and quickly shouted at Li Xiaomei in the kitchen, "Honey, what's going on? Lower your voice. You're scaring the child." Li Xiaomei walked out of the kitchen and said angrily. Okay. I'll lower my voice. Wang Xinghua immediately lowered his voice and asked in a low voice, "If I remember correctly, that is Wang Fugui's daughter. Why is she here?" "Wang Fugui's family is gone." Li Xiaomei sighed. No more? Wang Xinghua repeated uncertainly. What did he mean? Why can't I understand? Okay. Li Xiaomei nodded, then told Wang Xinghua what happened at noon. Why didn't you inform me of such a big matter? Also, it was so dangerous. How could you rush in? Wang Xinghua's expression changed after he heard the whole story. The situation was urgent at that time. If I didn't show up, that young man would really kill Daodu. She's such a young child. How could I bear to do that? Li Xiaomei said. You, sigh. Wang Xinghua sighed. He didn't know what to say to Li Xiaomei. From his point of view, he naturally didn't want Li Xiaomei to take the risk. However, from Li Xiaomei's point of view, it was fine if she didn't see it. If she saw it but didn't do anything, it would definitely leave a seed of guilt in her heart. If she couldn't get over it, it was possible that she would feel uneasy for the rest of her life. She had a clear conscience. It was easy to say, but difficult to do. There were so many people present at that time, but only Li Xiaomei took action. This was the human heart. Life is unpredictable. Wang Fugue has done a lot of charity over the years, but he still couldn't escape this disaster. Wang Xinghua sighed. Poor child Daodu. She lost her parents at such a young age. What will she do in the future? Cause and effect. Some things can't be written off just by doing charity. Wang Ting walked down from upstairs and said calmly, I don't think that young man did anything wrong. The revenge of his parents is irreconcilable. Wang Xinghua looked at Wang Ting. He already knew what Wang Ting did from Li Xiaomei. His expression was a little complicated. He was gratified but also emotional. Then why did you break his arm? Wang Xinghua asked. You already know that he didn't really want to kill your mother. He was just trying to scare her. By breaking his arm, you're making him hate you for nothing, Wang Xinghua said. First, it doesn't matter if he wanted to kill my mother or not. Since he did it, he had to bear the consequences. Second, this world follows the law of the jungle. I'm stronger than him, so I have the final say. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to kill my mother and that he had a pitiful background, I wouldn't have cut off his arm, but his head. Wang Ting didn't mince his words and said with a murderous look. Wang Xinghua looked at him deeply and sighed. You've really grown up. You have your own way of dealing with people. I'm very proud of you. Don't cut people up for no reason. You're like a homicidal maniac. Li Xiaomei glared at Wang Ting and said. Oh? Oh, how did I become a homicidal maniac? However, since his mother had spoken, Wang Ting naturally had to admit defeat. He quickly said, You're right. Your son will definitely be a kind person in the future. Stop talking nonsense. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat. Li Xiaomei left Wang Ting and his son and went into the kitchen to bring out the dishes. After a while, the dishes were on the table. Li Xiaomei carried the little girl, Daodu, over and placed her on the seat beside Wang Ting. She was very small and sat on the chair. Only her head was above the height of the dining table. Since the little girl woke up in the afternoon, she had been very quiet. She didn't cry or make a fuss. She sat alone on the sofa and fiddled with her fingers. Dowdu, are you hungry? Eat with auntie, uncle, and your big brother Wanting, okay? Li Xiaomei squatted beside her and coaxed her gently. The little girl nodded obediently. Her voice was young and tender with a hint of childishness. Okay. Mom, she's too small. She can't reach it. You have to give her something higher. Wang Ting said. I know. I'm not thinking of a way. Li Xiaomei walked around the living room, trying to find something to give Dowda something higher. Auntie, I can eat like this. I can reach it. Dowda climbed up and knelt on the chair. Then she said word by word. Aya, how can you do that? Your knees are hurting. Li Xiaomei said with heartache. She quickly carried her down. Wang Ting thought for a while. He went upstairs and brought down a pile of books from the room. He stacked them on the chair. Here, this is high enough. Thank you, big brother Wang Ting. Dowda looked at Wang Ting and whispered. Good, come, let's eat. Wang Ting rubbed her head, making her mushroom hair a little messy. It felt so good. The few of them sat at the table to eat. Li Xiaomei sat on Dowda's left and kept putting food in her bowl. She asked her what she liked to eat and if she needed someone to feed her. However, Dowda insisted on eating by herself. Although she looked a little clumsy, she soon became a little kitten. Sogu's reading website. After dinner, Wang Ting and his family drove to Deer Garden. Lil Pi was still very quiet in Li Xiaomei's arms. Li Xiaomei told Wang Ting and Wang Xinghua that she was usually very lively and not like this at all. They were a little worried about this little girl. What if she couldn't get over such a huge blow? Lil Pi, what kind of snacks do you like to eat? Auntie will bring you to buy some snacks later, okay? Li Xiaomei tried to persuade her. Thank you, Auntie, but I don't eat. Lil Pi shook her head and said softly. Li Xiaomei didn't give up. She thought for a while and said, then, let's go buy a Barbie doll. Buy a very, very pretty one. Auntie, it's okay, Lil Pi said with her head lowered. Li Xiaomei was a little helpless. She looked at Wang Ting and asked him for help. Wang Ting shrugged. He didn't know how to coax a child. Deer Garden. Wang Xinghua drove the car to the real estate sales department. Even at night, there were many staff and buyers in the sales department. Good evening, everyone. A sales manager in a black suit immediately came up to them as soon as they walked into the lobby of the sales department. The professional managers in Deer Garden's sales department were all handsome men and beautiful women. They were of high quality. You must be Mr. Wang. You've been here before, the male sales manager said with a smile. Oh, you still remember me? Wang Xinghua asked in surprise. Of course, I remember every customer's name, the sales manager said. The sales manager remembered Wang Xinghua because Wang Xinghua didn't bring enough money last time. That was why he had a deeper impression of him. Since you know each other, it's easy. Take us to see the villa I saw last time. This time, my son will pay for it. Wang Xinghua didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he said proudly. The sales manager couldn't help but look at Wang Ting in surprise. He knew the price of the villas in Deer Garden very well. He thought that Wang Xinghua had prepared the money before coming. He didn't expect the person to be the young man next to him. Could he afford it? This doubt flashed through the sales manager's mind, but he didn't raise it in person. How could he? A mere sales manager looked down on someone who could produce proof of purchase of a house. Thus, he quickly nodded and said with a smile, all right, then the the four of you, please follow me. He almost missed out on the little one. The sales manager took Wang Ting and the others out of the sales department. There was a special tour bus outside and it took them to the front of a villa. The sales manager took out the key and opened the door. Wang Ting walked around with Wang Xinghua and the others. Overall, it was pretty good. The lighting, layout, and design style were all in line with Wang Ting's family's preferences. The decorations in Deer Garden were of a rather high standard. It could satisfy their requirements and save them the trouble of decorating it themselves. As for the furniture, he would have to buy something else. However, as long as he had the money, these were not a problem. How is it, son? Wang Xinghua asked. Dad, Mom, I'm glad you like it. This house was originally bought for you to live in, Wang Ting said. Li Xiaomei and Wang Xinghua could not help but smile in relief when they heard that. It was obvious that they liked this villa very much. We'll take this one then. Go down and sign the contract. Wang Xinghua turned around and said to the sales manager. The sales manager's face lit up. He was excited. If this villa was sold, he would definitely get a lot of commission. Alright, we'll go down and sign the contract now. The few of them returned to the sales department. The sales manager invited Wang Ting and the others into an office and served them tea and pastries. Do you want the full payment or the down payment? When he said that, the sales manager subconsciously looked at Wang Ting. Full payment, Wang Ting said. Is there a discount if it's full payment? Wang Xinghua asked. Yes, if it's full payment, I can apply for a maximum discount of 3%. In addition, I'll give you 3 years of property. As the sales manager spoke, he remembered something. Oh, right, our company also has a rule. If the buyer is a martial artist, he can directly enjoy a 10% discount. 10% discount. Wang Xinghua was a little surprised. At the same time, he could not help but glance at Wang Ting. This company was quite generous. With a 10% discount for 300 million, that would be 270 million. A direct discount of 30 million. It seemed that martial artists were indeed treated well, just like the rumors said. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei looked at each other and could not help but feel this way. Yes, this is a special discount for martial artists. Ordinary people can't enjoy it, the sales manager said enviously. I like companies like yours. Here, this is my martial artist certificate. Wang Ting was the most straightforward. He took out his martial artist certificate and slammed it on the table. The sales manager was speechless. He looked at the small notebook on the table and suddenly felt a little dazed. He was just saying. He did not expect there to be a martial artist in this family. Moreover, it was this young man who wanted to pay. No wonder he could afford it. As this thought flashed through the sales manager's mind, his attitude became even more respectful. He said carefully, I need to verify it. Sure. Wang Ting nodded. The sales manager took out a device and scanned the martial artist certificate to confirm that there was no mistake. Mr. Wang, your identity has been confirmed. You can indeed enjoy our company's 10% discount. The sales manager handed the martial artist certificate to Wang Ting respectfully. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei looked at him proudly, but they also felt a little conflicted. Next was to go through the procedures, pay, and sign the contract. With one swipe, the 300 million was gone. However, at least they had the house. They could move in immediately after buying the furniture. Take care. The sales manager sent Wang Ting and the others to the door and watched them drive away. When they returned to the lobby, a few sales managers immediately surrounded them. Brother Lin, did that family just buy it? Yes, they bought it for 300 million just like that, the sales manager who received Wang Ting and the others said. Tisk, TSK, TSK. 300 million. Brother Lin, your commission this time is enough to buy a house. The sales managers were very envious. They're really rich. Brother Lin, how much discount did you give them? 10%. What? 10%. There's a martial artist among them. The sales managers exclaimed in shock. That's right. That young man is a martial artist. He also paid for the house, the sales manager who received Wang Ting and the others said. Martial artists. Not only are they rich, but they also enjoy all kinds of privileges. Ah, jealousy is making me lose my mind. In the car, Wang Ting said, Dad, Mom, take some time tomorrow to buy the furniture and move in as soon as possible. It's safer there. Alright, we'll go take a look tomorrow, Wang Xinghua said. When they reached home, Li Xiaomei left Lil Pi with Wang Ting and asked him to look after her for a while. She then ran to clean and decorate Lil Pi's room. In the living room, Wang Ting and Lil Pi sat facing each other on the sofa, staring at each other. Sogu's reading website, Wang Ting looked at the little person on the sofa and admitted defeat. He asked, Lil Pi, do you want to watch cartoons? Lil P shook her head. Then do you want to eat an apple? Wang Ting picked up the apple on the table and asked again. Lil P shook her head again. Chocolate? Shook her head. Biscuits? Shook her head. Milk? Big brother Wang Ting, are you hungry? Lil P looked at Wang Ting innocently. Wang Ting held the milk in his hand and the smile on his face instantly froze. When Li Xiaomei came out, she saw the lifeless Wang Ting lying on the sofa. Dao Du was sitting beside him obediently with an innocent expression on her face. What happened to you? Li Xiaomei asked in surprise. Nothing, I just want to be alone. Wang Ting waved his hand. Li Xiaomei was speechless. Lil P, what happened to your big brother Wang Ting? She turned to ask Lil P. Lil P shook her head and stared with her big eyes, indicating that she was innocent and did not know anything. Forget it, let's ignore him. Let's go, Auntie will take you to shower. Li Xiaomei picked her up and went upstairs, ignoring the person playing dead on the sofa. Lil P poked her head out from Li Xiaomei's neck and looked at Wang Ting with a strange expression. Wang Ting sighed. He was actually defeated by a little girl. He was such a failure as a human. Just as he was sitting on the sofa and feeling sorry for himself and doubting his life, his phone rang. He took it out and looked. It was a message from Bai Wei. Big brother Wang Ting, are you back? Bai Wei sent many messages while Wang Ting was in the Xingwu world. Wang Ting did not have time to reply and did not expect her to send him another message. This girl's message frequency was a little high. I'm back. Wang Ting replied. Bai Wei immediately sent a surprised emoji over. Bai Wei, big brother Wang Ting, where did you go? He didn't contact us for the entire summer vacation. Wang Ting replied, he went to another world. He didn't hide it. After all, it wasn't something shameful. Bai Wei shouted, you went to another world. Omega Omega, Wang Ting, yeah. Bai Wei, amazing. Big brother Wang Ting, you can already go to another world. Wang Ting sent an emoji of a husky laughing with its arms akimbo. Bai Wei asked, is the scenery in the other world beautiful? Do you have any photos? Send me a few. Wang Ting shook his head. The scenery in the other world was indeed beautiful, but he wasn't in the mood to pay attention to that. He was more concerned about the dangers and strangeness, such as the various powerful star beasts and the unknown dark apparition. However, before he became a warrior, his impression of the other world was also beautiful, exotic, and so on. Comparing before and after, Wang Ting sighed. Wang Ting sent an emoji of a dry smile. I forgot to take a photo. I'll take one for you next time. Bai Wei, what a pity, but I forgive you. Remember to take a photo next time. I'm so envious that you can go to another world. Wang Ting, definitely. Definitely. The two of them chatted for a while more before Wang Ting finally found an excuse to leave. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to put away his phone, another message came in, Lin Chuhan, school is about to start. Are you back? Wang Ting, I just came back. Well, you've been back for 3 days. You just came back, Wang Ting nodded to himself. Lin Chuhan, where did you go during the summer vacation? Why didn't you reply to my messages? Wang Ting, the other world. Lin Chuhan, the other world. He was already so far ahead? Lin Chuhan was secretly surprised. She felt a sense of pressure and urgency for no reason. I can't be left too far behind. Lin Chuhan was also very curious about the other world. She excitedly asked about this and that. Wang Ting told her what he could to satisfy her curiosity. Half an hour later, they ended the communication. Wang Ting wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Ding dong, another message came in. Wang Ting looked at the phone in his hand. The corners of his eyes twitched. Lin Xianxia, brother-in-law, I heard from my sister that you're back. Wang Ting, these women, are there no end to it? Wang Ting could only force himself to focus and deal with his future sister-in-law. 20 minutes later, Wang Ting finally finished dealing with Lin Xianxia and sighed. Women are really scary. Then, without thinking, he immediately turned off his phone. F*CK, let's see who's still sending me messages. My phone is out of battery. It's off. Li Xiaomei was carrying Lil P downstairs. The little girl had already been washed clean. She looked like a porcelain doll. He didn't know what they were doing upstairs just now. He didn't see them for a long time. Li Xiaomei had asked the nanny, Auntie Chen, to buy the pajamas that Lil P was wearing in the afternoon. She had also bought the other daily necessities. Wang Ting guessed that Li Xiaomei wanted Lil P to stay at home for a long time. Son, play with Lil P for a while. I'll cook some supper for you guys. Li Xiaomei placed Lil P on the sofa beside Wang Ting. Then, she went into the kitchen to cook something. Oh? Oh, Wang Ting wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Did he have a problem with women tonight? After sending away 3 adults, another child came. Heavens, he turned to look at the child beside him and revealed a fatherly smile. Half an hour later, Li Xiaomei finished cooking supper and called everyone to eat. At the dining table, the few of them ate supper. There was also a small bowl in front of Lil P, but she didn't touch it. Lil P, why aren't you eating? You don't like it? Li Xiaomei asked. Lil P shook her head and suddenly said, Auntie, I want to go home. I want to find my parents. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Wang Ting and the others suddenly fell silent. Lil P, can you stay at Auntie's house? Your parents have gone to a place far away. Li Xiaomei's eyes were red. Her voice was choked with sobs. Do they not want Lil P anymore? The little girl's mouth twitched. She was already crying. How could that be? They love Lil P the most in the world. How could they not want you? Li Xiaomei said. Then why didn't they come to find Lil P? Lil P said in puzzlement, did they hide because they were scared by that bad guy? Big brother Wang Ting is so powerful. Auntie, can you get big brother Wang Ting to protect them? Don't let that bad guy bully daddy and mommy. Good child. They only went to a place far away to work. When you grow up, you will be able to see them again, Li Xiaomei said. Auntie, you are lying. Are they dead? Lil P said as tears rolled down from her eyes. Li Xiaomei covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying. She went forward and hugged Lil P tightly. Lil P finally burst into tears. Sigh, poor child. Wang Xinghua couldn't help but sigh deeply. Sogu's website, Daodu was tired from crying and fell asleep unknowingly. Li Xiaomei specially tidied up a room and decorated it like a princess room. It looked very warm and was very much in line with the little girl's preferences. She carefully placed Daodu on the bed and looked up to see Wang Ting standing at the door. Shoo! Li Xiaomei raised her index finger to her lips and motioned for Wang Ting to go out first. The two walked out of the room. She gently closed the door and said, she finally fell asleep. Don't wake her up. This little guy is very smart and well-behaved. Maybe she will be able to walk out soon, Wang Ting said. Who can say for sure about this kind of thing? Li Xiaomei said. What are you going to do? Leaving her at home like this is not a good idea. Wang Xinghua walked over and said. What do you think about adopting her? Li Xiaomei hesitated and said. Adopt her? Wang Ting and Wang Xinghua looked at her in surprise. They didn't expect Li Xiaomei to have this idea. Have you really thought it through? Wang Xinghua frowned. Adopting a child was not as simple as just saying it. Especially for a family like theirs, there were still many things to consider. I thought about it all afternoon. I heard from her mother that she is an only child. Daodu's grandparents have passed away, so there are no relatives who can take care of Daodu. As for Wang Fugui's relatives, needless to say, they are all cruel and unscrupulous people. Giving Daodu to them to raise is tantamount to sending a lamb to the tiger's mouth. So, it is more reliable for us to adopt her, Li Xiaomei said. Son, what do you think? Wang Xinghua looked at Wang Ting and said. Me? I don't have any opinion. It's not bad to have a sister. Wang Ting said indifferently, besides, Daodu is really pitiful. If it's really like what my mother said, her relatives are unreliable. It's really not a good idea to give Daodu to them. Since you all think it's okay, then I have no reason to object. I still like Daodu, but no matter how good our discussion is, Daodu has to agree to it herself, Wang Xinghua said. You're right, Li Xiaomei said. How about this? Let her stay in our house for a while, and then we'll talk about this. That's it then. Wang Xinghua nodded. Alright, let's go to bed. I'm going to stay here with Daodu tonight. I won't be going back to sleep, Li Xiaomei said to Wang Xinghua. Haha, Dad, you've fallen out of favor, Wang Ting joked. Go away, little brat. Wang Xinghua rolled his eyes angrily. He raised his hand and pretended to knock Wang Ting's head. Wang Ting dodged and immediately ran away. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Wang Ting woke up early and did his morning exercises in the courtyard. He faced the morning sun and breathed in and out origin power. During his month-long trip to the other world, he had gradually developed the habit of seizing every minute and second to cultivate. Now that he had returned, although he didn't feel the urgency of life and death, he still couldn't neglect his cultivation. After practicing the sky-burning sword technique, Wang Ting slowly stood still. He withdrew his fire origin power and returned it to his source core. Then, he exhaled a breath of hot air. The sky-burning sword technique is a top-tier earth-grade battle technique. It's even harder to comprehend sword techniques than the fire Qilin sword technique. It looks like I'll need a lot of time to cultivate it, Wang Ting thought to himself. He put away his battle sword and was about to practice his blade technique. When he turned his head, he suddenly saw a small person sitting quietly at the threshold of the villa's door. She was holding her small cheeks and staring at him with her big, black, lively eyes. Daodu, why are you up so early? Wang Ting was slightly surprised. He immediately walked forward and squatted in front of her. Early to bed and early to rise is a good child, Daodu said in a tender voice. You're right. Daodu is a good child. Wang Ting rolled his eyes and praised her hurriedly. Yes, Daodu is a good child. Daodu nodded her small head in agreement. This little thing is quite narcissistic. Wang Ting laughed inwardly. Big brother Wang Ting, were you practicing martial arts just now? Daodu asked while gesturing exaggeratedly. Yes, I was practicing martial arts. Do you like watching? Wang Ting asked. I like it. Big brother is so awesome, Daodu said seriously. Then can I practice something different for you to watch? Wang Ting smiled. Good girl. Daodu nodded and stared at Wang Ting without blinking. He walked to the open space in front of him and started practicing with a saber in his hand. The dazzling saber danced in an airtight manner. Wang Ting deliberately slowed down his movements to look good. It was not as simple and decisive as when he was fighting. A set of fierce, mountain-shaking saber technique was forcibly practiced by Wang Ting into a performance technique to amuse children. If other martial artists were to see this, what would they think? Is it good? Daodu. Wang Ting stopped and asked. It's good. Big brother Wang Ting is so awesome. If only Daodu was as awesome as big brother Wang Ting. Daodu suddenly felt disappointed. Wang Ting almost broke out in a cold sweat. If this little girl cried, he could not stop her. Daodu, how about I teach you martial arts? Wang Ting had an idea and asked hurriedly. If I practice martial arts, can I be as awesome as big brother Wang Ting? Daodu's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. If you practice martial arts, maybe you will be even better than big brother Wang Ting in the future. Wang Ting said affirmatively. Then Daodu wants to learn martial arts from big brother Wang Ting. Daodu stood up and ran to Wang Ting with her short legs. Big brother Wang Ting, teach me quickly. Slow down, slow down. Don't fall. When Li Xiaomei came out to call the two of them for breakfast, she saw Wang Ting teaching Daodu the horse stance. Daodu was still young, but she managed to learn it well. Her seriousness made adults feel embarrassed when they saw her. Io, don't practice anymore. Daodu is still so young. How can you let her practice martial arts? Look at how sweaty she is. Don't tire yourself out. Li Xiaomei went forward and pulled Daodu into her arms. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Mom, it's okay. I know what I'm doing. If she practices properly, it will be good for her in the future. Wang Ting said. I don't know about this. You have to be careful. Li Xiaomei said worriedly. Okay. I will be careful. I won't tire your little baby. Wang Ting suddenly felt that his status in the family had dropped by several levels. Mom, I'm no longer your most beloved child, he alone experienced this feeling of melancholy. Daodu, let's stop here for today, okay? Let's go eat breakfast. Li Xiaomei said. Okay. Daodu looked at Wang Ting. When she saw him nod, she responded to Li Xiaomei. When Li Xiaomei saw this scene, she felt jealous. I am on your side, but you are on his side. Ha ha ha. Wang Ting laughed in his heart. After breakfast, Wang Ting accompanied his parents to the streets to buy furniture. After going around in circles and buying all the furniture, the whole morning passed by in just a few minutes. They bought high-end furniture. Nowadays, service was very important, especially for high-end brands. The service was one-stop, convenient, and fast. In the afternoon, the furniture was delivered to the new house in Deer Garden one after another. Everything is here. If you want to move, you can move in today, Wang Ting said with a smile. Why don't we hold your graduation banquet and the housewarming banquet together? We can move in then. Li Xiaomei still had some old ideas. She had to pick a date to move in and hold a housewarming banquet before she could move in. That's convenient. Wang Ting smiled. He would not go against Li Xiaomei's wishes for such a small matter. As long as she was happy, it was fine. It's decided then. I'll go back and discuss it with your father and grandfather. We'll do it in 2 days. You're going to start school in a few days. We can't delay it, Li Xiaomei said. In Li Xiaomei's arms, Daodu curiously looked at the new house. No one knew what she was thinking. After settling the matters here, Wang Ting and Li Xiaomei returned to their home in Fuhua community. At night, after Li Xiaomei and Wang Xingwa discussed it, they called Wang Ting's grandfather and grandfather. In the end, they decided to hold the graduation banquet and the housewarming banquet together the day after tomorrow. The next day, Wang Ting woke up in the morning and taught Daodu martial arts for a while. In fact, it was just a horse stance to open up her muscles and bones. After all, she was still young. It was not suitable for her to train. However, the little girl was very serious and very patient. She did not complain during the training. In addition, she did not ask about her parents from the second day onwards. She did not complain about going home either. It was as if she already knew in her heart that she could not go back. Wang Ting's family was gratified by her obedient and sensible behavior. They also felt sorry for her. After morning training, Wang Ting went out and drove to Lin Chuhan's house. Lin Chuhan's mother was very enthusiastic. Wang Ting, you haven't been here for a long time. Quick, come in and have a seat. I'll get you some water. Auntie, don't bother. I'm not thirsty. Wang Ting hurriedly stopped her and explained, I went on a long trip this time and just came back 2 days ago. School is about to start, so I won't have time to visit Xianxia. That's why I came over today. That girl, Xianxia, is really too lonely at home by herself. It's hard for you to still miss her. Mrs. Lin said, touched. Then, I'll go up and see her first. Auntie, you're busy. All right. Go ahead. Wang Ting walked up the stairs. Mother Lin looked at his back view from behind. She was extremely satisfied. Lin Chuhan was not at home. Because she owed Wang Ting money, she went out early in the morning to work. She worked hard to earn money during the summer vacation and did not dare to relax at all. Wang Ting was someone who had hundreds of millions of yuan. He did not need her money. However, Lin Chuhan was stubborn. Perhaps it was because of her pride that she did not want to owe Wang Ting anything. Wang Ting could understand her thinking, so he could only let her be and did not say anything. Wang Ting chatted with Lin Xianxia for a while. Along the way, he picked up all the attribute bubbles scattered around her room. Yes, it was convenient, he definitely did not come here for the attribute bubbles. Poison Force *26, Demon Lotus Poison Body *18, Gun Kung Fu *2, the last bubble stunned Wang Ting. His eyes widened. Have you been practicing the Gun Kung Fu in the USB flash drive recently? He suppressed the surprise in his heart and asked calmly. After picking up the surrounding bubbles, Lin Xianxia felt much better. She narrowed her eyes and replied casually, yes. You really practiced it? How did you practice it? Lin Xianxia actually practiced gun kung fu based on the video in the USB flash drive. The problem was, she did not have a gun. How could she practice gun kung fu without a gun? Are you kidding me? Taking a step back, it was fine if she practiced, but she actually managed to get something out of it. This was illogical. How did she do it? Wang Ting was shocked. I just practiced it casually. I practiced according to the video, Lin Xianxia said calmly as if she was talking about something as simple as drinking water and eating. Wang Ting was speechless. But, how can you practice without a gun? Who said I don't have a gun? Lin Xiaoxia's words stunned Wang Ting again. She actually had a gun? Where did she get it? The next moment, Wang Ting saw Lin Xiaoxia open a drawer and take out a toy gun. Here, I asked my sister to buy me a toy gun. It even has bullets. There are sparrows flying downstairs every day. The toy gun doesn't have much power and can't hurt them. I use the method in the video to shoot sparrows. You don't say, it's quite interesting. I can use it to kill time, Lin Xiaoxia said with a smile. Toy gun. What toy gun? Countless people practiced with real guns and bullets and tried all kinds of so-called scientific methods, but they still could not master gun kung fu. In the end, Lin Xiaoxia actually used something as cheap as a toy gun to shoot sparrows every day to practice gun kung fu. She even managed to achieve results. If those people knew about this, they would probably find a piece of tofu and kill themselves. Ahem, you can continue practicing like this. Who knows, you might become a peerless expert one day, Wang Ting said with a dry cough. Yes, yes. I feel that gun kung fu is very magical. Now, I can even hit sparrows flying 50 meters away. It's amazing, right? Lin Xiaoxia said proudly. 50 meters away, still a sparrow flying in the sky. Wang Ting looked at the ceiling and suddenly started to doubt his life. One had to know that he could only do this after he reached the initial level of gun kung fu. In the end, Lin Xiaoxia did it all by herself. She even did it in a way that was almost like a joke. Could it be that Lin Xiaoxia was a genius in gun kung fu? Not bad, but you still need to work hard. You've just started, Wang Ting lied through his teeth. He would never admit that he was shocked. Ah, I've just started? Then I need to work harder, Lin Xiaoxia said as she waved her small fist energetically. Wang Ting was speechless. Mother Ker, pretending to be cool was the deadliest. He never thought that he would one day have to bear the brunt of someone else's pretentious act, especially when the pretentious person was unaware of it. Wang Ting rejected Mrs. Lin's kindness to ask him to stay for lunch. After leaving Lin Xiaohan's house, he glanced in the direction of Lin Xiaoxia's room. Lin Xiaoxia was waving at him by the window. Wang Ting could feel that she was smiling. She seemed to be very happy. If it wasn't for the influence of the poison, Lin Xiaoxia would definitely be a genius in school with her talent. Speaking of which, Lin Xiaohan isn't weak at all. These two sisters are really amazing. Wang Ting thought to himself. He also felt sorry for Lin Xiaoxia. He waved at Lin Xiaoxia upstairs and turned to leave. Sogu's reading website, the afternoon of the third day. There were only 2 days left before Wang Ting's school term started. The Crown Hotel was a 5-star hotel that was very famous in Donghai. Wang Ting and his family's housewarming banquet was held at the Crown Hotel. There were many people present. There were relatives and friends of the Wang Yanli families, and even business partners of the Wang family. Wang Ting knew some of them, but he had never seen some of them before. It was Wang Ting's first time meeting his grandfather and grandparents since his rebirth. Although the 3 elders were old, they were in good health and were in good spirits. They were chatting when Wang Ting stepped forward and called out, "Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandma. Dad, Mom." Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei also stepped forward and greeted them. "Oh, my good grandson is here. Come and let Grandpa take a look." Old Master Wang was very happy. He directly ignored Wang Xinghua and waved at Wang Ting. Wang Xinghua couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wang Ting stepped forward. Old Master Wang patted the seat beside him for Wang Ting to sit down. He looked at him and said happily, "You've grown a lot stronger. You've really achieved something in martial arts." Wang Ting's grandfather, Old Master Li, also smiled and said, I didn't expect my grandson to be the top scorer in the martial arts exam. Ha ha ha, that's because my Wang family's seed is good. Old Master Wang laughed proudly. Our Li family's seed is not bad either. In this era of martial arts, martial artists have to learn both civil and martial arts. If you don't pass the civil and martial arts exam, you can't be the top scorer. Old Master Li said unhappily. Martial arts exam, of course martial arts is the most important. The civil and martial arts exam has to stand aside. Old Master Wang curled his lips. Seeing that the two elders were about to quarrel about whose genes were better, Wang Ting and Wang Xinghua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Old child, the older you are, the younger you are. It's true. Dad, there are outsiders here. Stop arguing. You're making a fool of yourself, Wang Xinghua said helplessly. Dad, you're too much. What's there to argue about? No matter what, Wang Ting has the blood of both families flowing in his veins. He can't do without anyone. Li Xiaomei was speechless. Haha, these two old men are really getting worse and worse. Grandma laughed and pulled Wang Ting to her side. Her heart ached as she said, Isn't practicing martial arts tiring? You must have suffered a lot. Grandma, it's okay. I'm talented and didn't suffer much. Wang Ting said insincerely. Hey, Xinghua, sister-in-law, you're all here. At this time, Wang Ting's uncle, Wang Xinghong, came over with his aunt, Zhao Huili, and cousins, Wang Yanan and Wang Yalong. Big brother, sister-in-law. We just arrived too. We didn't expect you to be so early. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei called out. Wang Xinghong nodded. He was 7 to 8 years older than Wang Xinghua and looked more mature and dignified. His gaze went past Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei and landed on Wang Ting, who was behind them. Uncle. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Tung, you have changed a lot. Wang Xinghong sighed. Of course. I was also surprised when I saw cousin Wang Ting last time. Wang Yanan smiled and said. Her beautiful face was as beautiful as a flower. Yalong, look at your cousin and then look at you. You have nothing to do all day. Don't you know how to change? Wang Xinghong suddenly pointed at the young man who was playing with his phone beside Wang Yanan and said with disappointment. Tisk. Wang Yalong rolled his eyes and didn't even bother to reply. You. Wang Xinghong was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Alright. Why don't you take a look at the occasion today? Don't always scold Yalong. Zhao Huili felt sorry for her son and quickly tried to smooth things over. It's all because you spoiled him. Wang Xinghong replied angrily. Zhao Huili ignored him and said to Wang Ting with a smile, You kids haven't gathered together for a long time. I'm sure you have a lot to talk about. You don't have to accompany us. Go and play by yourself. Let's go. I'll introduce you to more people. Wang Yanan said to Wang Ting. After Wang Ting and the others left, Wang Xinghong said, Your family is the main character today. There are a lot of guests. Go and greet them. Okay. Wang Xinghua nodded and asked, Where's Xingjun? Why don't I see him? He's greeting his colleagues over there. Wang Xinghong pointed in a direction. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. A tall man with a resolute face was talking and laughing with a few people. Wang Xinghua's 3 brothers were actually quite similar. However, the 3 of them had different temperaments and figures, so it was not difficult to recognize them. Wang Xinghua and Wang Xinghong went to greet the Wang family's business friends. Wang Ting was introduced to some young people under Wang Yanan's guidance. Their families had business dealings with the Wang family, and they didn't seem to be the kind of rich second-generation heirs who indulged in debauchery. Instead, they were all very outstanding. Some of them held an important position in some family business, some of them started their own business, some of them were already very rich, and so on. Wang Yanan's intention was obvious. In the past, Wang Ting was not qualified to enter this kind of circle, but now he was. In fact, he had already surpassed this level. Didn't you see those youngsters fawning over him? Outstanding people had their own pride, and they were no exception. However, in front of Wang Ting, they all restrained their arrogance. Martial artists represented a whole new level. No matter how outstanding they could not compare to a martial artist with great potential. Although Wang Ting did not like this kind of useless social interaction, on the surface, he did not neglect his work and behaved appropriately. After a few rounds, Wang Ting finally broke away and gathered with the rest of the Wang family's younger generation. Among them were third uncle Wang Xingjuan's son, Wang Haoren, and little aunt's daughter, Fang Qianwen. Both of them were younger than Wang Ting. As soon as they saw Wang Ting, they surrounded him and asked about the martial arts exam. They were very curious. As for the Li family, Li Xiumei only had one elder sister, Li Shoulan. Their family was also here today. Li Shoulan's daughter, Tian Xinyu, was 1 year younger than Wang Ting. She was in her second year of high school and was now with everyone. She had a shy personality and was not as lively as Wang Haoren and Fang Qianwen. Although she was curious about the martial arts exam process, she did not go forward to ask. "Cousin Wang Ting, how did you do it? You actually became the martial arts exam's top scorer." Wang Haoren said with some admiration. "Study hard and improve every day." Wang Haoren. "Cousin Wang Ting, you must take a picture with me later. I told my classmates that you are my cousin, but they didn't believe me." Fang Qianwen pouted. "No problem, I can take a few pictures with you if you want." Wang Ting was much more casual with his relatives and juniors. He was not so restrained and pretentious as he chatted casually. "Tisk, what's so great about him?" Wang Yalong sat in a corner and glanced at Wang Ting from the corner of his eyes and muttered disdainfully. He was very similar to Wang Ting in the past. He indulged in debauchery and was ignorant and incompetent. Unfortunately, Wang Ting suddenly came to his senses and turned back. He was even used as an exception to educate him. Therefore, he was very unhappy with Wang Ting. He felt that this kind of behavior of turning back to be good was just a pretense and shameful. Sogu's reading website, Wang Yalong sat alone in a corner and played with his phone. He seemed very unsociable. Wang Ting knew what he was thinking and could understand his thoughts. After all, they used to be the same kind of people. However, it was useless. Now, he was obviously despised by Wang Yalong. No matter what he did, it would be wrong, including taking the initiative to get close to him. Therefore, it was best to do nothing. As time passed, the guests gradually arrived. Wang Xinghua and his 2 brothers socialized with the middle-aged guests who were in their 30s or 40s. Most of these people were at the level of the CEOs of companies or the helmsmen of various families. The Wang family was only a small family and was not at the top level. However, they still had some face among the small families. Moreover, now that Wang Ting had become a martial artist and entered Huanghai Military Academy, the Wang family's strength had increased imperceptibly. Therefore, there were quite a lot of people here today. Many of the people who usually looked down on small clans like the Wang clan had also come today, and they were all very attentive. On the other side, Old Master Wang and Old Master Li were chatting with the older guests. It was mainly because Old Master Wang was bragging about how Wang Ting was talented since he was young. He could walk in a few months and could walk as fast as flying when he was 1 year old. His smug laughter traveled far and was full of energy. "What do you mean by walking as fast as flying? Do you think your grandson is Neza?" The few old men rolled their eyes in their hearts and couldn't be bothered to expose him. Wang Yanan chatted and laughed with the so-called young talents. It was funny. She was the only one among the younger generation of the Wang family who could shoulder the responsibility. The others were either too young or ignorant. Now, there was Wang Ting. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to like this kind of social interaction. He just greeted them symbolically and went back to chat with the kids. Wang Yanan could only shake her head helplessly. However, she could clearly feel the change in the attitude of these young talents. In the past, they weren't so enthusiastic and were all very arrogant. Forget it. Since cousin Wang Ting doesn't like to socialize, then let him be. As long as he was around, the Wang clan would naturally benefit. "Miss Wang, your cousin entered Huanghai Military Academy, right?" A voice pulled Wang Yanan back to reality. "Yeah, I heard that the top 5 universities in the country all came to recruit students." My cousin probably wanted to be closer to home, so he chose Huanghai Military Academy, Wang Yanan said proudly. How outstanding. Even the top universities have lowered themselves to personally recruit him. The young man who had just spoken couldn't help but sigh. Not to be outdone, the few people beside him offered flattering words one after another. Wang Yanan had a reserved smile on her face. Although she was also very happy, she was not blinded by these people's sugar-coated bullets. It was just mutual flattery. You're all too kind. Thank you for coming today. You must eat and drink well later. I still have some new guests to greet. Excuse me, Wang Yanan said apologetically. Go ahead, don't worry about us. Wang Yanan nodded at them and turned to greet the guests who had just arrived. Su Jia, Bai Wei, and the others naturally followed their parents to attend Wang Ting's graduation banquet. Wang Xingguo was familiar with their parents, so he quickly chatted with them. Su Jia and the others went to Wang Ting's corner. Big brother Wang Ting. Bai Wei called out charmingly. You're all here. Have a seat. Help yourself to whatever you want to drink. Don't be shy. Wang Ting greeted them. The few of them sat around the table and started chatting as they sipped their drinks. Have you heard? Li Rongqing's family seems to have offended a certain martial artist. Recently, they suffered heavy losses. Su Jia suddenly gloated. Oh? Wang Tang and Su Hui couldn't help but look at each other. Both of them thought of what happened at the auction. This was definitely Xia Kuan's doing. Su Hui couldn't help but say coldly, he deserves it. Su Jia saw that she seemed to know something and hurriedly asked, Sister, do you know what happened? Su Hui briefly explained what happened at that time. After Su Jia and the others heard it, they were filled with righteous indignation and started cursing. Forget it, there's nothing to say. He's just a clown. Wang Ting said calmly. He really didn't care about Li Rongqing. Perhaps he had some grudges in the past, but now that he had experienced so many things and had broadened his horizons, he wouldn't be calculated with an aspiring martial artist. Of course, if Li Rongqing came to provoke him again, Wang Ting wouldn't hold back. Soon, it was 12 o'clock. After the guests arrived and took their seats, Old Master Wang stood up and said, Thank you very much for coming to my grandson Wang Ting's graduation banquet. This toast is to everyone. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his head and drank the wine in his hand in one gulp. Old Master Wang is so generous. Ha ha ha, Old Master Wang is still the same as before. Cheers. Congratulations. Congratulations. All the guests in the hall were happy. Everyone gave face and raised their wine glasses, congratulating and congratulating. Yo, the banquet just started. Looks like I came at the right time. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. The voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely penetrating. It suppressed the surrounding voices and entered everyone's ears. To be able to do that, he was obviously not an ordinary person, and from the sound of it, it seemed like he didn't come with good intentions. Everyone glanced at Old Master Wang, then turned to look at the door. They saw a figure slowly walking in from outside. What was surprising was that he was carrying a large bell on his shoulder. Who are you? Before Old Master Wang could speak, Wang Ting's uncle, Wang Xinghong, stood up and asked angrily. The person who brought the gift. The young man smiled faintly. Gift? Wang Xinghong's gaze fell on the large bell, and his expression changed. Old Master Wang and Wang Xingguo's expressions also turned ugly. They probably thought of the gift this young man was going to bring. A bell, a funeral. Who sent you? Old Master Wang stood up and asked. The young man chuckled. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from his wristwatch, projecting the figure of an old man on the wall. The old man was sitting in a wheelchair. His face was old, and there was a hint of lethargy in it. He smiled at Old Master Wang and said, Long time no see, Wang Zhenxiong. Old Master Wang was slightly taken aback. He frowned and thought for a while. The old man waited quietly and didn't say anything to disturb him. After a while, Old Master Wang's expression changed. It's you. You finally remembered, the old man said. Ren Jianping, aren't you dead? Back then. Old Master Wang said in disbelief. You killed me with a single shot? Haha, too bad I didn't die. Are you regretting that you didn't shoot me a few more times? Ren Jianping sneered. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be curious. Their eyes burned with the fire of gossip as they looked at the two old men who seemed to have a deep hatred for each other. It's indeed a pity that I didn't kill a bastard like you and let you live for so many years. Why? Now you want to take revenge on me? Old Master Wang sat down again and looked at the projection on the wall. That's right, I'm here for revenge. Ren Jianping said bluntly. After so many years, you finally remembered to seek revenge? Old Master Wang sneered. I don't mind telling you that I didn't have the strength to seek revenge in the past. I thought I had no hope in this life, but just as I was about to die, God gave me another chance. Now, my Ren family is stronger than your Wang family, so I'm back for revenge, Ren Jianping said coldly. You're so arrogant once you succeed. I'm sure the person who attacked my son last time was also someone you arranged, Old Master Wang said disdainfully. It was me. Unfortunately, I didn't expect your Wang family to have a martial artist and ruin my plan. Ren Jianping coughed a few times and wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. He continued, I have to admit that your grandson, Wang Teng, is quite capable. He became a martial artist at such a young age and is considered a genius in the country. However, compared to my son, he's still far behind. Cut the crap. If you want revenge, just come at me. You're just like you when you were young. You haven't improved at all, Old Master Wang said. Wang Zhenxiong, don't think that you're the smartest. Everyone else is a fool. I hate this side of you the most. I've always hated it. Ren Jianping was furious and coughed violently again. A smear of blood appeared on the handkerchief covering his mouth. He didn't care and laughed crazily. I'm going to die soon, but before I die, I'll definitely drag your Wang family down with me. Old Master Wang couldn't help but frown. He wasn't afraid of living enemies, but the hatred of a dying person would make him completely crazy. No one knew what he would do. You're scared. Ha ha ha, you're scared. Ren Jianping saw his expression and laughed. You're finally scared. You're old. You're no longer the fearless Wang Zhenxiong. You old lunatic. If you have the ability, come at me. What's the point of scheming against the younger generation? Old Master Wang said angrily. I'll definitely not let you go. As for your descendants, I'll make them regret being born, Ren Jianping said viciously. You. Ha ha ha. Seeing Old Master Wang suffer, Ren Jianping laughed again. After laughing for a moment, he suddenly stopped and coldly shouted, Zhu Wu, present the gift. Wang Zhenxiong, this is a gift that I have carefully prepared for you. However, this is just an appetizer. Just wait patiently. Everyone from the Wang family was furious. Send him to his death. If this gift was really given, the Wang family would become a complete joke. Ren Jianping, you've gone too far. Old Master Wang was furious. He shouted, Men, stop him. Suddenly, a group of Wang family bodyguards rushed out from the side and rushed toward the young man, trying to stop him from putting down the bell. Humph. The young man snorted coldly. Facing the dozen or so tall and strong bodyguards rushing over, he was not afraid at all. His expression was indifferent. When they came close, he suddenly raised his leg and swept. Just that tyrannical chi alone was enough to send more than 10 bodyguards flying. You overestimate yourself. Everyone from the Wang family looked even more unsightly. Zhu Wu looked around with an arrogant expression. He raised the bell with one arm and threw it toward the high platform in the middle of the hall. He wanted to place the bell in the most conspicuous place. As the bell flew out and landed on the high platform, a figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the bell. Clang, the figure kicked the bell toward Zhu Wu. Wang Ting. Teng. Son. Everyone exclaimed when they saw the figure. I've been waiting for you. Zhu Wu's expression did not change. He punched the bell. The surface of the bell immediately caved in and rushed toward Wang Ting. Humph. Wang Ting snorted coldly. He raised the bell high and covered the top of Zhu Wu's head. Then, he stepped in the air and landed on the top of the bell. He suddenly exerted force as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down on him. Boom, with a loud boom, the bell pressed down. Zhu Wu's expression finally changed. Yellow earth origin power gushed out and made his arms bulge, forming a pair of giant arms. He was going to take the falling bell head-on. Before they came, they had already done their research. They thought that Wang Ting was a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. Zhu Wu was also a 1-star martial warrior and had decent combat power. It was more than enough to deal with a 1-star martial warrior who had just graduated from high school and had no combat experience. However, he didn't know that after the summer break, Wang Ting was already a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. If not, he wouldn't have dared to take the bell head-on. Bang! Zhu Wu's hands grabbed the edge of the bell tightly and lifted it in midair. "You're too naive. I'm an earth element martial warrior. I have great strength. You can't suppress me with this," Zhu Wu shouted. He wanted to throw the bell and Wang Ting away. However, the next moment, the force on the bell increased tremendously. It was 2 to 3 times heavier than before. Zhu Wu was shocked. He couldn't help but lower his body. The ground under his feet couldn't withstand the force and cracked. Rise!" he shouted crazily. Force surged out of his body, trying to resist the force. However, it was useless. Crack, the sound of bones cracking could be heard from Zhu Wu's arm. How is this possible? His face turned pale. His pupils constricted violently. He couldn't believe this. "How are you so strong?" he shouted at the top of his head. When he looked up, he could only see the black bell. He couldn't see Wang Ting at all. All the guests in the hall, including the members of the Wang family, stared at the young figure standing at the top of the bell in a daze. They were stunned. Compared to the struggling young man below, Wang Ting looked relaxed. He stood at the top of the bell casually. He didn't seem to be using any strength at all. However, the bell kept falling. No matter how hard Zhu Wu tried, he couldn't lift it up. Zhu Wu shouted unwillingly. Boom, with a loud sound, Zhu Wu was enveloped by the bell. At this moment, the bell hadn't landed on the ground completely. Wang Ting swept his leg and kicked the bell and Zhu Wu out of the door. Boom, with a loud bang, the bell was embedded in the wall. Zhu Wu rolled out from inside. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He collapsed on the ground and stopped breathing. The entire hall was silent. The gift wasn't given out in the end. Ren Jianping's projection had disappeared. If he saw this scene, he would probably be so angry that he would go straight to his grave. It's a farce. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Everyone, just treat it as a performance. Let's eat and drink. It's not a big deal. Wang Ting looked around and said calmly. Everyone looked at each other. They couldn't help but be impressed by his bearing. They praised him in their hearts. Wang Ting from the Wang family. Sogu's website, all the guests were dumbfounded by the flashy battle. Many of them had never seen a martial warrior fight before. They didn't understand what was going on, but it looked impressive. Some people thought that the Wang family had offended a powerful enemy and wouldn't have a good time. However, when Wang Ting attacked, the other party was defeated on the spot. It was a comical scene of a shocking start and a tragic end. This was what they meant by failing to act cool and getting trashed instead. Wang Ting could have killed a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior instantly. He made it so flashy because he wanted to let the guests know that as long as he was around, the Wang family wouldn't fall. No matter who it was, he would kill them all. The effect was achieved. The guests were shocked by his ability and impressed by his magnanimity. Then, they started to eat and drink. The atmosphere became lively again. Wang Ting returned to the main table and sat down. The juniors were so excited that their faces turned red. They surrounded him and chattered. Wow, cousin Wang Ting, you're amazing. Yes. He's super handsome. Fang Qianwen clenched her fists and nodded. He's much more handsome than our school hunk. Tian Xinyu was a little shy, but she couldn't help but say. Tisk, those school hunks and class hunks are nothing compared to him, Fang Qianwen said in disdain. Cousin Wang Ting, you're already so powerful." Even a mature adult like Wang Yanan was shocked. She couldn't help but mumble to herself. Wang Yalong opened his mouth. He felt that his throat was dry. His throat moved, but he couldn't make any sound. He thought about his previous thoughts and suddenly felt that it was a little funny. What learning and pretending to be obedient? They were all empty words. This kind of strength was the most important thing. Wang Yalong felt that he understood. "Second brother, you gave birth to a good son." Wang Xinghong couldn't help but feel emotional. He couldn't help but call him by the way he called him when he was young. Wang Xinghua was very happy at first, but when he heard this, his face turned black. Cough, cough. It's a slip of the tongue. Wang Xinghong realized that he had said something wrong, so he coughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Wang Ting's third uncle Wang Shenjun and little aunt Wang Jiaoling laughed loudly. That's enough, Wang Xinghua said angrily. Speaking of which, I really envy you, second brother. You have a good son, Wang Shenjun said. Ting is so powerful now. Why don't you ask him to teach Howren more in the future? Wang Ting's third aunt said. Sure, as long as that kid is free, you can ask Howren to look for him. Wang Xinghua smiled. Really? That's great. With the guidance of a martial artist, maybe our Howren will also have a chance to enter the martial arts major, third aunt said happily. Alright, Ting is a warrior now. He must be very busy. Don't let Howren disturb him all the time, Wang Shenjun said. I know, Ting is so successful. You two can live a happy life in the future, Wang Huiling said to Li Xiaomei enviously. Sigh, being a martial artist is very dangerous. Li Xiaomei was happy that Wang Ting was so capable and made her proud in front of her relatives. However, when she thought about the dangers that martial artists had to go through, she was very distressed and worried. That's true. It is indeed dangerous to fight and kill all day. However, Ting is so strong. He should be fine if he is careful, Wang Jiaoling comforted. Xiaomei, how's the house you bought in Deer Garden? We haven't seen it yet, Zhao Huili, the eldest aunt beside her, interrupted. After the banquet ends, you two can go to the new house and have a seat. It's livelier, Li Xiaomei said with a smile. Of course, we have to go. Deer Garden is one of the best residential areas in Donghai. Many rich people can't live there even if they are rich. I have to see what's so special about it. As Zhao Huili spoke, she couldn't help but feel envious. She didn't know how lucky her second brother's family was to have such a promising son. He was even living in a house in Deer Garden now. Old Master Wang and Old Master Li smiled as they looked at everyone. To them, nothing made them happier than the prosperity of their family. In the past, the Wang family might have been able to maintain a certain status among the small family clans. After continuous development, they might be able to take another step forward in 10 or 20 years. Now, with Wang Ting's appearance, they saw a different future for their family clan. Perhaps in less than 10 or 20 years, the Wang family would be able to walk ahead of most other families and achieve a height that they could never reach in their entire lives. However, everything was based on the premise that the Wang family could survive the current crisis. Ren Jai in pain, when old Master Wang thought of Wang Ting's calm but crazy eyes, a layer of haze shrouded his heart. Who knew what kind of outrageous things a dying person would do? Moreover, what made him most uncertain was that Ren Jai in pain seemed to have made a name for himself in recent years. He didn't know what the situation was now. However, from the fact that Wang Ting could command martial artists, he could see some clues. At the very least, if the Wang family in the past encountered his revenge, they would definitely die. Fortunately, old Master Wang couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. Fortunately, the heavens didn't forsake the Wang family. My grandson, Wang Ting, is extremely talented. He became a martial artist at a young age and even got into Huanghai Military Academy. His future is limitless. Speaking of which, could it be that the ancestral grave is secretly emitting green smoke? Yes, I have to find time to go back and pay my respects to the 18 generations of ancestors. Wang Ting noticed the worry on old Master Wang's face and knew what he was thinking. He comforted him softly, "Grandfather, you don't have to be too worried. In my opinion, the other party obviously doesn't dare to come to Donghai brazenly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move in the dark. He would have killed his way to our doorstep long ago. Moreover, now that I got into Huanghai Military Academy, I have some background. When I gain a firm foothold, I won't be afraid of him. In any case, I'll deal with whatever comes my way. I'll deal with it. Old Master Wang looked at Wang Ting's young but steady face and smiled with gratification. Good, good, good. My grandson has made a name for himself. You can help me solve my problems. The Wang family is really fortunate to have you. Grandfather, what happened between you and Ren Jianping? Wang Ting asked again. That was decades ago. Old Master Wang was immersed in his memories. He slowly recounted the past to Wang Ting. Old Master Wang and Ren Jianping came from the same village. They were good friends and went out to explore the world together. Later on, they became enemies because of some things. The biggest reason for their falling out was Wang Ting's grandmother. Since ancient times, heroes loved beauties. Old Master Wang and Ren Jianping fell in love with Wang Ting's grandmother at the same time. Wang Ting's grandmother naturally chose Old Master Wang. This was the fuse. Their friendship gradually broke down. Ren Jianping hated Old Master Wang to the core. Later on, Ren Jianping even wanted to kill Old Master Wang. In the end, Old Master Wang, who had received the news, made the first move. Ren Jianping lost completely. Old Master Wang thought that Ren Jianping had been killed by him. He didn't expect that after so many years, Ren Jianping would appear again and seek revenge. After Wang Ting heard this, his mind immediately filled with a melodramatic 80s love story. The expression on his face was very interesting. Hearing Old Master Wang's melodramatic past, Wang Ting's heart was filled with excitement. Brat, what's with that look? Seeing Wang Ting's strange look, Old Master Wang suddenly became angry and glared at him. Hee, it's nothing, Wang Ting laughed and said, Grandpa, I really admire your glorious deeds. Humph, your grandpa was also a hero when he was young, Old Master Wang said proudly while twirling his beard. No wonder you could charm my grandmother, Wang Ting added. That's right, back then, when Wang Ting saw that he began to think about the past again, he quickly said, Grandpa. Someone came to propose a toast. I'll go greet them. After saying that, he ran away without waiting for his response. Today, Wang Ting was worthy of being the main character. Especially after seeing his strength, everyone praised him even more. At this moment, there was an endless stream of people who came to propose a toast. He was almost numb to all kinds of flattery and congratulatory words. Wang Xinghua was the same. After a while, he was drunk. If it weren't for Wang Xinghong and the others beside him, he would have been drunk. The banquet ended. The guests walked out of the Crown Hotel and were still discussing Wang Ting. Su Jianba looked back and sighed, the Wang family is going to be rich. All of this came from Wang Ting. Looking at his son and daughter, although his daughter was also admitted to the martial arts major and now also became a martial artist. However, she didn't have the strength and bearing of Wang Ting. When Zhu made his move just now, his daughter was obviously shocked. If she faced the other party directly, she might not even be able to make a move. Not to mention suppressing the other party to the point where he couldn't fight back like Wang Ting. Little Hui, I'm not very clear about the path of martial arts, but I know it's very risky. If you can't adapt, it's better for you to take the clerical route in the future, Su Jianba said to his daughter next to him. Su Hui bit her lips. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said, I will consider it. Su Jianba didn't speak any further. He turned to look at Su Jia and asked, Little Jia, are you sure you want to walk the path of the martial Dao? This road may be very dangerous. You saw what happened at the banquet just now. People can die easily. Su Jia nodded heavily, Dad, I want to take this path. Alright, since you want to go, then go ahead. I will fully support you, Su Jianba said with relief. I will do my best. Su Jia said. Your relationship with Wang Ting has always been close. You have to maintain it well. Don't drift apart. Su Jianba said, Shao Jia, since you want to practice martial arts, you can consult Wang Ting. It'll be good for you. After sending off the guests, Wang Ting, Old Master Wang, and the others went to a room. After Zhu Wu was severely injured by Wang Ting, he was locked up here. His hands and feet were chained, his spirit was dispirited and he was very weak. Wang Ting looked down at him with an indifferent expression. What do you want? Zhu Wu's heart jumped as he asked in fear. Answer my question and I will let you go, Wang Ting said. You will really let me go? Zhu Wu asked in disbelief. You don't have any other choice. If you don't speak, I will kill you now. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said indifferently. All right, ask. Zhu Wu gritted his teeth and chose to compromise. Wang Ting saw that he was tactful and nodded. He asked, what is Ren Jianping's background? He was just an ordinary person, but his grandson Ren Xianxia is a martial arts genius. Zhu Wu couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. Continue. Wang Ting said. Ren Xianxia is very talented. Ren Xianxia is very talented. He was valued by the Leitang Dojo and signed an SS-grade contract. Then, he caught the attention of the Leitang Dojo's president and was accepted as his personal disciple. Within a few years, he became a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. The Ren family benefited from this and gradually became a big family, Zhu Wu said slowly. The personal disciple of the Thunder Dojo's chief, 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Xinghong and the others were shocked. Either of these two identities was not someone the Wang family could afford to offend. The Wang family actually had such a powerful enemy. Until now, they still thought that Wang Ting was just a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior and couldn't be compared to Ren Xianxia at all. Everyone felt that they were in a huge mess. No wonder Ren Jianping said that his family had a genius. He was referring to Ren Xianxia. Old Master Wang was very calm as he said calmly. Dad, Ren Xianxia is so powerful, and he's the personal disciple of the Thunder Dojo's chief. How can the Wang family fight against him? Zhao Huili said with a pale face. Why are you panicking? Old Master Wang scolded. No matter how powerful he is, can he come to Donghai and destroy the Wang family? Don't talk nonsense. You don't know anything. Wang Xinghong glared at her. Little Tung, are you confident? Old Master Wang asked Wang Ting. Everyone heard this and couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. He was the only martial warrior in the Wang family. If there was anyone who could fight against Ren Xianxia, it would be Wang Ting. Although there seemed to be a huge disparity in their abilities, there was still a chance. Ren Xianxia signed an SS-grade contract, and I signed an SSS-grade contract. Wang Ting didn't say much. He just told them the conditions that Jisun Dojo had given him. SSS-grade contract. Zhu Wu's eyes widened. You actually signed an SSS-grade contract. He looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. Wang Xinghong and the rest didn't know the difference between an SSS-grade contract and an SSS-grade contract, but with the addition of an S, it was obviously more impressive. Also, looking at Zhu Wu's expression, this SSS-grade contract seemed very impressive. Everyone instantly felt that there was a chance. Give me some time. I won't be weaker than Ren Xianxia. Wang Ting said. There were some things that Wang Ting didn't say out loud. Was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior very powerful? He used less than 2 months to go from a 1-star to a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Then, would a 6-star martial warrior be far away? He was a hacker. How could he lose? That's great. I knew that little Ting wouldn't be weaker than Ren Xianxia. Zhao Huili said happily. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. Who was the one who turned pale from fright just now? This fish-lipped woman. Wang Xinghong really wanted to cover his face. He felt that he had lost all his face. It's good that you're confident. However, before you're strong enough, you should lay low. Don't go head-on against Ren Xianxia, Old Master Wang said. Okay. What do you plan to do with Zhu Wu? Old Master Wang asked. You said that you would let me go if I answered your question. Zhu Wu's expression changed, and he immediately shouted. Don't worry. I'll do what I say. I'll let you go now. As Wang Ting spoke, he ordered someone to unlock the chains on Zhu Wu and let him go. Looking at Zhu Wu's back view, Old Master Wang couldn't help but frown and say, if you don't remove the roots, there will be endless trouble in the future. Don't worry, Grandpa. The moment he walks out of Donghai will be the moment he dies. Wang Ting had a cold smile on his face as he said calmly. Sogu's website, Zhu Wu felt that he was very unlucky. He thought it was just a simple task to come to Donghai and deliver a bell to a small family. He could also do Ren Qingsong a favor. Why not? Although Ren Qingsong might not do anything for him, it was always good to leave an impression. This was like offering incense in front of Buddha. Buddha might not remember you, but if you were not willing to offer half an incense, Buddha would definitely ignore you. It seemed to be a thankless task, but it might have an unexpected effect at an important moment. Ren Qingsong was the personal disciple of the Leitang Martial Arts Club's president. The president of the Leitang Martial Arts Club was at the peak of the warlord level. He was also one of the most powerful people in the country. As long as he gave Ren Qingsong some benefits, Ren Qingsong would benefit immensely as his personal disciple. Similarly, a little benefit that slipped through Ren Qingsong's fingers was enough to benefit an ordinary martial artist like him who had no background. Most of the time, martial artists pursued benefits. Zhu Wu had no enmity with the Wang family, but he was willing to be Ren Qingsong's lackey and charge into the enemy because of benefits. Unfortunately, he did not expect Wang Ting to be so powerful. He was suppressed without any effort and had no power to fight back. That kid is a little strange. Didn't he just become a martial artist? It has only been a summer vacation. How can he be so strong? Ordinary geniuses do not have such a fast improvement speed. Zhu Wu was a little puzzled. He then gritted his teeth and said, even if he has some strength, so what? Can he be compared with Ren Qingsong? That kid is also stupid. He just answered a few words and really let me go. He doesn't even know the principle of letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Zhu Wu's face was full of sarcasm. He thought fiercely in his heart, when I return to the Xia capital, I will tell Ren Qingsong that this kid has some strength. I escaped with serious injuries. I will add oil to the fire and say how he insulted Ren Qingsong. Ren Qingsong will definitely send stronger martial artists to the East Sea. I don't believe that the Wang family will not be finished. Zhu Wu rushed to the airport without stopping. He felt very uneasy staying in Donghai. He had to return to capital Xia as soon as possible. An hour later, he boarded the plane. The plane slowly took off and flew towards capital Xia. Just as the plane left Donghai, Zhu Wu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. His tense spirit had just relaxed when his eyes suddenly widened and he painfully covered his heart. How is this possible? Even until his death, he still couldn't figure out what had happened. After spitting out these words with great difficulty, his head drooped and his life force dissipated. At the last moment, Wang Ting's face suddenly flashed through his mind. It turned out that he didn't want to let me go at all. I was the one who was foolish. How laughable. Not long after the banquet ended, the Wang family followed Wang Ting and his family to the new house in Deer Garden. The dozen or so people toured the villa and then returned to the living room to chat. The environment here is really good. I saw quite a few security guards patrolling the area as soon as I came in, Zhao Huili said. Yeah, you don't have to worry about safety at all. I heard that even martial artists don't dare to cause trouble here, Li Xiumei's sister, Li Xiulan, said. After all, most of the residents here are the family members of martial artists. Any one of them could be a powerhouse that can't be provoked. Who would dare to be presumptuous? Wang Jialing said. On the other side, Wang Ting was with a few juniors. His eyes flashed slightly. I left a small gift in his body. Zhu Wu will definitely be very surprised. It was actually a thin needle with psychic power attached. Wang Ting's psychic power couldn't extend that far. However, if he left some psychic power on an item, it wouldn't dissipate for a short period of time. He could also use his psychic power to perform simple actions, such as detonating it. Not only was the thin needle imbued with psychic power, but it also contained some fire force. Wang Ting buried the thin needle at the edge of Zhu Wu's heart. Once detonated, it would directly pierce his heart. Even a martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand this. Therefore, Wang Ting wasn't worried that Zhu Wu would be lucky enough to survive. He would definitely die on the spot. It was a pity that the attribute bubble was too far away. He couldn't pick it up. In the next 2 days, Wang Ting looked for Xianxia to pick up poison attributes during the day. At night, he stayed at home to accompany his parents and teach Lil Do. At night, he sneaked into the mental hospital in the western suburbs to pick up mental attributes. His life couldn't be more fulfilling. Soon, the first day of school arrived. Wang Ting and his family had already moved into their new home in Deer Garden. Li Xiaomei was currently inspecting Wang Ting's luggage. She was chattering non-stop, but her hands weren't idle either. She stuffed all sorts of useful and useless items into the luggage. "Mom, that's enough. If you stuff any more luggage, it won't be able to close," Wang Ting said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "It can be closed. Your mom is an expert. No matter how much you stuff, I'll close it for you," Li Xiaomei said confidently. Her hands didn't stop moving at all. "But why did you bring so many things? The school sells them all. Moreover, the school is near the university town. It's very close. I can come back anytime. There's no need to bring so many things at once," Wang Ting said helplessly. "I heard that the military school has strict rules. Usually, they don't allow you to leave the school gates," Li Xiaomei said. "It's not that exaggerated. Moreover, many things are from the school. They probably won't let you bring these random things into the school gates." "Ah, they still won't let me bring them in?" Wang Ting dissuaded Li Xiaomei in every possible way. After much persuasion, Li Xiaomei finally gave up on the idea of letting him bring 3 suitcases to school. "Big brother Wang Ting, are you going to school?" Lil Pi sat on the sofa and stared unblinkingly at the busy Li Xiaomei. She turned her head and asked Wang Ting. "Yes, big brother is going to school. You have to be obedient at home, okay?" Wang Ting squatted down in front of her and patted her head as he spoke. "Okay, Lil Pi will be very obedient," Lil Pi said, nodding her little head heavily. "Good girl. But big brother Wang Ting isn't home. Who's going to teach Lil Pi martial arts?" Lil Pi thought for a moment and asked with her head tilted. Thinking of Lil Pi's recent performance and her tenacity surprised even Wang Ting. He pondered for a moment and said, "Big brother isn't home. You don't have to practice for now. Wait for big brother to come back and teach you, okay?" "Okay, then Lil Pi will wait for big brother to come back." Lil Pi nodded seriously. Li Xiaomei watched the two talk and couldn't help but smile. These days, Lil Pi had been far more obedient than other children her age at home. It made people feel sorry for her and love her at the same time. Half an hour later, Wang Ting walked out of the house with a suitcase. "Do well in school. You don't have to worry about home," Wang Xinghua said, looking at him at the door. "Don't worry, but if there's anything, you must call me," Wang Ting said. Wang Xinghua nodded. "Go." Wang Ting looked at Li Xiaomei and Wang Xinghua. Finally, he didn't hesitate and turned to leave. He didn't let them see him off. University Town. Today was the 1st of September. Students and parents could be seen everywhere on the streets. Some students were pulling their suitcases by themselves. They seemed to be familiar with the roads. These were usually the older students. Others were accompanied by their parents. They were carrying bags of various sizes. Their attire was rustic. It was obvious that they were new students. Huanghai Military Academy. Some parents were gathered at the entrance of the academy. However, compared to a normal school, there were not as many people. It was not crowded. In his previous life, military academies usually started school earlier. Many schools had already started school on the 10th of August. Some schools were even crazier and started school at the beginning of August. The reason why military academies started school early was to teach all the new students a lesson. They wanted to tell them that military academies were different from the rest. In this life, due to the martial arts exam, the Gaokao was pushed back to July. Therefore, the school started on the 1st of September. At this moment, Wang Ting was a little emotional. In his previous life, he only got into a random university. It was nothing compared to now. The feeling was very different. At the freshman reporting area, there were a few long tables. There were camouflage-style umbrellas above their heads. Below them, there were a few seniors in military uniform welcoming the new students. A tall young man in a military uniform smiled when he saw Wang Ting walking forward. He opened his mouth and said, "You must be a freshman. Did you come alone?" "Yes," Wang Ting replied. "It's rare to see someone reporting alone." The young man was a little surprised. He said, "Let me see your acceptance letter." Wang Ting did not say much. He passed the acceptance letter to the young man. "Wang Ting." Seeing the name on the acceptance letter, the young man could not help but call out. "What? Wang Ting? Is that Wang Ting?" The seniors at the side immediately looked over and sized up Wang Ting curiously. "You are this year's martial arts exam top scorer?" the young man asked. "That's me." Wang Ting nodded helplessly. He felt a headache coming on. As expected, when the young man said the words martial arts exam top scorer, the surrounding students and parents looked over at him. Martial arts exam top scorer. Amazing. Is he that Wang Ting? I finally got to see him in person today. I've been hearing about him for the whole summer break. My mom always uses him to educate me. Some of them were freshmen from other provinces. They did not know Wang Ting, but they knew the importance of being the top scorer in the martial arts exam. They simply felt that he was very powerful. Others were Donghai locals. They had heard Wang Ting's name too many times, but today was the first time they saw the real person, so they felt it was very novel. All right. Everyone, stop crowding around junior brother Wang Ting. You're making him embarrassed. The young man waved at the others and then returned the admission letter to Wang Ting with an apologetic smile. Junior, wait a little longer. When a few more martial arts examinees come, I'll send you over. The candidates for the martial arts exam were separated from the candidates for the arts exam, and the number of martial arts exam candidates was obviously fewer than the number of arts exam candidates. After waiting for a while, only 3 new students arrived. I'll leave this to you guys. I'll send them to the dormitory first. Go on. The young man informed the others. After they waved their hands, he led Wang Ting and the others into the school. Other than Wang Ting, the other 2 new students had their parents with them. One of the boys, who looked rather thin and small, was accompanied only by his father. The other was a girl. She was about 1.7 meters tall and had a heroic air about her. Her parents were here as well. Uncle, you should be a soldier, right? The senior who was walking in front suddenly turned around and asked the skinny boy's father. I can tell. The skinny boy's father did not deny it. He smiled and nodded. I can tell that you're a senior from your aura, the senior said with a smile. After chatting for a while, Wang Ting found out that the skinny boy's father was an active soldier in a certain military department. At the same time, he was also a martial warrior. No wonder I felt a faint pressure from him. He's definitely not a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior, Wang Ting thought to himself. He sized up the other party discreetly. The other party seemed to be able to sense it. He tilted his head and nodded at him, revealing a smile. The girl's parents were martial warriors too. Both of them worked in the City Protection Bureau. They were non-combat martial warriors. On the way, they chatted with the skinny boy's father. Walking in the school, the senior introduced the school to them. Nowadays, the school is usually divided into 2 areas. The road we're walking on now is the main road. On the right is the martial arts specialization area. On the left is the normal specialization area. Wang Ting looked around. It was obvious that there were more people in the normal specialization area. From afar, he could see people in 2s and 3s. On the other hand, there were very few people in the martial arts specialization area. It was very quiet. Let's go this way. The senior led Wang Ting and the others to turn right at a junction in front. Then, they walked along a small path. After a few minutes, the senior pointed at a huge building and said, "That's the combat hall. It provides all kinds of weapons and combat equipment. When the time comes, you can apply for a student card and pay a certain amount of credits. Then, you can go in and train. That's the library. However, in our martial arts specialization, it's called the Book Collection Pavilion. There are thousands of cultivation methods and combat skills inside. Of course, it also requires credits and is very expensive. However, compared to the outside, it's considered cheap. Cultivation methods. Combat skills. The two freshmen's eyes lit up. Why did they get into the martial arts specialization in university? Wasn't it for cultivation methods, combat skills, and various other resources? Outside the school, it was very difficult to get a cultivation method or a combat skill. Every cultivation method or combat skill had a sky-high price. Ordinary people couldn't afford it at all. Moreover, they might not be able to find one that was suitable for them. However, in university, there was an entire library of cultivation methods and combat skills for students to choose from. As long as they had credits, they could do it. No wonder it was said that university was an important choice in life. Wang Ting's eyes also flashed. He asked, "Senior, how do we get credits?" "Your tutor will introduce it to you when the time comes." "I won't overstep my boundaries," the senior said with a smile. Wang Ting didn't ask further. "Wang Ting, you're already a martial warrior, right?" the heroic-looking girl asked. "That's right." Wang Ting didn't hide it and directly admitted it. The results of the martial arts exam had indicated his level. Other people might not know, but those who should know would definitely know. There was no point in hiding it anymore. Moreover, he was already a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior now. He was no longer a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. Then, it should be easier for you to get credits. Compared to other freshmen, the girl said with a hint of surprise and envy in her eyes. The few of them looked at Wang Ting in shock. Only the skinny boy's father seemed to have seen through something long ago. He still looked calm. Wang Ting is really outstanding. He's already a martial warrior before entering university, the girl's father praised. I thought that you're already very impressive as the top scholar of the martial arts exam. I didn't expect you to already be a martial warrior. The senior smiled bitterly. Normally, talented students would need at least 2 to 3 months before they could become martial warriors in university. As for those who weren't as talented, they might have to wait until the next semester or even longer. Wang Ting had undoubtedly left most people behind. Sogu's website, it had only been a little more than a month since the martial arts exam. Most of the new students were stuck at their original level, intermediate martial disciples, and even advanced martial disciples. Even if they recruited students nationwide, there were only a few extreme martial disciples, let alone martial artists. Some students with strong backgrounds might have already tried to break through to martial artists, but such people were a minority. There were less than 10 of them in all the universities in the country. For students from ordinary families, it was impossible for them to become martial artists without force techniques. They could only wait until school started, then accumulate credits to exchange for force techniques before trying to break through to martial artists. Therefore, when they heard that Wang Ting was already a martial artist, they were shocked. "Wang Ting, how did you do it?" "I heard that it's very difficult to break through to martial artist," the skinny boy, Ho Pingliang, asked in shock. "I was just lucky," Wang Ting smiled faintly. The senior, Zhu Tao, shook his head and said, "This isn't something that can be explained by luck. Moreover, luck is also a kind of strength." "But Lin Shui, how did you know?" Ho Pingliang asked doubtfully. "Intuition." The heroic girl, Lin Shui, lifted her chin slightly and spat out 2 words. Intuition. Ho Pingliang was a little confused. She actually relied on intuition. Wang Ting was also a little speechless. He was actually seen through by a girl's intuition? Understand a woman's sixth sense, Lin Shui snorted softly. Ha ha ha. Lin Shui's parents couldn't help but laugh. "How many martial artists do you think our school will have this year?" Lin Shui asked. 1 or 2 is already a lot. In previous years, we didn't even have one. After all, it's not that easy to break through to martial artist, Zhu Tao said. Truth be told, many people choose to come to school to make their breakthroughs. That is because there are the best instructors here who can provide the most correct guidance on cultivation, allowing them to take fewer detours. At any rate, this bit of time is not a big deal, Ho Pingliang's father suddenly said. Uncle is right. The instructors have taught too many students. Basically, they know when to break through, or which technique to choose to have a higher success rate, etc. They know all about it, Zhu Tao said. That's why we're doing everything we can to send our child to a top university. Shui Lin's parents sighed. After that, their attitude towards Wang Ting changed slightly. They would ask him for his opinion when they talked. He unconsciously treated Wang Ting as a person of the same class. Although he was a student, his identity as a martial artist could not be ignored. Zhu Tao took Wang Ting and the others to walk around the school. Along the way, he would introduce the buildings to them so that they could have a preliminary understanding of the school. In fact, there were still many places that they hadn't visited yet. The entire martial arts professional area covered a large area, and time was limited, so Zhu Tao only introduced a few main buildings. 10 minutes later, he brought Wang Ting and the others to the dormitory area. The 3-story building in front is the dormitory management office. Your information has been recorded. You can ask the staff inside which dormitory you will be assigned to. You just need to show the admission letter, Zhu Tao said. After that, Wang Ting and the others walked into the dormitory management office. There were quite a number of new students and more than 10 staff members. The staff members were checking the new students' registration and assigning dormitory keys. Let's go over there. It's almost done over there. Zhu Tao pointed to a workbench where a staff member was handing a key to a new student. Apparently, the handover had been completed. Seeing Wang Ting and the others coming over, the staff member said, "Please show your admission letter." Wang Ting and Ho Pingliang both let the girls go first and let Lin Shui go first. She immediately handed over her admission letter. The staff member looked it up on the computer, then found a key from the drawer and handed it to Lin Shui along with the admission letter. Dormitory 23 in Section D, 4-person room. Lin Shui quickly took the admission letter and key and said, "Thank you." Wang Ting was a little confused. He felt that the dormitory allocation was a little different from the normal universities in his previous life. Dormitory 23 in Section D, very high ranking. Zhu Tao said with some surprise, "When I first entered the school, I was dormitory 97 in Section D." "Senior, what do you mean by dormitory 23 in Section D?" Wang Ting asked. At the same time, Ho Pingliang paid attention to their conversation as he took out his admission letter and asked the staff to check it. Zhu Tao took the time to explain, in the martial arts specialization area, the dormitories are divided into sections A, B, C, and D. Section D is usually the dormitory for new students. There are 300 rooms in total, and each room is a 4-person room. It can accommodate 1,200 people. Only 1-star soldier-level martial warriors can stay in Section C. As for martial warriors, they are all single rooms. There are also 300 rooms in Section C. It can accommodate 300 people. Dormitory 200 in Section B is a single room, but the facilities are much better than those in Section C and D. Only 2-star and 3-star soldier-level martial warriors can stay there. The last section is Dormitory 100. The top 100 martial warriors in the school stay there. They are at least 3-star and above. The facilities there are the best among all the dormitories. Most of the people staying there are 4th-year seniors. Very few 3rd-year and 2nd-year students can stay there. Also, the entire dormitory area is a mixed-gender dormitory. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. A mixed-gender dormitory? This was a benefit he didn't get to enjoy in his previous life. Zhu Tao laughed and said, "Don't think about it the wrong way. A mixed-gender dormitory means that the dormitories are together. For example, it's a 4-person room with 4 girls. It's impossible to assign a guy to it." Cough, cough. "Senior, you're thinking too much. I'm such an upright person. How can I have such thoughts?" Wang Ting said righteously. Everyone instantly looked at him from the corner of their eyes. It was inexplicable and meaningful. It could only be understood but not explained in words. Zhu Tao continued, "In the martial arts specialization, qualifications don't matter. You have to rely on your abilities. Hence, there's no distinction between 1st-year, 3rd-year, and 4th-year students. As long as you're capable enough, you can stay in the dormitories at the top. If you're not afraid of death, you can even challenge the top 100 students. As long as you win, you can replace them. Even if you're a senior, if you're not capable enough, you will be pushed to the back. There are no exceptions. From a certain perspective, the right to stay in the dormitory is also a symbol of honor. The closer you stay to the front, the more powerful you are. The strong are respected, huh? It's really martial arts. Wang Ting nodded. You're staying in room 18 in section D. At this moment, the staff's voice sounded again. Ho Pingliang's dormitory had been assigned. He was in section D, room 18, a little ahead of Lin Shui. Wang Ting didn't expect Ho Pingliang to be stronger than Lin Shui. He was a little surprised. However, when he thought about it, Ho Pingliang's father wasn't a simple person. The child he raised naturally wouldn't be weak. However, Lin Shui glanced at Ho Pingliang and seemed a little unconvinced. When it was Wang Ting's turn, the same procedure was done. After the staff checked, he looked up in surprise and said, Wang Ting, room 1 in section C, what? Did I hear wrong? Zhu Tao exclaimed. That's right, room 1 in section C. The staff looked at the computer again and said with certainty. Damn, Junior Wang Ting, you're really something. It's not that there aren't new students staying in section C. However, it's the first time you're directly staying in room 1. This has never happened before. Zhu Tao couldn't keep calm and exclaimed. Is it really that exaggerated? Wang Ting was puzzled. You don't understand. Room 1 in every section has a special meaning. It almost represents the strongest person in that group. You're just a new student. If you stand in that position when you just entered the school, you'll definitely become a target for everyone, Zhu Tao said with a serious expression. Will someone come looking for trouble with me? Wang Ting asked suspiciously. There's an 80% chance. You, take care of yourself. Zhu Tao patted Wang Ting's shoulder with a look of condolence on his face. Oh. Wang Ting didn't panic. He muttered to himself for a while and said, at most, I'll just fight them head on and let them know that I'm qualified to stay in room 1. You're really ambitious. There are many experienced one-star martial warriors in section C. They have a lot of battle experience. How can a newbie like you be their match? Zhu Tao rolled his eyes and said. Haha, if I tell you that I'm already a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior, you'll probably be scared to death. Wang Ting laughed in his heart but didn't say anything else. Lin Shui and Ho Pingliang couldn't help but exchange glances with each other. They felt a deep sense of defeat. They were still in section D. Wang Ting had already gone to section C. He was still in room 1. The difference was a little too big. After exiting the dormitory management office building, Wang Ting and the others followed Zhu Tao to the right. They walked along a cobblestone path and passed through a forest. The dormitory area appeared in front of them. This is our dormitory? Ho Pingliang and Lin Shui were stunned. Before they came, their parents had told them that the dormitory was very good, but they didn't say that it was this good. It was completely different from what they had imagined. As expected, poverty had limited their imagination. Wang Ting was also stunned. He looked at Zhu Tao. Yes, this is our dormitory area. Zhu Tao nodded and smiled. How is it? Isn't it a little too good? It's a little unexpected, Wang Ting said. It wasn't the usual high-rise dormitory buildings in front of him. Instead, it was a row of exquisite wooden houses. They were only 2 to 3 stories high, and the scenery around them was pleasant. It was like a high-end neighborhood. Is our school so rich? Lin Shui asked with her mouth agape. Her parents were just non-combat martial warriors. Although their salary was higher than normal staff, they weren't as rich as combat martial warriors. Hence, she was shocked by the environment in front of her. I'm not sure about other schools, but Huanghai doesn't lack this bit of money, Zhu Tao said with a rich and imposing manner. TSK, I seem to smell the scent of wealth. It's so intoxicating. Wang Ting closed his eyes and tried to feel it. He smacked his lips and said. Zhu Tao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The entire dormitory area seemed to be isolated from the rest of the school. It was surrounded by trees, and the environment was very quiet. The rows of wooden houses were simple yet exquisite, with a hint of military style. They were steady, low-key, and looked comfortable. Zhu Tao led the group forward and pointed at an area in front of them. This is Area D, Lin Shui and Ho Pingliang. You two can go find the corresponding room number yourselves. Okay, thank you, senior. The two nodded in thanks. Once you enter the military academy, you'll be brothers and sisters. You're welcome, Zhu Tao said with a smile. Lin Shui and Ho Pingliang were already touched. This senior Zhu Tao's care for them could be said to be meticulous and considerate. They didn't know what other schools were like, but here, they felt a sense of closeness. Wang Ting understood the difference. In his previous life, when he went to sign up, the so-called welcoming ceremony of the seniors was nothing more than a simple registration, then a booklet introducing the school was thrown to the new students, and nothing more. But to have a senior personally walk them around and give them a detailed introduction, that was something he didn't even think about. Of course, some good-looking new students still had this kind of preferential treatment. After all, many seniors voluntarily participated in the welcoming ceremony with the goal of flirting with their juniors. Impure motives, this was too much, wasn't it? Finding a girlfriend was already difficult enough. Why did you old seniors want to join in the fun? All in all, the treatment of a military academy was really not available in a normal school. Wang Ting, we bumped into each other as soon as we entered the school. It's fate. Let's keep in touch when we have time, Lin Shui said. Okay, let's keep in touch, Wang Ting replied. Ho Pingliang also quickly nodded. Lin Shui's parents and Ho Pingliang's father also thanked Zhu Tao, then nodded at Wang Ting before entering the dormitory in Area D. Let's go to Area C, Zhu Tao said as he continued to walk forward. Wang Ting followed behind him and found that the further in they went, the better the environment became, and the quieter it was. Most of the students living in the 3rd district are sophomores. There are a few juniors, but not many. Zhu Tao said, as for the freshmen, I don't know if there's anyone else other than you who can live here. It's rare for freshmen to live directly in the 3rd zone. Alright, we've arrived at Area C. As soon as Zhu Tao's voice fell, a girl walked out of a wooden house in the dormitory of the 3rd district. When she saw the two of them, she was slightly stunned and said with some uncertainty, Senior Zhu Tao, didn't you go to welcome the new students? This is a new life. Oh, Lu Ting. Yes, I brought the new student here. Zhu Tao also recognized the other party and nodded. There are new students living in the 3rd area this year. Lu Ting looked at Wang Ting in surprise. Wang Ting. You know him, right? This is him. Zhu Tao introduced him. It turns out that you are junior brother Wang Ting. Seeing is believing. Oh, you are quite handsome. Lu Ting's eyes lit up. She sized up Wang Ting and smiled. Wang Ting. Are girls these days so superficial? They only know the surface and can't see the rich and interesting inner qualities of this young master. Sigh, disappointing. Hello, senior sister, Wang Ting said calmly. Yo, he's quite stylish, Lu Ting raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile, which room is Wang Ting in? Room 1. Before Wang Ting could speak, Zhu Tao had already answered for him. Room 1? Lu Ting was shocked and her eyes widened. That's Zhuotai's room. It's indeed Zhuotai, but the dormitory management should have asked him to move out in advance, Zhu Tao said. That's not the main point. The main point is that Zhuotai is so proud. He definitely won't let it go. He's the most outstanding student in our 2nd year. I heard that he's trying his best to become a 2-star martial artist. Junior Wang Ting taking his room at this time made him lose face, Lu Ting said. There's no other way. This is the school's decision. Zhu Tao sighed. Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll go in first. Wang Ting spoke at this time. His expression didn't change at all. What Zhuotai? Even if he became a 2-star martial artist, he wouldn't be a match for him. So, he could only say sorry, however, he should be moving to Area B or even Area A soon. He could just return it to him then. Go ahead. Tidy up. If you have nothing to do, you can walk around. The new students' training is at 2 in the afternoon. There will be a broadcast announcement later. Zhu Tao saw that Wang Ting didn't care, so he didn't say anything in the end. He just talked about the arrangements for the afternoon and reminded him, also, don't be late. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. This is a military school. The discipline is very strict. It's a little different from ordinary schools. Seeing that Wang Ting was a little confused, he smiled and said, "As for the consequences, you'll know when the time comes." Consequences? He had long heard that the military school's discipline was strict. What kind of punishment would there be if he violated it? Wang Ting suppressed the doubts in his heart and said, "Thank you, senior, for today." "You're welcome," Zhu Tao said with a smile. Wang Ting nodded at Senior Lu Ting again. He dragged his suitcase and walked into the dormitory area. This Wang Ting is a little arrogant. Lu Ting looked at Wang Ting's back and said, "He looks calm on the surface, but the arrogance in his bones can't be hidden." The top freshman, passing the martial arts exam with the strength of a martial artist, and the school's teachers personally recruited him. With all these, he does have the right to be arrogant, Zhu Tao said with a smile. It's not a good thing to be too arrogant. Our Huanghai Military School is a top school. We don't lack geniuses. He will definitely suffer. Lu Ting shook her head and said, "Moreover, the teacher's favorite thing to do is to attack the arrogance of these geniuses and then make them obedient." Ha ha ha, which one of us didn't go through the same thing? Even those in the top 10 were taught a lesson. Zhu Tao laughed, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. That's right. No one can escape. Lu Ting also laughed. However, when they thought of their past experiences, the corners of their mouths twitched uncontrollably. It was really unforgettable, none of these freshmen can escape. Ha ha ha, Wang Ting didn't know what the two seniors were thinking. He found the first room in the third zone. The first room was different from the other rooms. It was a standalone building with a small courtyard. Compared to the other rooms in the third zone, it was definitely a crane and a flock of chickens. Wang Ting took out the key, opened the door, and walked in. He walked around the room. This was basically a small villa. There were all kinds of facilities inside. Living room, bedroom, study, bathroom, kitchen, and even a spacious training room. For Wang Ting, who was used to living in villas, he wasn't too surprised. However, he was still surprised by the school's generosity. No wonder everyone was so surprised when they heard about the first room. Sogu's reading website. Wang Ting put down his luggage and walked around the house to familiarize himself with the environment. The house was very clean and had everything. Air conditioner, washing machine, wardrobe, bookcase, sofa, everything was there. However, there were no daily necessities. He heard that they would be given out later. Then, Wang Ting simply tidied up the bedroom and prepared to go out for a walk around the campus. When he passed by Section D, he met Lin Shui and Ho Pingliang. The parents of the two were preparing to leave. Ho Pingliang's father smiled and said, "In the military academy, you can be considered classmates. Get along well with your classmates." "Got it, Dad." Ho Pingliang nodded. "You've always been strong since you were young, but girls are inevitably a little weak. Take care of yourself in school." Lin Shui's parents were a little reluctant to part. "Don't worry, I'll take care of myself," Lin Shui said casually. After sending off the parents of the two, Wang Ting and the other two strolled around the school. At noon, they went to the school cafeteria for lunch. The cafeteria of the military academy was buffet style. It provided all kinds of food, fruits, vegetables, all kinds of meat, milk, and so on. It was nutritious, balanced, and quite delicious. When they were getting the food, Ho Pingliang said, "The food on the first floor is free, but I heard that the food on the second and third floors is spiritual food cooked by spiritual chefs, so you have to pay for it." Spiritual chefs. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of spiritual chefs in Jisan Martial House before, but he had never seen one. It was said that the spiritual food cooked by spiritual chefs was not only delicious, but also had various effects that were greatly beneficial to martial artists' cultivation. If there was a chance, he would have to try it. The military academy only provides the most basic things for free, such as tuition and fees, accommodation, basic daily necessities, ordinary clothes, and so on. In fact, these things are not expensive for martial artists. But things like spiritual food, elixirs, weapons, cultivation methods, and battle skills are all frighteningly expensive. Take spiritual food for example. The ingredients used to make it are spiritual herbs and star beasts. The value of the food itself is very high. Of course, it can't be provided for free. And if it's free, there won't be any difficulty. The spirit of the students will be worn out in a short time. In martial arts, you have to fight for everything. The most frightening thing is to lose the spirit of progress. That's true. We martial artists are different from ordinary students in the neighboring areas. Martial arts is a different path. Once you lose the will to progress, you are useless. Ho Pingliang said. After eating, they went back to rest. During this period, the broadcast rang once, informing all the freshmen to gather at the field in the afternoon. Wang Ting remembered Zhu's reminder not to be late, so he set off 20 minutes earlier. Most of the freshmen lived in District D, and they shared a dormitory of 4 people. In the same dormitory, it was easy to get close to each other. Although they had just met and their relationship was not very good, it was human nature to group up in a strange place. Lin Shui and Ho Liangping were also with their dormitory friends. Wang Ting did not join in the fun. All of a sudden, he felt like he was a loner. Wang Ting sighed in his heart. As the number 1 brother among the freshmen, it looked like he wouldn't be able to play happily with the others. It was lonely at the top field. Huanghai Military Academy's field was surprisingly big. One could not see the end of it. At this time, many students had already arrived. They stood on the field sparsely. Many teachers and students were sitting in the audience seats. They were looking at the new students below and whispering. It's a new semester again. That's right. Year after year, it passes so quickly. This year's martial arts exam increased enrollment. There are many new students, but I'm afraid that the quality is not as good. Speaking of quality, our school recruited this year's Donghai martial arts exam champion. I heard that he was promised some benefits. I don't know how good he is. Let's hope he's not just a pretty face. I heard that he passed the martial arts exam as a martial artist. This ability is extraordinary. The new students arrived at the field one after another. Wang Ting stood in the crowd and looked around. As time passed, more and more new students arrived. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 o'clock sharp. Close the gate. A voice suddenly came from the rostrum in front. It reverberated throughout the entire field. Some of the new students who were still outside the field immediately started running. However, it was too late. The metal gate outside the field slammed shut, blocking them outside. The seniors who welcomed the new students in the morning had actually reminded them. Even the broadcast had told them not to be late. However, there were always some who did not take it to heart and thought that it was not a big deal. Moreover, this was just the start of the semester. Even if the military academy's discipline was strict, it was not to the extent of being strict now. However, this situation seemed to be a little unexpected. A solemn atmosphere filled the entire field. The students in the field could not help but look outside. They immediately felt a stifling atmosphere. The noise gradually disappeared. Even the students who were blocked outside the gate did not dare to make a noise. They just stared blankly at the closed metal gate in front of them. They felt that they were in big trouble. Everyone, line up. The voice came from the rostrum again. A middle-aged man in a dark green military uniform walked out. Perhaps affected by the atmosphere, the new students below did not dare to hesitate. They quickly lined up. 5 minutes later. The middle-aged man on the rostrum looked at the crooked line below. He frowned slightly and said, "All of you have disappointed me. I thought that since you were able to get into our Huanghai Military Academy, your qualities would not be too low. However, look at all of you. You can't even stand properly. You can't even line up properly. If word gets out, I am afraid that you will embarrass our Huanghai Military Academy. There are even so many people who are late. Did I not remind you this morning? Do you think this is a joke? The military academy nurtures military talents. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Even martial artists are no exception. Since you have chosen this path and entered our Huanghai Military Academy, then from today onwards, you have to abide by the rules of Huanghai. If you can't do it, then pack up and go home. I will not stop you. As the middle-aged man spoke, his voice became louder and louder. The sound waves were deafening. The new students below could not help but turn pale. What a powerful aura! Wang Ting stood among the crowd. When he felt the invisible force pressing down on him from above, his expression changed slightly. Most of the new students present were martial disciples. Hence, the aura directed at them would not be too strong. Wang Ting was already a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Naturally, he would not feel any pressure. However, this middle-aged man suppressed all the new students in the field with his strength alone. His strength was terrifying. Sogu's website, the field was silent as a terrifying pressure descended upon the heads of every freshman. Under the pressure of the middle-aged man's aura, the freshmen found it hard to breathe and bent their backs. All the freshmen were struggling to hold on. Wang Ting looked at everyone's pale faces and rubbed his chin. Should he learn from them and show a pained expression? If he looked too relaxed, he would not fit in with the group. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt a few gazes on him. He could not help but turn around. Eh? Wang Ting noticed that a few freshmen had serious expressions on their faces, but they didn't look uncomfortable at all. These freshmen might not be martial warriors, but their strength was definitely higher than advanced martial disciples. Huanghai Military Academy was indeed a top university. The freshmen that they recruited were not ordinary people. These were the freshmen around Wang Ting. There must be more in the other teams. It was just that they were blocked by the crowd and could not be seen. According to this ratio, there must be a lot of freshmen who could reach this level. Maybe some freshmen were recruited because of other reasons and were slightly weaker. However, if they were sent to other normal universities, they would definitely be outstanding in the eyes of the teachers. Wang Ting was sighing. The freshmen were shocked. Wang Ting was too casual and relaxed. They could not see through him. The middle-aged man did not relax his aura. He continued to suppress everyone and said calmly, although today is the first day of school, I want to tell you that the rules of Huanghai must be implemented from the first day. Those who are late, run 20 laps around the field. If you can't finish before 5 p.m., don't eat dinner tonight. 20 laps, for martial artists, this was not a lot. However, this was not a 400-meter field. Looking at it, it was impossible to run a 4,000-meter lap. 20 laps would be 80 kilometers. It was almost twice as fast as a marathon. They still had to finish in less than 3 hours. Even advanced martial disciples could not do it. This was killing them. Outside the metal gate, the freshmen who were late turned pale. They could not help but wail. We are going to die. How can we finish running? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have applied for the military academy. They're trying to kill us on the first day. Is this hell? Wang Ting had a strange expression on his face. He looked sympathetically at the students who were late. 3 seconds of silence. The other freshmen who weren't late sympathized with them, but at the same time, felt a chill in their hearts. They also felt somewhat lucky. Oh my God, luckily I wasn't late. Otherwise, I would be as miserable as them. Silence! The middle-aged man shouted. His aura suddenly increased and pressed down on those new students who were late. He kept quiet out of fear. The voice disappeared again. Start running. Whoever says another word will be fired. The middle-aged man said coldly. The freshmen who were late looked at each other and could only accept their fate. A few of them took the lead and ran around the track outside the field. When the others saw this, they followed one after another. After all, the situation was more powerful than the person. What else could they do but run? Did he want to be fired? The seniors in the audience secretly laughed. It's starting, it's starting. Our Huanghai's tradition begins from this moment. Seeing the freshmen running around the field, the middle-aged man nodded slightly and said loudly, You can run if you want to. You may run, but listen carefully to what I say. When I'm done, I'll ask random questions. If anyone can't answer, continue running until I'm satisfied. The freshmen who were late, Are you a devil? You must be a devil. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the dean of the Huanghai Military Academy's martial arts faculty, Peng Yuanshan. The middle-aged man's voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. They had already experienced his strict methods, so they didn't dare to take any chances. They all focused and listened carefully. That was the first lesson I taught you. I hope you will remember it well. Some people might ask why the military academy is so strict and even harsh. Then I'll tell you why. Your tuition, miscellaneous fees, and normal living expenses are all free. Even spirit pills, cultivation techniques, and combat skills are not free. The prices are much cheaper than the outside world. Where do you get all these funds from? It's the country. The country is nurturing you. The poor study while the rich practice martial arts. Many of you come from ordinary families. If you didn't enter a university, it would be difficult for you to achieve anything even if you were extremely talented. You will only get what you pay for. This is the principle that doesn't change no matter where you are. Entering the military academy is not for you to enjoy the comfortable life of a university. I have to tell you that martial artists, especially martial artists who have graduated from military academies, may be different from what you understand. Martial artists enjoy privileges, but they also bear responsibilities. The country, and even the world, needs martial artists, so martial artists are given everything. Students, you are future martial artists. The responsibilities on your shoulders are very heavy. Maybe you don't understand now, but one day, you will understand. When this world needs us martial artists, we will stand at the forefront. Behind us are our parents, wives, and children. Martial artists are not powerhouses who bear the burden of the sun and moon, but people who bear the burden of all living things. As Ping Yuanshan's words gradually spread, everyone couldn't help but fall silent. President, it's starting again. Although the seniors felt heavy in their hearts, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. Was it really good to fool the freshmen like this every year? Isn't it just the freshman training? Why are you making it so emotional? Wang Ting was a little confused. Of course, this is not what you need to think about now. Even if the sky falls, there are tall people holding it up. What you need to do now is to work hard to improve yourselves. Since you have chosen the path of martial arts, you must want to stand out and achieve something in the future. So, don't waste your youth. Alright, that's all I have to say. You are all adults. You should know what to do. After Ping Yuanshan finished speaking, he paused for a moment before continuing. Today's training is equivalent to the entrance ceremony. It's not a big deal. We're just going to talk about the rules and let you experience how Huanghai Military Academy does things. Next, there is one last thing, conferring a rank. Originally, there was no conferring a rank today, but this year is different. Among you, one of the freshmen will receive this honor. You might have heard of this freshman before. He is the top scholar of the Donghai Martial Arts examination. He passed the examination as a martial artist and was recruited by the academy. He was conferred the rank of sergeant. When Ping Yuanshan finished speaking, even though they were previously shocked, the freshmen below couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Conferring a rank? This is impossible, Sogu's reading website, conferring a military rank. Since the freshmen present had chosen a military academy, they naturally knew what a military rank represented. For many people, this was a very important reason for choosing a military academy. It was not just an honor, but also the recognition of the military department to the person who was conferred a military rank. This kind of honor was enough to allow the person who was conferred a military rank to receive preferential treatment in many places. The benefits were not something that could be explained in a few words. In short, not just anyone could be conferred a military rank. Not only the freshmen, but even the seniors in the audience were so shocked that their mouths were agape. Some of them even looked a little pale. It should be known that even among the seniors in their third and fourth years, there were only a few of them who were granted military ranks. Moreover, all of them had achieved military merits in some important missions before they were granted military ranks. Naturally, everyone had nothing to say about this. However, Wang Ting was just a freshman who had not achieved any military merits. What did he do to deserve a military rank? Ping Yuanshan did not say anything. This time, he waited for the crowd to gradually quiet down before saying, I know that many of you are not convinced. Why can a freshman who has not achieved any military merits be conferred a military rank? Especially the seniors. Some of you have already experienced many missions and achieved many military merits, but you still can't get a military rank. Now that you are being suppressed by a freshman, you must be very unhappy. However, I will not explain anything to you. This military rank has been conferred to student Wanting, so it is conferred. However, student Wanting is indeed an exception. I can give you a chance. If anyone is not convinced, you can challenge him. If they are of the same level, whoever wins will obtain his military rank. When the seniors heard this, their eyes immediately lit up and they became excited. Damn, there is such a good thing. You should have said so earlier. I definitely won't object to that junior Wanting getting a military rank. Yes, I am very much in favor of conferring a military rank to junior Wanting. He deserves it. Ahem, as seniors, how can we be jealous of a junior? Although the words of this group of people were pleasant to hear, their restless expressions and ferocious eyes completely betrayed their thoughts. WTF. In the crowd, when Wanting heard Ping Yuanshan's words, he was completely dumbfounded. When he heard that he was going to be conferred a military rank, he was quite happy. Who knew that the president would do such a thing? This was too much of a scam. Back then, he had chosen Huanghai Military Academy because he was going to be conferred a military rank. Although it was not the main reason, it was the condition that they had agreed on. Now, even though the rank was conferred, he had become the target of everyone's pursuit. The seniors were obviously up to no good. Let's see if you can still sleep. There was a row of school leaders sitting on the rostrum. When they heard Ping Yuanshan's decision, they couldn't help but laugh. This doesn't seem right. He came to our school because he was going to be conferred a military rank. Now that he is here, he is going back on his words. After all, he didn't get the military rank based on his military achievements. It is not legitimate. I think Ping Yuanshan is doing this for his own good. If he is really capable, he can naturally keep the military rank. If he is not capable enough, he can't blame anyone for taking it away. Among the school leaders, there were many directors and teachers. They came here today to see which students were more outstanding. Previously, Ping Yuanshan had intimidated everyone by making the late freshman run 20 laps. It was actually a test for the freshmen. He wanted them to be able to see the strength of the freshmen at a glance. Gems would shine no matter where they were. These freshmen were like gems in gravel. They had to be filtered. To the teachers, an outstanding student was not only easy to teach, but it would also give them face. The effect was very obvious. Among all the freshmen, there were at least 20 to 30 who were not intimidated. Among them, there were 11 to 12 who were more relaxed. Of course, among all the freshmen, Wanting's performance was the most eye-catching. He was relaxed and natural, as if he did not feel anything at all. To be able to do this so easily, there was no doubt about Wanting's strength. However, in order to find out how deep he was, there had to be a test stone. Ping Yuanshan threw out the military rank to lure Wanting. Even if Wanting was defeated in the end, it was nothing. There was no powerhouse who did not experience failure. These freshmen, especially the genius freshmen, had not experienced the vicious beating of society. Each of them was very arrogant. If they were not sharpened properly, how could they be trained in the future? However, there was a limit. Martial artists still had to have a sharp edge. They could not be polished too smoothly. Otherwise, they would be useless. Student Wanting, please come up to the rostrum. Today, I will confer your rank. Ping Yuanshan said in Wanting's direction. Wanting felt that his gaze was on him. Among so many people, this Dean Ping Yuanshan still accurately found him. The Dean is looking in our direction. Could it be that Wanting is near us? I'm from Donghai. I've seen Wanting's photo before, but I don't see him. Brother, are you Wanting? No, no. If not, why are you walking forward? Oh, someone is farting behind us. It's too smelly. Damn, it's really smelly. Don't tell me it's you. When the freshmen nearby saw Ping Yuanshan looking over, their hearts immediately moved and they began to discuss. Why, is Wanting so shy? Ping Yuanshan teased. Wanting. What the F*** CK is shy, am I shy? if you didn't trick me, would I be so obedient? He was a little helpless, but the arrow was already on the bow. He could only bite the bullet and walk to the rostrum. Excuse me. The nearby students were stunned. The person who had been standing there silently for a long time was wanting. Is he wanting? He didn't make a sound just now. He's really calm. Calm? Hee, I think he's scared. Shoo, don't say it out loud. Leave him some face. The male students in front, as for the female students, their eyes lit up. By the way, Wang Ting is a little handsome. TSK, why are you being smitten? Isn't he just a pretty boy? We girls can't be so shallow. Don't be fascinated by the beauty of these boys. That's right, men are all soy sauce pork knuckles. They're delicious, but they're still pig trotters. Hearing the words around him, Wang Ting was speechless. Am I being scared? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. I'm following my heart, and that fat girl, what soy sauce pork knuckles? What pig trotters? Are you sure you're not talking about food? Please stay on the same page. With all kinds of complaints in his heart, Wang Ting walked all the way to the rostrum. His whole body was filled with resentment as he stood beside Ping Yuanshan. Cough cough, Wang Ting seems to be a little resentful. Ping Yuanshan coughed dryly. Hee, I wouldn't dare. Wang Ting put on a fake smile. At this time, a beautiful senior in a military uniform walked up with a set of military uniforms. Alright, let's cut to the chase. The corner of Ping Yuanshan's mouth twitched. How long had it been since a student dared to give him a hard time? The last one seemed to be 9 years ago. That kid was now standing at a higher level, however, every time he saw him, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. Sure enough, he was lacking in training. A memory flashed in Ping Yuanshan's mind. It was only for a moment. He took the military uniform from the senior and said to Wang Ting, Student Wang Ting, it has been many years since the last time a new student was awarded a title. I'm very happy that a student like you has appeared now. However, your road has just begun. The future is still very long. I hope that when you graduate in your 4th year, you can add more honor to your name. I even hope that one day, I can see you wearing a general's robe. The senior next to him was standing closest. When she heard this sentence, her eyes widened. A general's robe. What was a general's robe? A general would wear a general's robe and thousands of soldiers would bow down to him. Did the president think so highly of this student Wang Ting? The mentors behind were also a little surprised. Was the president's expectations too high? When the seniors in the audience heard this, they could not help but be stunned. Then, they were speechless. Some people even frowned. They were all geniuses. The president had never said such words to any of them. Now, he said it to a new student. Could it be that we're inferior to him, who would be convinced? The new students below were completely shocked. Wang Ting is awesome. Damn, a general's robe. Wang Ting will be my brother Ting from now on. Brother Ting is mighty. Broken voice, boss, do you still need a pendant on your leg? Please cover me. Wang Ting suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man with white hair in front of him. His eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. However, when he saw the slight curve of the other party's mouth, Wang Ting understood. Damn, I've been tricked again, this old fox. If anyone dares to say that I mean be in the future, I'll fight them. Compared to this big boss in front of me, I'm as tender as a newborn baby, wronged? JPG no, I can't be led by the nose like this. Student Wang Ting, come, take this military uniform. You'll be a soldier. Peng. Yuanshan restrained the expression on his face again. It was as if that old fox had never appeared. That's right. He deliberately showed that smile just now. So what if you know that I've tricked you? You have to accept the president's trap even if you don't want to. Wang Ting seemed to have seen through his thoughts. His mind turned quickly. You want me to take it, so I have to take it? Where will I put my face? Since you want me to follow the rules, then let me do things within the rules. What he said just now did not make sense. How could it be taken away after being conferred a title after a challenge? There was definitely no such rule in the military academy. It did not make sense. Thinking of this, Wang Ting's lips curled up. Ping Yuanshan had a bad premonition. He said lightly, I'm not convinced. Sogu's reading website, I don't accept this. Wang Ting's calm voice spread out in all directions. Everyone could hear him. At this moment, whether it was the freshmen, seniors, or the instructors behind them, all of them felt a chill run down their spines. Thorny. This thought flashed across the instructors' minds. Their lips curled into a mysterious smile. Thorny was good. Thorny was more interesting, they loved thorny people the most. Interesting. The seniors were laughing. They were laughing at Wang Ting for overestimating himself. They were laughing at how fearless he was. Some of them had already realized that the president's words seemed to be praising Wang Ting. Perhaps he really did think highly of Wang Ting. However, saying it in public was praising Wang Ting too much. It was equivalent to making enemies for Wang Ting. The freshmen were more and more impressed with Wang Ting. Who else had the courage to fight back after being tricked? My brother De Ting is indeed amazing. Ping Yuanshan narrowed his eyes and revealed a dangerous smile. Wang Ting, if you have any objections, feel free to say it. Our military academy follows the rules, but we're not unreasonable. If you have any objections, I'll reason with you until you're convinced. Wang Ting was speechless. It felt like he was being threatened, however, at this point, there was no point in saying more. Wang Ting braced himself and said, the president said that anyone can challenge me as long as they're of the same level. If they win, they can take away my military rank. Did the school have such a rule in the past? There wasn't in the past, but there is now. I have the final say in the martial arts academy, Ping Yuanshan said. Wang Ting, F***ck, how shameless. That means I can also challenge others and take their military rank, Wang Ting said. Ping Yuanshan was silent for a moment. Good lad, you're digging a hole for me. If he really did what he said and the military rank could be taken away at will, it would be a mess in the future. You can't take their military rank. They earned it through military merit. You can't take it away. Ping Yuanshan said. That's not fair. If I lose, I'll lose my military rank. If I win, I won't get anything. Does the president think it's appropriate? Wang Ting said with a smile. Then what do you want? Ping Yuanshan looked at the young man in front of him and couldn't help but call him a little fox. It's very simple. If you want to challenge me, sure, but you have to take out something of equal value. I heard that credits have many uses in school. I can accept credits, Wang Ting said. Ping Yuanshan suddenly felt as if he had fallen into Wang Ting's trap. He had dug a big hole for Wang Ting, but when he turned around, Wang Ting had dug a medium-sized hole for him. This brat was really someone who refused to suffer a loss. The problem was, at this point, he had no choice but to jump. Sure. Ping Yuanshan nodded, pretending to be indifferent, but in his heart, he was already cursing. However, there must be a limit. Every challenger must not pay more than 100 credits. The value of a military rank naturally cannot be measured by these credits. However, if you ask for sky-high prices, the school's credits will lose their meaning. Ping Yuanshan finally agreed. 100 credits? Wang Ting thought for a moment and nodded. Sure. Ping Yuanshan didn't say anything more. After handing over the military rank, Wang Ting walked down the rostrum. Everyone's eyes fell on him. This brat is very confident. Ping Yuanshan looked at Wang Ting's back as he walked down and couldn't help but smile in his heart. Alright, that's all for today. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we will start choosing the branches. Our school's martial arts school has a total of 5 branches. They are the War School, the Command School, the Blacksmith School, the Rune School, and the Tripod School. You can find out the details from the school's official website or the forum. Remember, don't be late tomorrow. And the students who ran 20 laps, don't be lazy. If you don't finish, don't think about eating. There will be people here to supervise. The students running on the track really wanted to cry. Why do we have to bear such an unbearable burden? Dean, we were wrong. Woo, no one saw the transparent bubbles falling behind them. Speed *5, speed *4, speed *7, Wang Ting laughed in his heart. After picking up the bubbles, he left the field. The freshman training had ended. On the way back to the dormitory, many freshmen came over to greet him and ask to ride his coattails. Wang Ting had no choice but to leave quickly. There were so many people greeting him that he couldn't even remember their names. He couldn't tell who was who. Brother Tong. Brother Tong. He suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. He turned around and saw Ho Pingliang chasing after him. There were 3 boys beside him. They should be his roommates. Brother Tong, it's still early. Let's go get our daily necessities, Ho Pingliang said. Okay, but, why are you calling me that too? Wang Ting was speechless. Hee, who asked you to be so awesome that you even dare to talk back to the president? Ho Pingliang touched the back of his head and laughed. Oh right, let me introduce them to you. They are my roommates. This one looks like a dog and doesn't look like a good person. This one is Song Shuhang. The muscular guy beside him is Bailey Qingfeng. The last one wearing glasses is Lu Shu. F*CK, monkey, how did you introduce me? How am I not a good person? Song Shuhang rolled his eyes. In today's society, those who look like a good person are most likely bad, the bespectacled Lu Shu said faintly. Bailey Qingfeng immediately stared at Song Shuhang vigilantly. All the muscles in his body tensed up. Bailey, why are you looking at me like that? Song Shuhang was shocked. He felt like he was being stared at by a wild beast. My third grandpa said that anyone who looks dangerous can hurt kind people like me. So, we have to kill them in advance, Bailey Qingfeng said. Song Shuhang couldn't help but take a step back. Ho Pingliang and Lu Shu quickly held him down. Calm down. Calm down. Your 3 roommates, they are all interesting. Wang Ting thought for a while and finally found a euphemism to describe them. Haha. Ho Pingliang laughed dryly. They are actually not bad people. Song Shuhang and the other 2 reacted at this time. They quickly greeted, hello, Brother Tong. Brother Ting is mighty. Then, the 3 of them bowed in unison as if they were meeting a gang leader. Wang Ting, these 3 buffoons. As long as you are happy. He shook his head. He was completely convinced. The few of them chatted on the way to the school's logistics department. The logistics department building was like a service station in society. There were already many students lining up in the hall on the first floor. The line stretched from the left corridor to a room. Wang Ting and the others followed behind the line and waited patiently. Not long after, everyone received their daily training uniforms, military uniforms, and all kinds of necessities. Everyone carried their bags of various sizes to the dormitory. When they reached Area D, Ho Pingliang and the others said goodbye to Wang Ting. Brother Tong, let's go in and pack up. Let's go to the cafeteria at 5:30 p.m. later? Okay, see you later. Wang Ting nodded and walked to Area C Sogu's website. Wang Ting returned to his dormitory and put his things away. Then, he logged onto the school's official website to check on the 5 academies. Huanghai Military Academy's official website could only be accessed through the school's internal network. The official website had detailed information about the academies and the instructors of each academy. Wang Ting browsed through it carefully and gradually gained a better understanding of the 5 academies. Xianxia College mainly focused on cultivating students' combat abilities. The martial artists who graduated from this college were the strongest and were the main fighting force on the battlefield. That was why it was called Xianxia College. The students of Xianxia College faced more dangers and had the highest mortality rate among the 5 academies. If one chose Xianxia College, they had to be prepared to die. Not only Huanghai Military Academy, but the other academies were also the same. This was the norm. Xianxia College cultivated war machines. Command College cultivated tactical and commanding talents. A battle could not be without a commander. They were the brains. Without the command of the brain, all the soldiers would be like a plate of loose sand, fighting for themselves. All the forces would not be able to be tied together, and they would not be able to exert their greatest power. Blacksmith College, as the name suggested, cultivated blacksmiths. The blacksmithing techniques on Earth were passed down from the other world. After integrating and developing, it became what it was today. Some of the uniqueness of blacksmithing techniques couldn't be achieved by technology. Even for firearms like Origin Power firearms, the lower the grade, the higher the requirement for materials. Only blacksmiths were capable of producing such weapons. In the era of martial artists, they couldn't do without all kinds of weapons. Only by possessing a suitable weapon could they unleash their full potential. Due to the above reasons, blacksmithing techniques became more and more important. That was why the Blacksmith College was created. Alchemy College cultivated alchemy talents and mainly taught students alchemy. For martial artists, alchemy was a very important resource. Whether it was for healing or cultivation, they all required alchemy. High-grade healing alchemy could even revive the dead. This was something that modern medicine couldn't compare with. Hence, the importance of the Alchemy College was self-evident. Lastly, there was the Runes College. Runes was an extremely profound field of study. The content was all-encompassing and involved a wide range of fields. It could be used in all aspects. Blacksmithing, alchemy, formation, and so on all required knowledge of runes. Even if they were not students of the Runes Academy, they were still required to learn some runes knowledge in case of emergency. Of course, in fact, every school's subjects overlapped. This was the same as in ordinary schools. For example, science and engineering majors basically had to learn advanced mathematics, physics, and so on. This was because in every field, these basic knowledge would be used. Runes was similar to this in martial arts. However, the study of runes was very profound. If one didn't study it in depth, it would be very difficult to achieve anything. Thus, it was necessary to set up an academy. That was the main information about the 5 academies. He heard that some schools had spirit chef academies, botany academies, and so on. However, these academies didn't belong to the same category. Huanghai Military Academy didn't have a specific category for them. Of course, if the students wanted to learn, they could. Huanghai Military Academy also had similar elective courses. The students could take it as a hobby. At the end of the day, everything in the Warrior Academy was to serve the martial artists. This era belonged to the martial artists. In addition, there was also information about the instructors of the various academies, such as their realms and strength, the weapons they were proficient in, and so on. After Wang Ting saw it, he more or less had an idea. Of course, he still had to see the students tomorrow to make a final decision. After all, everyone's temperament was different. If the instructors and students didn't get along, it would be useless no matter how strong the instructors were and how well they taught. But can I choose all 5 academies? Wang Ting seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but stroke his chin as he muttered to himself. Anyway, it was all about picking up attributes. It was the same no matter where he went, taking down the 5 great academies in one fell swoop. Just thinking about it was a little exciting. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Who's here? Wang Ting stood up and walked to the door. Forget it. I'll see how it goes tomorrow. He tossed his thoughts to the back of his head and opened the door. Ho Pingliang and his roommates were standing outside the door. Wow, Brother Teng, the environment here is too good. Ho Pingliang looked inside and couldn't help but exclaim. I've long heard that room 1 is more luxurious. Now that I see it, it's true. Lu Shu nodded. Only someone as amazing as Brother Ting can live in such a dormitory as soon as he enters the school. Song Shuheng said cheekily. It's just SOSO. With your family background, it's not like you haven't lived in such a house before. Wang Ting rolled his eyes and let them in. That's different. This is a school. Us new students live in a 4-person dormitory. Not only do you live alone, but you also live in such a small villa. I can't help but be envious. Ho Pingliang said. Then continue to be envious. Wang Ting chuckled. Ho Pingliang and the other 3 were speechless. That was heart-wrenching. The few of them chatted for a while and went to the cafeteria for dinner. It was already past 5 o'clock. There were already many people in the cafeteria, and the number was still increasing. Not only were there old students, there were also new students. Some of the old students directly went to the 2nd floor. It was the spiritual food cooked by the spiritual chefs. They had to pay for it. I wonder when our student IDs will be issued? Only with a student ID can we use our credits in the school. However, I heard that new students only have a few basic credits. It's best to use them in places where they are needed. We definitely can't use them to eat. Of course, we probably can't afford it. Ho Pingliang looked at the students who went to the second floor and explained. The few of them got their food and sat around a table. They ate with relish. Although it wasn't spiritual food, it had to be said that the food in the cafeteria was indeed delicious. It was basically no different from the restaurants outside. Speaking of which, those new students who were late are still running on the field. A few students passed by their table. One of them smiled and said to his companion. Serves them right. No matter what, they should have arrived earlier. Why did they have to show off their existence? Another person said with disdain. Hee, they probably haven't realized it yet. They think that they are still the treasures of the teachers like they were in high school. They can't be beaten or scolded. Huanghai is a top school. The students there are more outstanding than the other. Just take us new students for example. Which one of us wasn't a treasure before? Sigh, only after entering Huanghai did we know that there is always someone better than us. Just take that Donghai martial arts examination's top scholar, Wang Teng, for example. He was very impressive. He was awarded a military title as soon as school started. However, he is also in big trouble. I think there must be many people eyeing that military title. Not only the new students, but the old students will also make a move. They didn't see Wang Teng as they walked out of the cafeteria while talking. Sogu's reading website, the next day. On the field of Huanghai Military Academy. The freshmen gathered here again. Many of them looked tired. They were the ones who were punished yesterday. After yesterday's lesson, no one dared to be late or make a ruckus. They all consciously lined up on the field. In front of the line, which was right below the rostrum, there were 5 areas. Each area had a workbench. Behind each workbench, there were more than 10 staff members from the Academic Affairs Office waiting for the freshmen to register. At this moment, the deans of the 5 academies were sitting on the rostrum. Below the rostrum, the instructors of each academy stood behind their respective areas and looked at the freshmen in front of them. The registration of the academies is related to the path you will take in the future. At the same time, it is also related to your future achievements. You should know which academies are suitable for your talents. I don't think I need to say more about how to choose. You should know about the deans and instructors of each academy. They have their own areas of expertise. You can think about it carefully. In addition, the deans and instructors can give suggestions or offer to recruit the students. However, you are not allowed to force the students. It is up to the students to register. That's all I have to say. Let's start the registration. After Dean Peng Yuanshan finished speaking, he directly sat down in the middle seat and closed his eyes to rest. The 5 deans on the rostrum looked at each other. Then, a sturdy man sitting on the right side of Peng Yuanshan stood up. This person looked like he was in his 30s. However, the actual age of a martial artist couldn't be judged from his appearance. His body was full of muscles. His bald head was especially bright under the sun. It was very eye-catching. I am the dean of Zhangjiang College, Tong Hu. His voice was coarse and deep as it spread out in all directions. I won't say any more nonsense. I will only tell you one thing. If you enter my Zhangjiang College, you will be the strongest. As he spoke, his body emitted an aura that said, I am invincible. The freshman below couldn't help but feel shocked. Tong Hu, what you said is wrong. Although your Zhangjiang College is strong, you are only strong in individual combat. When have you ever won against our command college in group combat exercises? An elegant middle-aged man on Peng Yuanshan's left stood up and chuckled. Freshman, I am the dean of the Commander Academy, Su Jing. I don't deny that a martial artist should focus on his own strength, but his brain must also be able to keep up. In ancient times, there was a wise general who could fight against 1,000 soldiers. Only those who know how to use their brains are the true experts. Our Commander Academy has never been weaker than others. Those who play tricks and schemes are all dirty people. Tong Hu said with a fake smile. Su Jing's face, which had been elegant and indifferent just a moment ago, immediately darkened. F***CKU, what right do you have to say that I have a heart? Bah, this is called being resourceful and resourceful. How can it be called a scheme? Can you say it's because of the commander's heart? Do you know what it means to strategize and decide victory from 1,000 miles away? Su Jing said angrily. Cough cough. Tong Hu wanted to say something, but when he heard Ping Yuanshan's dry cough, he snorted and didn't say anything else. Su Jing winked at him proudly. Everyone, I am the dean of the smithing academy, Changsong. You should know what our smithing academy does. I just want to tell you that smithing is an art. At the same time, it requires a lot of talent. Those who are interested can enroll in our academy. I am the dean of the alchemy academy, Cui Heng. I don't agree with what Dino said just now. Alchemy is an art. As for smithing, it's hard for me to associate it with the word art. However, alchemy also requires a lot of talent. If you think you have the talent, you can enroll in our alchemy academy after passing the academy's test. Oh, right. Our alchemy academy doesn't have anything else, but we have a lot of pills. You can eat one or throw one away without a problem. Temptation, it was a blatant temptation, sure enough, when the freshmen heard this, their eyes lit up and they revealed a yearning look. Eating one or throwing one away? It was simply too extravagant. T. The dean of the smithing academy, Changsong, glared and said angrily, alchemy is the same as that group of chefs cooking. There's no technique to speak of at all. Just take a pot and cook it. It's not difficult at all. How dare you talk about art? Just take a pot and cook it? The freshmen were speechless when they heard this. Were you talking about alchemy or cooking? Also, were these two deans involved in art? People who didn't know better would think that they were two artists. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel, the dean who hadn't spoken yet immediately said, I am the dean of the Runes Academy, Situ Jun. I study runes. Students who are interested can learn more about it. Changsong and Cui Heng's quarrel was interrupted. They felt terrible as if a mouthful of feces was stuck in their hearts. However, because of the dean's face, they couldn't quarrel in the end. They could only glare at each other and sulk in their seats. The 5 deans had finished introducing themselves, but the freshmen were even more confused. These 5 deans didn't seem to be very reliable. The freshmen were suddenly a little hesitant. The field was silent for dozens of seconds, but still, no students came forward to register. The atmosphere was very awkward. The teachers from the various academies wanted to cover their faces. Couldn't their deans be a little more normal? Now, the freshmen were scared stiff. At this moment, a figure walked out from the crowd and headed towards Xianxia Academy. Wang Ting. Everyone immediately recognized this figure. Xianxia Academy's dean, Tong Hu, laughed and was very proud. Look, the most outstanding student among all the freshmen had already chosen Xianxia Academy. You guys have already lost. Humph. Su Jing coldly snorted. He felt a little regretful, but they couldn't interfere too much with the students' choices. The other 3 deans also felt regretful. They all thought highly of Wang Ting and naturally hoped that he would come to their academies. An outstanding student represented a lot of things. In the future, he would even be able to obtain more glory for the academy. This was definitely a good thing for the academy. Unfortunately, there was only one Wang Ting. In the end, only one academy would benefit. However, they suddenly saw that after Wang Ting finished registering at Xianxia Academy, he walked towards the Command Academy's area. What is he doing? At this moment, everyone present was slightly stunned. They watched as Wang Ting walked towards the Command Academy. Then, before the teachers in charge of registration could react, he signed his name on the registration form. He continued to walk towards the next academy. In a short while, he had registered at all 5 academies. Everyone? Sogu's reading website, nonsense. Ping Yuanshan's voice came down from the rostrum with a hint of anger. Since the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy, such a ridiculous thing had never happened before. Everyone's energy was limited, especially martial arts. The subjects in every academy were extremely profound and required a lot of time to cultivate and learn. In the past, there were students who studied two majors at the same time, but most of them were too focused on one major and lost sight of the other. Only a few people were very talented and reached a high level in both majors. But there were not many of them. Not to mention choosing 5 schools at the same time. If this was not nonsense, what was it? If it were any other student, Peng Yuanshan would not be so angry, but Wang Ting was the most outstanding student in this batch. It could even be said that he was the most outstanding student in recent batches. The academy had spent a lot of effort to snatch him away from the other top schools. Everyone had high hopes for Wang Ting. How could they tolerate him joking with his future? The other 5 deans also shook their heads continuously. Clearly, they felt that this was unreliable. Wang Ting heard the angry voice coming from the rostrum. Then, he looked at the president's face that had turned completely black. He got a shock. He did not expect Peng Yuanshan to be so angry. Do you know what you're doing? Choosing 5 schools at the same time, who do you think you are? An unparalleled genius? You're destroying your own future. This is extremely irresponsible to yourself. Peng Yuanshan jumped down from the rostrum. His eyes were filled with anger and his face was dignified. He approached Wang Ting step by step. The deans of the 5 schools also followed. A few of them tried to persuade him. Wang Ting, you should choose again. We'll just treat it as a joke and let it go. That's right. Choosing 5 schools at the same time. You don't have that much energy. No matter how talented you are, you can't do it. If you're really interested in other subjects, you can choose them. There's no need to do this, such a big reaction. Wang Ting thought that they were making a fuss. After all, this was his own choice. Why were they so nervous? However, when he saw their slightly concerned faces, Wang Ting could not refute them. He looked at them with a guilty conscience and said, "The academy doesn't seem to have a rule that I can't choose 5 schools at the same time. I thought it was always good to learn more." His hidden identity could not be exposed. At this time, he could only pretend to be a good student. Teachers liked this the most. Sure enough, when they heard him say that, their expressions eased. Originally, they felt that Wang Ting was a little reckless and had no self-awareness. A student like this, no matter how talented he was, his achievements were limited. Of his attitude. Even if he was a little rash, it was still pardonable. He just lacked some experience. This required the guidance and education of a mentor. Such a talented student with such a positive attitude, we must train him well. Peng Yuanshan's expression eased a little and said, "It's good that you have such an idea. However, a person's energy is limited. No matter how talented a person is, he can't learn everything. So, you choose Zhongjing College as your major. As for the other majors, you can get a pass. If you're interested, you can listen. However, the premise is that it won't affect your martial arts practice." Wang Ting's mind flashed with various ideas. It seemed that this was the best way. Although if he insisted on choosing 5 schools at the same time, the deans would have no choice but to listen to him. However, this would inevitably leave a bad impression on them. The loss outweighed the gain. Alright, I will listen to the dean. With a decision in his heart, Wang Ting immediately revealed an obedient look and said. Peng Yuanshan was very satisfied with his attitude. He was willing to listen to the teacher's opinion. What a good kid. Sure enough, he just lacked some common sense experience. To be able to listen, you're not stupid. Peng Yuanshan nodded and patted Wang Ting's shoulder. His attitude became more amiable. Wang Ting quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, life was like a play. It all depended on one's acting skills. The freshmen stared with their eyes wide open. Could it be like this? Peng Yuanshan's angry look made them think that Wang Ting was going to suffer. Who knew that in the end, Peng Yuanshan seemed to value Wang Ting more. Look at that amiable look, it was as if he was looking at his own junior. This kind of treatment, who had it? Amazing. Amazing. Before Peng Yuanshan left, he said to the other freshmen, "What I said earlier was not only directed at Wang Ting. You guys are the same. Remember not to bite off more than you can chew. Now, go and register." The freshmen naturally wouldn't make such a mistake again. They no longer hesitated and began to register to choose their school. Wang Ting finally chose Zhongjing College. After registering, he directly returned to his dorm. The freshmen had just finished registering in the morning. In the afternoon, the school gave out their student IDs. Wang Ting also received a pass to pass. When Wang Ting, Ho Pingliang, and the others went out for dinner that night, they talked about the military training the next day. After the freshmen's matters were settled, it was time for military training. The martial arts school was no exception. In normal universities, the martial arts school didn't have military training, but military schools were different. Military training was a tradition. At the same time, it was also to familiarize the students with the various rules of the military school. However, the military training in the martial arts school was obviously different from that in normal schools. The military training in the martial arts school was more intense and the content was more complicated. For example, all kinds of combat training required the students to practice in different environments. After dinner, Wang Ting, Ho Pingliang, and the others went to the dorm together. When they reached Section D, Ho Pingliang and the others parted ways with Wang Ting. Wang Ting walked to Section C Room 1 alone. When he reached the door, he saw a young man leaning against the door. "You're Wang Ting? I've been waiting for you for a long time." That person obviously saw Wang Ting too. He turned around and spoke calmly. "I don't think I know you," Wang Ting said. "I'm Wei Hua, a second-year student. I'm a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. I heard that you entered our school as a one-star martial warrior. I'm curious, so I came to see if you have the ability," the young man said calmly. "Haha, you want to challenge me?" Wang Ting smiled. "Challenge? You can say that." Wei Hua seemed a little disdainful, but he still nodded. Wang Ting wasn't angry. He smiled and continued asking, "Have you prepared the 100 credits?" "I'm just here to see your ability." Wei Hua frowned. "Haha." Wang Ting chuckled. He walked to the door and opened it. He tilted his head and said to Wei Hua, "If you haven't prepared the credits, don't waste my time." "You." Wei Hua seemed to have been insulted and was instantly furious. Sogu's website, Wei Hua was furious. He looked at Wang Ting's disdainful gaze and felt that he was being looked down upon. How could he not know that he needed to prepare 100 credits to challenge Wang Ting? He was just unwilling to spend the 100 credits. The purchasing power of 100 credits in school was equivalent to 1 million in the outside world. Who would be willing to spend 1 million more? To many students, the first year was used to become a martial warrior. The school had a mission system to earn credits. However, if one was not a martial warrior, they could not complete most of the missions. They could only do some small things and use the credits they earned for cultivation. Wei Hua had just entered his second year and became a martial warrior less than a month ago. He used all the credits he accumulated for cultivation. Now, he could not fork out 100 credits at all. He originally thought that Wang Ting was just a freshman and would be easily fooled. If he lost in the name of sparring, he would not have to pay 100 credits. If he won in the end, he could say that it was a challenge and he would be able to get the military rank. It was simply too beautiful. He also knew that many students who were stronger than him were also eyeing the military rank. However, he could not resist the temptation. He wanted to take the initiative while those people were still watching and get the military rank. Then, those people would not be able to snatch it away from him. This was because the dean had already said that they could only snatch the military rank from Wang Ting. This method would not work on other people. If not, the system would be messed up. They all knew that this kind of snatching was extremely rare. Since they had encountered it, they knew that it was difficult and might even get into trouble. Who would not be tempted? You all said that martial warriors have to fight. Then, I will fight for you all. Wei Hua gritted his teeth and said to Wang Ting, "Tomorrow noon, I will fight with you in the field martial arts arena. I will naturally prepare 100 credits then." "Sure. Since you want to give me credits, I will definitely not reject you," Wang Ting nodded and said. "Arrogant." Wei Hua's face turned green. Bang, Wang Ting directly closed the door and ignored this person. 1-star soldier level martial warrior? Haha. If it was not for the 100 credits, Wang Ting would not even bother with him. Wang Ting had been waiting for these people to come knocking on his door. They were eyeing Wang Ting's military rank, but Wang Ting was also eyeing their credits. Tomorrow, I can pretend that I barely managed to defeat them. I can't scare them away so quickly. Only then will more people come to me. Wang Ting stroked his chin as he walked into the room. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. I, Wang Ting, am indeed as witty as a demon. The next day, the military training would begin at 7 o'clock. All the freshmen had to wake up at 6 o'clock. After washing up, they put on their military training uniforms and rushed to the field to assemble. A new day of the new semester had begun. On the field, the freshmen from the 5 major specializations gathered together. More than a dozen instructors stood in a row. Then, due to the number of people in each specialization, they were divided into 3 to 5 teams. Yesterday, the division of classes for each specialization had already been announced. The freshmen had already received the news. At this time, the lines were arranged according to class. After lining up, the instructors led their respective teams to disperse. They each chose an open space far away from each other and began to lecture. Hello students, I am your military training instructor, Duchi. At the same time, I am also your senior. For the next 15 days, I will be teaching and training you. Wang Ting's class was Battle Class 1. There were 32 people in the class. Ho Pingliang and his other 3 roommates were all in Class 1. Even Lin Shui, whom he met on the first day, was also in Class 1. One had to say that it was fate. The instructor in front of them was a young man in his 20s. He was tall and had a decent appearance. His temperament was very eye-catching. After hearing the instructor's words, everyone couldn't help but whisper to each other. Our instructor is actually a 4th-year senior. What's so strange about that? We are a military school. Our seniors are originally well-trained officers. Unlike other normal schools, they still have to hire people from the military to train. This senior is so handsome. We have to train for 15 days. We can get to know him better. He, silence. Duchi frowned and shouted coldly. From now on, if I don't let you talk, no one is allowed to whisper. Otherwise, you should know the rules of Huanghai. Everyone immediately quieted down. Okay, now please introduce yourselves. Let's start with the first student on the left, Duchi said. The first student on the left was an ordinary-looking boy. He was stunned for a moment when he heard Duchi's words. Then, under the gaze of the instructor and everyone, he immediately opened his mouth. Hello everyone, hello instructor. My name is Xianxia. I am from Beisha City. After him, everyone began to introduce themselves. Hello everyone, my name is Xia Tong. Hello everyone, my name is Yuan Jing. My name is Ho Pingliang. I am a local of Donghai. My father is an active soldier. Under the influence of my family, I have been determined to become someone like my father since I was young. My name is Lin Shui. I am a local of Donghai. My name is Wang Ting. I am a local of Donghai. Wang Ting's introduction was very brief. He only stated his name and place of origin. It's great that Wang Ting is in our class. I heard that the school has a ranking competition every month. With him in our class will definitely be at the top, a student said. We can't rely on Wang Ting for everything. We came to school to improve ourselves. If we rely on him, what's the point of studying? Another student shook his head and said. It was Bailey Qingfeng from Ho Pingliang's dormitory. His words immediately resonated with everyone. The boy who spoke earlier couldn't help but nod and say, "You're right. I took it for granted. In the end, we still have to rely on ourselves for martial arts." At this moment, Duchi suddenly glanced over. They almost forgot the instructor's warning. They were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat and immediately shut their mouths. However, Duchi didn't say anything this time. Soon, everyone finished introducing themselves. He then led everyone to the dormitory area. Today, the first thing I'm going to teach you is to organize your internal affairs. When they reached the dormitory, Duchi demonstrated to everyone. It's out, the legendary tofu dregs. Pui pui, tofu blocks, with two swishing sounds, a tofu block was born in Du Qi's hands. It was neat and tidy, making everyone gasp in amazement. After that, it was the students' turn to fold their own tofu blocks. The process naturally wasn't that smooth. It could even be said that it was too horrible to look at. The instructor taught and inspected the dormitories one by one. He was the last one to check on Wang Ting. Because he lived in the third zone, Du Qi only brought everyone to Wang Ting's dormitory after everyone was done. This treatment. Everyone looked around and couldn't help but sigh in envy. Even Du Qi, a fourth-year senior, was a little surprised. He had lived in the third zone before, but room 1. That was also someone else's dormitory. At this moment, Wang Ting didn't have time to pay attention to the reactions of the students and the instructor. He was concentrating on the quilt in front of him. "Instructor, I'm done." Wang Ting's forehead was full of sweat. He let out a long breath and stood up. "Oh my God, that was too difficult." Everyone looked at Wang Ting's masterpiece and almost burst out laughing. "Are you sure this is a tofu block and not some other strange species? Could it be that Wang Ting was the legendary handicapped person?" Sogu's reading website. Coming out from the dormitory area, the students of War Class 1 glanced at Wang Ting from time to time with a weird expression. You really can't judge a book by its cover. The martial arts exam champion actually couldn't fold his blanket. Sure enough, no one was perfect. How did the saying go again? "Oh, the Buddha closed a door for you, but opened a window for you." Forget if it was the Buddha who said it, but that was the general meaning. Wang Ting walked in the group with a black face. Today was really embarrassing. He didn't expect that he couldn't do such a simple thing. Damn it, at 7:15, the instructor brought everyone to the cafeteria. The other classes' teams also arrived. After everyone gathered, they entered the cafeteria for breakfast. Everything seemed to emphasize the word discipline. After breakfast, they came to the field and did nothing but stand in a military posture for 20 minutes. Today's training began with standing in a military posture. In the afternoon, after lunch, there was a 2-hour break. Wang Ting came to the field as promised. The so-called martial arts arena was a martial arts arena. It was a place for martial artists to fight. The martial artists' combat power was too strong. If the defense of the arena wasn't strong enough, it would be easily destroyed. Therefore, the construction material of the arena must be strong enough. Runes with defense effects were even carved on it. Otherwise, it would be damaged easily. Although the cost of repairing it was just a drop in the ocean for martial artists, it was too troublesome to repair it every time. At this time, there were already many people on the field. There were both old and new students. Wang Ting walked over from afar. Seeing the people gathered around him, he couldn't help but sneer. Needless to say, this news must have been spread by Wei Hua. Otherwise, why would there be so many people watching? There were always people who had extravagant hopes for a military rank. He's here. When Wang Ting's figure appeared at the edge of the field, someone immediately noticed him. There were low discussions around him. He really came. The newborn calf isn't afraid of the tiger. As the number one of this batch of freshmen, as well as having high hopes placed on him by the instructors and the dean, how could he possibly reject a challenge when someone has already come knocking on his door? Wei Hua just became a martial artist not long ago. This Wang Ting was already a martial artist during the college entrance examination. Wei Hua might not be stronger than him. Before high school, he didn't have the resources of a university. Whether it was cultivation methods or combat skills, he was too weak. I don't know how that Wang Ting became a martial artist, but he definitely can't compare with Wei Hua, a martial artist trained by our military academy. That's true, to these seniors, they were all one-star soldier-level martial warriors, but the nurturing they received from the military school was their greatest reliance. In the current era of martial arts, it was publicly acknowledged that academy martial artists were superior to casual martial artists. This was a crushing advantage in terms of resources. Before entering university, Wang Ting's method of becoming a martial artist was similar to that of casual martial artists. Therefore, when they faced Wang Ting, they more or less felt a sense of superiority. However, Wang Ting was able to become a martial artist at such a young age and even received the acknowledgement of the instructors and the dean. Naturally, he had his merits. It was hard to say who would win today's battle. Wang Ting walked closer, and the discussions gradually disappeared. There was more than one arena. Wei Hua was already standing on one of the arenas. His gaze landed on Wang Ting, who was walking over. "You're late. I'm here for military training. Why don't you talk to my instructor?" As Wang Ting spoke, he walked up the arena and stood face to face with Wei Hua. Wei Hua's expression darkened. He snorted softly and didn't say anything else. The instructors of freshmen were usually fourth-year seniors. They were all first-year students. Who hadn't experienced the methods of fourth-year seniors? Talk to them. He wasn't that daring. Cut the crap. Since you're here, let's start now. Please be a witness. If I lose, I'll give Junior Wang Ting 100 credits. However, if I win, his military rank will belong to me, Wei Hua said to the crowd below. When the crowd heard this, many people sneered. Some people couldn't help but frown. There were many people who had their eyes on Wang Ting's military rank. At this time, some people were annoyed that they didn't make a move earlier. However, some people were calm and didn't care. Our martial arts club will be the referee for this battle. Just as the crowd fell into silence and revealed an attitude of watching a good show, a burst of laughter suddenly came from outside the crowd. Martial Arts Club. The faces of the people present changed slightly. They couldn't help but look behind them. They saw two figures walking slowly from outside the field. Their bodies seemed to be able to gather light. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but be attracted. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and tall, while the woman was pretty, confident, and had a remarkable bearing. It's third-year seniors Yan Lin and Chen Su. So it's them. Why are they here to join in the fun? Do they want that military rank too? That's impossible. Third-year seniors are already above one-star soldier level. They don't have the chance to challenge Wang Ting. Also, both of them seem to have military ranks. Are they trying to recruit Wang Ting into the martial arts club? The two of them walked to the bottom of the arena. The guy called Chen Su smiled and said, "What do you think of us being the referee?" "I don't have any objections," Wang Ting said nonchalantly. Wei Hua laughed dryly and hurriedly said, "It's my honor to be able to have the two of you step forward." Yang Lin and Chen Su nodded. "Then, let's start. I'll use a saber." "What weapon will you use?" Wei Hua took out a long saber from behind him and asked. "Oh. I'll use this." Wang Ting thought for a while. He took out a golden brick from his pocket. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Initially, there were still many people sneaking glances at Yang Lin and Chen Su. However, now, everyone's gaze was shifting between the brick and Wang Ting's face. "Are you serious about using a brick as a weapon? Furthermore, it's a golden brick. Is it made of gold?" Hey. Is no one curious about where the brick came from?" someone asked with sweat all over his forehead. "Could it be hidden there?" A few people looked at Wang Ting's lower body with a strange expression. Cough. "Junior Wang Ting, are you sure you want to use this golden brick as a weapon?" Yang Lin couldn't help but ask. "Yes." Wang Ting looked at the brick in his hand and weighed it in his hand. He felt that it was very comfortable. He asked curiously, "Can't I use it?" Hearing the discussions around him, Chen Su secretly looked at Wang Ting's lower body and said, "That's not it. It's just that this weapon is too unexpected." "Don't you think this weapon is great?" Wang Ting asked with a seemingly serious expression. "Everyone, as long as you're happy." "Wang Ting, you're using a brick as a weapon. Aren't you looking down on me?" Wei Hua stared at Wang Ting with an ugly expression. "Absolutely not. My weapon has always been a brick." Wang Ting talked nonsense with a serious expression. "Like hell I'll believe you. You're too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you what it means by there's always someone better than you." After saying that, Wei Hua suddenly stomped his foot and rushed toward Wang Ting. He activated his earth force and drew an arc in the air with his sword. "Good." Wang Ting shouted pretentiously and waved the brick to meet the attack. He leaned sideways and slammed the brick on the side of the sword, knocking it away. Then, he suddenly rushed forward and threw the brick at Wei Hua's face. Wei Hua's expression didn't change. He quickly turned his sword and forced Wang Ting to defend himself. The brick and the sword collided again. Clang, force exploded at the point of collision. The huge impact formed a visible shockwave and pushed the two of them back. In the next moment, they both stomped on the ground behind them and rushed at each other again. This Wang Ting seems to be quite strong. The people below looked slightly serious. They looked at the two people fighting back and forth in the ring and silently compared the difference in strength between the two. In the end, they found that their strength seemed to be about the same. This made many people feel that it was inconceivable. Wei Hua was a second-year student. After more than a year of training in the first year, he was now on par with a freshman. Was Wei Hua too weak, or was Wang Ting too strong? No matter what, this was a loss of face for the older students. Some of the freshmen who wanted to see Wang Ting lose felt very bad. The stronger Wang Ting was, the more it showed the gap between them. They were all geniuses of their respective high schools. No one was willing to be under someone else. However, some students accepted it gladly. At this moment, seeing that even the seniors couldn't do anything to Wang Ting, they suddenly felt proud. Wei Hua became more and more impatient. Wang Ting's strength was beyond his expectations. Challenging a freshman who had just entered the school was not something to be proud of. If he couldn't win in the end, then he would lose face. How could he raise his head in front of his classmates in the future? The two sides exchanged blows several times. No one could do anything to the other. Of course, this was because Wang Ting deliberately went easy on him. If he was serious, Wei Hua might not even be able to take a punch. It should be about time, Wang Ting thought to himself. At this moment, Wei Hua suddenly pulled away, and a burst of rich yellow light erupted from the blade of his battle saber. I don't believe you can take this move. He gritted his teeth, poured all the force in his body into the saber, and brazenly slashed out. Boom! Ah, so strong. Watch my serious attack. Wang Ting roared pretentiously. His expression seemed very serious. An icy blue force light condensed on his palm, and he slapped his palm at the huge yellow saber. Bang! The saber and palm collided. The force exploded at the center and swept in all directions. Pfft! Wei Hua spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was aghast, and his body involuntarily retreated. At this moment, his pupils shrank. He saw a black shadow break through the airwaves and charge straight at him. Wang Ting rushed in front of Wei Hua in the blink of an eye, raised the brick high, and smashed it down on his head. Bang! One hit for sure. Wei Hua felt his vision go black. He staggered, but persevered and didn't fall to the ground. Huh? As expected of a martial artist. His ability to withstand attacks is strong. Wang Ting exclaimed softly, and smashed the brick again. When the airwaves in the arena dissipated, everyone finally saw the situation on the stage. They saw Wang Ting panting, and his clothes were a little messy. When they looked at his feet, they saw a figure face down on the ground. It was obvious that he couldn't get up. Huff huff, so strong. Wang Ting panted and emphasized again. His expression was very serious, as if he had met his lifelong enemy. He secretly picked up a few attribute bubbles beside Wei Hua. Earth Force *12, Intermediate Earth Talent *5, Spirit *8, Comprehension *10, damn, this is good stuff. The students of Huanghai Military Academy were all geniuses. Look at the attribute bubbles they dropped. Even the Intermediate Earth Talent came out, 8 points of Spirit and 10 points of Comprehension. It was really quite a lot. Those with high talent would drop more attribute bubbles. Looking at the loot, Wang Ting was secretly happy. Below the arena, everyone was shocked. The battle just now was very exciting. At the same time, the strength of both of them couldn't be underestimated. Wang Ting was even more impressive. He actually defeated the second-year student, Wei Hua. Yang Lin and Chen Su from the martial arts club immediately jumped into the arena. The two of them checked Wei Hua's injuries. They were only minor injuries and didn't have any major problems. However, there were a few eye-catching, big bumps on his head. The two of them looked at the gold brick in Wang Ting's hand with a strange gaze. They suddenly felt that this junior had a bad taste. To every genius who loses to me, I will give them respect and give them outstanding talents. Wang Ting explained with a serious gaze. The two of them twitched their mouths. They used all the knowledge they had in their lives, but they couldn't find a word to describe Wang Ting's shamelessness. The crowd below also heard what he said. They looked at the bumps on Wang Ting's head. In an instant, they seemed to see a thick black aura coming out of Wang Ting's body. This person's heart was probably black. Wang Ting looked down on everyone. Hee, if you want to find trouble with me, Wang Ting, then you must be prepared to be taken care of. Senior brother, senior sister, I've won this battle, he asked the two of them. The two of them looked at each other. Xianxia nodded and said, you won. That's good. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble the two of you to help me supervise. Don't let anyone cheat me of my 100 credits, Wang Ting said. Don't worry. Since the martial arts club has intervened, no one can deny it. Yang Lin and Xianxia were a little speechless. This Wang Ting was a money grubber. Thank you, seniors. I still have military training in the afternoon, so I'll go back and rest first. I'll have to trouble someone to send Senior Wei Hua to the infirmary. I don't want to leave any sequelae on his head. Otherwise, I'll be guilty. Wang Ting said as he staggered down the arena. Everyone was speechless. He knew that hitting someone's head would have sequelae, but he still purposely hit someone's head. Looking at the bumps on Wei Hua's head, they felt a headache just thinking about it. Wang Ting held his waist as he walked down the arena. He exclaimed, my old waist. Senior Wei Hua is too powerful. He's too powerful. I almost lost. He didn't speak softly, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. Junior Wang Ting, do you want to go to the infirmary? Seeing him like this, Yang Lin couldn't help but ask. There's no need for that, senior sister. I'll go back and rest. Ouch, my palm. That last move was really powerful. I almost couldn't block it. Wang Ting emphasized that Wei Hua was very powerful. He almost lost. Everyone looked at his back as he walked away. Their eyes flashed, and they couldn't help but feel a little happy. Comparing their strength with Wei Hua's, if they challenged Wang Ting, their chances of winning seemed to be higher. Only a few people felt that something was off, but they couldn't put their finger on it. Why did Junior Wang Ting keep emphasizing that Wei Hua was very strong? Could it be that they were in love? Sogu's reading website, back in the dormitory. Wang Ting straightened his back, and a smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He opened his attributes panel. Comprehension, Spiritual Realm, 16 out of 100, Spirit, Spiritual Realm, 5, 8 out of 100, first was his comprehension and spirit attributes. According to the conversion rate of 10, 1, they increased by 1 point and 0. 8 points respectively. Next, his elementary earth element talent became intermediate earth element talent. Wang Ting felt it carefully and found that he had a better affinity with the earth element force. Other than that, his earth element force increased by 12 points. Earth element force, 125/1000, 3-star, Wang Ting's earth element force was already at 3-star. If he wanted to upgrade it to 4-star, he would need 1000 points of earth element force. However, there were so many geniuses in Huanghai Military Academy. If everyone interacted with each other, they would definitely be able to upgrade quickly. Wang Ting was very satisfied with today's results. He sat cross-legged on his bed and started to cultivate. As for the tofu on his bed, he didn't want to touch it if he could. It was too difficult. The military training continued in the afternoon. Wang Ting enjoyed the attention of all the freshmen. The news of him defeating a second-year student had spread among all the freshmen. There were those who were envious and jealous, but there were also those who worshipped and shouted that he was awesome. The instructor hadn't arrived yet. Everyone couldn't help but discuss in low voices. The students beside Wang Ting couldn't help but come up and ask all sorts of questions. Ho Pingliang was even more wacky. He used a water bottle as a microphone and asked, "Brother Teng, let me interview you. What are your thoughts on defeating a second-year student?" "My thoughts are, too weak," Wang Ting said pretentiously. Lu Shu and the others looked at him with disdain. They didn't give him any face and exposed him. "We all know that it wasn't easy for you to defeat that second-year student. Even so, it's still very impressive." Wang Ting didn't mind. He smiled and mingled with everyone. However, he was overjoyed. He secretly admired his acting skills. TSK, he could almost get an Oscar. The instructor is here. No one knew who shouted, but all the voices immediately disappeared. Everyone lined up as fast as they could. Everyone seems to be very free. Ducci walked to the front of the battle Class 1 formation and said happily. It's over. Sure enough, the next moment, Ducci's face turned cold. Since you're so free, then run 5 laps around the field to warm up. Ah. Everyone's face turned bitter. If they had to run 5 laps at the beginning, how were they going to pass the afternoon? What are you yelling for? Run. Ducci said coldly, showing no mercy. When everyone saw the instructor's expression, their hearts skipped a beat. How would they dare to bargain? They immediately ran around the field. It was the same for the other classes. For a moment, there was a group of sweaty, hot-blooded youths on the field. Youth. At 6 o'clock, the freshmen dragged their tired bodies into the cafeteria like zombies with numb faces, as if they had been treated inhumanely. Hiss, my leg, the instructor is too cruel. Just bear with it. Don't tell me you want to go against the instructor? I think there are blisters on my feet. I heard that sanitary pads are quite useful. Let's go buy a few packets to try. Let's go together. A few freshmen were in the middle of a discussion when they suddenly saw a person walk past them. That relaxed posture and casual pace really made them want to beat him up. Wang Ting. Sigh, a martial artist's physique is much better than ours. This little amount of military training has no effect on him. Ho Pingliang and the others beside Wang Ting were also envious. Big brother Tang, you're too happy. We're tired to death, but you're fine, Ho Pingliang said. This is the difference between a martial artist and a martial artist. The instructor's training is completely targeted at martial artists. Naturally, it has no effect on martial artists, Lu Shu said as he pushed up his glasses. But in the end, the military training is just to cultivate the discipline of the freshmen. Cultivation is secondary. The real cultivation will only begin after the military training, Song Shuheng said. As long as we use scientific methods to train, the military training is a piece of cake, Bailey Qingfeng said with a calm face. Speaking of which, Qingfeng, is your method really useful? I think I saw your legs trembling just now, Lu Shu suddenly said. Bailey Qingfeng was speechless. King hell, don't expose me, brother, Wang Ting shook his head with a smile. This military training was really just a formality for him. It wasn't difficult at all. The few of them got their food and sat around the table, wolfing it down. They weren't the only ones like this. The other freshmen were the same. After the whole afternoon of training, everyone was already tired and hungry. The best thing to do now was to eat. Eat as much as they could to make up for the energy they consumed. Only then would they have the strength to continue training tomorrow. While Wang Ting and his teammates were eating, a figure walked over and sat down beside them. He smiled and said, Junior Wang Ting, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Kuan, a sophomore. After the military training tonight, let's have a match in the martial arts arena. How about it? Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. He swallowed the meat in his mouth and nodded, oh, sure. Just prepare the credits. Zhou Kuan's face twitched. This tone was really asking for a beating. It was as if he would definitely lose. However, he didn't say much. He just nodded and said, no problem. Then I won't disturb your meal. I'll wait for you at the martial arts arena tonight. This person was quite straightforward. After deciding on the matter, he didn't delay and immediately got up to leave. This senior seems to be more difficult to deal with than Wei Hua at noon. Brother Tong, are you confident? Lu Shu asked. I'll try my best. Wang Ting didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say that he could defeat him in one move. But Lu Shu, how did you know that this senior is more difficult to deal with? Song Shuheng asked. If he's not more difficult to deal with, then did he specially come here to give us credits? Lu Shu looked at Song Shuheng in surprise, as if to ask why he would ask such a stupid question. Wang Ting and Bailey Qingfeng also looked at him. Their gazes were as if they were looking at an idiot. Song Shuheng felt his face burning. He almost covered his face and ran away. Lu Shu, you're too vicious, I'm at odds with you. Song Shuheng glared at Lu Shu fiercely. After the meal, the freshmen gathered again. There were other activities and training at night. However, the intensity wasn't as high as during the day. Most of them were marching and practicing their formation. After that, they would find a shade under a tree and sing military songs to see who had the loudest voice. After the military training ended, everyone gathered at the field. The news of Wang Ting and the second-year student Zhou Kuan's martial arts battle had somehow spread again. Although everyone was tired after a day of training, they were all excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Who do you think will win this martial arts battle? I think the second-year senior will definitely win. In the battle at noon, Wang Ting's strength has probably been figured out. Tonight, this senior must be competent to fight. It's indeed a little difficult, but I still hope that Wang Ting can win. That's right, that's right. It's not easy for us freshmen to find someone who can compete with a second-year student. If he can endure a few more battles, we'll be proud of ourselves. Sogu's reading website, the freshmen present were even more excited than Wang Ting. They cared more about winning or losing than him. More than half of the freshmen even supported him. Wang Ting was a little surprised by this scene. He walked closer and saw Yang Lin and Chen Su, the two seniors of the martial arts club, standing at the side and smiling at him. Junior Wang Ting, you don't mind if the two of us serve as the referee again, right? Chen Su smiled. Of course I don't mind. I'll have to trouble the two seniors again. Wang Ting was a little surprised, but he still nodded. The three of them chatted for a while before Wang Ting walked up to the ring. Zhou Kuan on the opposite side smiled and said, Junior Wang Ting has a lot of face to be able to invite two seniors of the martial arts club. If I said they came by themselves, would you believe me? Wang Ting said. That shows that you have great potential. Zhou Kuan was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, to be honest, I kind of regret challenging you. If I took your military rank, we would definitely have a grudge. For me, it's equivalent to having one more enemy with great potential. In the end, you still came. Wang Ting said. Yeah. Since I started practicing martial arts, someone told me that martial arts must be fought. If you don't fight, it's hard to achieve anything. Zhou Kuan sighed. So don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Wang Ting said indifferently. Zhou Kuan was stunned again and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect you to see it so clearly. Then let's start. As he spoke, his temperament had changed. The smile on his face completely disappeared. It was as if he had turned from a docile cat into a fierce tiger that chose to devour people. He was fierce, brave, and even bloodthirsty. This aura, Wang Ting looked at the young man opposite him who was exuding a terrifying aura. His eyes narrowed slightly. This was an aura that could only be possessed by someone who had killed and experienced many battles. Wang Ting was very familiar with it. Zhou Kuan lowered his body slightly and wore a pair of boxing gloves on his hands. He was ready to attack at any time. Wang Ting took out a pair of boxing gloves from his trouser pocket and put them on. Everyone. He thought he would take out the gold brick from before, but he didn't expect it to be a boxing glove this time. But what was going on with his trouser pocket? How could such a big thing fit inside? This wasn't in the way of martial arts. Wang Ting didn't care about the ridicule in the hearts of the people below. His eyes were slightly serious. No matter how weak his opponent was, he would still give them respect. Even if he didn't go all out, he could at least give his opponent a decent fight. The battle was about to begin. Zhou Kuan saw that Wang Ting had also taken out a pair of boxing gloves and put them on. His eyes could not help but narrow. You're also using your fists? Interesting. Both sides didn't say much. The atmosphere froze in an instant. The voices below couldn't help but disappear. In the next moment, the two of them moved. Their speed exploded as they charged towards each other. Bang, the two pairs of fists bombarded each other. Origin power erupted at the center of the collision, and the rolling shockwaves caused their clothes to flutter. Neither of them took a step back and continued to exchange blows. Very strong. Zhou Kuan's expression was solemn. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Wang Ting's strength was beyond his expectations. He had observed the battle between Wang Ting and Wei Hua in the afternoon. Wang Ting shouldn't be this strong. Could it be he was hiding his strength? Hey, when you're fighting me, it's best not to be distracted, Wang Ting said indifferently as he knocked Zhou Kuan back with a punch. He only used strength equal to Zhou Kuan's, and even suppressed his battle experience a little. Otherwise, Zhou Kuan would have been defeated in a few moves. Even so, if Zhou Kuan was distracted, he could almost instantly seize the opportunity to defeat him. But if that was the case, wouldn't his plan be ruined? He couldn't appear too strong. What a headache! Zhou Kuan didn't say anything, but he became extremely serious. His full strength exploded, and his fist blasted towards Wang Ting with a sonic boom. Every punch landed on flesh. Back and forth, such a valiant battle stunned the onlookers below. So strong. The freshmen opened their mouths wide. Some of the freshmen who were originally unconvinced and thought that they could quickly catch up with Wang Ting as long as they advanced to martial artists suddenly felt a little dejected. Could they really catch up with such strength? Some people couldn't help but doubt themselves. Boom, the battle was coming to an end. Zhou Kuan was panting, and Wang Ting, could also be panting. The two looked at each other, full of fighting spirit, and then collided again. Wang Ting felt that it was about time. He seized an opening and appeared behind Zhou Kuan in a flash. Before Zhou Kuan could react, he took out a brick from his trouser pocket and smashed it towards the back of Zhou Kuan's head. I'll also bestow you with a horn. Zhou Kuan heard this sentence before he lost consciousness. In an instant, the scene of Wei Hua falling in the arena at noon flashed through his mind, as well as the big bump on his head. *CK Your mother, didn't you say that you would talk with your fists? Why did you secretly take out a brick? Phew. I won again. Wang Ting looked very tired. He put the brick back into his pocket and silently picked up the attribute bubbles that dropped beside him. Spirit *12, Wood Force *16, Intermediate Wood Talent *5, Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Good stuff, Intermediate Wood Talent. He now had the talent of wood, water, and fire. Wood talent was one of the talents that he lacked. He didn't expect to have such a pleasant surprise this time. But this time only the spirit attribute dropped. There was no comprehension attribute. Spirit, spiritual realm, 7 out of 100, finally, wood force, 72 out of 1000, 3 stars. His wood force had also reached 3 stars and was now heading towards 4 stars. The attributes dropped by each challenger might not be much compared to the 1000 points that he gained after advancing, but many little drops make a mickle. At most, it would be a little troublesome. Moreover, the most important reward from these students' challenges was their talent. As expected, it should be smashed in the head, Wang Ting was thinking happily when Chen Su and Yang Lin walked up. After checking Zhou Kuan's injuries, they judged Wang Ting to be the winner. But when they saw the big bump on Zhou Kuan's head, they were speechless. Junior Wang Ting, we're all classmates. Can you not hit the head next time? Yang Lin couldn't help but say. Senior sister, would you believe me if I said that I didn't do it on purpose? I just hit it in passing. Wang Ting coughed. Like hell I'll believe you. Yang Lin was going crazy in her heart, but she could only say helplessly, then please control yourself next time. Of course. Wang Ting promised. He felt that if he said no, this senior sister in front of him might explode on the spot. It was a little scary just thinking about it. Speaking of which, Junior Wang Ting is really impressive. Not only is his palm technique amazing, even his fist technique is so powerful. Chen Su praised. Senior, you flatter me. I was just lucky, Wang Ting said modestly. Senior Zhou Kuan is really strong. I almost lost again. For some reason, everyone felt that this sentence was a little familiar. It seemed that Wang Ting also said this at noon. Sogu's reading website, Wang Ting won again. Yeah. Although it was a narrow victory, he's really strong. He deserves to be the #1 freshman. The freshmen were amazed. Wang Ting had defeated 2 sophomores in a row and was in the limelight for a while. Junior Wang Ting, Are you interested in joining our martial arts club? Chensu asked Wang Ting in the arena. You want me to join the martial arts club? Wang Ting was slightly stunned and looked at Chensu in surprise. That's right. Why else do you think we're here to be your judges? We're here to test your strength and character, Yang Lin said from the side. I thought the martial arts club would be wherever there's a fight, Wang Ting said. Yang Lin and Chensu were speechless. What did Wang Ting think the martial arts club was? A manager of a market? Wherever there was a dispute, it would be there. No, they had to correct this kid's misconception of the martial arts club. The martial arts club was such a high and mighty existence. How could they be belittled by others? Not even thinking about it. Ahem. Chensu coughed dryly and said, Junior Wang Ting, you might have misunderstood. The martial arts club is the largest student club in the school. The members of the club are all outstanding students in the school. We have the responsibility to help the school manage the internal discipline of the school. Then, isn't it the same? Wang Ting hesitated. Chensu and Yang Lin suddenly felt a headache and the veins on their foreheads popped out. Yang Lin took a deep breath and said, the responsibility of the martial arts club includes maintaining the order of fights and preventing forced or unfair actions. However, the martial arts club's responsibility and power are not limited to that. The martial arts club is the largest club in Huanghai Military Academy. There are many experts and even many outstanding alumni who graduated from the martial arts club. Our existence is also a check and balance. Wang Ting was deep in thought. It seemed that the martial arts club was not as simple as an ordinary student club. He could not help but have a new understanding of the martial arts club. Seeing that he seemed to have understood, Chensu smiled and said, the two of us are in charge of this year's newcomers, and the first person we came to was you. If you agree, we'll pass your information to the president and vice presidents. They'll make the final decision, but it shouldn't be a problem, Yang Lin said. If I join your martial arts club, what duties do I have to perform? At the same time, what benefits can I enjoy? Wang Ting's heart moved, and he asked. Their duties are nothing more than assisting the teacher to deal with some student disputes or taking charge of matters such as martial arts. As for the benefits, first of all, there are various benefits. Every member of the martial arts club can receive 5 credits every month. 5 credits were equivalent to 50,000 yuan in the outside world. If he used it sparingly, it was enough to satisfy his daily cultivation. Also, there are some hidden benefits. For example, there are a few 4-star soldier-level martial warriors in the club. You can go out and say that you are a member of a martial arts club. Let's see who dares to offend you, Chensu explained. Wang Ting had almost made up his mind. Joining the martial arts club might be troublesome, but the benefits would definitely outweigh the troubles. I'll join, he said without any hesitation. Very good. After I'm done with the examination of the other freshmen, I'll submit your information together. I believe the results will be out soon, Chensu said with a smile. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. We'll take care of things here. Yang Lin's attitude became friendlier when she saw that Wang Ting had agreed to join the martial arts club. Okay, Wang Ting didn't stand on ceremony. He nodded and walked down the arena. He walked towards the dormitory area. Damn. What did I just hear? Wang Ting has been recruited by the martial arts club. I'm so envious. I've heard that the martial arts club in Huanghai Military Academy is the top club in the school. Also, the benefits are very good. I want to join too. Forget it. You want to join the martial arts club with a loser like you? The crowd went into an uproar when they saw Wang Ting leaving. Many freshmen wanted to join the martial arts club, but they didn't have any connections. They could only wait for the martial arts club to come to them for an examination and be invited to join. In the end, Wang Ting was lucky. He had just entered the school and the martial arts club had already taken the initiative to invite him. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Wang Ting, Ho Pingliang, and the others were on their way back to the dormitory. Along the way, Ho Pingliang and the others didn't stop talking. Brother Teng, you've defeated another second-year senior and joined the martial arts club. You've got double happiness. Treat us. That's right. You have to treat us this time, Song Shuheng said. Not only that, but we have to go to the second floor of the cafeteria, Bailey Qingfeng agreed. Damn, so ruthless? But I like it. Lu Shu pushed up his glasses. A white light flashed across the lenses, making it hard for others to look at him directly. That's enough, you guys. I just got 200 credits and you're already trying to rip me off. Wang Ting was speechless. Hee, rip off the rich. Rip off the rich. They shouted excitedly. When Wang Ting returned to the dormitory, he sat cross-legged on his bed and started cultivating. He had just obtained an intermediate wood talent today, so he wanted to test its effects. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the wood origin power between heaven and earth. A large amount of green particles immediately surged around his body. These particles were full of vitality and were very active. The potted plant in the room was affected by the green particles. Its branches and leaves became even greener, and it even sprouted new shoots. It was extremely magical. The effects are not bad. It's a pity that I don't have a wood elemental cultivation technique, so the absorption efficiency is very low. Wang Ting opened his eyes and shook his head. With a thought, the wood origin power in his source core surged out and gathered in his palm, slowly forming a green ball. Then, he approached the potted plant. The newly sprouted shoot grew rapidly and soon grew into a new branch. This wood origin power has another use. If combined with some special cultivation techniques, it won't be as simple as growing ordinary plants. It can even grow spiritual herbs, Wang Ting thought to himself. The value of spiritual herbs was relatively high, especially some precious ones that could only be found by chance. Some spiritual pills with unique effects required all kinds of precious spiritual herbs to refine. The reason why these spiritual pills were so rare was that they couldn't be found. If he could speed up the growth of those rare spiritual herbs, then, just thinking about it made the corners of Wang Ting's mouth curl up. It was all money. At noon the next day, after the military training, Wang Ting still brought Ho Pingliang and the others to the second floor of the cafeteria. A real man was just treating others to a meal. What was there to be afraid of, however, when Wang Ting saw the menu, he almost fell down. This was king robbery. Braised lion's head in brown sauce, 2 credits braised prawns in oil, 3 credits braised pork ribs in brown sauce, 3 credits shredded pork with garlic sauce, 2 credits, these few credits were all in the tens of thousands. I'm not going to eat this meal. The food on the second floor of the cafeteria was too expensive. Wang Ting wanted to slip away, but Ho Pingliang and the others were looking at him pitifully. Sigh, I'm too soft-hearted, since we're classmates, let's eat. This is the first time, and also the last time, don't expect me to treat you again in the future. Ho Pingliang and the others knew their limits. They ordered 3 to 4 dishes, and then a wooden bucket of rice. The wooden bucket of rice was cooked with spirit rice. If it was eaten daily, it would be of great help to a martial artist's cultivation. Even so, he still spent 10 credits for a meal, which was equivalent to 100,000 yuan. Not long after, the cafeteria's spirit chef finished cooking and served the dishes. Wang Ting watched Ho Pingliang and the others wolfing down the food, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He immediately joined the group. Since I'm treating, I'll make a profit even if I eat more. Thus, in the corner of the cafeteria's second floor, a jaw-dropping scene took place. There were many seniors on the second floor. When they saw them like this, they all revealed a look of disdain. Shameful, too shameful, they must be freshmen and have never seen the world. In the next few days, Wang Ting had military training every day, dripping sweat and youth. At the same time, he also had to deal with the challengers who came to his door from time to time. Although Wang Ting defeated 2 second-year seniors, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the school. There were many who believed that they were stronger than Wei Hua and Zhou Kuan. They all thought that they had figured out Wang Ting's strength and were full of confidence every time. In the end, Dream, this slut, looked voluptuous, but was very skinny to the touch. It was all a lie. Wang Ting's strength refreshed everyone's understanding again and again. He accepted challenges again and again, and then won by a narrow margin again and again. On the 10th night of the military training, Wang Ting once again defeated a second-year senior, leaving behind a legend. Wang Ting won again. The freshmen were already numb. After winning so many times, it seemed to have become a matter of course. Many people gave Wang Ting a nickname, Invincible Wang. Of course, it was mostly a joke. However, this title made many people unhappy. The word invincible had a very important meaning to martial artists. Until now, no one dared to call themselves invincible. Even a general-level martial warrior didn't dare to do so. Wang Ting was just a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. How could he be shameless enough to call himself invincible? Fortunately, a true expert would not find trouble with Wang Ting because of this joke. Moreover, Wang Ting didn't just have this nickname. He also had other nicknames, such as the Lofty King who bestows you horns, the Black Heart King who specializes in playing games, and so on. When these nicknames were spread, even if some people were unhappy, they couldn't hold on to the nickname of Invincible Wang anymore. On the other hand, Wang Ting was very satisfied with the nickname Invincible Wang. He felt that this nickname was worthy of him. Invincible King, not bad. That's right, one day, I, Wang Ting, will be invincible. Of course, after experiencing another narrow victory, everyone finally realized that something was amiss. Wang Ting was pretending to be weak to take advantage of the situation. A freshman had beaten up almost all the second-year students who could fight. Who would believe that he wasn't pretending to be weak? Wei Hua and Zhou Kun were the first to challenge Wang Ting. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. This fellow was too deceitful. He was so black-hearted that he didn't seem like a freshman. At that moment, Wang Ting clutched his chest. His face was pale as he looked at the young man who had collapsed at his feet. He muttered to himself, "This senior is so powerful. Hey, stop pretending. Everyone knows that you're pretending to be weak. There's no point in continuing this act." Yang Lin and Chen Su were speechless. His expression was really asking for a beating. They really wanted to beat him up. "Why don't you guys believe me? I tried my best and almost lost." Wang Ting pretended to be hurt. **T, let's go. I don't want to see this idiot anymore." Yang Lin pulled Chen Su and quickly left the scene. Sigh, outstanding people are never understood. Life is really lonely. Wang Ting walked to the edge of the ring and sighed softly. The crowd below was speechless. Shameless, they had never seen such a shameless person. Although everyone knew that he was pretending, Wang Ting always looked like he was half dead after every fight. As the saying goes, fake and real and fake, it made people unable to figure him out. They didn't know if this was his bottom line. As a result, many people were even more afraid. They didn't feel confident and didn't dare to challenge him. Wang Ting was peaceful for 3 days. Just when he thought that no one would come to challenge him again, an unexpected but reasonable name appeared in front of him. Letter of challenge, Shuatai. A letter of challenge from Shuatai. Wang Ting had heard of Shuatai's name when school started. The room he was staying in was originally Shuatai's residence. Wang Ting replaced Shuatai, so he more or less formed a grudge with him. At first, he thought that Shuatai would be the first one to find trouble with him. He didn't expect him to wait until now to make a move. Tomorrow noon, Wang Ting muttered to himself. Shuatai jumped out at this time. Does he have full confidence? Full confidence? Hee. The creepy laughter echoed in room 1 of the 3rd zone. In the past few days, Wang Ting defeated more than 10 challengers. Many of them were outstanding second-year students. Naturally, they weren't weak. Wang Ting obtained a large number of attribute bubbles from them. The 5 elements of the force all increased. Wang Ting's ability was steadily advancing towards the 4-star soldier level. Also, his spirit and comprehension increased by a lot. Comprehension, spiritual realm, 28 out of 100, spirit, spiritual realm, 17 out of 100, Wang Ting couldn't help but feel emotional. These challengers were all good people. They gave him all kinds of attribute bubbles and helped him improve. If it was possible, he would invite more challenges. At the same time, in the room, a few second-year students gathered together. The computer screen in front of them was playing the videos of Wang Ting's battles. It was obvious that someone had recorded Wang Ting's battles over the past few days. Right now, they were studying them. After they finished watching more than 10 videos, all of them had serious expressions and were silent. After a while, a young man with long and narrow eyes suddenly said, "He does have some skills. No wonder he can beat up all of you second-year students." Shuatai, don't be sarcastic. This fellow is a little strange. His ability isn't just what it looks like, the other people said with ugly expressions. No matter how strong he is, he won't exceed the 1-star soldier level. I will definitely defeat him, Shuatai said coldly with a smile. You're really confident? If even you are defeated, then there will be no one else who can contend against him. At that time, our reputation will be completely swept to the ground. A young man said. Just watch. Shuatai didn't say much. He was calm and confident. Sogu's website, who was Shuatai, among the second-year students, Shuatai was very famous. Last year, when he entered the school as a freshman, he became a martial artist from an advanced martial disciple in just 3 months. He became the first among the freshmen last year. After that, many students became martial artists one after another. Naturally, they were not willing to be below him. What if they were not convinced? Then they would fight. Challenges came one after another, but Shuatai remained undefeated. This was similar to Wang Ting. Throughout the first year, Shuatai maintained his leading position. He was the leader of this batch of second-year students. If there were no accidents, he would maintain this lead until he graduated. When that time came, Shuatai would be the first among his cohort. He would graduate from Huanghai Military Academy with this identity and enter the battlefield or some important department to hold important positions. His future would be limitless. Therefore, he would not allow any mistakes to happen during this period. However, no one expected Wang Ting to appear in this batch of freshmen. He was the most unexpected of all. First, a freshman took over his dormitory, 3rd District No. 1. This already made him alarmed. He felt that he could not keep his position anymore. Then, Wang Ting defeated more than 10 second-year students, many of whom were outstanding. Although those people were defeated by him, things were different now. Wang Ting was only a freshman, but he did what he could only do after half a year of entering the school. With this comparison, his excellence points plummeted once again. He could not even be compared to a freshman. How could he be called the first among the second-year students? He was no longer comparable to Wang Ting in the hearts of the instructors and the dean. However, Shuatai was not someone who would admit defeat easily. He wanted to prove to everyone that he could defeat Wang Ting, the first among the freshmen. The first among the freshmen and the second among the second-year students collided. The news spread like wildfire. The atmosphere was brewing. On the school road, in the cafeteria, everyone was talking about this. It was like a storm had swept through the entire school. The Martial Arts Society. The Martial Arts Society occupied an entire building. It had a complete set of facilities, including a training ground, an office, and a rest area. This place completely belonged to the Martial Arts Society. The building had a total of 5 floors. At this time, in a conference room on the top floor, several young figures gathered together. "I say, old Zhuang, why did you gather all of us here for no reason?" One of the rough-looking young men asked casually. "That's right. If you have the time, why don't you go and do a few more missions?" Another pretty girl with a murderous look on her face said. "That's enough. You two should stop talking. Since old Zhuang called us over, he must have something to say." A young man wearing glasses who looked like a gentleman said. "TSK, this fellow just likes to follow behind old Zhuang and lick his butt," Qingwu, who had a rough face, said with disdain. "Pooh." Everyone present tried their best to hold back their laughter, but there were still some who couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fan Bowen, who was wearing glasses, immediately frowned. His expression didn't look too good. Even though he knew that Qingwu was a hooligan who spoke without thinking, he couldn't help but feel angry when he heard what Qingwu said. This bastard's mouth was too mean. The young man sitting at the head of the table had his eyes closed. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Qingwu indifferently. Qingwu couldn't help but shrink his neck. "Qingwu, if you can't shut your mouth, I'll drag you to the combat room to train." I think Qingwu has forgotten his previous lesson. He's itching for a beating again. Everyone couldn't help but tease him. Damn it, you guys are the ones itching for a beating. Your entire family is itching for a beating. Xingwu immediately exploded when he heard that. However, the next moment, he looked at Zhuanghe guiltily, scratched his head, and said, "Old Zhuang, I'm just joking. I'm just trying to liven up the atmosphere. There won't be a next time. Didn't you gather all of us here today because you have something to say? Say it, say it. Xingwu, aren't you very strong-willed? Why are you scared now?" The girl who spoke previously teased him. Bullsh*T, I'm just following my heart. Do you understand what it means to follow your heart? Xingwu spouted nonsense without even blushing. Cough, cough. Seeing that there was no end to their banter, Zhuanghe, who was sitting at the head of the table, coughed. Hey, old Zhuang, you're coughing. Your body seems to be a little weak. Why don't you train your body with me? You can have a body full of muscles. Xingwu did a bodybuilding pose and raised his eyebrows at Zhuanghe. Despicable, damn, he's too despicable. When everyone saw Xingwu's expression, they had goosebumps all over their bodies. If they could, they really wanted to press his stinky face to the ground and rub it against him. Xingwu, after the meeting is over, you can stay behind. It seems that I haven't taught you a lesson for a long time. You even dare to climb over my head and dance around, Zhuanghe said indifferently. Xingwu regretted his words the moment he finished speaking. He just couldn't control his mouth. When he heard Zhuanghe asking him to stay behind, his heart skipped a beat. He felt his scalp go numb, and his eyelids twitched. He slapped his mouth hard and hurriedly said, Don't. Boss Zhuang, big brother Zhuang, you know that I can't control my mouth. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me, hee. Zhuanghe replied with a hee and ignored him. He looked around and said, I called all of you here to take a look at the freshman recruitment list that Chen Su and Yang Lin sent back. Let's all make a decision together. As he spoke, he raised his chin at Chen Su and Yang Lin. Chen Su distributed the photocopied name list to each of them. Everyone could not help but quiet down and read it seriously. Zhuanghe was not in a hurry. He sat quietly in his seat and rested his elbow on the armrest. He rested his chin on the back of his hand and casually waited for everyone to finish reading. More than 10 minutes later, everyone put down the freshman information in their hands. These freshmen have pretty good aptitude, Fan Bowen said first. These are all students with good potential. There are also some that we're not sure about. We'll continue to examine them later, Chen Su said. Our martial arts club has to consider many aspects when recruiting new members. We can't be careless. The two of you are very wrong. Zhuanghe nodded and said. But speaking of which, is this number 1 freshman really that incredible? Xingwu pointed at the first page of the information. It was Wang Ting's information. He has already defeated 16 second-year students. Next, he'll have to fight the number 1 second-year student, Shuatai. With this strength, I think it's enough for him to join our martial arts club. There's no reason for us to reject this freshman with the most potential, Yang Lin said. Look at how anxious you are. I didn't say that I won't accept him. It's just that this is the first time I've seen such a fierce freshman. I'm just a little curious. Xingwu shrugged. I've heard about this freshman recently. I'm also curious. Isn't he going to fight Shuatai? Let's go and take a look. Xiaoqiu, who was the girl with the ferocious look, said. Count me in. Xingwu immediately smiled. Then let's go and take a look. He's just a freshman. What's there to see? Why don't we go and do missions? That Shuatai is just looking for trouble. Isn't he ashamed to fight a freshman? No matter who wins or loses, he'll be the one losing face. You can't say that. Almost all the second-year students have been defeated. If Shuatai doesn't fight, others will think that he's afraid of Wang Ting. This will damage his reputation even more. At the end of the day, those second-year students couldn't resist the temptation of the military rank and attacked the freshmen. That's why things ended up like this. In the end, they can't even clean up after themselves, Xiaoqiu said in disdain. Don't talk about them. If I'm a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior, I won't be able to resist the urge to fight either. Qingwu said. The president has dug a bottomless pit for those sophomores. Haha, maybe even the president himself didn't expect things to end up like this. At the same time, a similar discussion was happening in the academic affairs office. Tong Hu, Su Jing, and the other deans of the 5 colleges, as well as the first-year instructors of the various colleges, were all present. They were shocked by Wang Ting's performance during this period of time. There had never been such an outstanding freshman who could defeat the second-year students to the point where they couldn't even retaliate. Shuatai is the second-year valedictorian of our Xianxia College. Last year, he was far ahead of the other students. It seems that Wang Ting's appearance is quite a threat to him, an instructor from Xianxia College said. You guys should be content. That Wang Ting is also from Xianxia College. You guys should be happy that a freshman with such great potential entered your Xianxia College, an instructor from the Command College said with jealousy. That's why I feel that it's a pity. When 2 tigers fight, one of them will definitely be injured. The instructor from Xianxia College sighed. If Shuatai loses, it might be a bigger blow to him, an instructor from the Alchemy College said. I don't think so. I think Wang Ting has reached this point. It's impossible for him to defeat Shuatai, an instructor from the Blacksmith College said. It's hard to say. Tong Hu, the dean of Xianxia College, suddenly said. His eyes flashed and the corner of his mouth hooked up into an interested arc. This Wang Ting is really good at hiding. Even the president didn't know about him. The dean of the Command College, Su Jing, laughed. Then, he shook his head regretfully. If it were up to me, such a good seedling should enter my Command College. Look at how he threw so many people around. It shows that he has a lot of strategy and wisdom in his hands. He fits our Command College so well. As he said that, he couldn't help but sigh. His face revealed the bitterness of losing a talent. What strategy and wisdom in his hands? You're talking about black-bellied. The other deans from the other 4 colleges suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, I like this kid more and more. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. Only by living long can one go further and become stronger. He should enter my Xianxia College. Tong Hu laughed loudly. His voice was deafening and filled with pride. The next day, around 9 a.m. The freshmen had just finished a round of training and were resting on the field. Wang Ting was surrounded by a group of students. Everyone was chatting casually. Brother Teng, are you confident about the martial arts battle in the afternoon? Ho Pingliang couldn't help but ask. It's not about whether I'm confident or not. I almost defeated the second-year students. If I don't defeat their last hope, they won't give up, Wang Ting said casually. You're right. Ho Pingliang realized that he didn't know what to say. Many people say that Shuatai is very strong. Ever since he became a martial artist, he hasn't tasted defeat. Brother Teng, your martial arts battle with him might be very troublesome, Lu Shu said. Whether it's troublesome or not, we'll only know after we fight. There's no use thinking about it. We'll know when the time comes. Wang Ting lay down on the grass and looked up at the sky. He felt a little helpless. Ever since he entered Huanghai Military Academy, he had been led by the nose. It was quite depressing to think about it. Do you really think that I'm a pushover? I don't care if you're the president or not. If you annoy me, I'll flip the table you set up. Wang Ting thought to himself angrily. All of this was a trap that the president, Ping Yuanshan, had dug for him. Although he didn't know what Ping Yuanshan's intentions were, it still made him very unhappy. Time flew by. Soon, it was 12 a.m. The field was packed with people. This time, there were more people than before. Shuatai's reputation was too great. Many people thought highly of him. As for Wang Ting, the rising star, he was equally stunning. The battle between the two would definitely attract people's attention. Not only the second-year students, but many third-year and fourth-year seniors also came. Qingwu, Xiaoqiu, and the others from the martial arts club came to the field. The few of them occupied a corner of the spectator stand. From there, they could clearly see the situation in the martial arts arena. There were even a few instructors who were paying attention to this battle. They also came to the scene. It's Teacher Lu from the Xianxia College. He's here too. There's also Teacher Chen from the Command College and Teacher Lin from the Blacksmith College. Isn't that Shuo Tai's instructor? Which one? Which one? That one. He's wearing a white shirt. He seems to be in his early 40s. He seems to be Shuo Tai's instructor. I heard that he spent a lot of effort to nurture Shuo Tai since the beginning of the first year. He treated Shuo Tai as a great honor in his teaching career. While everyone was talking, they couldn't help but look at the middle-aged instructor who walked out from the crowd. There were 3 other instructors behind him. They seemed to have bad intentions. Why is Shuo Tai's instructor here? A first-year instructor frowned in the spectator stand. It seems that he cares a lot about this battle. Even so, it's not appropriate for him to be here as an instructor in a battle between students. Since he's here, there's no point in saying this. Shuo Tai is already here. Why isn't Wang Ting here yet? An impatient voice could be heard from the crowd. Could it be that he's afraid of the battle? Bull*T, don't talk nonsense if you don't know how to talk. You second-year students were almost beaten up by Wang Ting. Why would he be afraid of you? Are all first-year students so arrogant nowadays? Do you need your seniors to teach you how to behave? Do you think you can go to heaven just because you have Wang Ting? A second-year student frowned. He was angry and stared at the first-year student who had just spoken. You still don't allow others to speak? If you second-year students are so powerful, go look for Wang Ting. What's the point of talking tough with people like us who have yet to become martial artists? Even though the freshmen felt a little guilty, they still stood forward with their chests puffed out. Who's Afraid of Who? Sogu's website, the main characters had yet to arrive, but the freshmen and sophomores below had already started quarreling. They were at daggers drawn, as if they would start fighting in the next moment. Quiet down. Don't you know discipline? The instructors could not stand it any longer and scolded them. The students on both sides immediately cowered. The sophomores glared at the freshmen and turned to leave. What's there to be proud of? If Shuo Tai loses later, let's see if you can still be so confident. The freshmen were not to be outdone and muttered softly. Look, Wang Ting is here. Suddenly, someone yelled. Everyone turned to look and saw Wang Ting slowly walking over from afar. He was neither fast nor slow, making the others anxious for him. Why are you only here now? Our Shuo Tai has been waiting for half a day, a sophomore girl said indignantly. That's right, he has no sense of time at all, another sophomore girl also complained. This Shuo Tai was quite popular. Wang Ting could not help but feel a little surprised. Didn't you say 12 o'clock sharp? He looked at the watch on his wrist and said, there's still a minute to go. I'm already early. You. The girls were suddenly speechless. Seniors, please don't block me. Your idol Shuo Tai is still waiting for me, Wang Ting said. The sophomores seemed to have been seen through by Wang Ting. They were a little embarrassed and turned to look at Shuo Tai's expression. Sure enough, they saw him frown and seemed to be a little unhappy. They subconsciously moved aside. Wang Ting took the opportunity to pass through the group of girls. Along the way, no one stopped him and he walked to the front of the ring. Everyone looked at him, and the atmosphere was obviously tense. Wang Ting walked straight to the ring. He glanced around and saw Chen Su and Yang Lin standing at the edge of the ring. The two of them nodded at Wang Ting. Chen Su glanced at Shuo Tai and said, Wang Ting, today's battle is different from the previous ones. By issuing a letter of challenge, it means that life and death are not allowed. That's why I still want to ask, did you volunteer for this battle? Shuo Tai has already reached the peak of 1-star soldier level, and he is very strong. He is much stronger than the previous challengers. You have to think carefully about this challenge. You are a freshman, so you have the right to reject. If you choose to back out now, no one will stop you. Life and death are not forbidden. Wang Ting couldn't help but raise his head to look at Shuo Tai, but he saw that Shuo Tai's face was calm and indifferent, as if he didn't take this matter seriously at all. Wang Ting was the one who agreed to this battle. My student won't force him. The one who spoke was none other than Shuo Tai's instructor. Chen Su frowned as he looked at the middle-aged instructor below the arena and the instructors behind him. He felt that this was a little tricky. Seriously, why are these instructors getting involved in the sparring between students? Xianxia thought to himself with a headache. Instructor Chen didn't sound like he was threatening Zhuotai, but since an instructor spoke up and was obviously on Zhuotai's side, the meaning behind this was different. Wang Ting couldn't help but glance at the instructor. His face didn't reveal any expression. Just as Xianxia was in a dilemma, a calm voice came from the spectator stand. Instructor Chen, are you trying to interfere with the responsibilities of the martial arts society? When the voice was heard, the surroundings instantly became quiet. Zhuotai's instructor turned around and saw Zhuang He, who was sitting in the spectator stand with his legs crossed and a faint smile on his face. Qing Wu and the others beside him were also present. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Zhuang He, you're so arrogant. Someone behind Instructor Chen snorted softly, clearly displeased. I wouldn't dare to do that in front of you, but this is the rule. If you feel that it's inappropriate, you can talk to the school or the big shots who came out of the martial arts society. I think they will definitely give you a satisfactory answer, Zhuang He said calmly. The martial arts society was the top society in Huanghai Military Academy. Many students with great potential had joined it before. After those students graduated, most of them had amazing achievements. Many of them were the real big shots now. It could be said that the martial arts society was a community of interests. It acted as a link and connected the big shots from all walks of life. When needed, everyone was in the same camp. If it was within their capabilities, they would naturally contribute. Therefore, they couldn't allow anyone to break the rules of the martial arts society. Once there were no rules, the martial arts society would only exist in name. The instructors knew this as well. Going to talk to the big shots wasn't like holding a lantern in a latrine, it was looking for *T. Zhuang He smiled and didn't force them anymore. He said to Wang Ting, who was in the arena, Junior Wang Ting, have you thought about it carefully? Don't worry, no one will dare to force you. Thank you, Senior. Wang Ting knew that they had good intentions and nodded to express his gratitude. If you don't dare, then scram. Don't waste my time, Zhuotai said calmly. How dare you? Zhuotai, don't go too far. Xianxia expressed that he couldn't afford to offend the instructors. Could it be that he couldn't suppress a mere sophomore? Xianxia immediately shouted coldly. Senior, I'm also a member of the martial arts society. Aren't you being too biased toward him? Zhuotai looked at Xianxia without backing down. You know very well whether you're being biased or not. If it's a fair fight, I won't say anything, Xianxia said. Humph. It's useless to say anything more, Zhuotai snorted coldly and suddenly shouted at Wang Ting, Wang Ting, are you going to fight or not? Huh. Don't use this kind of childish provocation. It's useless, Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery and said, but since you want to fight, then let's fight. Wang Ting, have you thought it through? Yang Lin asked anxiously from the side. Zhuotai's previous fighting record was too shocking. To be honest, most of them felt that Wang Ting had no chance of winning this fight. Senior sister, senior brother, thank you for your concern. I've thought it through. Wang Ting smiled at Yang Lin and Xianxia. Xianxia and Yang Lin couldn't help but look at each other. They were in a public position and couldn't say anything. They sighed in their hearts and then said, fists and feet have no eyes, swords and sabers are merciless. You guys, take care of yourselves. As the two retreated, only Wang Ting and Zhuotai were left in the center of the arena. The atmosphere gradually became tense. So, issuing a challenge means that life and death are not allowed. I only found out today. Wang Ting looked at Zhuotai opposite him and said, Senior Zhuotai, I don't seem to have a big grudge against you. At most, it's just a dispute between students. As for a life and death fight? When those seniors challenged me, I could feel that they didn't have the intention to kill me. They only did it for the military rank. I thought that in the university, students sparred with each other like this. Only today did I realize how naive I was. Zhuotai's eyes were sharp as he coldly said, in a battle of martial arts, victory and defeat are decided, and life and death are decided. Wang Ting looked at his face and fell silent for a moment. Then, he shook his head and suddenly smiled. Okay, I understand. Sogu's reading website, in the arena. Wang Ting and Shuatai stood opposite each other. Shuatai held a combat sword in his hand. His aura was strong, and his eyes seemed to be shining with sword light. Wang Ting was barehanded. He stood on the spot casually, and there were flaws all over his body. "Why isn't Wang Ting using a weapon?" someone asked with a frown. "Where's his brick? Where's his boxing glove?" Everyone was confused. His opponent was obviously stronger. Why wasn't Wang Ting using a weapon? Many freshmen, in particular, were anxious for him. Chen Su looked at the two of them. Although he was also curious why Wang Ting didn't use a weapon, he seemed to be planning to do so. He felt helpless and shouted, "Begin!" Boom! Shuatai stomped on the ground and pounced on his prey like a lone wolf that had been waiting for a long time. He drew an extremely sharp golden sword light as soon as he attacked. Clang! The sword light pierced through the air and made an ear-piercing metallic sound. It slashed toward Wang Ting at a tricky angle. Boom! The sword hit Wang Ting's body directly. Everyone's expression changed drastically. He lost, in one hit? Everyone was in disbelief. "No, it's an afterimage," someone shouted. The Wang Ting that was penetrated gradually dissipated. It was just an afterimage. The real Wang Ting moved less than 2 steps away. When everyone noticed, he had turned into an afterimage and charged toward Shuatai again. He's so fast. This kind of body movement is beyond the scope of basic combat skills. What level has he cultivated his combat skills to? Nuance? Enlightenment? Is it possible that it's a force combat skill related to body movement? In the audience, Qing Wu and the others from the martial arts club were shocked. They felt that it was unbelievable. Shuatai's pupils contracted violently. He increased his speed and retreated immediately. At this moment, Wang Ting gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. However, he did not know that this was only the tip of the iceberg that Wang Ting had revealed. Wang Ting swung his fists, incorporating his basic combat technique into each of his attacks. His fists smashed towards Shuatai like a torrential storm. Clang! Shuatai held his sword horizontally to block the attack. But, he was pushed back by the tremendous force. His complexion changed again and again. How could he be so strong? His expression was extremely ugly, and he couldn't believe it. The surroundings immediately fell silent, and everyone was flabbergasted. This Wang Ting is unbelievably strong. The second-year student's face was pale, and his momentum was gone. Even Shuatai couldn't beat Wang Ting? Bastard! Shuatai's face was ashen, and his eyes were red with anger. He came aggressively, thinking that he could suppress Wang Ting and prove his status as the #1 student in the second year. But the result was, he was almost beaten up by Wang Ting to the point where he had no strength to fight back. How was this possible? Shuatai's heart was filled with hatred. His state of mind had already lost its balance, so he didn't want to hide it any longer. The origin power that had been firmly suppressed within his source core instantly erupted. Boom! His momentum kept rising. It was as if he had crossed a threshold. This is? In the spectator stands, the expressions of the people from the martial arts club and the first-year instructors changed slightly. Shuatai actually suppressed his level and broke through during the battle. Xianxia and the other first-year instructors were more knowledgeable than ordinary people. They immediately saw through Shuatai's plan. Is this where your confidence comes from? In my opinion, this is one of the possibilities. Wang Ting stopped. He didn't choose to make a move now. Instead, he watched as Shuatai broke through. In a short while, Shuatai completed the process of breaking through from the peak of 1-star soldier level to the 2-star soldier level. Actually, this process was very short. Ordinary martial artists might not be able to react in time, but Wang Ting was very confident that he could interrupt Shuatai's advancement process. It was just that he didn't do so. Wang Ting, I admit that you're very strong. But now, I'm already at the 2-star soldier level. How are you going to fight me? Shuatai's aura was still a little unstable, but he was proud of himself. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shuatai broke through. That's great. Our reputation as second-year students is finally saved. The second-year students were elated and cheered loudly. However, at this moment, Boom, another aura belonging to a 2-star soldier-level martial artist rose in the arena. It was even slightly stronger than Zhuotai's. That aura came from Wang Ting. Gah! The cheers stopped abruptly. The second-year students were like ducks whose necks were stuck. Their mouths were wide open, but they couldn't make a single sound. Zhuotai laughed and laughed. Suddenly, he couldn't laugh anymore. He choked on his laughter. It was as if he choked on his own laughter. Then, he couldn't help but cough. His entire face turned red. I'm sorry. I accidentally broke through too. Wang Ting said innocently. Since everyone has broken through, let's continue fighting. He didn't give Zhuotai any time to react. With a boom, he shot out like a cannonball and charged towards Zhuotai. Come on. Zhuotai's expression suddenly turned ferocious. He held his battle sword tightly. Force gathered on it and turned into a terrifyingly sharp sword gleam. I don't believe that my well-prepared breakthrough can't be compared to yours. He swung his sword. The golden sword gleam engulfed Wang Ting. Boom, in the end, it landed on the ground with a loud boom. Wide airwaves engulfed the entire arena. Even the people below the arena were blown back by the strong wind. The sword aura that leaked out cut their cheeks painfully. In the spectator stands, the members of the martial arts club and the first-year instructors all changed their expressions. They stood up abruptly. A prodigy with enormous potential was defeated just like that. The first-year students' faces turned pale. They were shocked by this powerful attack. Wang Ting still lost. Wang Ting, don't blame me. At this moment, Zhuotai calmed down. He said quietly, between you and me, it's not just a battle of pride. It's also a battle of martial arts. Your appearance didn't just take away the 3rd section number 1 dormitory. For an ordinary student like me, the school's resources are my everything. If I lose to you today, my resources will definitely be reduced. The resources that were originally enough for me to break through to the 4-star soldier level by the time I graduate might be reduced to less than half. By then, it will be difficult for me to even break through to the 3-star soldier level. My life will be limited to this. I won't allow this to happen. Zhuotai raised his head. He was about to enjoy this long-awaited feeling of victory. Swoosh, suddenly, a figure rushed out from the center of the airwaves. Wang Ting's expressionless face kept enlarging in his eyes. Boom, Zhuotai was stunned. His chest was hit by a huge force. The battle sword in his hand was also snatched away. His body couldn't help but fly backward. I don't care about resources. However, if you want to climb up by stepping on me, I'm sorry. I'll make you fall into a bottomless abyss. Oh, right. Your sword isn't sharp enough. Let me show you what a sword technique is. Wang Ting held Zhuotai's battle sword and said calmly. Show mercy. Instructor Chen shouted anxiously. Wang Ting ignored him. He stood at the same spot and casually swung his sword. A monster sword gleam shot out. You said that it's a battle of life and death, Sogu's website. When the sword slashed out, everyone's expression changed drastically. What a powerful sword aura. This Wang Ting is actually good at swordsmanship. He's going for the kill. Isn't he too ruthless? Haha, you're wrong. Since Zhuotai issued a challenge, it's not a simple battle to determine the victor. It's a battle to determine life and death. It's not ruthless. That's true. Zhuotai's instructor's expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but take a step forward. He knew very well that Zhuotai wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. However, the 3 instructors behind him pulled him back. Old Chen, you can't interfere. This is a taboo. Do you want to be suppressed? The instructors who were on good terms with Instructor Chen tried to persuade him anxiously. They were afraid that he would take things too hard. Boom, a loud explosion sounded from the arena. A figure fell down and staggered backward. It was Zhuotai. An aura surged from his body like a sharp sword. It collided with Wang Ting's sword and blocked it. He wasn't injured. This is? Everyone was stunned. Sword presence. The knowledgeable students immediately realized something and exclaimed. Zhuotai actually comprehended sword presence. The instructors were also very surprised. This Shuai was really talented. He actually comprehended sword presence. Ha ha ha. Shuai's instructor went from despair to shock, then to surprise. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good. 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 As expected of my disciple. In the spectator stands, the people from the martial arts club were also very surprised. Xianxia praised, what a good number one of the second year. He's indeed capable. However, Wang Ting is in danger now. Xiaoqiu smiled and said. They both just advanced to 2-star soldier level, but sword presence became the deciding factor of the final victor. There's a huge difference between them, Fan Bowen said. Ho Pingliang and the other students from Class 1 turned pale. They felt that Wang Ting had no chance of winning. The reversal was too fast. It was clearly a 100% win just now. How did it turn out like this in the blink of an eye? It's not too late to admit defeat. Lu Shu exhaled and said in a low voice. According to this situation, Shuai will definitely not show mercy. The only way is to admit defeat, Song Shuheng said with a grave expression. Unfortunately, they could not influence Wang Ting's decision. Outsiders were not allowed to interfere in a martial arts duel. Just now, Shuai's instructor had already crossed the line by shouting out loud. After the martial arts competition ended, there would definitely be people looking for him to speak up. In the arena, Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. Then, he sized up the sword aura emanating from Shuai's body with great interest. He muttered to himself in his heart, interesting. Shuai looked at Wang Ting, his gaze sharp as a sword, his aura soaring to the sky. Wang Ting, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to this extent. He suddenly shouted. I've learned a thing or two from that sword attack of yours. Now, I'll return the favor with a sword attack. As he said that, his gaze focused. He put his palms together, and the sword aura all over his body condensed into a point. His entire person seemed to have turned into a sharp longsword overflowing with battle intent, slashing towards Wang Ting. Sword aura. Wang Ting sighed in his heart. You've forced me to use my trump card again and again. The one who should be proud is you. As the words in his heart fell, a scorching and sharp aura also erupted from Wang Ting's body. Sword aura. It was also a sword aura, the battle sword in his hand swung out, and a crimson sword aura erupted. Boom, the crimson sword aura and the golden sword aura instantly collided in midair. Sword chi shot out in all directions, almost enveloping the entire arena. Although Wang Ting's sword aura was only half complete, it was much stronger than Shuai's. Shuai's sword aura was at most 1/3 of 10%, comprehending sword aura was not easy to begin with. Just a little bit was a huge gap. In an instant, the crimson sword aura engulfed the golden sword aura. No. Shuai's face was filled with disbelief and horror as he roared loudly. Boom. However, the sword aura did not slow down at all because of that. It completely drowned Shuai. Everyone was stunned, whether it was the instructors or the seniors in the martial arts club, they could not sit still at this moment. If Shuai's comprehension of sword aura only surprised them, then Wang Ting's comprehension of sword aura shocked everyone. Unbelievable, Wang Ting was only a freshman. Since the establishment of the martial arts academy in the country, there were only a few people who could do this. They were all geniuses. Today, they were already the best in the world. Could Wang Ting be compared to them? There was complete silence below the arena. The sword aura storm in the arena finally dissipated completely. Shuai lay on the ground, motionless and silent. Silence, the surroundings fell into a strange dead silence. Countless people gathered around the arena, but at this moment, it was so quiet that one could almost hear their own breathing. But soon, an uproar broke out. Shuai, lost. Wang Ting also comprehended sword aura. This is too scary. This kind of talent is too scary. What kind of monster did our school recruit? The students were flabbergasted. They couldn't be any more surprised. When they looked at Wang Ting, there was a hint of respect in their eyes. This Wang Ting is really unexpected. Qingwu from the martial arts club opened his mouth wide and only spat out a sentence after a long time. He's going to scare us to death. Xiaoqiu patted her chest and set off a storm. did you guys notice? He used the fire force just now. Xianxia took a deep breath and suddenly said. The few people were shocked. They were shocked by Wanting's sword aura just now. Now that Xianxia reminded them, they finally reacted. A dual elemental martial artist? That's right. He has been using the ice force all this time. Now it seems that he is hiding the fire force, and it is even stronger than the ice force. Xianxia smiled bitterly. This brat has hidden his strength too well. 2-star soldier-level martial artist, good at fists and palms, comprehended sword aura, and is even a dual elemental martial artist. Qingwu and the rest started counting with their fingers. Then, they looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. This brat is really a monster. The dean and the rest are probably going to be alarmed. Xianxia said slowly. Let them have a headache. This monster-level treasure will probably make Tiger Tong unable to sleep. Ha ha ha. Qingwu laughed out loud, taking pleasure in Tiger Tong's misfortune. Xianxia and the rest could not help but laugh too. Although it was a happy thing that such a prodigy was in Huanghai Military Academy, the higher-ups in the school would have to worry. The more potential a prodigy had, the more the opposing factions would target them. It would definitely be more difficult for Wanting to grow. Not only would the opposing factions appear, but the monsters hiding in the dark in the Xingwu continent would also appear and kill the prodigy from Earth in the cradle. This was what they had been doing all along. Both sides were like this. They appeared to be peaceful on the surface, but there were many dirty things going on in the dark. Since the development of martial arts, there had been many outstanding prodigies. However, why were there only a small number of truly powerful people? This was because many prodigies had already turned into a pile of soil. Sogu's reading website, the fight was over, but the crowd could not calm down. As for Zhuotai, the #1 sophomore, he was forgotten by everyone. After a while, the sophomores who supported Zhuotai came to their senses. They looked at Zhuotai, who was unconscious on the ground, anxiously. How is Zhuotai? He's not dead, is he? The winner has been decided. Get the medical staff to check on him. Qianxia shouted coldly, silence. No one dared to say anything. Considering the urgency of Zhuotai's situation, they immediately quieted down. Medical staff. Qianxia shouted at the medical staff who had been waiting for a long time. The medical staff immediately went forward to check on Zhuotai's injuries. After a while, the doctor shook his head and said regretfully, he's dead. This? Qianxia could not help but look at Wanting. This guy was really ruthless. The sophomores turned pale. Zhuotai, who they had placed all their hopes on, was not only defeated by Wanting, but also lost his life. All for this fight. A great genius did not die on the battlefield, but died in the school. It had to be said that this was a kind of irony. Was it worth it? No one could answer this question. Some people did regret it, but what was the use? He was already dead. It was futile to say anything more. There was an uproar around. The sophomores glared at Wanting. Zhuotai's instructor jumped into the ring and rushed to Zhuotai's side. Get out of my way. He emitted a force that pushed the medical staff away. They could not help but fall to the ground. The medical staff were angry but did not dare to say anything. They angrily retreated from the ring. Zhuotai's instructor personally checked on Zhuotai's injuries. As expected, there was nothing he could do. He suddenly raised his head and stared coldly at Wanting. You're good. Are you threatening me? Wanting suddenly laughed. He's not my only disciple. You killed Zhuotai today and made a mortal enemy of my sect. Someone will challenge you in the future, Qin Xiangming said coldly. Enough. Xianxia led the members of the martial arts club into the arena. He stared coldly at Qin Xiangming and said, Instructor Chen, you've gone too far. Martial Arts Society. Xianxia. Qin Xiangming gnashed his teeth and said angrily, do you really think I don't dare to touch you? You can try. Xianxia originally had a calm temperament, but at this moment, his face was filled with anger. He stared at Qin Xiangming, unwilling to be outdone. Qin Xiangming was fuming with anger. Although his words were tough, he would never dare to fight with the martial arts club. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat now. Otherwise, how would he have the face to teach students in school in the future? The few instructors who were with Chen Xiangming quickly stepped forward to be the peacemakers. Zhuanghe, Instructor Chen just loves his disciple. He doesn't want to be enemies with the martial arts society. Let's understand each other. Yes, yes. After all, Shuatai is Instructor Chen's beloved disciple. Now that he has been killed by Wang Teng, Instructor Chen must be upset. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his composure. Zhuanghe did not harp on it. He said calmly, "Of course, I can understand Instructor Chen's feelings. However, threatening a student in the martial arts arena like this is really difficult for the martial arts society. I hope you can be more careful in the future. We don't care about other things, but when the martial arts society maintains order, it's best for everyone to cooperate." He spoke calmly, but the domineering tone in his words was not concealed at all. Of course, of course. The instructors did not seem to feel anything about it. They nodded with a smile. Humph. Chen Xiangming snorted coldly. Without saying a word, he picked up Shuatai's body and walked straight down the arena. When he passed by Wang Teng, he glanced at him coldly. Instructor Chen, right? Wang Teng suddenly called out to him. Chen Xiangming stopped and looked sideways. You don't have to wait for your disciples to challenge me. After I find out more about your disciples, I will send them a challenge letter one by one. Wang Teng looked at him and smiled. I'm now a 2-star soldier level martial warrior. I will challenge your 2-star soldier level martial warrior first. When I reach 3-star, I will challenge your 3-star soldier level martial warrior. When I reach 4-star, I will continue to challenge your 4-star soldier level martial warrior until I kill all of them. There was a smile at the corner of Wang Teng's lips, but the words he spoke were icy cold. Arrogant. Chen Xiangming was furious. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not expect Wang Teng to say something like this. The people from the martial arts society were shocked by Wang Teng's words. Zhuanghe had just sent Chen Xiangming away, but now, Wang Teng threw a bomb at him. Did he think that the matter was not big enough? Whether I'm arrogant or not, you will know once you try. I never accept threats. I will kill anyone who threatens me, just like your disciple Shuatai. Look, he is a corpse now, Wang Teng said indifferently. Arrogant, too arrogant. A second-year student was filled with righteous indignation. If you are not convinced, please prepare your credits and continue to challenge me. As long as you are of the same level, I will not reject anyone. Wang Teng looked down at the second-year students and shouted. The second-year students' expressions kept changing, but they suddenly fell silent. Wang Teng smiled in disdain and said to Chen Xiangming, Instructor Chen, you are a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior, right? When I reach the 5-star soldier-level martial warrior, I will also challenge you and kill you. How dare you? Chen Xiangming shouted angrily. Do you really think that you are invincible? I don't know if I'm invincible or not, but I must challenge you, Wang Teng said. I can kill you now. Chen Xiangming suddenly calmed down and looked at him coldly. Wang Teng wasn't afraid at all. He even took a step forward and glared at him as he shouted at him. Come, do it. You. Chen Xiangming was so angry that his face turned red, but he didn't make a move. Chen Xiangming left just like that. His face was so dark that it looked like it was going to drip water. He wanted to kill Wang Teng on the spot, but he couldn't and didn't dare to. He was sure that if he killed Wang Teng one moment, he would be killed the next moment. He might even be suppressed by the other instructors before he could kill Wang Teng. They wouldn't just stand by and watch. If they couldn't kill Wang Teng, he would die first. It wouldn't be worth it. At this point, no one was a fool. Wang Teng dared to threaten him because of this. However, did he think that anyone outside the school would protect him? A cold glint flashed past Chen Xiangming's eyes. Wang Teng looked at Chen Xiangming's back view as he left. He knew that he had offended this person today, but if he had to do it again, he would still do the same thing. Since the other party had already threatened him, there was no room for negotiation. He might as well take the initiative. Moreover, he was a hacker and was already a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Would 5-star martial warrior be far away? Thinking of this, Wang Teng couldn't help but look at his attributes interface. He had already picked up the attribute bubbles that Zhuotai dropped just now. Sogu's website, Spirit *24, Comprehension *30, Intermediate Metal Talent *5, Metal Sword Force *8, Metal Force *25, these were the attribute bubbles that Zhuotai had dropped. Wang Ting had more or less figured out the pattern of the attribute bubbles dropping. Generally speaking, the number of attribute bubbles that would drop when someone was killed was undoubtedly the highest. If it was just training, sparring, or injuring the opponent, the number of attribute bubbles that would drop would be relatively lower. However, Wang Ting was not a homicidal maniac and could not kill people for no reason. Therefore, he could only rely on sparring to accumulate attribute bubbles. Other than that, the talent of the person who had dropped would also affect the number of attribute bubbles dropped. Those with better talents would definitely drop more. Take rich people for example. They had large amounts of money in their pockets. If they accidentally dropped it, it would naturally be a large amount of money. There were many good things in the attribute bubbles that Zhuotai had dropped. There was no need to talk about spirit, comprehension, and metal force. After picking up so many of these attribute bubbles, Wang Ting could now completely remain calm. He could shout out loudly, "I, Wang Ting, am no longer that ignorant country bumpkin." However, Wang Ting was pleasantly surprised by the last two attribute bubbles. Intermediate Metal Talent, Wang Ting's 5 elements originally only had fire, water, and earth talent. Not long ago, he had obtained wood talent. Now that he had metal talent, he could be considered to have all 5 elements. The most important thing was that all 5 elements' talents were intermediate. This was a little scary. Xianxia and the others were already shocked when they thought that Wang Ting was an ice and fire dual-element warrior. If they knew that not only did Wang Ting have ice talent, but he also had all 5 elements talents. He even had wind talent and poison talent, these 2 rare mutated talents, their jaws would probably drop. Not only them, but if the others knew about this, they would not be any better. Then there was Sword Force, Metal Sword Force. 8 points of Metal Sword presence wasn't a lot. It wasn't even 1/10 of the total, but it allowed Wang Ting to comprehend the Metal Sword presence immediately. Wang Ting had cultivated Sword Force before, so he knew that comprehending Sword Force was not an easy task. Otherwise, everyone would not have been so shocked when they saw Zhuotai comprehending Sword Force. However, now that Wang Ting had obtained Zhuotai's attribute bubbles, he had directly comprehended the sword force. 1 step to the stomach. Ah pui, 1 step to the heart, the battle had ended, and one side had died. Everyone on the field had their own thoughts, so they didn't stay any longer and left one after another. At this moment, Wang Ting had also returned to his dormitory. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes to comprehend the metal-type sword force. There seemed to be a terrifying golden sword light circulating in his mind. The sharpness of the sword cut through Wang Ting's consciousness, making him feel as if he was there. Who? Half an hour later, Wang Ting let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be an extremely sharp golden sword light flashing in his pupils, as if it was solid. Fire and metal. The fire sword force is scorching hot and fierce, while the metal sword force is extremely sharp, as if it can cut through anything. If I were to compare the two, the metal sword force is more focused on a focused attack. If Zhuotai had comprehended sword force to the same level, my fire sword force might not be able to suppress him. Wang Ting pondered to himself. Then, he smiled. However, I still won in the end. This metal sword force has been obtained by me. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Later on, I will slowly deepen my comprehension, and the metal sword force will naturally become stronger. The battle between Wang Ting and Zhuotai had come to an end. The battle between him and the second-year students could be considered to have come to an end for the time being. It wasn't that the second-year students didn't want to get back at him, but those who could fight had been crushed by Wang Ting. At the very least, they couldn't find anyone who could fight against Wang Ting for the time being. Given Wang Ting's ability, a normal 2-star soldier-level martial warrior might not be his match. Now, even the third-year 2-star soldier-level martial warriors would have to think twice before making a move. Zhuotai's example was right in front of him. Moreover, Wang Ting had even dissed his mentor. He was obviously not someone who could be bullied easily. If they wanted to challenge him with other thoughts, they would definitely not be able to get away with it. Speaking of Wang Ting's confrontation with Shuatai's mentor, Qin Xiangming, even the third-year and fourth-year seniors couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and shout, "Amazing!" After this incident, Wang Ting's reputation among the freshmen had reached the peak. No one could shake him anymore. Things were brewing. The students and the mentors were all discussing it. All the big forums in the school, the WeChat group of each class, and the chat software were all talking about this matter. Many people even idolized Wang Ting. Although many students couldn't bear to see Wang Ting kill Zhuotai in that battle, they were martial arts students after all. Their thoughts and views were different. It was a fair challenge. In a battle between martial warriors, once they entered the arena, they were responsible for their own life and death. Martial warriors had always respected their abilities. Wang Ting didn't know that he had secretly gained a group of fans. In the afternoon, in an office of the Academic Affairs Office, Ping Yuanshan, the heads of the 5 faculties, and the higher-ups of the school were all sitting inside. They were discussing the life and death battle in the afternoon. Ping Yuanshan had a slight headache now. He rubbed his glabella and sighed secretly. Wang Ting, this brat, actually created such a huge trouble for me. The reason why he had set Wang Ting up and used the military rank that he had promised him as the wager was because he wanted to suppress Wang Ting's character and let him know that there was always someone better out there. Actually, this was also a normal situation. Most schools would think of ways to prank the freshmen. Those who were talented would be specially taken care of so that they wouldn't be arrogant and offend people they shouldn't offend in the future. If so, they would be crippled or killed directly. Even if Wang Ting's military rank was really taken away in the end, Ping Yuanshan wouldn't mistreat him. He would definitely compensate him in other ways in the future. Who knew that Wang Ting was too monstrous and had a stomach full of mischief? He revealed his abilities bit by bit and fooled the second-year students. Almost all the capable students were beaten up. Only then did they know that Wang Ting was actually so strong. At this moment, things were already out of control. And Zhuotai and his instructor, it's a pity for Qin Xiangming. Someone sighed at this moment. After all these years, he still hasn't overcome that hurdle. Another school leader shook his head and said, he was scared out of his wits on the battlefield back then. After he came back, not only did he not get over it, but he also gradually destroyed his martial will. If not, he wouldn't be stuck at the 5-star soldier level and still have to rely on students to fight for resources. Someone was angry that he didn't fight for resources. His martial path is considered useless. If not, he wouldn't have let Zhuotai go for the life and death battle this time. Qin Xiangming might be adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes, but it's useless even if Zhuotai doesn't agree. To put it bluntly, it's Zhuotai's own choice. Life and death battles in schools were still relatively rare, especially in military schools. Many students would walk on the battlefield in the future. They might be comrades, so there wouldn't be a life and death battle. For example, the second-year students who challenged Wang Ting were more rational. They only challenged and didn't have the intention to kill. Instructor Qin Xiangming was just an exception. He walked down from the battlefield and experienced some things back then. His mentality collapsed, and his martial will was destroyed. All these years, he gradually immersed himself in crooked ways and couldn't pull himself out. He didn't do anything illegal. He just didn't do it openly and relied on various loopholes to obtain resources. This time it could be said that he was forced into a corner by Wang Ting. Zhuotai was a seedling that he nurtured with many resources. He had high hopes for Zhuotai. Also, he paid for most of those resources from his own pocket. Zhuotai didn't disappoint Qin Xiangming. He displayed outstanding talent. Because of this, the school allocated many resources to him. He also benefited a lot. However, to a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior, those resources were definitely not enough. However, if he continued to develop like this, Zhuotai's future would definitely be bright. When Zhuotai reached a high position, it would be time for him to truly receive his reward. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was directly destroyed by Wang Ting, hence, Qin Xiangming flew into a rage out of humiliation. He lost his composure on the spot and even threatened Wang Ting. In the end, everyone could make mistakes. However, in general, the other instructors in the school wouldn't be like this. If they didn't even have this much tolerance, they wouldn't be able to become instructors in Huanghai Military Academy. Moreover, to be able to reach their level, most of their martial wills were very firm. They had their own pride and wouldn't do anything to compete with the students. As for the life and death battle, there was nothing much to say. In a battle between martial warriors, there would always be injuries and deaths. There's no right or wrong in a battle of martial arts. If you lose, you can't blame others. Everyone knew this logic. Hence, when Zhuo Tai died in Wang Ting's hands, they didn't think that Wang Ting did anything wrong. Ping Yuanshan looked at the people below who were discussing non-stop. He said, "Alright, let's talk about our views on how to deal with Qin Xiangming." The school leaders couldn't help but be silent for a moment. "Why don't we remove him from his position as an instructor?" one of the school leaders asked hesitantly. "It doesn't seem right to remove him directly. After all, Qin Xiangming has been an instructor in our school for so many years. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he still worked hard." Another school leader couldn't bear to do that. Publicly threatening a student can be a big or small matter. On the bigger side, it will create an extremely bad image of an instructor and lower the credibility of an instructor among the students. "This isn't a good thing for the entire instructor team in our school," the school's dean said slowly. Isn't this a little too serious?" What old Qian said actually makes sense. "On the way here, I've already heard many freshmen questioning the instructor." Everyone sighed in their hearts. They knew that there was no turning back for Qin Xiangming's punishment. As expected, Ping Yuanshan said, "Let's do it this way. We'll keep Qin Xiangming's position as an instructor first, then send him to the otherworld battlefield for half a year. As for how to deal with him after half a year, it'll depend on his performance." Meeting adjourned. With that, Ping Yuanshan stood up and left the office. The school leaders present originally wanted to ask Ping Yuanshan how to deal with Wang Ting. After all, Wang Ting had displayed extremely terrifying talent. The school should take him seriously. "Oh right, I've already informed the principal about Wang Ting. Now, we'll deal with that kid first. As for how to deal with him, we'll wait for the principal to come back before making a decision." Ping Yuanshan walked to the door and turned back to say this before finally striding away. "He's already informed the principal." Everyone was shocked. They discussed in low voices for a while before leaving with various thoughts. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the school released a statement on how to deal with Qin Xiangming. Many students saw Qin Xiangming's ashen face being taken to a military pickup truck, leaving the school and driving far away. The otherworld battlefield, this was the first time many freshmen heard of these words, not to mention seeing them. Battlefield, just by looking at the words, one would know what kind of place it was. Moreover, from Qin Xiangming's face and the expressions of the surrounding seniors, it wasn't hard to tell that this otherworld battlefield was more terrifying and dangerous than imagined. The school actually gave such a heavy punishment to instructor Qin Xiangming. Originally, many freshmen were indeed questioning the school's instructors. They felt that Qin Xiangming's threat to a student was against the teacher's ethics and made them very worried. But now, the freshmen saw the school's attitude towards this matter. He was actually sent to the otherworld battlefield. Wang Ting was deep in thought. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. The school intervened and Qin Xiangming was also sent to the otherworld battlefield. It was considered an explanation to Wang Ting. Wang Ting originally said that he wanted to challenge his students. But now, it wasn't easy to do so. "If they don't provoke me, I can avoid a life and death battle. But I still have to challenge them. Otherwise, they will really think that I bullied them." Wang Ting thought to himself. "If they still provoke me, then the school can't blame me for having a life and death battle with them." The next day, the last day of military training had completely ended. The freshmen were exhausted. All of them dragged their tired bodies as if they had been played with too much. Fortunately, the school gave the freshmen 2 days of rest to let them recover. Then, classes officially began. Huanghai Military Academy implemented a closed management system. The freshmen could only stay in the school and couldn't go out. Fortunately, there were many entertainment facilities in the school, allowing the students to find joy in the midst of hardship. In fact, many freshmen had already started to cultivate without stopping. Maybe it was because they were stimulated by wanting. Many freshmen secretly decided to become martial artists as soon as possible. Even if they couldn't compete with wanting, they couldn't fall too far behind. Therefore, the meager credits that the freshmen earned after the military training were all used in various training rooms. Many of the high-end training facilities in the school were very targeted and very helpful for cultivation. Other than having to pay credits every time they used it, there were no other problems. Wang Ting was also happy. When the freshmen went to train, he would follow them to pick up attributes. Not only did he save credits, but he also had a large number of free attribute bubbles to pick up. It was wonderful. Brother Teng, you are already a 2-star martial artist. Can't you rest? You are not giving us a way out. That's right, that's right. Why don't you go back and sleep for 2 days? Give us some time to catch up. Ho Pingliang and the rest looked at Wang Ting, who was heading to the training room with them. Their faces were bitter as they felt that there was no hope in life. What was the scariest thing in the world? It was someone who was more outstanding than you and worked harder than you. Wrong. The scariest thing in the world was that you thought he was a genius and worked hard, but he was actually a cheat. Sogu's reading website, the Huanghai Military Academy's practical training building was well equipped. There were different types of training rooms, such as gravity training rooms, machine combat rooms, reaction testing rooms, and so on. After becoming a martial artist, unless one didn't walk the path of actual combat, one would have to face danger at all times. Those dangers wouldn't consider one's feelings. They could come from anywhere and appear in any form. Therefore, martial artists had to train in many aspects. The training rooms in the practical training building were designed with these dangers in mind. Of course, there were advantages and disadvantages to the training rooms. The advantage was that they could be trained mechanically and could deepen one's memory to a large extent. The disadvantage was also very obvious. The mechanically based training was too rigid and wasn't as flexible as the battles between martial artists. Anything could happen during a battle. If martial artists fought with their lives on the line, it would be a competition of who was more vicious. What should one do? Mechanical training couldn't teach these things. Most of the freshmen were martial disciples. Therefore, the practical training building had a place for martial disciples. It was on the first floor. On the first floor, Wang Ting separated from Ho Pingliang and the others and walked to the second floor. Ho Pingliang and the others looked at him walking into the elevator and felt a little emotional. We all went through 9 years of compulsory education. Why is he so outstanding? Song Shuheng sighed. Our 9 years of compulsory education is probably fake, Lu Shu said. Suddenly, there was an awkward silence. The few of them looked at each other speechlessly. Let's go, and train. On the second floor, after Wang Ting came up, he saw many students around him. Most of them were second-year students. When they saw Wang Ting, many of them frowned. The impact of the previous incident was still quite big for him. Among the second-year students, at least 2/5 of them were dissatisfied with him. They felt that those challengers had been cheated and lost face. They had become the laughingstock of everyone. Now, when the other students and teachers in the school talked about their batch of second-year students, they would unconsciously shake their heads. Sometimes, students in the same batch would share honor and disgrace, especially when it came to major issues. Therefore, it was inevitable that some people would unite against a common enemy. However, there were also many second-year students who didn't care about this. In fact, they looked down on Zhuotai's actions. If he hadn't been blinded by benefits, how would this series of events have happened? This matter couldn't be blamed solely on Wang Ting. You've already come knocking on his door. Could it be that he's not allowed to retaliate? There's no such double standard. These people's main focus was on missions. Instead of participating in those bullshit tea matters, they might as well do more missions to earn credits and improve their own strength. That was the right way to go. Normally, they would not fight among themselves. At most, they would just challenge each other and compare their battle skills. That was all. The reason why the school forbade life and death battles was because the world of martial artists was not as peaceful as the school. In the outside world, opponents and enemies wouldn't care if you were a student or not. When they fought, they would go all out. It was very difficult to hold back, and it was very common to be beaten to death. In the school's deathmatch, even if someone died, there wouldn't be too many deaths. However, if they were to release all of them at once, that would really be sending them to their deaths. The purpose of the life and death battle was to let the students experience the great terror of life and death in school. It would change their mentality in advance, and they would naturally be more cautious outside. Wang Ting didn't care about the gazes of the sophomores. He walked straight to the first training room at the front of the corridor. Gravity room. Wang Ting was just about to enter when the security guard issued a voice prompt. Please swipe your student card. 2 credits per hour. He realized that he was thinking too much. It was impossible that he didn't need to spend any credits. The gravity room was a completely enclosed training room. The entire training room was a gravity field. If one wanted to enter, they would have to swipe their credits. Fortunately, Wang Ting had accepted over 10 challenges previously. Now, he could be considered to have a huge sum of money. With over 1,000 credits, wouldn't he be considered a tycoon among the freshmen? Ho Pingliang and the other bastards had been eyeing his student card every day, wanting him to go to the second floor of the cafeteria to treat them. Wishful thinking, it was already so painful to treat them once, and they still wanted to do it a second time? However, he definitely had to enter this gravity room. So be it if it was 2 credits. One couldn't catch a wolf without risking the child. Wang Ting took out his student card and swiped it on the security guard. Beep, student card. The door opened. Wang Ting was about to push the door open when he suddenly frowned. This door was actually very hard to push open? At first, he only used his normal strength. When he didn't manage to push it open, he couldn't help but increase his strength. Wang Ting was now a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. His body had been tempered by the force, and his strength had increased by a lot. During the military training, there was also strength training. The freshmen dropped many strength attribute bubbles. Wang Ting would pick them up from time to time. The number was very objective. Now, all his strength had been converted into combat power. Hence, Wang Ting didn't know how strong he was now. He slowly increased his strength. He estimated that it was at least 1,000 kilograms before the door of the gravity room was pushed open. Interesting, 1,000 kilograms to push open the door. How strong was the gravity inside? Wang Ting walked in and immediately felt a huge force pressing down on his shoulders and head. This was a normal gravity room. Most students trained here. However, there were individual gravity rooms as well. You could increase the gravity as much as you wanted as long as you could withstand it. Of course, you would need more credits. It's okay. This gravity isn't difficult for me. Wang Ting felt it for a while. After getting used to it, he was able to move freely. Many students were training hard in the gravity room. All of them were glowing with force. They were training hard with their fists, palms, swords, and knives. In an instant, Wang Ting suddenly felt the atmosphere of the martial arts academy. This was what a martial warrior should do. Of course, his gaze was quickly attracted by the strings of attribute bubbles floating on the ground. Wood Force *3, Fire Force *5, Earth Force *3, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth. They were all forces of the 5 elements. Although it was a pity that there were no mutated forces, one should be content with what one had. There were so many, he continued to pick them up. Water Force *2, Metal Force *1, gradually, Wang Ting found a problem. Damn it. They were all training force combat techniques, but they didn't drop any combat technique attributes. Why, Wang Ting was a little depressed. Seeing so many people training force combat techniques, he thought that he would be able to pick up 1 or 2. The result? Nothing. He was thinking too much. It was obvious that force combat techniques weren't that easy to drop. This was the system increasing the difficulty. F*CK, Wang Ting spent the whole morning in the gravity room. The number of attribute bubbles dropped by each person was limited. They would drop during training, but they wouldn't always drop. Wang Ting didn't waste time. He trained while using his spiritual force to pull the attribute bubbles over and pick them up. In the afternoon, after meeting up with Ho Pingliang and the others to eat lunch in the cafeteria, Wang Ting went to another training room. Mechanical Combat Room. When Wang Ting walked into the mechanical combat room, his eyes widened. He thought that the so-called mechanical combat room was for fighting with machines. He didn't expect that the people fighting inside were runes dolls that looked like real people. Wang Ting suddenly thought of the steel dolls he saw in the Xingwu continent. It was obvious that these runes techniques were passed down from the Xingwu continent. It was good for students to train with them. The runes dolls were made of steel. Their movements weren't as agile as humans, but they were resistant to attacks. Their explosive power was also very strong. They could also attack with force. Fighting with them could also increase experience. Wang Ting looked around. Fire Force *2, Wood Force *3, Metal Force *1. Wang Ting was happily picking up the attribute bubbles when he saw a student being sent flying by a runes doll. 2 attribute bubbles dropped from the student's body. Earth Force *5, Raging Bull Skill *1 inch. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. Then, he was overjoyed. Earth Origin Cultivation Method, damn, it can actually be like this? This was really unexpected. Wang Ting hurriedly picked up the bubbles. A small yellow person appeared in his mind. The small yellow person used its body to bombard the boulder, causing its body to be hammered. At the same time, the force circulation routes appeared in its body. This was actually a body refining technique, and it was a high-grade mystic class technique. Wang Ting watched as the large youth in front of him climbed up from the ground and continued to charge at the runes doll. His eyes were shining without blinking. The runes doll had a benefit. It would only counterattack when others attacked it. Once others stopped attacking, it would also stop. Now that the large youth had launched an attack, the runes doll also moved. The large youth and the runes doll collided continuously. They were all physical attacks. The runes doll hammered his body, causing a terrifying sound to ring out. Just hearing it was enough to make one's flesh hurt. However, the youth clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. He faced the runes doll head-on. Wang Ting couldn't help but secretly say, "Good man." Then, he picked up the attribute bubbles on the ground. Earth Force *3, Herculean Bull Skill *3. When one's luck came, one couldn't even stop it. Wang Ting stood at the side and watched for a long time. When the large youth couldn't take it anymore, he automatically stopped. "Brat, don't you know that you can't casually look at others when they're training?" The large youth turned around and looked at Wang Ting with a grin. "Oh, I really don't know," Wang Ting said casually. Qingwu didn't mind. In reality, other people couldn't see anything from the training content. If they really needed to hide something, they wouldn't train in public. He laughed and said, "Good lad, you're really daring. No wonder you dare to go against your instructor." This large youth was Qingwu from the martial arts club. "You are?" Wang Ting felt that the other party seemed to be quite familiar with him, so he couldn't help but ask. "I like your temper. Let's get to know each other. I'm Qingwu from the martial arts club, 3rd year, 3-star soldier level martial warrior." Qingwu smiled and said. "Qingwu." Wang Ting repeated in his heart. He smiled and was about to introduce himself. Wang Ting, however, Qingwu interrupted him. "I know. You're this year's newcomer king. There's no need to introduce yourself. You're quite famous now. I think almost everyone in the school knows you now." "You mean notorious, right?" Wang Ting smiled and said. "Ha ha ha, you're indeed quite interesting." Qingwu laughed loudly and punched Wang Ting. Wang Ting didn't dodge, and Qingwu's eyes lit up. He said loudly, "You won't be infamous, but a powerful warrior will be respected. You are the strongest among those weaklings, so there will definitely be people who are unhappy. This is the path to becoming powerful. Take me for example. Many people hate me, but they can't do anything to me. Ultimately, your own ability is the most important. It doesn't matter if you get scolded or hated by others. Alright, I'll get going first. The matter of you joining the martial arts club is more or less settled. Now that you've joined the martial arts club, you're not an outsider anymore. When you're stronger, let's spar." After saying that, he turned and left without any hesitation. It wasn't hard to tell his temperament from his way of doing things and the way he spoke. This Jingwu looks like a burly and careless person, but he's actually very broad-minded and magnanimous. He's much better than Zhuotai and the others. However, if he knew that I secretly learned his Raging Bull technique, would he be angry with me? Wang Ting thought with a strange expression. He continued to wander around the mechanical combat room. Unfortunately, he didn't obtain any other combat techniques. He only picked up some force attributes. 2 hours later, Wang Ting went to the reaction testing room. Beep, student card. He swiped his card and entered. The reaction testing room's appearance made Wang Ting learn something new again. Without a doubt, this was a place to train one's speed, movement, and reaction ability. The room was divided into many areas, and there were already people training in many areas. There were wooden stakes erected in different arrangements. They could be divided into plum blossom stakes, 8 trigram stakes, 9 palace stakes, and so on. The difficulty was different. These stakes were a legacy left behind by the ancients. Now that they had entered the martial arts era, they suddenly became very useful. Wang Ting observed carefully and realized that the wooden stakes weren't stationary. There was probably some device under the floor that made the wooden stakes constantly change their positions, greatly increasing the difficulty. There were even plastic bullets coming from the front. Once the trainer was hit, the device would record it and evaluate the trainer's reaction level according to the number of bullets. Speed *5, speed *3, a large number of speed attribute bubbles fell to the ground. Wang Ting gathered them with his spiritual force and picked them all up. He suddenly felt his body become much lighter. Let's play. Wang Ting's eyes lit up and walked to an empty wooden stake area. 9 palace stakes. Difficulty? The difficulty was divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and the most difficult nightmare level. Wang Ting directly chose the advanced difficulty. The wooden stakes inside immediately began to move. He took a deep breath and stepped in. Swoosh! He didn't use wind steps. Instead, he used the basic movement technique. His whole body moved and shuttled between the wooden stakes, leaving only an afterimage. Plastic bullets suddenly shot out from the wall in front of him. Wang Ting not only had to pay attention to the changes of the wooden stakes, but he also had to avoid the high-speed bullets. 10 minutes later, Wang Ting walked out of the 9 palace stakes. Advanced difficulty, not bad. He passed the level smoothly. During the process, he didn't encounter a single wooden stake. However, he was hit by 3 bullets and his reaction level was evaluated as 94 points. Wang Ting didn't try his best. He only felt that this result was very normal. However, the students who passed by were stunned. That is Wang Ting. This guy scored 94 points in the advanced difficulty of the 9 palace stakes. Oh my god. F***ck, is he even human? They couldn't be blamed for making a fuss. The advanced difficulty itself was very difficult. The highest record left by a 2-star martial artist in the school was 91 points. Wang Ting directly broke the record. Sogu's reading website, the machine announced the results directly. The moment Wang Ting's results for the Jiugong stakes came out, he attracted the attention of many students. It wasn't a big deal at first, but it was shocking that he broke the record. Suddenly, a girl walked out and looked at Wang Ting's results. After confirming that the machine wasn't faulty, she sized up Wang Ting with interest. Junior Wang Ting is really shocking. Even 3-star soldier-level martial warriors who aren't good at speed might not be able to achieve this result, she said. I'm Ning Ziyu, a 3rd-year student. 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Are you interested in sparring with me? It's Senior Ning Ziyu. I heard that Senior Ning Ziyu's footwork is very strong. She actually took the initiative to ask for a sparring match with Wang Ting. This Wang Ting is really powerful. He just defeated us 2nd-year students and now, he attracted the attention of a 3rd-year senior. The 2nd-year students around started discussing. Some of the 3rd-year seniors were slightly surprised, but they also showed an interested expression. They stopped in their tracks and decided to stay and watch. 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Ting had an idea. This was a good opportunity to test his speed. Hence, he nodded in agreement. Okay, Junior Wangting is really straightforward. Ning Ziyu combed her ponytail and smiled. We don't have to find anything else. Let's compete with the 9 palace stakes. Sure. Wangting nodded. With our speed, the advanced difficulty is boring. Do you want to go straight to the nightmare difficulty? Ning Ziyu asked as she went over to choose the difficulty. I want to try too. Wangting smiled. The students around them exchanged glances. These two were really fierce. They actually went straight to the nightmare difficulty. The 9 palace stakes in the nightmare difficulty had faster wooden stakes and more changes. The speed of the plastic bullets was extremely fast. Even a 3-star martial warrior would feel pain when hit. A few of the third-year seniors were even more interested in this matter. Is Ning Ziyu trying to bully her junior? Someone laughed. That Wangting hasn't tried the nightmare mode, so he doesn't know that it's much more difficult than the advanced mode. He is indeed very talented, but he also has to show the strength of our third-year seniors. We can't be underestimated. While they were chatting, Wangting and Ning Ziyu were already standing at the starting point of the Jiugong stakes. The two of them looked at each other, and without waiting for the others to shout for them to begin, they moved at the same time and rushed into the 9 palace stakes. Wangting was still using the basic movement technique as his base, but he increased his speed. On the other hand, Ning Ziyu more or less wanted to suppress Wangting, so she also used 70% to 80% of her strength. She even used her proudest movement technique. Once an expert made a move, one would be able to tell whether or not he was an expert. Previously, everyone wanted to see Ning Ziyu fight Wangting, but now, Wangting was almost neck to neck with Ning Ziyu. His speed was unbelievably fast. That's the basic movement technique? Several third-year students looked at each other in dismay. They were truly shocked in their hearts. It was not only because of Wangting's speed, but also because Wangting did not even use his force combat technique. He was on par with Ning Ziyu with his basic movement technique. Ning Ziyu's expression changed slightly when she saw that Wangting was chasing closely without falling behind. She became serious and increased her speed immediately. Seeing this, Wangting increased his speed as well. His footsteps changed, dodging the plastic bullets while shuttling between the wooden stakes. Whoosh, whoosh, more than 10 minutes later, the two of them rushed out of the 9 palace stakes almost at the same time. Ning Ziyu had already adjusted the 9 palace stakes to a 2-player mode. When they finished, the machine immediately showed their results. Ning Ziyu, 83 points. Wangting, 86 points. The machine finished broadcasting at the same time. The crowd was in an uproar. Wangting's score was 3 points higher than Ning Ziyu's. Senior Ning Ziyu actually lost. How can Wangting be so fast? Even a third-year senior can't beat him? He's really out of this world. The second-year students could not close their mouths. They were shocked. No wonder even Zhuotai lost to him. There was a reason behind it. This kid is really unpredictable. The third-year students shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Phew. Ning Ziyu could not help but let out a long sigh. She smiled bitterly and said, Junior Wangting, I've embarrassed myself today. I was just lucky. Wangting waved his hand and said after picking up the speed attribute bubbles that Ning Ziyu dropped. Don't be humble. With this ability, you're worthy of everyone's recognition, Ning Ziyu said seriously. She seemed to be implying something as she looked at the second-year students around her. I saw that you used the basic movement technique just now, right? Ning Ziyu asked. Yes, Wangting said. I didn't expect to lose to the basic movement technique. I can't help but admire you for being able to train the basic movement technique to such an extent. Let's go, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. We can discuss the cultivation of this movement technique while we're at it. Ning Ziyu pulled Wangting downstairs without hesitation. The bunch of boys behind them were left with their jaws dropped. Damn, Senior Ning took the initiative to treat him to dinner. This treatment. Boo-hoo, why isn't that person me? Wangting, you animal. Let go of my Senior Ning. Ah, Wangting, this kid. Isn't he just a little fairer and more handsome? Ning Ziyu, you can't fall for him. Ning Ziyu was still very popular in school. She was strong, good-looking, and had a great figure. Many people were chasing after her, but no one had gotten this little flower yet. Now, she actually took the initiative to treat Wang Ting to dinner. This was illogical and illogical. Wang Ting was a little dumbfounded at this moment. We agreed that it was just a competition. You suddenly had ulterior motives towards me. You're making things difficult for me, Wang Ting, so shouldn't they resist now? Although Ning Ziyu was pretty and her figure was not bad. But people had to have principles, especially men. They couldn't just do whatever she wanted and go to dinner whenever she wanted. No matter what, they had to play hard to get. It was said that the effect was better this way. Girls nowadays all liked this. Senior. Wang Ting just opened his mouth, wanting to say something to show that he was very principled. What, you're not giving me face? Ning Ziyu frowned, thinking that he was unwilling. Oh, no, I think I should be the one treating tonight. My mom said that it's not good to let a girl treat, Wang Ting said seriously. As for whether Li Xiaomei said that or not, was it important? Mom, it's time for you to step up at this crucial moment. Yes, your mom is absolutely right. That's how you can get a girlfriend, Ning Ziyu smiled teasingly. Ahem, senior, you've misunderstood. I, Wang Ting, have always been a good student who prioritizes learning and cultivation. It's impossible for me to get a girlfriend, Wang Ting said embarrassedly. Then forget it. I wanted to give you a chance, but now it seems that you're ambitious. I'm afraid you won't like me, Ning Ziyu said. Wang Ting. Sogu's reading website. Wang Ting and Ning Ziyu went all the way to the second floor of the cafeteria. Ning Ziyu didn't stand on ceremony with him at all. She picked up the menu and started to order dishes with ease. First, a ginseng stewed chicken. Wang Ting's heart turned cold when he heard the first dish. Ginseng stewed chicken. He took a peek last time. It cost a total of 10 credits, enough to order several dishes. This wastrel woman. And 1,000-layer sea cucumber, Ning Ziyu continued. Wang Ting's eyes widened. It was another extremely expensive dish. After the forced baptism, the creatures in the sea had also mutated. Without professional tools, it wasn't easy to catch them. The cost had greatly increased, so the price naturally became more expensive. Ning Ziyu didn't plan to stop. She continued to order 2 more dishes. Senior, isn't this too much? Wang Ting's heart was bleeding as he asked carefully. Not too much, not too much. My appetite is very good, Ning Ziyu said. She looked at Wang Ting suspiciously and said, you can't be reluctant, right? Ha ha ha, how could that be? I don't have any other good points, but I'm especially generous, Wang Ting laughed dryly. Not long after, the dishes were served. Spirit chefs were indeed amazing. They looked, smelled, and tasted good. Just looking at them and smelling them would make one salivate and increase one's appetite. There was a reason why they were expensive. Why don't I learn how to cook spirit chefs in the future? It's so profitable, Wang Ting thought to himself. Next, the two of them started to discuss while eating. Wang Ting's basic movement technique had been trained to the highest level of enlightenment. His gale steps had also reached perfection. His understanding of movement techniques wasn't below Ning Ziyu's at all. The two of them learned a lot from each other's exchanges. After eating, Wang Ting looked at Ning Ziyu, who didn't care about her image at all. She rubbed her stomach in satisfaction. Ning Ziyu's appetite was indeed not small. He couldn't afford to raise her, the corner of. His mouth twitched slightly. He was about to get up and swipe his card to pay for the credits. However, Ning Ziyu was one step ahead of him. She handed her student card to the staff of the canteen and said, "It's my treat this time. I'll give you a chance to ask me out next time." Wang Ting froze for a moment, then said embarrassedly, that's not good. I'm not a casual person." Ning Ziyu's pretty face darkened as she rolled her eyes at Wang Ting. "You're a little naughty, aren't you?" Wang Ting, oh, naughty Teng, let's go." Ning Ziyu got up and went downstairs. Walking out of the canteen, Wang Ting parted ways with Ning Ziyu. He was about to return to the dormitory when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around and saw 4 pairs of resentful eyes staring at him. Hoes before bros. Ho Pingliang and the other 3 said in unison. Get lost. Wang Ting said angrily. Brother Teng, you've changed. You used to treat us to dinner on the 2nd floor, but now you're treating girls, Ho Pingliang said with an abandoned expression. F***ck, you're too disgusting. Wang Ting had goosebumps all over his body as he kicked him. Ha ha ha. Ho Pingliang laughed as he dodged. However, he quickly realized that Song Shuheng and the others were looking at him with a strange and vigilant gaze. What's with that look? Ho Pingliang's face darkened. Monkey, I didn't expect you to be so avant-garde. Yes, avant-garde. Song Shuheng said slowly. Don't worry, we won't discriminate against you, Lu Shu said calmly. I still treat you as a brother. Bailey Qingfeng patted him on the shoulder, but quickly took a step to the side. Ho Pingliang was completely dumbfounded. He felt like he had dug his own grave and jumped into it. He said angrily, I'm not, don't slander me. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh when he saw how angry he was. Song Shuheng and the others also laughed. You guys are too evil. Ho Pingliang naturally knew that they were making fun of him, but he definitely couldn't let this be true. Otherwise, who knew if he would be labeled as such in the future? The 2-day break passed quickly. On Monday, the new students officially started their classes. The classes in the Martial Arts Academy were much more than those in normal academies. Wang Ting and the others not only had martial arts classes, but they also had cultural classes. The martial arts classes were divided into theory classes and actual combat classes. It wasn't hard to understand. Theory classes mainly taught some martial arts theories, while actual combat was to guide the students in their cultivation techniques and combat skills. Why were martial artists and academies able to go further than casual martial artists? That was because martial artists and academies had gone through systematic learning and built a solid foundation. Moreover, they had instructors to guide them in theory and actual combat. Once there was a mistake, they would immediately correct it and avoid taking unnecessary detours. Unknowingly, a lot of time was saved. Wang Ting was adapting to his new life and found his own routine. He attended classes every day and went to the actual combat training building to pick up attributes in his free time. During this time, Ning Ziyu asked him to spar a few times. Once or twice, he went easy on her. Both of them won and lost, which was considered to be giving Ning Ziyu some face. A week passed in the blink of an eye. After the last class on Friday, Wang Ting, Ho Pingliang, and the others were on their way to the cafeteria. I heard that the Alchemy Academy has already started teaching students how to make pills, Song Shuheng said. Making pills? Wang Ting was stunned. The Alchemy Academy spread it themselves. It's just a simple mixture of medicinal ingredients. There's no technical skill involved, so it's jokingly called making pills, Song Shuheng laughed. You're quite well informed, Wang Ting looked at him in surprise. I often go to the school forums and chat groups, so of course I'm more informed, Song Shuheng said proudly. That's his only hobby, Lu Shu said disdainfully. Can you get the timetable of each academy? Wang Ting had an idea and suddenly asked. I can, but what are you going to do with it? Song Shuheng asked curiously. I'm interested in refining pills and equipment, so I want to take a look, Wang Ting said bluntly. Oh, right. You wanted to choose from all the academies when school started, but you were stopped by the president, Lu Shu suddenly remembered. Brother Tong, don't bite off more than you can chew. You're so talented. Wouldn't it be a waste of your time and talent if you go and learn those things? Ho Pingliang hesitated for a moment, but still said. Yeah, it's better to specialize than to be knowledgeable, Song Shuheng and the others couldn't help but advise. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Wang Ting knew that they meant well, but he couldn't tell them that he had cheated, right? Ho Pingliang and the others didn't say anything else. They only hoped that Wang Ting would back off after trying it out. They didn't think that Wang Ting had the energy to learn so many things. Then I'll ask the other academies and get their timetable for you, Song Shuheng said. Thanks, Shuheng. Song Shuheng's efficiency was still very high. The next day, he handed the timetable of the other academies to Wang Ting. Wang Ting looked at the timetable of the other 4 academies in his hand and laughed. It was as if he could see all kinds of attribute bubbles waving at him. He couldn't help but feel a little restless. However, some classes overlap. I can only rush over after class and see if I can pick up the last wave. Wang Ting thought to himself. Fortunately, the academies weren't far from each other. With the speed of a martial artist, 1 minute was enough. I'll give it a try next week. Sogu's website, Logistics Department. The school's logistics building. On Saturday, Wang Ting took advantage of his free time and went to the logistics building. The first floor of the logistics building was mainly responsible for some trivial matters in the school, such as collecting the school uniform, checking credits, consulting questions, and so on. The second floor was the exchange office. The school adopted a credit exchange system. Students could use their credits to exchange for various resources, including pills, weapons, and so on. The third floor was the mission acceptance office. Wang Ting's goal today was to go to the mission acceptance office. He had long heard that the martial arts school had a mission system. Usually, students would only have the chance to leave the school after receiving a mission. To Wang Ting, it was really troublesome that he couldn't leave the school. Hence, after a week of classes, he decided to go to the mission acceptance office to take a look. Also, he could earn credits by doing missions. His ability was enough to support him to complete missions within 3-star levels. He went straight to the third floor and walked out of the lift. The door was facing a front desk. There was a staff member guarding there. Behind the front desk, there were rows of self-service machines that looked like bank ATMs. They were as tall as a person. At this moment, most of the machines were operated by students. The staff at the front desk glanced at Wang Ting and ignored him. However, some students recognized Wang Ting. After being slightly surprised, they understood. The other freshmen might not be able to receive missions, but Wang Ting's ability was definitely more than enough. Wang Ting ignored everyone's gazes. He was used to all kinds of gazes these days. Anyway, they couldn't kill him. He walked to an unmanned self-service machine. These self-service machines were operated by idiots. It was obvious at a glance. Following the instructions, he took out his student card and inserted it into the card slot. Beep, student card. A few windows appeared on the screen. Military mission, police mission, city protection bureau mission, alternate world mission, school mission. Wang Ting thought for a while and randomly clicked on one of them. City Protection Bureau mission, mission description, assist the staff of the City Protection Bureau in investigating the abnormalities in Xianxia village. It is suspected that a high-level snake-type exotic beast has appeared. It has strong attack power and is poisonous. Requirement, 1-star soldier level reward, 5 credits. The missions of the City Protection Bureau were mostly about exotic beasts and star beasts. They were to monitor the surroundings and prevent any existence that could threaten humans. Police mission, mission description, capture and kill a 1-star wood elemental soldier level martial warrior who escaped to the East China Sea. The criminal is good at saber techniques and has killed 5 people. He is extremely cruel. Requirement, peak 1-star soldier level martial warrior. Reward, 15 credits. Mission description, assist the City Protection Bureau in protecting the daughter of the chairman of the Longhai Group. Due to the vicious business competition, it is known that 3 foreign martial artists have infiltrated Donghai. Requirement, 2-star soldier level. Reward, 20, school mission, quest description, head to Mount Chunhua to pick 10 stalks of illusion grass. This spiritual herb has a hallucinatory effect and is often guarded by high-level beasts. Requirement, 1-star soldier level academic credits, 10. Wang Ting looked at every window. There were all kinds of missions for students to choose from. These missions came from various official organizations, and they had quite a number of martial artists themselves. Perhaps they did not have enough manpower, or for some other reason, they could not do it themselves, so they entrusted these missions to the martial artists from various schools. Of course, it wasn't without the intention of nurturing the academy's martial artists. After all, if the martial artists nurtured by the school did not experience actual combat, they might not be able to adapt and take on important responsibilities. It was just like in his previous life. Many people compared the school to an ivory tower. The students who just graduated were like a blank piece of paper. They did not know anything and had so little experience that people were speechless. When they entered various companies, they still had to undergo on-the-job training. Martial artists were different from normal students. No one would give them on-the-job training. If a normal student made a mistake, they could still correct it. However, if a martial artist made a mistake, they might lose their life. The consequences were too serious. Also, the difficulty of the missions varied. However, the minimum requirement was that the martial artist was a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Ting was speechless. After entering university, the circle was indeed different. Any random mission had to be done by a martial artist. However, before entering university, it was hard to even meet a martial artist. It had to be said that the world of martial artists was indeed very far away from the world of martial artists. What they knew was only the surface. The world of martial artists that the ordinary people thought of was not the real world of martial artists. It was not hard to tell from these missions that the reason why the ordinary people could live a stable life was because there were many martial artists who dealt with all kinds of dangers in unknown places. The machine also introduced some things that needed to be taken note of. For example, the mission could be accepted alone or as a team. However, once the mission was accepted, the mission could not be revealed to other unrelated people. Another example was if the mission was not completed by oneself and gave up halfway, or if the mission failed due to various reasons, according to the punishment mechanism, the corresponding credits would be deducted. Wang Ting spent half an hour studying the system and made a decision in his heart. He planned to take on a short-term mission during the weekend. Not only could he leave the school, but he could also familiarize himself with the mission process in advance. Wang Ting chose a school mission and went to Mount Chunhua to pick illusion grass. Mount Chunhua was only 2 hours away from Donghai. One day was more than enough for a round trip. As for the hallucinogenic effect of the illusion grass or the guardian beast, Wang Ting did not take it to heart. With his ability, he could handle it. After Wang Ting accepted the mission, he left the logistics building. He looked at the time and then went to the martial arts club. The martial arts club had already informed him 2 days ago to report to the club. Today was the appointed time. When he arrived at the martial arts club building, he went straight to the 5th floor. He walked to a meeting room and pushed the door open. The room was already full of people. When they heard the door open, they all turned to look. Wang Ting, you're the last one. Xianxia, who was sitting at the head of the table, smiled faintly. Sorry. It's my first time in the martial arts club. I got lost, Wang Ting said casually. Everyone was speechless. Who are you trying to fool? Alright, Wang Ting, take a seat first. Since everyone is here, I'll say a few words, Xianxia said. Wang Ting nodded and took a seat. Xianxia said, the president and a few vice presidents are out on a mission and won't be back for a while. I'm the only one left now, so today I'll organize a meeting between the new and old members to get to know each other. After everyone got to know each other, he introduced the responsibilities and benefits of the martial arts club. It was similar to what Chen Su and Yang Lin had said before. That's all for today. Yang Lin, show these juniors around the martial arts club building, Xianxia said as he looked at Wang Ting. Junior Wang Ting, stay. Let's have a chat. The new members could not help but glance at Wang Ting. Then, Yang Lin led them to the martial arts club building. Wang Ting sat in his seat and was surrounded by seniors. They were all smiling at him. More than 10 pairs of eyes stared at him, making his scalp tingle. Seniors, although I've joined the martial arts club, I'm not selling my body. Everyone was speechless when they heard Wang Ting's words. Wang Ting's worldview was a little crooked. We are the martial arts club, not a human trafficking organization. Why do we need you to sell yourself? Even with Xianxia's temper, he was infuriated by Wang Ting's words. He glared at Wang Ting angrily. Suddenly, he started doubting whether it was right or wrong to pull this immoral fellow into the martial arts club. Then why are you looking at me like that? It's creepy, Wang Ting said innocently. Of course, I want to see what kind of monster you are, Xianxia said. What kind of monster are you? Hey, that's enough. How can you mock someone like that? Wang Ting said angrily. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw him being humiliated. Alright, alright. Don't make fun of him. Save some face for our newcomer king, Zhuang, he said with a smile. Half an hour later, Wang Ting walked out of the martial arts club. He couldn't help but shake his head. The seniors in the martial arts club were easy to get along with. It was just that they were a little mischievous and liked to make fun of him. However, this martial arts club is really not simple. I saw quite a few 3-star soldier level martial warriors today. Those who could reach the 3-star soldier level martial warrior level were basically 3rd or 4th year students. They had gone through many missions. Wang Ting could feel an extraordinary aura from them. Birds of a feather flocked together. The strong will only team up with the strong. Wang Ting sighed in his heart. It was already evening. He went to the canteen to eat and then went back to his dormitory to cultivate. The next day, Sunday morning. After Wang Ting finished his breakfast, he took his weapon and walked to the school gate. When he reached the gate, he took out his student card and swiped it. As he had already accepted the mission, his student card recorded it. Hence, he was able to pass through the gate. The guard was very familiar with such situations. He knew that Wang Ting was going out for a mission. Therefore, he did not stop him. He only nodded at Wang Ting and said, "Student, be careful and come back safely." Wang Ting was slightly taken aback, then he smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, sir." The guard looked at Wang Ting's back as he walked away. He sighed and muttered to himself, "These children are the hope of the future." Wang Ting left the university town and took a taxi to Mount Chunhua. During the 2-hour drive, Wang Ting sat in the back with his eyes closed, which made the driver in front very curious. However, when he saw that Wang Ting had no intention of speaking, he could only remain silent. 2 hours later, the car arrived at a village under Mount Chunhua. It had to be said that this place was really a bit remote. If Wang Ting hadn't paid a high price, the driver wouldn't have been willing to drive here. Wait for me here. I should be back before the sun sets. Wang Ting told the driver. Don't worry, little brother. Since I promised you, I'll definitely accept your business today. I won't accept any other business. The driver patted his chest and promised. Nonsense. The money that the young man in front of him paid was enough for him to drive for an entire day. He didn't even have to run around tirelessly. Such a good thing only happened once in a year. Only a fool wouldn't do it. Wang Ting nodded and got out of the car. He stopped a passing villager and asked about the situation at Mount Chunhua. You said you want to enter the mountain? The villager that was stopped by Wang Ting was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. When she heard that Wang Ting wanted to enter the mountain, she looked at him in surprise and said, "Young man, it's not safe in the mountain now. You're still young. I advise you to go home." The middle-aged woman looked at Wang Ting without any scruples. She saw that he was soft and tender. Then, she looked at the taxi beside him. She didn't need to think to know that he came from the city. She was puzzled. These people didn't want to stay in a safe place. Instead, they went to a dangerous place. Did they feel that they were living too comfortably? I have something important to do in the mountain. I can't go back empty-handed. Wang Ting smiled and said, "Auntie, don't worry. Since I'm here, I'm definitely mentally prepared. I won't joke with my life. You city people just don't listen to advice. Yesterday, there were 3 young people who insisted on entering the mountain. I couldn't persuade them. They still haven't come out. I don't know how they are now." The middle-aged woman shook her head helplessly. Oh? 3 young people? Wang Ting was a little surprised that there were other people coming. He asked calmly, how were they dressed? Did they say what they were going to do in the mountain? Why are you asking this? The middle-aged woman asked suspiciously. I'm just asking. Wang Ting took out 200 yuan and stuffed it into the middle-aged woman's hand. How can I accept this? Her eyes lit up. Although she said that she was embarrassed, her hands were very obedient. She held the money tightly, as if she was afraid that Wang Ting would take it back. Auntie, just take it. You deserve it. Nowadays, information also costs money. Wang Ting smiled carelessly. You city people are all fastidious people. Very generous. The middle-aged woman smiled and whispered, those three young people were dressed like you. They were dressed very well. I saw that they even had weapons. They said that they were looking for something in the mountain. They even asked our village's herb gatherers to lead the way for them. But I don't know what they are looking for. These people can't be here to pick illusion grass, right? Wang Ting thought suspiciously. Am I going to fail my first mission? No, since I'm already here, I have to go into the mountain to look for it. Besides, I only need 10 illusion grass. It might not conflict with their purpose. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. He said to the middle-aged woman, Auntie, are there any other herb gatherers in your village? No, just that family. Nowadays, very few people are willing to go into the mountain. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment. Seemingly for the sake of the money, she said, but Mr. Bai. Oh, Mr. Bai is the herb gatherer. His daughter often goes into the mountain with him. She is familiar with the situation in the mountain. You can ask her. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Wang Ting nodded and gave her a ticket. Then, he asked for the herb gatherer's address. It had to be said that the charm of money was great. The middle-aged woman was supposed to work in the field, but now she personally sent Wang Ting to Mr. Bai's house. Sister Bai, are you home? Open the door. Someone is looking for you. The middle-aged woman knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened. A 17 or 18-year-old girl came out and asked, Auntie, what's the matter? Sister Bai, there's a young man from the city over there. He said that he wants to go into the mountain and needs a guide. Why don't you talk to him personally? The middle-aged woman pointed at Wang Ting. Go into the mountain? Bai Xiaoqiao frowned and hesitated for a moment. She seemed to have thought of something and nodded. Okay, let him come over and talk to me. Okay. The middle-aged woman felt that she was the one who made this happen. She was very happy and proud. She whispered to Bai Xiaoqiao, Sister Bai, let me tell you, the people from the city are all rich. If you want to bring him into the mountain, you have to ask for more. Don't lose out. Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This auntie was really cunning. Looking at the girl who served him tea, Wang Ting thanked her. She looked about the same age as him, maybe even a little younger. She was dressed simply, not as gorgeous as the city girls. She was thin and her face was small, but she didn't show any fear when facing him. Her face was quite calm. Her house was a self-built house. In fact, when he walked over just now, he saw that the other houses in the village were also like this. Wang Ting sized up the room discreetly. It was a little shabby. However, he already had a clear idea of her family's financial situation. He took a sip of water, rubbed the cup in his hand and asked, You look about the same age as me. Didn't you go to school? My family situation is special, so I dropped out of school. Bai Xiaoqiao sat down opposite Wang Ting and shook her head. She didn't want to say more, so she asked, Aunt Li said you were going to the mountain? Yes. Wang Ting nodded and asked, I heard that your father also went to the mountain with other people? Yes, 3 young people. Bai Xiaoqiao said. Are they looking for this? Wang Ting took out his phone and showed her the picture of the illusion grass. Illusion grass? Are you looking for this too? Bai Xiaoqiao was surprised. You actually know. Wang Ting was surprised and nodded. Yes, I'm here for this. It seems that those people have the same goal as me. Do you know where to find it? I know. My father told me, but I haven't been there. Bai Xiaoqiao said. Wang Ting frowned and said, Do you have a map of the mountain? No, we go into the mountain based on experience. Bai Xiaoqiao shook her head. Wang Ting suddenly had a headache. If he went into the mountain by himself and searched aimlessly, it wouldn't be dangerous, but it would definitely waste a lot of time. At this time, Bai Xiaoqiao said, Although I haven't been there, I know the way. I can take you there. Oh. Wang Ting could not help but glance at the girl. He did not expect her to take the initiative to bring him into the mountains. Wang Ting had no reason to refuse, But he knew that the girl was not just being nice, so he asked calmly, "What do you want?" "I need money, and I also want to find my father. They went into the mountains for a day and a night and didn't come back. With my father's experience, it's impossible for them to be gone for so long. They must have met with an accident." Bai Xiaoqiao bit her lips. It made sense. Wang Ting nodded. "Sure, name your price." 5,000. Bai Xiaoqiao gritted her teeth. She originally wanted to say 3,000, but now she changed it to 5,000. Then, she looked at Wang Ting with some apprehension. If it was in the past, she would not have asked for such an exorbitant price. But now, the mountains were getting more and more dangerous. Entering the mountains was no joke. She had to take a certain amount of risk. Moreover, the illusion grass was located deep in the mountains. If it wasn't for the fact that their family was in desperate need of money, his father wouldn't have agreed to help them search for illusion grass in the mountains. Wang Ting thought that Bai Xiaoqiao would ask for a high price. He didn't expect it to be only 5,000. He was slightly stunned. Bai Xiaoqiao thought that he thought it was too expensive. A trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She hesitated. "How about 3,000? Then 5,000. If you bring me to the place before noon, I can give you a little more." Wang Ting waved his hand and said indifferently. Bai Xiaoqiao's face showed a trace of surprise. Then, she said in surprise, "No problem. I know a shortcut. I will definitely be there before noon." "Okay, then let's go now?" Wang Ting said. "Wait for me. I will change my clothes and get some tools." Bai Xiaoqiao immediately got up and ran into the house. After a while, Wang Ting heard a faint conversation from the house. One of the voices was a little weak. If it wasn't for the fact that a martial artist's hearing was better, he wouldn't be able to hear what they were talking about. "Mom, I have something to do with my friend. I will ask Aunt Li to bring you something to eat at noon. Don't worry. Just do what you need to do. Don't worry about me and don't bother Aunt Li. I can make some simple food myself." "That is fine. I should be back tonight." Bai Xiaoqiao was very fast. In a few minutes, she had changed into a capable outfit. She held a hatchet in her hand and carried a basket on her back. "Let's go." Wang Ting looked at her and got up to follow her out of the door. They walked out of the village. In the field outside the village, the middle-aged woman from before was busy. Bai Xiaoqiao shouted to her from afar, "Aunt, I want to bring him into the mountain. My mom is alone at home. Please help me take care of her." "Oh, okay." The middle-aged woman raised her head and shouted, "Be careful when you go into the mountain." "Okay." Bai Xiaoqiao replied. After walking past the main road, Bai Xiaoqiao led Wang Ting into a side path. After walking for a short while, the two of them went up the mountain. Mount Chunhua still retained its wild appearance. After being baptized by the force, it returned to its original state. There were also more wild animals in it. The surrounding trees were tall and lush. There were many dead branches and leaves piled up on the ground. There were not many traces of human activity. It seemed that the nearby villagers did not often go into the mountain. However, Wang Ting had seen the primitive forests of the other world. Mount Chunhua was much worse than that. There was nothing to be surprised about. "Be careful. There are poisonous snakes and insects in the mountain." Bai Xiaoqiao walked in front. The hatchet in her hand chopped the bushes and brambles on both sides. Soon, a small path was cleared for people to pass through. "Just take care of yourself," Wang Ting said indifferently. Bai Xiaoqiao frowned and sighed in her heart. However, she did not say anything more. She only paid attention to Wang Ting. The two of them walked for more than an hour. During this time, they did not encounter any accidents. Bai Xiaoqiao cleverly avoided some places that might be dangerous. At this time, Bai Xiaoqiao stopped to rest. She drank some water and pointed to the left. "Later, we will go from here. My father used to take me there. Although it is a bit difficult to walk, the distance is much shorter. We can definitely get there before noon." "Okay." Wang Ting nodded. He sat down on a rock and said, "Let's rest first." Bai Xiaoqiao sat down on another rock. She took out something that looked like dried meat and asked, "Do you want some?" "I am not hungry." "You eat it." Wang Ting shook his head. Bai Xiaoqiao did not insist. She ate it herself. At the same time, she curiously sized up Wang Ting. She was suddenly shocked. She found that Wang Ting did not look tired at all. He did not sweat or pant. It was as if he was taking a stroll. Is this guy a martial arts practitioner? Bai Xiaoqiao secretly guessed. Speaking of which, they are all looking for the illusory grass. That illusory grass must be very valuable. It would be great if I can get 2 of them. Bai Xiaoqiao thought hopefully. After resting for 10 minutes, the 2 of them continued to move forward. My father and the others did not go this way, Bai Xiaoqiao said while clearing the road. I felt a little strange when I went up the mountain. I did not see any traces of other people. Wang Ting said. They should have taken another route. Bai Xiaoqiao was a little puzzled. She said, I have not followed my father into the mountains for a long time. Did he find another route? A white light suddenly flashed in Wang Ting's mind. Bai Xiaoqiao also turned her head at this time. The 2 of them saw the same thought from each other's expression. Unless there is danger on this road. Be careful. Your father will not give up this familiar road for no reason. Wang Ting reminded her. Bai Xiaoqiao nodded. She immediately raised her vigilance and became more careful. They walked for more than half an hour and did not encounter any danger. Bai Xiaoqiao quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Gotcha. Suddenly, she seemed to have stepped on something. Bai Xiaoqiao suddenly paused. She did not dare to act rashly. She slowly lowered her head to look. She saw that she was stepping on an ant nest that looked like a pile of grass. It was almost one with the dead branches and leaves on the ground. It was very inconspicuous. She was relaxed and did not notice it, so she stepped on it. Of course, Wang Ting also saw the scene. Seeing that she was still in a daze, he quickly pulled her back. Buzz buzz buzz, the next moment, a dense buzzing sound was heard. A group of black flying ants instantly flew out of the ant nest and rushed toward Wang Ting and Bai Xiaoqiao. Not only that, but there was also a group of black crawling ants on the ground. They were much larger than ordinary ants. If one looked closely, they would find that their heads were especially large and their mouths were ferocious. They were very fast and swarmed toward Wang Ting and Bai Xiaoqiao like a swarm of bees. It's over. These are exotic beasts. Bai Xiaoqiao's face was pale. She had been very careful along the way and thought of many possible dangers, but she did not expect it to be a nest of ant-type exotic beasts. Individually, ant-type exotic beasts did not have much attack power, but they were all in groups. A nest had a terrifying number of hundreds of thousands or even millions of them. There was basically no way to survive if they encountered them. At this moment, there was a group in the sky and another group on the ground. A black mass of ants was rushing toward the 2 of them. It was enough to make one's scalp go numb. I'm sorry. I've harmed you, Bai Xiaoqiao said guiltily. Why are you apologizing when you're not dead yet? It's just a nest of ants, Wang Ting said calmly. Seeing her so frightened, the fire force in his body surged out. A scorching aura welcomed the ants in the sky and on the ground. Boom! The black mass of ants immediately turned into 2 seas of fire and were instantly burned clean, leaving only a pile of ashes. Under Wang Ting's control, the fire did not spread to the surrounding trees and was extinguished in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaoqiao stared at him with her eyes wide open. Martial artist. She thought that Wang Ting was at most a martial disciple. She never thought that he was actually a martial artist, such a young martial artist. Bai Xiaoqiao felt that she had really broadened her horizons. Let's go. Wang Ting's voice pulled her back to reality from her shock. She subconsciously walked forward, but she was still absent-minded. Come back to your senses. Don't step on anything you shouldn't step on. If it's a poisonous snake or something like that and bites you directly, I won't be able to save you, Wang Ting said. Bai Xiaoqiao quivered and suddenly came back to her senses. She was 120% alert and no longer dared to let her guard down. Finally, when it was almost 12 o'clock, the two of them arrived at a cliff. It's here. Bai Xiaoqiao stopped and observed the surrounding environment. She said, my father saw it here before. Look around and see if it's here. Wang Ting glanced around and did not see any trace of illusory grass. He could not help but frown. He walked to the cliff and looked down. So it's here. He smiled faintly and jumped down. All kinds of plants and vines grew on the cliff. Among them, there were more than 10 illusory grass growing in the bushes. As Wang Ting jumped down, he reached out and grabbed a vine. He conveniently picked 3 illusory grass that were closest to him. Then, he gently swung and came to the place where the other illusory grass grew. Just as he was about to pick them, a green shadow suddenly flew out from the bushes and attacked Wang Ting. Be careful! Bai Xiaoqiao exclaimed from above. I've been waiting for you. The corner of Wang Ting's mouth curled up. With a wave of his hand, the fire force gushed out. The green shadow burned with flames and fell down the cliff with a hiss. It was a small green snake. Because its color was similar to the surrounding vegetation, it was difficult to find it hiding in the bushes. It's just an exotic beast. It's not much of a threat. Wang Ting thought to himself. Suddenly, a few more small green snakes flew out and opened their mouths to bite Wang Ting in midair. Wang Ting dealt with it easily. Then, he plucked all the illusion grass. As for the so-called hallucinogenic effect, with his mental strength, it was like a mosquito bite. It couldn't confuse him at all. Wang Ting's left foot kicked off a protrusion on the cliff and returned to the cliff. He landed lightly beside Bai Xiaoqiao. Done. Let's go back. Wang Ting put away the illusory grass and turned to Bai Xiaoqiao. It's over just like that? Bai Xiaoqiao still hadn't recovered from her shock. That was too fast, she thought it would be a tough battle. In the end, Wang Ting killed a few extremely dangerous snake-type exotic beasts with just a few swings. This guy seems to be really strong. Bai Xiaoqiao was surprised. She thought enviously, if only I was as strong as him. I could earn a lot of money in minutes. What do you think? Let's go. Wang Ting smiled and went back the way they came. However, he suddenly stopped. Why did you stop? Bai Xiaoqiao asked in surprise. Someone is coming. Wang Ting said. Someone is coming? Could it be my father and the others? Bai Xiaoqiao was surprised. Soon, a few figures walked over from another direction. One of the middle-aged men saw Bai Xiaoqiao and was obviously stunned. He exclaimed, Xiaoqiao? Dad, it's me. It's great that you're fine. Mom and I were worried the whole night. Bai Xiaoqiao said happily. You little girl, didn't I forbid you from entering the mountain? Why did you come in? The middle-aged man reprimanded. Hee, someone paid me to lead the way. I accompanied him. Bai Xiaoqiao laughed dryly. She pointed at Wang Ting and said, but don't worry. He's very strong. Look, I'm perfectly fine. You led the way for someone. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. What is he doing here? He's also here to pick the illusion grass. We just finished picking it. You guys are late. Bai Xiaoqiao said proudly. After all, she was ahead of her father this time. Although it was all thanks to Wang Ting, the middle-aged man's face was still pale. He carefully turned his head and looked at the 3 people who came with him. He quickly apologized, everyone, I'm really sorry. My daughter doesn't know any better, humph. The 3 people snorted. They didn't even wait for him to finish. They frowned and looked at Wang Ting. You picked the illusion grass? Sogu's website. When Wang Ting heard this, he looked at the 3 young men opposite him. The 3 of them were about the same age as him. They were dressed in martial attire and each held a weapon in their hands. They stared at Wang Ting fiercely. Looking at their appearance, they were most likely martial arts students from some school. I did pick the illusion grass. You guys are late. Wang Ting suddenly felt a little lucky. Today's matter had some element of luck. Bai Xiaoqiao and her father didn't know the strength of these people, and they naturally wouldn't explain how strong they were to the father and daughter who were ordinary people. Therefore, Bai Xiaocao's father naturally chose a path that he thought was safe according to his own idea. The three people in front of him happened to be led by him in a big circle and finally came here. Bai Xiaoqiao was a silly girl. She didn't know that the shortcut was dangerous, so she dared to lead Wang Ting there. If it weren't for Wang Ting, she would have been gnawed to pieces when she stepped on the ant nest. The three people probably didn't expect that there would be others with the same purpose. When they arrived late, Wang Ting had already taken the illusion grass and it was too late. In short, if any of these coincidences were missing, Wang Ting wouldn't have been able to pick the illusion grass so smoothly. Seeing Wang Ting admit it, the three young men's faces suddenly turned ugly. This was their first time taking on a school mission. They didn't have much experience. To be on the safe side, they took on the mission as a team of 3. They thought that it would be easy for the 3 of them to work together, but they didn't expect such a situation to happen at the last moment. If they failed the first mission, they would be laughed at when they went back. Moreover, failing the mission not only didn't give them any credits, but also had to deduct credits. It would be strange if they were in a good mood. Bai Xiaoqiao and her father suddenly felt the stiff atmosphere on both sides. They were a little uneasy. They just wanted to earn some money. Who knew that it would turn out like this? Dad, did I get into trouble? Bai Xiaocao's face was pale as she asked nervously. Sigh, it's my fault for not reminding you. It's useless to say anything now. It seems that both sides are not easy to provoke. I don't know if they will vent their anger on us later. Bai Xiaocao's father whispered worriedly. Friend, I see that you're also a student of some school. Is picking illusion grass also for a mission? One of the 3, a young man with a crew cut, asked. The school's mission was different from the missions issued by the police, the City Protection Bureau, and other official organizations. The missions of the police station and the City Protection Bureau were usually published on the mission platforms of all the major universities in the country. Once a mission was accepted, it would be taken down on all the major platforms and would not be repeated. On the other hand, school missions were issued internally by each school. Usually, it was inconvenient for the teachers, deans, and other school leaders to go out, so they would entrust the students to do it through the mission mechanism. In this way, it was inevitable that the same mission would appear in each school, just like Wang Ting and the 3 youths. Not bad. Wang Ting nodded and didn't want to say anything more. He said, if there's nothing else, please excuse me. I'm in a hurry. He was really in a hurry. Originally, he went on the mission to get out of the school to do his own things. He had been delayed for half a day, and it would take a lot of time to return to Donghai. Missions had a time limit. For this kind of nearby mission, he was given a day. The school stipulated that he had to return to school at 8 in the evening. Wang Ting didn't have much time left. Wait, classmate. This illusion grass is a mission issued by our school's teachers. If you pick it, we won't be able to account for it, the young man with a crew cut said. What does that have to do with me? You want to complete the mission. Don't tell me that I don't want to complete the mission? Wang Ting looked at the 3 people in front of him and stopped. He frowned and said, what's more, if you pick the illusion grass first, would you give it to me? The young man with a crew cut was speechless. As Wang Ting said, if they picked the illusion grass first, they definitely wouldn't give it to him. The mission stated that under the premise of picking the required amount, the more they picked, the more credits they would get. They were all martial artists and were short on resources. Who would complain about having less credits? F***ck, there are 3 of us and only 1 of him. Are we afraid that we won't be able to snatch it from him? It's the right thing to do when we encounter this kind of situation. There's no other way. Another hot-tempered young man couldn't help but curse. He pointed the saber in his hand at Wang Ting. Seeing this, the young man with a crew cut and the last young man knew that things couldn't be settled peacefully. They also prepared to snatch it. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was on the verge of breaking out, however, the next moment, the 3 of them suddenly widened their eyes and looked behind Wang Ting as if they had seen a ghost. Don't use this kind of trick. Your expressions aren't on point. Your acting skills are bad. Wang Ting was speechless. Suddenly, a shadow was cast over his head. Wang Ting slowly raised his head. A giant python coiled up from the bottom of the cliff. Its body was as thick as a bucket and its pair of vertical pupils looked down at everyone coldly. Wang Ting was the closest to it and bore the brunt of it. There's actually a one-star beast here. F*ck, I thought I was smart. Wang Ting was a little embarrassed. It was the first time that Bai Xiaoqiao and her father had seen such a giant python. At this moment, they were so scared that their faces turned pale and they collapsed on the ground. The three young men looked solemn and slowly retreated. Hiss. The giant python hissed at the sky and swooped down. Its first target was Wang Ting. A ferocious aura with a fishy smell instantly attacked them. Run! Bai Xiaoqiao mustered up her courage, gritted her teeth, and shouted. Wang Ting didn't move. He stood in the same spot and looked at the giant python swooping down. He shook his head and sighed. He had to admit that the giant python was unlucky. Among the few people here, it wouldn't die immediately if it provoked anyone. However, it provoked him. It would definitely die. Seeing that the giant python's huge head was in front of him, Wang Ting's expression didn't change. He gathered his force and punched. A serious punch, bang, in an instant, the giant python's head was directly blown up, and it turned into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. The remaining half of its body fell to the ground with a bang. It twitched a few times, and gradually stopped breathing. For a moment, the scene was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Whether it was Bai Xiaoqiao and her father or the three young men, they were all speechless. They could only stare blankly at Wang Ting and the giant python's corpse on the ground. The impact was too great, just one punch and a one-star beast was dead. What kind of strength was this? Bai Xiaoqiao and her father couldn't understand. The three young men couldn't see through it either. However, they now knew that Wang Ting wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Wang Ting killed the giant python with one punch. There wasn't even a trace of blood on his fist. He turned to look at the three young men and asked, "What did you say just now?" The three young men's faces were stiff. The hot-tempered young man who said he was going to fight was sweating profusely. He had a smile that was uglier than crying. He swallowed his saliva and said, "I think we might have some misunderstanding." The three young men were extremely depressed, as if they had just eaten *tea. Where did this guy come from? He was about the same age, but he was as strong as a cheat. Moreover, picking the illusion grass was a relatively simple task that wasn't too difficult. Why would such a monster accept it? They couldn't understand at all. Misunderstanding? Wang Ting looked at them with a half-smile and said, "Why do I remember that you guys didn't say that just now?" No. That's exactly what we meant. Since you picked the illusion grass, it's yours. As the 5 good youths of the new era who are well-rounded in morality, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor, how could we do such a thing as robbing? The three of them shook their heads vigorously and firmly denied. Nonsense, they wouldn't admit it even if they were beaten to death. The person in front of them was a powerful existence that could destroy a one-star beast with one punch. They were just one-star martial artists. If they were to fight him head-on, they wouldn't even be able to withstand one punch from him. What if he was unhappy and killed them all? Mom told us not to hesitate when it's time to follow our hearts. We must be decisive. Bai Xiaoqiao and her father were stunned. The three of them were so aggressive just now, but now they were so terrified. It was really an eye-opener. You guys don't want to fight for it? Wang Ting asked. Bait, it must be a bait. No. The three of them shook their heads desperately again and despised him in their hearts. They weren't stupid and wouldn't be fooled. I wanted to give you a few stocks. Since you guys don't want it, then forget it. Wang Ting shook his head and seemed to feel sorry for them. The three of them twitched their mouths and looked at each other. They laughed dryly and said, "You must be joking. We still have things to do. We will leave first." As they spoke, they retreated carefully, afraid that Wang Ting would suddenly attack and make them stay. However, they were obviously thinking too much. If they didn't attack, Wang Ting couldn't be bothered with them. Wang Ting looked at the dead giant python. Blank attribute *5, would force *6, after picking up 2 attribute bubbles, he checked the giant python's body again. He didn't find any star core or star bone. However, the scales on the giant python were worth some money, so he peeled them off and put them in his backpack. The flesh and blood of this giant python will benefit you a lot. If you don't mind, you can carry it down the mountain. Wang Ting also took some meat for himself and then stood up and said to Bai Xiaoqiao and her father. Bai Xiaoqiao and her father were somewhat afraid of Wang Ting, but they were overjoyed when they saw that he was actually sharing the giant python's flesh with them. Are you really giving this to us? Bai Xiaoqiao asked hesitantly. She couldn't believe it. If you don't want it, you can stay here and feed the beasts, Wang Ting said indifferently. Yes, 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 we want it. Bai Xiaoqiao hurriedly nodded her head. What a joke. This was the flesh of a star beast. For ordinary people, it was something that they could only come across by chance. Not only would eating it be beneficial to the body, but they could also sell it for a lot of money. How could they not want it? At the same time, the three youths did not dare to stop for a moment and hurriedly went down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the three of them looked behind them and heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Wang Ting didn't chase after them. Ha! Ha ha, you almost scared me to death. The young man with a crew cut laughed dryly and patted his chest. Ha 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 ha, I almost peed in my pants, the hot-tempered young man said embarrassedly. Let's go. I don't want to stay in this place for a moment longer. Let's just take it as a lesson. You are indeed a little arrogant after becoming a martial artist. In the future, when you go out, you must keep a low profile, the last young man said with lingering fear. Let's go, let's go. The three of them left without looking back, as if there was a scourge behind them. However, they could still faintly hear some voices. Speaking of which school is that person from? He is so scary. Could he be from Donghai University? He could also be from Huanghai Military Academy. Only these two schools can produce such a monstrous existence. He should be participating in this year's national #1 martial arts competition. We will know who he is then. That's right. The conversation gradually faded away with the three of them until it could no longer be heard. After Wang Ting was done with his business, he returned to the village and bade farewell to Bai Xiaoqiao and her father. He then took a taxi back to Donghai. Stop looking. He is not from the same world as us. Bai Xiaoqiao's father sighed as he looked at Bai Xiaoqiao, who seemed to be distracted. I know. Bai Xiaoqiao said dejectedly. Wang Ting did not return to the school immediately. Instead, he went back to his home. At home in Deer Garden. When Li Xiaomei saw Wang Ting coming back, she was surprised and asked, Son, why are you back? Did you do something wrong and get expelled from the school? Wang Ting was speechless. He did not expect Li Xiaomei to not be happy when he came back. Instead, she was worried that he might have gotten into trouble. Mom, why don't you believe in me? Can't you think of me better? Wang Ting said in annoyance. Haha, I was just saying. Sit down and play with Daodu for a while. I will cook something delicious for you tonight. Li Xiaomei knew that she was overthinking. She smiled embarrassedly and ran into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Wang Ting shook his head. He walked to the living room and carried the little girl who was watching cartoons. He smiled and said, Daodu, did you miss your big brother Wang Ting? Yes. Daodu looked away from the cartoon reluctantly. She looked at Wang Ting and nodded heavily. Good girl. Wang Ting tapped her nose and smiled. After 6 o'clock, Wang Xinghua found out that Wang Ting was back. He put down his work and rushed home early for dinner. At the dinner table, Wang Xinghua looked at the table full of dishes and said with a smile, Look, your mom made so much delicious food as soon as you came back. We don't usually get this kind of treatment, right, little Daodu? Yes, yes. Daodu had been with Wang Xinghua and the others for a long time. They gradually became familiar with each other and her personality was more relaxed. At this time, her little face was buried in the rice bowl. When she heard Wang Xinghua's words, she raised her big face and nodded her little head desperately. Ha ha ha. Wang Xinghua and Wang Ting could not help but laugh. This little greedy cat. Li Xiaomei also smiled and wiped Daodu's big face. Then, she picked up a few more dishes for her. She did not leave Wang Ting's side behind. She piled up his rice bowl like a small mountain. Eat more. Look at you. You've only been out for a while and you've lost so much weight, Li Xiaomei said. Wang Ting was speechless. Sure enough, going home was a wrong decision. After eating at home, Wang Ting went to the rented house in the university town. The crow egg had not hatched yet. Wang Ting was going to bring it back to school and put it in the dormitory, in case it hatched at any time. After some hurrying, he finally entered the school gate at 8 o'clock. This kid. The guard looked at his figure running away and shook his head with a smile. Logistics building. Although it was already 8 o'clock, the building was still bright. Many students went in and out. It was no different from daytime. Wang Ting went directly to the third floor to hand in the mission. After handing in the illusion grass, the mission was considered completed and he received credits. Wang Ting's first mission was completed successfully. Yes, although there was a small accident, it was not a big deal. Then, he returned to the dormitory of the third zone. As soon as he entered the door, before he even turned on the lights, a strong wind suddenly attacked him. Who is it? Wang Ting was shocked and shouted coldly. The other party came at him very fast. He did not have time to dodge and could only face it with a punch. Bam! Wang Ting clearly felt his fist hit a palm. There was an explosive sound, and the huge force pushed him back continuously. Eh? The person in the darkness let out a soft cry of surprise. Wang Ting took a step back, causing the floor to crack. He forcefully stopped himself from retreating. His gaze turned serious as he stared into the darkness. Who are you? Humph. The person snorted and attacked again without saying anything. His palm was suffused with a faint glow. That was origin power, but it was extremely condensed and restrained. It was impossible to achieve this without absolute strength. The person was ruthless and didn't say much. His attacks were ruthless and fatal. The green light in his palm condensed into the shape of a sharp knife. Every punch, every palm, and every kick seemed to have turned into a terrifying weapon, aiming for the vital points. Wang Ting's expression became extremely serious. MMP. Who did I offend, sending such a strong person to kill me? He cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to be careless. He dodged a few extremely dangerous attacks, turned around, and ran. The attacker, the school was outside. Wang Ting believed that as long as he ran out and shouted, the strong people in the school would hear the news and come. No matter how strong the attacker was, he would be captured and killed on the spot. It was a good idea, but the reality was so cruel. When he rushed to the door, he found that there was a transparent energy wall blocking his way. What the F***ck? Is there a need to do this just to kill me? Wang Ting cursed in his heart. He didn't need to think to know that the other party must have set up the runes formation in advance. Once he returned and stepped into the dormitory, it would activate and trap him. It was silent. By the time the strong people in the school found out, his body would probably be cold. What a great way to catch a turtle in a jar. Since the other party set up this trap, they must have the confidence to kill him before the strong people in the school could react. Wang Ting felt that he was going to die. Didn't I just show off in the afternoon? Tonight, I'm going to die. God, you're too cruel. Who wants to kill me? Qin Xiangming, Ren Qingsong. Wang Ting's mind raced. The entire dormitory was sealed off by the runes formation. Even if he shouted, it would be useless. Even though the bed inside had collapsed, not a single sound could be heard from outside. At this moment, a violent gust of wind came from behind him. The assassin had once again arrived behind him. Wang Ting felt a stabbing pain in his heart and his expression changed. F***ck, 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 let's go all out. Wang Ting instantly pushed his speed to its limits. Activating wind steps, his entire body seemed to transform into a gust of wind as he disappeared from his original position. Eh? The figure in the darkness made a second sound of surprise. However, his attacks did not stop at all. After sensing that Wang Ting's speed had skyrocketed, his speed had also increased by a large margin, and he was in hot pursuit. How strong is this person? Wang Ting immediately activated his spirit vision. An incomparably dazzling light shone into his eyes, almost blinding him. It's over. It's over. It's over. Important things had to be said 3 times. Wang Ting was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a huge force light. What kind of strength was this, he did not know, but a cornered beast would still fight. Waiting for death was definitely not his choice. At this moment, he could no longer care about hiding. He completely unleashed his full strength. Instead of retreating, he advanced. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he drew a dazzling sword light. He directly used his most powerful attack technique, 2 sword auras, 1 gold and 1 red, intertwined and surged out. Boom! Eh? A third sound of surprise was heard amidst the rumbling sound. Wang Ting did not pay attention to this sound. When his sword aura slashed at his opponent, he used the impact to quickly reach the transparent energy wall. Boom, 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 in a short span of 2 to 3 breaths, Wang Ting threw out dozens of punches. Under the threat of death, his potential was unleashed, and the number of his punches was astonishing. He knew that he was definitely not a match for that person. The only way was to break the formation and escape. Crack! Crack! Hearing this sound, Wang Ting was elated. Under the full force of his multiple forces, a crack finally appeared on the transparent wall. The other party probably did not expect that Wang Ting's hidden strength was actually at the 3-star soldier level. If his multiple forces were combined, his combat power would be comparable to that of a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. If he used his full strength, he would be able to break this rune's formation. Just as Wang Ting was about to shatter it in one go, the transparent wall in front of him suddenly disappeared. He punched the air. His body staggered forward. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. The rumbling sound behind him had disappeared. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard from the room. Pa! Someone turned on the lights in the living room. The sudden light dazzled Wang Ting. His expression changed, and he suddenly heard a voice. All right, stop messing around. This was a lazy female voice, but Wang Ting did not dare to lower his guard. He turned around and saw that the living room was in a mess. Many places were damaged, and there were holes and cracks everywhere. It was a horrible sight. On the sofa in the living room, a young woman who looked around 27 or 28 years old was sitting there. She looked at Wang Ting with interest. Who exactly are you? Wang Ting looked at her and asked warily. The woman smiled. Take a guess. Wang Ting was speechless. What do you mean, take a guess? What was there to guess? She barged into someone's house for no reason and used a killer move without saying anything. She almost took his life. Now, she was acting as if nothing had happened. What was she trying to do? Yo, you're angry. The woman looked at Wang Ting's black face and burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Wang Ting asked with a black face. You look quite interesting when you're angry. You look like a 3-year-old kid who was bullied by the big kid next door. Do you want to go back and look for your mother now? The woman teased. Hashtag? You're the 3-year-old kid, you're the one who's looking for your mother. Wang Ting's eyebrows twitched. He was so angry that he almost died. At this moment, he finally realized that this woman wasn't here to kill him at all. Although he didn't know what her purpose was, at least he was safe. Wang Ting took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his anger. He said calmly, You said I'm a 3-year-old kid. Aren't you admitting that you're the big kid next door? Just as he finished speaking, the woman suddenly disappeared from the sofa and appeared beside Wang Ting. Then, dong, a knuckle landed on his head. Wang Ting's pupils contracted. There was no way he could dodge, so he could only take the hit. Hiss. This time, the force was not light. He grimaced in pain. You said it yourself. Why did you hit me? Wang Ting rubbed his head and glared at the woman angrily. At the same time, he took a few steps back and subconsciously distanced himself from the woman. However, with her terrifying strength, it was useless no matter how far he retreated. I can say it, but you can't. The woman chuckled as she glanced at him. In the living room, Wang Ting and the unfamiliar woman sat opposite each other. Both of them were on high alert. He was restless and wanted the woman to leave as soon as possible. However, she didn't seem to want to leave. At this moment, because they were close, Wang Ting took a good look at her. This woman's appearance was truly stunning. Among all the women that Wang Ting had seen so far, no one could surpass her. Not even Lin Chuhan could. Moreover, her temperament was outstanding. Lazy, noble, elegant, heroic, and even dignified, her temperament blended into one without any contradiction. In other words, she herself was a contradiction. Therefore, no matter how contradictory her temperament was, it wouldn't be out of place. It would only leave a deeper impression. This was a woman who could become the center of attention wherever she went. As he was thinking, Wang Ting suddenly froze. His full-strength attack just now didn't hurt this woman at all. It didn't even leave a mark on her clothes. This level of strength was truly frightening. Wang Ting couldn't see through her. He took a deep breath and said, "Big sister, Am I very big?" The woman smiled and looked at him gently. Wang Ting couldn't help but glance at her majestic chest. He wanted to nod and shout, "Yes." However, he knew that he would be beaten to death. Suddenly, Wang Ting felt a chill on his back. He looked up and met the woman's eyes. A cold glint flashed by. "Where are you looking at?" The woman looked at Wang Ting expressionlessly. "No, where am I looking?" Wang Ting trembled. He swallowed his saliva and said embarrassedly, "If there's a next time, be careful of your eyes. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. If you have something to say, say it." The woman crossed her arms and leaned lazily on the sofa. Her long legs swayed gently. Wang Ting's gaze was almost attracted to her again. However, he sat upright and still without looking sideways. He coughed dryly and said, "This little sister, may I ask what you want?" "Oh, actually, it's nothing much. Old Peng said that an incredible genius has appeared in our school and asked me to hurry back to take a look. So, I wanted to see what kind of talent this genius is to make me rush back from the battlefield in such a hurry," the woman said calmly. This was a bit too much information. Just returned from the battlefield, where did this woman come from? And the old Peng she mentioned, Wang Ting asked hesitantly, "Is it President Peng? Who else could it be other than him?" The woman picked at her fingernails and said casually, "Then you are?" Wang Ting asked cautiously. To be able to call Ping Yuanshan old Peng, this woman's background was definitely not simple. "Me?" The lady raised her head and looked at Wang Ting. She said in a mocking tone, "I'm your principal." WTF? Wang Ting was dumbfounded. Principal? He looked at the lazy woman in front of him. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't associate her with the principal. "Are you sure you're not joking with me?" Wang Ting asked suspiciously. The woman didn't say anything. Instead, she turned to look at the door. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "That's right, she's our principal, Tan Tai Xian." "President." Wang Ting was shocked. Ping Yuanshan strode in and nodded at him. When he saw the mess around him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Principal, can't you test Wang Ting's strength somewhere else?" "No," Tan Tai Xian said nonchalantly. Ping Yuanshan, seeing that even Ping Yuanshan had to admit defeat in front of this woman, Wang Ting's gloominess dissipated quite a bit. Speaking of which, from the looks of it, this woman really was their school's principal that he had never seen before, but this was really a little inconceivable. He glanced at the woman who was leaning lazily on the sofa like a salted fish. She didn't look like a principal at all. The corner of Wang Ting's mouth twitched. He shook his head. He really didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. Peng Yuanshan was helpless. He turned to Wang Ting and said, "I'm just here to tell you that she really is our school's principal. She just wanted to test your strength before. I hope you don't take it to heart and don't have any scruples." Wang Ting didn't know what to say. It was impossible for him to say that he didn't have any scruples. In the previous battle, he had completely exposed his strength to Tan Tai Xian. In that life-or-death situation, he had revealed too many things. Now, in front of Tan Tai Xian, he had almost no secrets to hide. This made Wang Ting feel uneasy and difficult to let go of. "Alright, old Peng, stop nagging. If you have nothing to do, then don't wander around here. Don't you have so many things to deal with in the school? Hurry up and do what you need to do. Hurry up and leave." I'll take over this kid's matter. Tantai Xian waved her hand impatiently. Peng Yuanshan, who was innocently ignored, felt his forehead bulge. He was about to explode. You still know that there are so many things to deal with in the school. What have you been doing before? As the principal, you're always running around and doing nothing. You still have the nerve to ask me to do anything. What a strong resentment. Wang Ting stared at Peng Yuanshan with wide eyes. As expected, Tantai Xian was an extremely vile woman. Even Director Peng was angered to this extent. Poor, pitiful. In the end, Peng Yuanshan only snorted angrily and walked away with a belly full of resentment. Wang Ting couldn't help but glance at Tantai Xian. Why are you looking at me? Tantai Xian felt a little guilty. She said embarrassedly, look at old Peng. He's already so old, yet he's still so impatient. I'm only giving him more responsibility because I value him. If it were someone else, I wouldn't have trusted them. Then he really has to thank you. Wang Ting laughed in his heart and said insincerely. Of course. This is a favor for recognizing my worth. Tantai Xian nodded without any self-awareness. Director Peng has already left. If there's nothing else, please leave too. I still need to tidy up and go to bed. Wang Ting didn't want to talk nonsense with her, so he changed the topic. What's the rush? We haven't even talked about business. Tantai Xian rolled her eyes at him. Then say it. This stupid author is almost done with this chapter, Wang Ting said helplessly. Cough, cough, cough. Alright, let me think about where to start. Let's talk about your abilities first. Among the younger generation, you're considered one of the best. You hid your abilities well. 3-star soldier level martial warrior with the combat power of a 4-star martial warrior. Also, you're a multi-elemental martial warrior. Let me count. Ice, fire, metal, wind. Are there any more? Tantai Xian counted with her fingers. When she reached the end, she turned and asked Wang Ting. No, Wang Ting said expressionlessly. He had only used these 4 force. Even when he was attacking the transparent wall, he didn't have time to use the other elements. Hence, he wasn't worried that Tantai Xian would notice anything. 4 elements were enough. If he exposed the other elements, Wang Ting was afraid that Tantai Xian wouldn't be able to resist the urge to slice him up and study him. Then let's assume that it's 4 elements for now. Tantai Xian looked at Wang Ting meaningfully and said, every martial warrior has their own secrets. You don't have to worry that I'll look into it. Actually, it's not a big deal. Multi-elemental martial warriors are rare, but there are still some. I've met a few 4-elemental martial warriors before, but unfortunately, I killed them all. They didn't grow up, so it's not a big deal. Sogu's website, you killed several 4-elemental martial artists? Wang Ting's eyebrows twitched and his scalp went numb. His understanding of this headmaster had increased by another level. Not only was she vile, but she was also cruel. Damn, according to what she said, he was also one of the people she killed. Too scary, he couldn't help but tremble. Wang Ting subconsciously moved away a little, trying to get as far away from this terrifying and cruel woman as possible. You seem to be very afraid of me? Tantai Xian seemed to have seen through his thoughts. A creepy smile appeared on her pretty face as she spoke slowly. Huh. Haha, headmaster, you're so imposing and magnificent, I'm just, in awe. Wang Ting laughed dryly. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, I wouldn't have to endure such humiliation, force a smile, and grovel. Oh, not bad, you know how to talk. Tantai Xian's eyes revealed a look of admiration. Her mouth curved into a charming smile as she suddenly said, alright, let's not talk any more nonsense. Kneel down and kowtow. What? Wang Ting was dumbfounded. They were talking nicely, but she suddenly wanted him to kneel down and kowtow. Did she want him to beg for mercy? This woman was indeed extremely cruel. Should he kneel or not? Although a man had gold under his knees, wasn't there a saying that a great man knew when to yield and when not to yield? Scholars were just that awesome. They said everything they wanted to say and could advance or retreat. No matter what, it was reasonable. It was just that if he knelt, it seemed a little cowardly. But if he didn't kneel, with her cruelty, he would probably be beaten to death. what to do, waiting online, it was quite urgent. Should he just kneel and be done with it? Anyway, things like moral integrity, if it had attributes, he could just pick it up, right? Seeing Wang Ting's conflicted expression, Tan Xian couldn't help but snort coldly. What? You don't want to? I'm a warlord and I'm not qualified to be your teacher? What? Wang Ting was stunned again. He immediately reacted. Warlord. Apprentice, this woman was ridiculously strong, and according to her, she was actually a general-level martial artist. It was definitely not a problem for him to be her backer. It didn't seem like he couldn't accept having a general-level teacher. Moreover, he had already exposed most of his strength, and he couldn't beat her in a fight. The best way was undoubtedly to turn her into one of his own. Yes, teacher was one of them. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Wang Ting wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. So you were talking about becoming my disciple. You should have said so earlier. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, I would have knelt down. You're a little naughty. Tan Xian cast a sidelong glance at him. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Wang Ting's forehead was covered in cold sweat again. Are you going to kneel or not? Tan Xian asked. Well, principal, you see, it's already the martial arts era of the 21st century. Shouldn't we also keep up with the times? Without the threat to his life, Wang Ting changed his mind and didn't want to kneel. Oh, then what do you want? Tan Xian looked at him with interest. Why don't you just serve me some tea and I'll cook you a meal or something? It'll be a disciple's way of showing my sincerity, Wang Ting said carefully. Tan Xian shook his head and laughed. That's enough. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? If you don't want to kneel, then don't kneel. It's really not popular nowadays. Yes, yes. Wang Ting nodded vigorously. Then, he ran to make a cup of tea and brought it over. Teacher, please have some tea. Not bad. It's quite decent. Tan Xian nodded. He took the tea and took a sip. As for the meal, I'll owe you for now. My requirements are very high. When you become a master-level chef, I'll consider whether or not to eat. Wang Ting was speechless. This damned Sundara. Okay, Li Hu. Wang Ting nodded. Don't be ridiculous. Tan Xian rolled his eyes at him and said, to be honest, I've never had a disciple before. In the past, many people urged me to quickly take a disciple for fun. I thought it was troublesome and kept rejecting them with all kinds of excuses. This time, Old Peng urged me to come back again and again. He said that a rare genius had appeared in our school and guaranteed that I would be satisfied. Only then did I reluctantly come back to take a look. However, you didn't disappoint me. You were even pleasantly surprised. Plus, your temper is to my liking, so I don't mind taking you as a disciple. All these years, those old fellows have been showing off their disciples in front of me. In the future, I'll have to show off in front of them. You better not disappoint me. If you embarrass me, then. Hee, I don't think you want to know the consequences. As he said that, he gave Wang Ting a look that said, understand. Wang Ting's heart trembled. He suddenly had a bad premonition. He felt like his entire body was surrounded by malice. Li Hu, who are those old fellows you're talking about? How strong are their disciples? He asked cautiously. You won't know even if I tell you. You just need to know that they are all general-level martial warriors. As for their disciples, let me think. The most powerful one should be a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. However, the last time I saw him was half a year ago. It's hard to say how strong he is now, Tan Xian said calmly. 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. And it was half a year ago, Wang Ting could only chuckle. There was actually so much trouble involved in becoming a disciple. Could he not become a disciple? Was it too late to regret now? It's too late to regret now. Tan Xian immediately saw through Wang Ting's thoughts and said with a smile. Wang Ting, as my disciple, it's a little tough, but it's not without benefits. At least in the future, no Tom, Dick, or Harry will dare to bully you. I heard about Jin Xiaoming's incident. Although it's an exception in our school, there are many similar incidents in the outside world. Now that you're my disciple, if anyone dares to take advantage of their seniority in the future, I'll beat them to death for you, Xianxia said. Wang Ting's eyes instantly lit up. Listen, this is what a human should say. After surviving for so long, he finally found someone to rely on. Then, if I get into trouble in the future, can I use your name? Wang Ting asked. I knew that you're someone who doesn't know your place. Xianxia glared at him. Then, he said nonchalantly, but that's exactly what I want. If there's anything, just use my name. Anyway, those who are afraid of me won't dare to look for me. Those who aren't afraid of me, it's useless even if you use my name. Wang Ting, he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Alright, that's all for tonight. Come to my place tomorrow night. As your teacher, I have to teach you something. Xianxia stood up and stretched. As he walked towards the door, he yawned. I really miss my big bed. It's rare for me to come back. I'm going to have a good sleep. Wang Ting stood up and walked her to the door. Take care, Lion Tiger. Lion Tiger, watch your step. Lion Tiger, be careful when it's dark, dong. A blow landed on Wang Ting's head. Tears welled up in his eyes. When he raised his head, Xianxia had already disappeared. All attribute martial arts Chapter 1 After sending off Xianxia, Wang Ting stood in the living room and looked at the mess around him. He could not help but shake his head. What a crazy woman, she actually attacked him in the house. Fortunately, it was only the living room. If the entire dormitory was destroyed, he would not even have a place to sleep tonight. I'll get the school to fix it tomorrow. Wang Ting did not care about this. His gaze shifted to the attribute bubbles floating on the ground. These attribute bubbles were dropped by Xianxia when she attacked. Wang Ting did not dare to act rashly when Xianxia was still around. He had exposed too many things today. He could not let her know about the Goldfinger that allowed him to pick up attributes. After all, Xianxia was a warrior-level martial artist. Wang Ting did not have any understanding of warrior-level martial artists' methods. Although she probably would not think of the Goldfinger even if she racked her brains, Wang Ting was still unwilling to let anyone see any clues. Now that Xianxia had left, Wang Ting had no more scruples. He scanned with his telekinesis. Pick up, Wind Force *20, Metal Force *18, Black-Bellied *10. When he saw the contents of the last attribute bubble, Wang Ting was completely dumbfounded. Black-Bellied attribute, there was actually such an attribute. How black-bellied was Xianxia to have an overflow of black-bellied attributes? Also, system, are you kidding me? Speaking of which, she had actually dropped so many force attributes in just a short fight. Was she really a warrior-level martial artist? Fighting a warrior-level martial artist alone would definitely drop a lot of attributes. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough. He would only be beaten to death, he muttered to himself, the ignorant are fearless. Wang Ting hurriedly threw this suicidal thought to the back of his mind. Oh right, my crow egg. I don't know if I touched it during the fight just now. I hope it's fine. Wang Ting suddenly remembered this. He quickly picked up the backpack on the sofa, took out the crow egg, and examined it carefully. That was close. Luckily, I didn't break it. Wang Ting carefully checked the crow egg, and let out a long sigh of relief. After that, he walked into the bedroom and placed the crow eggs properly. He then opened the incubator that he had brought back and continued to incubate them. She took her clothes and went into the bathroom to wash up. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Ting walked out of the bathroom while drying his hair with a towel. When he was about to rest, he subconsciously glanced at the crow eggs on the incubator beside the bed. A crack suddenly appeared in his eyes. F***ck, broken. Broken, Wang Ting's eyes widened and he hurriedly moved closer to take a look. A crack had really appeared, it was also quite conspicuous. It extended from the left to the right, spanning almost a third of the length. Ka. Ka, suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Just like that, another crack slowly appeared under Wang Ting's eyes. Kacha. This time, the sound was much louder than before. Then, a dozen or so smaller cracks suddenly appeared around the crack. This is It's about to hatch? Wang Ting suddenly realized and was a little surprised. There had been no movement before. Today, he had just moved it back to the dormitory, and it was about to hatch. Was it purely a coincidence? However, it was still a good thing. After waiting for so long, it was finally about to hatch. Wang Ting stared at the crow egg without blinking. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the egg. However, the little guy inside refused to come out. He simply sat cross-legged on the ground, supported his chin, and stared at the egg in a daze. Time passed little by little. After more than 2 hours, the crow egg suddenly shook, and a piece of eggshell fell off. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he was instantly energized. The little guy inside was pushing up. At the top of the crow egg, pieces of eggshell fell off one by one. Poochie, suddenly, Tu Chao's head popped out. Wang Ting, oh my god. This little guy looks so unique. The little crow in front of him only had its head exposed, but its body was still in the eggshell. It looked at Wang Ting and let out a tender cry. Wang Ting didn't help it. He let the little crow struggle on its own. In the end, it took a long time before it finally crawled out of the eggshell. It had to be said that the offspring of star beasts were indeed very different from ordinary animals. The little crow in front of him was actually not small. Its body was almost the size of an adult hen, and it even had feathers on its body. How could the offspring of ordinary birds be like this? Caw, caw, the little crow lay on the ground and let out a cry. It flapped its wings and crawled toward Wang Ting. This little guy is black, fat, and dumb. I really can't tell that the giant crow was extraordinary at all. Wang Ting picked it up. The man and the crow stared at each other. Caw. Stop calling. I can't understand your crow language, Wang Ting said helplessly. Caw. Caw. The little crow still kept calling. It was so noisy that Wang Ting had a headache. Are you hungry? But I don't know what you eat. Oh right, ask Lu Jiqing. I wonder if she's asleep this late. Wang Ting quickly picked up his phone and contacted the beautiful lady at the pet shop. Are you there? Are you asleep? 5 minutes after the message was sent, Lu Jiqing replied. Yes, I just went to take a shower. What's the matter? Wang Ting, my crow egg hatched, but I don't know what it can eat. Oh? Oh, he took a picture of the little crow and sent it over. It's hatched. Congratulations. It's really big. I've looked up relevant information before. You can try feeding it with exotic beast meat. It was obviously Lu Jiqing's first time seeing a star beast level crow. She was very surprised and sent 3 messages in a row. Wang Ting thought about it. He didn't seem to have any exotic beast meat with him, but he did have a big piece of star beast level snake meat. Is star beast meat okay? Yes, star beast meat is more effective than exotic beast meat. Your little crow is the descendant of a star beast. It should be able to withstand the energy of the star beast meat. Okay, I got it. Thank you. You're welcome. Bring the little crow to the shop for me to take a look when you're free. No problem. Wang Ting ended the call with Lu Jiqing and took out the snake-type star beast meat that he killed at noon from the spatial ring. Caw, caw. The little crow started to call out restlessly as soon as it smelled the star beast meat. It fluttered on the ground and wanted to pounce on the star beast meat in Wang Ting's hand. You're really hungry. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll give it to you right away. Wang Ting cut a small piece of star beast meat with his battle sword and put it in front of the little crow's mouth. The little crow's speed was amazing. It stretched its neck forward and the star beast meat in Wang Ting's hand entered its mouth. It straightened its neck and swallowed it whole. Caw, caw. After eating a piece of meat, the little crow's eyes were still staring at the star beast meat in Wang Ting's hand and continued to call out to him. Hey, it's still a foodie. Forget it. I was planning to bring it back and eat it myself. You're lucky now. Wang Ting shook his head and smiled. He continued to cut the star beast meat and feed it. Sogu, the little crow had just hatched from its shell and was waiting to be fed. Not long after, it actually ate a small piece of meat, and its stomach gradually bulged. It seems that I need to store more star beast meat in the future. This little guy is a meat eater. Wang Ting looked at the little crow in front of him and shook his head. After the little crow finished eating, it rubbed against Wang Ting's palm and then fell asleep. Sleeping after eating? You sure are comfortable. Wang Ting laughed and scolded it. After thinking for a moment, he took out a quilt and piled it at the corner of the bed as the little crow's nest. The little crow didn't mind. It seemed to know that the quilt was prepared for it. After cawing twice, it crawled over and nestled in it. Soon, it fell asleep. Wang Ting wasn't too worried. A star beast's cub wasn't like an ordinary crow's cub. Its vitality was strong, and it was absolutely durable. It wouldn't die easily. After dealing with these matters, it was already late at night. Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief and fell asleep on the bed. The next morning, Wang Ting, Ho Pingliang, and the others had their breakfast and went to class. They only had 2 classes on Monday. In the afternoon, there was a 2-hour training session. As for the rest of the time, they were free to arrange. Wang Ting finished his first class in the morning. After class at 10 o'clock, he went to the school's logistics building to report the damage to his room and asked them to repair it. Third area, room 1, right? The higher-ups have already informed you. Otherwise, you would have to write a verification report. The logistics staff was a middle-aged woman. She smiled at Wang Ting. That's good. Please help me deal with it as soon as possible. Wang Ting said. Don't worry, student. It won't take much time. When the time comes, we will show you our efficiency. The middle-aged woman said confidently. Wang Ting came out from the logistics building and went to the Rune School's class. Among the 5 major schools, Zhongjing College and Command College had more students. As for the Blacksmith College, Alchemy College, and Runes College, they only had 1 class each. Today, there was a lesson in Runes College that was held at a different time from Zhongjing College. Thus, Wang Ting decided to sneak in and listen to the lesson. It was a good idea, but who didn't know him now? He sneaked into the multimedia classroom right before the bell rang. He didn't try to grab a seat at the front and just sat in the corner. The students in front might not have noticed him, but the students in the back immediately noticed him. They were all shocked and couldn't help but whisper to each other. Why is Wang Ting here? Listen in? I remember that he wanted to apply for all 5 academies at the same time. At that time, I thought it was just to attract the attention of the principals. I didn't expect him to really come. Hee, playing to the gallery. It's probably just for show. Let's see how long he can last. After a few words, the instructor walked into the classroom, and the voices immediately disappeared. The entire classroom fell silent. The teacher nodded in satisfaction. It seems like the students have already gotten used to Huang Hai's way of doing things. That's very good. Continue to maintain it and follow the rules. The students below rolled their eyes. How can we not get used to it? If we were a little late, we would be punished to run to the field, do a few thousand push-ups, jump a few laps, and so on. Let's not even talk about skipping class. Who dares to do that? Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The instructors of Huang Hai were all kind on the outside but evil on the inside. They had endless methods to punish the students. Many troublesome students didn't believe in heresy and wanted to test the limits of the instructors. The result was obvious. From then on, they didn't dare to show their faces. Alright, let's start the lesson. Last week, we talked about the basic structure of runes. The instructor started the lesson. Wang Ting didn't come to the class last week, so there was a gap in his knowledge. Now that he didn't have any teaching materials, he was naturally confused. However, as the instructor went deeper into the lesson, bubbles came out from his mouth and fell onto the podium. They then rolled onto the ground. Others naturally couldn't see this scene, but Wang Ting saw it clearly. He felt that it was quite interesting. He picked it up, Basic Runes Basics *2, Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He felt a stream of information appear in his mind out of thin air. Some basic runes knowledge fragments merged into his memory. Although it didn't become a system, after picking up more, it would naturally be perfected. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. The instructor above was serious in the lesson. Attribute bubbles kept appearing. In the end, there were 40 minutes left for the students to practice on their own. Then, he would guide them from the side. At this time, Bubbles also appeared. Wang Ting silently stood below and picked up the attribute Bubbles seriously. Basic runes basics * 2, basic runes basics * 3, basic runes basics * 1, basic runes basics * 1. One lesson wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. However, to Wang Ting, it was definitely a huge gain. There were still 15 minutes before the lesson ended. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel. Basic runes basics, 32/100, basic, he could reach this level in a 2-hour lesson. There was probably no student in the school of runes who could compare to him. The life of a cheat was as lonely as the snow, Wang Ting secretly sighed. At this time, the instructor had finished guiding the students in front. He walked to the back and looked up to see Wang Ting sitting in the corner. Naturally, he also knew Wang Ting. There were people in the school who didn't know Wang Ting. However, there were only a few of them who went out to handle some matters. Lin Yixing had a deep impression of Wang Ting. He also knew about the stupid incident of him choosing all 5 schools at the same time. At that time, not many people took it seriously. They all thought that he didn't know the seriousness of the matter. After a while, he would naturally focus on martial arts and wouldn't complain about learning smithing or alchemy. However, he actually saw this kid in class today. Moreover, he was secretly hiding in the corner to listen to the lesson. At the same time, he was surprised and felt that it was a little funny. He walked over without batting an eyelid. Lin Yixing thought that this move of his would work on all students when they least expected it. In fact, Wang Ting had already noticed him. When he saw him walk over, he quickly picked up the talisman pen on the table and drew the basic structure runes that he had just talked about. Huanghai Military Academy had all kinds of facilities. For example, in this classroom, every seat was equipped with talisman pens and talisman ink for students to practice. When Lin Yixing quietly walked behind Wang Ting had already drawn the 30 basic structure runes that he had talked about. He originally wanted to see if Wang Ting was really here to learn or if he was just pretending. However, when he saw the basic structure runes that Wang Ting had drawn, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He had long forgotten his initial plan and looked at it seriously. However, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. This kid is quite something. Sogu's reading website. In the Academy of Runes, there were only a few minutes left before the end of class. Some students wanted to ask the tutor some questions, but they found him lingering in the corner of the class. What's the tutor doing? Isn't that Wang Ting? He's actually sitting in on our class? Is the tutor looking at him drawing runes? Judging from the tutor's expression, there seems to be a problem. The students who didn't notice Wang Ting before finally saw him and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Among the freshmen, there were many who approved of Wang Ting, but there were also many who didn't like him, so it was inevitable for them to say some sour words. Ring, 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 the bell for the end of class rang, and Lin Yixing jolted awake. He looked at Wang Ting again and was a little surprised. He has completely mastered the 30 basic runes without any mistakes. Although these 30 runes are the basics, the profoundness of runes isn't what it looks like on the surface. Most people won't be able to master it even in a month. Is this kid a beginner? Or has he learned it before? If he's a beginner, his talent won't be too far off even if it's not as good as his martial arts talent. Lin Yixing's thoughts churned, and he couldn't make up his mind for a moment. Tutor, Wang Ting was a little scared by his gaze, so he called out carefully. Lin Yixing came back to his senses, and his expression changed. He said gently, Student Wang Ting, what's the matter? What do you not understand? If you don't understand, just ask. No, class is over. Can I leave now? Wang Ting said. Oh, right, class is over. You can leave now. Lin Yixing came back to his senses and said with a smile, Student Wang Ting, if you're interested, you can come to my class often in the future. You can't hear clearly sitting at the back, right? Do you want me to save a seat for you in front? No need. I can hear clearly. I'll come to your class often when I'm free. Then. Tutor, I'll leave first? Wang Ting was flattered. Go ahead. Lin Yixing smiled and nodded, looking very satisfied with him. Everyone was speechless. Everyone was confused, especially those who felt that Wang Ting was up to no good. They were even more dumbfounded. Tutor, did you take the wrong script, or did he accidentally confess to the wrong person? What was going on with this harmonious teacher-student situation? No one could understand. Wang Ting didn't understand either. He walked out of the classroom and heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that this tutor was a little too enthusiastic. Could it be that he had some ulterior motives? What should we do? I feel like we've been targeted. Wang Ting shook his head helplessly and followed the crowd to the canteen. In the afternoon, after Wang Ting finished his class in Zhangjin College, he went to the class in Dan College and once again blended in. The classes in the Pill Cauldron Academy were different from those in the Runes Academy. The Pill Cauldron Academy mainly focused on alchemy. Their classes were more like alchemy rooms. Every seat was equipped with a cauldron, and there were all kinds of medicinal pincers, pestles, and other tools placed beside them. There was even a fire under the cauldron, allowing students to practice at any time. Such a configuration was somewhat similar to a chemistry laboratory. This was the first time he saw such a classroom. Wang Ting also felt that it was quite interesting. He couldn't help but think of the book Harry Potter in his previous life. The potioneering classroom in the book was similar to this. Wang Ting found a corner and sat down, trying to make himself less conspicuous. However, the number of people in the Pill Cauldron Academy was pitifully small. With one more person, it was easy to notice. Moreover, Wang Ting wasn't some random male lead. His presence was still there. The tutor in charge of the Pill Cauldron Academy's class was called Xianxia. When the class started, he noticed Wang Ting. Slightly stunned, he smiled and said, "Today, we have one more student in our class. It seems that my class is quite popular." Even students from other academies came to sit in. "Teacher, he's Wang Ting from Zhangjin College." A girl raised her hand and said, "Oh, so you're Wang Ting." Xianxia was a little surprised. Then, he suddenly realized. "He has heard about your matter. I heard that the qualification to sit in was personally approved by President Peng. Since that's the case, I have nothing to say. I only hope that you can abide by the class rules. Alright, let's start the class. Today, I'll talk about the identification of spiritual herbs." Xianxia nodded at Wang Ting. Then, he began to talk non-stop. One by one, attribute bubbles of different sizes appeared from his mouth. Pick up, spiritual herb identification *2, spiritual herb identification *1, spiritual herb identification *3, the class ended. Spiritual herb identification, 31 out of 100 beginner. After the class ended, Xianxia realized that Wang Ting had quietly left. He was very quiet throughout the entire class. He didn't even have a sense of presence. Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. It should be a spur of the moment. I wonder if he will come again in the next class. At 7 p.m., Wang Ting arrived at the staff dormitory. The student dormitory in Huanghai Military Academy was already very grand, let alone the staff dormitory. Along the way, the environment was secluded. The buildings were like villas. They were arranged in picturesque disorder. From Wang Ting's perspective, he even felt that they were comparable to the houses in Deer Garden. It wasn't very appropriate to call it a dormitory. As the principal, Tan Tai Xian's residence was the best even if she wasn't in school often. At the door, Wang Ting pressed the doorbell. Tan Tai Xian was the one who opened the door. She was yawning in her pajamas. Her hair was a little messy, and she looked like she hadn't woken up yet. "You're here." She glanced at Wang Ting and ignored him. Then, she turned and walked into the house. "Come in. Close the door while you're at it." As she spoke, she walked into the kitchen, poured herself a glass of water, and gulped it down. Wang Ting had no choice. He closed the door and walked into the house. Tan Tai Xian didn't greet him. Wang Ting could only stand there and look around discreetly. The room was well equipped, but it didn't look very lively. It looked like a house that had just been renovated, except for the unfinished takeout on the table. No matter how I look at it, she looks like a homebody. Wang Ting thought to himself. Have a seat. Tan Xian finished the water herself. She didn't seem to have any intention of pouring him any. Then, she sat down on the sofa and picked up the phone on the table. She pressed a button and dialed a number. Then, she said to the other end of the line, "Get me some food." Wang Ting sat down on the sofa beside her. He didn't have the energy to complain. Looking at Tan Xian, he guessed that she had just woken up after sleeping for a whole day. She hadn't even eaten. He had to wait for her to finish her meal before he could get to the point. What's wrong? Your teacher hasn't even eaten. Don't tell me you want me to teach you on an empty stomach. Tan Xian seemed to know what he was thinking. She said with an aggrieved expression. Pretend, keep pretending. Wang Ting felt disdain in his heart. However, he smiled and said, Teacher, you misunderstood me. How could I be that kind of person? You must eat before you teach me. Otherwise, I will feel guilty. You are indeed my dearest disciple. You know how to feel sorry for your teacher. Tan Xian said, touched. Haha. Wang Ting's mouth twitched. This drama queen. Back to the point. Tan Xian leaned on the sofa and said lightly, I have a rough understanding of your strength. You have nothing to compare with your peers. You are already ahead of them. This is your advantage. Don't slack off. What you need to do is not to be in the lead, but to surpass your peers. By peers, I mean not only your peers, but also the talented martial artists of the younger generation. They are your targets. You have to set your sights further and not be limited to the school. I, your teacher, am invincible among my peers. I have even beaten up many of the older generation experts. As my disciple, you can't be too much weaker than me, even if you are not stronger than me. Wang Ting listened and could not help but smile bitterly. His teacher's tone was scary. Invincible among his peers. Was he bragging, or bragging, or bragging? Tan Xian pretended not to see his expression and continued, however, you have to take things one step at a time, and you have to take things one step at a time. You can't rush things when it comes to martial arts. There are still quite a number of geniuses in our school's 3rd and 4th year students. Your path will start from our school. I'll set a target for you. From tomorrow onwards, challenge a student in the top 100 every day until you reach the top. Teacher, you are making me the target of public criticism. If I challenge one person every day as a freshman, I will definitely become the public enemy of the entire school. They will hate me to death. Wang Ting was speechless. What are you afraid of? Tan Xian scolded, if you defeat them, so what if you become the enemy of the entire school? They will only respect you and fear you. The strong will only associate with the strong. They will never lack friends. Okay, you are right. Wang Ting saw that she was angry, so he could only nod. Who asked him to be her disciple? There was a saying, only masters and women are difficult to deal with. Moreover, the person in front of him was both his master and a woman. He could not afford to offend her, besides, he was not afraid of anything. He just felt that there was no need to do so. There was more than one way to become stronger. They were all classmates. Why did they have to make it seem like they were enemies? That was not good. At that moment, Tan Xian realized that Wang Ting was definitely not someone who was afraid of trouble. Otherwise, he would not have tricked the entire 2nd year class and even dared to talk back to his tutor. I know what you are thinking, but challenges are common among martial artists. Apart from a few narrow-minded people, most people will not hold grudges just because they lost. If you are not as strong as others, then so be it. At worst, you can go into seclusion and cultivate for 3 to 5 years. You can get back at them next time. That is why I can only say that you are overthinking, Tan Xian said. Wang Ting saw that she was explaining patiently and knew that she was doing it for his own good. He nodded and said, Teacher, I understand. Relax, relax. Don't be so serious. I am your teacher. Why would I trick you? Tan Xian smiled and waved her hand casually. Wang Ting still felt that she was not reliable. It would be strange if he could not feel at ease with such a teacher. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Little Ting, go open the door, Tantai Xian ordered. Little Ting your ass, my name is not Little Ting. Your whole family is Little Ting. Bah, bah. You can call me whatever you want, but not Little Ting. Wang Ting was so angry that he almost fainted. He had a premonition that he would be defeated by this woman for the rest of his life. Once again, he wondered if it was a mistake to have her as his teacher. Go, go, go. Your teacher is hungry. Tantai Xian urged when she saw that he did not move for a long time. Wang Ting's face darkened. He muttered, if it weren't for the fact that I can't beat her, if it weren't for the fact that I can't beat her. He walked to the door and opened it. A fatty was standing outside the door. When he saw that it was Wang Ting who opened the door, he immediately became suspicious. He thought that he had entered the wrong door, so he turned around to look at the door number. Needless to say, he looked a little silly. You are in the right place. Give me the food, Wang Ting said. Oh, okay. The fatty checked the door number and made sure that he was in the right place. Then, he handed the food box in his hand to Wang Ting. He did not ask anything. He watched as Wang Ting closed the door. He stood outside the door and pondered for a moment while rubbing his chin. Then, his eyes lit up. He clenched his left hand into a fist and slapped the palm of his right hand. He nodded to himself, as if he had figured something out. As for what he had figured out, only God knew. Wang Ting placed the food box on the table. Tantai Xian could not wait to open it. A rich aroma wafted out. It smells so good. Why is it so fragrant? Wang Ting's eyes could not help but be attracted by the aroma. The golden light was overflowing, it was so dazzling, his eyes were going blind. Was this the legendary dish that glowed? Wang Ting was completely dumbfounded. Did something strange sneak in? This was a martial arts story, not a master chef story. Seeing Wang Ting's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Tantai Xian smiled and said, see? This is the masterpiece of a master chef spirit. If you want to cook for me, you have to be at this level. The one who brought the food was a fatty, right? He is a master chef spirit. That silly fatty was actually a master chef spirit. Sogu's website, having been reborn in the martial arts era, Wang Ting gradually understood a principle. You can't judge a book by its cover. An old lady crossing the street could be a martial arts expert, a butcher could be a peerless expert who could carve out a path of life and death with a single slash. For example, a cute fatty could be a spirit chef grandmaster. Delivering food like a deliverman wasn't because he had a low status, but because the person who wanted him to deliver food was too amazing. Being a spirit chef was a profession with a very long career. Moreover, it was highly sought after by martial artists and had a high status. Moreover, a spirit chef grandmaster was an honored guest of many martial artists. Therefore, one should never underestimate anyone, especially those who didn't have a good appearance. Tantai Xian's dinner was very sumptuous. The food box had a total of 5 layers. The first layer was filled with sparkling and translucent rice. The second layer was a fragrant and delicious light soup. The soup noodles emitted a faint glow. The remaining 3 layers were fish, meat, and vegetables. It was a very simple configuration, but it produced an extraordinary style and taste. Every dish was glowing. It wasn't an exaggeration, they were really glowing. Dishes that glowed weren't just for show. Tantai Xian ate very happily at an astonishing speed. However, he didn't devour the food like a wolf or a tiger, which would make others feel impolite. Instead, he looked like a queen eating without losing his bearing. He even gave others a pleasing feeling, which greatly increased the appetite of the onlookers. At least, Wang Ting suddenly felt a little hungry as he watched. Strange, it hadn't been long since he had dinner. Teacher, why is this food glowing? Wang Ting swallowed his saliva without batting an eyelid. He couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Because of the origin power. Tantai Xian said casually. Origin power? That's right. The food cooked by a spirit chef uses star beasts and spirit herbs as ingredients. The common point of these ingredients is that they all contain origin power. Through special cooking methods, the spirit chef stimulates the origin power within to achieve the effect of cultivation. Therefore, you should now know why a spirit chef must be a martial artist, Tantai Xian said. That's because only martial artists can sense and utilize origin power. Wang Ting nodded. Speaking of spirit chefs, I can't help but admire the Xingwu continent. It's truly rare to see someone develop a normal subclass to such an extent, Tan Taixian praised. Teacher, are you sure you're not saying this because the spiritual food is too delicious? Wang Ting asked leisurely. Tan Taixian avoided Wang Ting's gaze and let out a strange laugh. Oh, my stupid disciple, how could your teacher be that kind of person? Wang Ting felt a headache coming on. Right now, he just wanted to get as far away from this woman as his master. Every word she said seemed to be provoking him, driving him crazy, but at the same time, there was nothing he could do. She suppressed her impatience and waited for Tan Taixian to finish his meal. She stood up and patted her flat stomach. She burped and said, "Now that I'm full, come with me. Let's have a friendly after-meal exercise between master and disciple." Wang Ting had just stood up when he suddenly staggered. He said shyly, "That's not very good." "Hee, you're really naughty." Tan Taixian put on a fake smile and walked into the room. Wang Ting suddenly felt his scalp tingle. He cursed himself for having such a big mouth and hurriedly jogged to catch up. "Teacher, exercising right after eating isn't good for the stomach. Why don't we rest for a while before we start?" "You think this little exercise can hurt my stomach?" Tan Taixian said disdainfully. Wang Ting followed Tan Taixian to a spacious training room. Tan Taixian stretched his arms and legs and said to Wang Ting, "Everyone has their own cultivation method and combat skill, so I won't teach you these things easily. How you choose is entirely up to you. Moreover, there's nothing in this world that comes out of nowhere. If you want better things, you'll have to fight for them. However, from today onwards, I'll suppress my strength and fight with you at the same level to cultivate your combat experience and combat awareness. In my opinion, these are the qualities that a martial artist should possess. I've seen many martial artists who came from the battlefield. Many of them didn't have powerful combat skills or profound cultivation methods, but when they faced some so-called genius martial artists, they all won with an overwhelming advantage. I don't want you to become that kind of martial artist who only has strength but no corresponding combat ability. In the end, it's all for naught. It just so happens that we didn't have enough fun last night. Let's continue tonight." As she spoke, she suddenly let out a roar. "Come!" Her brazen aura erupted in an instant. She actually made the first move. She stomped on the ground barefoot, as if she had turned into an arrow. Her hand was like a knife, bringing with it a violent wind that pierced towards Wang Ting's chest. This move went straight for his vitals, without any intention of holding back. So strong. Wang Ting's pupils shrank. He immediately reacted, taking a step forward and dodging to the side. Then, he threw a punch at Tan Taixian's temple. But in the next moment, she disappeared from where she was and appeared on Wang Ting's left side. She swept her leg over mercilessly. Wang Ting dodged by a hair's breadth. A storm of attacks came one after another without any pause. Boom, 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 Wang Ting was exhausted from dealing with them. He had almost no strength to fight back. He could feel that Tan Taixian had indeed suppressed her strength to the same level as him, but he still found it difficult to resist. Too strong, so strong that it was against the rules. She hadn't even used her full strength last night. The corner of Wang Ting's mouth twitched. He was aghast. He'd used all his origin powers and extreme speed, but it was useless. Tan Taixian's combat instincts were already at the peak of perfection. It was so terrifying that he felt powerless. F***ck, I'll go all out. Wang Ting was beaten back again and again. His legs collided with Tan Taixian's, causing him to feel numb. He made up his mind. He didn't care if he could win or not. He was going to fight head-on. Half an hour later, Wang Ting lay on the ground. Every part of his body hurt, and he couldn't even stand up. "Teacher, you're too ruthless," he said hoarsely. His throat was dry. Tan Taixian smiled gently. "My foolish disciple, I'm doing this for your own good. Now, I'm the one fighting you. In the future, you'll have to face all kinds of enemies. They'll kill you directly, and they won't care if you're in pain or not. This is the only way to force out your potential and let you continue to grow. Tan Xian might not be lying. She was trying to force out his potential. But today was only the first day. Was it necessary to be so ruthless? It was definitely for revenge. What a petty woman. Wang Ting rolled his eyes and looked at the ceiling speechlessly. He didn't want to pay any attention to this black-hearted teacher. Don't worry, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Go back to the logistics department and buy a bottle of black jade ointment to apply all over your body. I guarantee that you'll be full of energy tomorrow, and you'll be able to continue my training of love, Tan Xian said with a smile. After sending Wang Ting away, she stood alone in front of the door. The corner of her mouth suddenly curled up. I didn't come back for nothing. I couldn't have done this back then. So Wang Ting dragged his tired body out of Tan Xian's residence. He looked like he had been played to death. Thinking about how he would have to make a living under that woman, Tan Xian, he suddenly felt that his life was gloomy. Looking back, Tan Xian's home was like a demon's den, hidden in the darkness. Wang Ting followed Tan Xian's instructions and went to the second floor of the logistics office. Even though it was very late, there were still staff members working here. Wang Ting stated his purpose. Black jade cream. The staff member was a middle-aged man. He raised his head in surprise, but didn't say anything. He directly said, 100 credits per set, can be used for 5 days. What? When Wang Ting heard the price, he felt that his life was gloomy again. Why is it so expensive? It's not expensive at all. It's worth it. I'm honest, the middle-aged man said expressionlessly. Wang Ting seriously suspected that Tan Xian was a fake. Otherwise, why would he cheat him to buy some black jade cream, 100 credits per set? Why didn't he just rob a bank? And he said it wasn't expensive. Not expensive your ass, I've seen a lot of students like you. One by one, you come to exchange for things, but when you see the credits, you can't bear to part with this and that. Every time you come, it's like you're cutting your own flesh. It's like I'm forcing you to buy. The middle-aged man shook his head. Wang Ting was speechless. You're just saying that. Look at your prices. Who would be willing to buy it? However, when he thought about his own condition and the terrible training tomorrow night, he could only grit his teeth and say, give me 1 set. That's right. You can't earn enough credits. Don't hold on to them so tightly. It's only meaningful when you spend them. The middle-aged man finally smiled. Hee hee. Wang Ting exchanged for a set of black jade cream and turned to leave. Damn it. Angina, he accepted the challenges of the second-year students and fought with his life on the line, but he only earned 100 credits for a match. This black jade cream actually cost 100 credits for a portion. After using it a few times, all the credits he had just accumulated would be used to fill this bottomless hole. Looks like I have to think of other ways to earn some credits, Wang Ting thought as he stroked his chin. Speaking of which, since I'm going to challenge the top 100 students in the school, this is hard work. I can't do it for free, right? Can I do something about it? But then again, it seems a little exciting to challenge the top 100. I wonder if they will join forces to beat me to death. Don't panic, let me think about it, Wang Ting pondered all the way back to the dormitory. When he entered the room, he saw that the damaged living room had already been repaired. This efficiency was really good, Wang Ting sighed. Opened the bedroom door and walked in. A black shadow immediately pounced over and cawed. It sounded a little pitiful. Wang Ting slapped his head. Damn, I forgot about this little thing. Because someone would come to fix it today, he locked the room. He wasn't worried about anything happening in the school, but he was afraid that this little thing would run around and get lost. He didn't come back for a day and only left some star beast meat for the little crow in the morning. It was obviously not enough for the little crow, and it was starving. It's my fault, my fault. Wang Ting scratched the little crow's head and took out the star beast meat to feed it. Once the little crow saw food, it threw its dissatisfaction to the 9 heavens. Of course, it didn't know what 9 heavens meant and only cared about eating. Slow down, I won't forget about your share. Wang Ting was afraid that it would choke, but he was obviously thinking too much. The little crow ate smoothly, swallowing a piece of meat with each bite. Its throat rolled, and it swallowed it. He was worried for nothing. After a while, the little crow had eaten its fill and wandered around the room. Wang Ting's jaw almost dropped. This development was too fast. It could walk after hatching for a day. Why didn't it ascend to heaven? Unfortunately, its feathers weren't fully grown yet. Wang Ting didn't care about it and let it do its own thing. He took his clothes and the black jade ointment and walked into the bathroom. He took off his clothes and applied the black jade ointment all over his body while running hot water. There were instructions on the black jade ointment. It said that after applying and soaking in hot water, it would be beneficial for the absorption of the ointment. Yes, it would be best if it was scalding hot water, the kind that could scald the skin. Wang Ting was also ruthless. It wasn't enough to turn the temperature of the water to the maximum. When the bathtub was full of water, his hand flowed with fire force, and he dipped it into the water. The temperature of the hot water kept rising. Wang Ting felt that it was about time. He stretched out his leg to test the temperature of the water. He suddenly felt that he might be courting death, but in order to quickly absorb the ointment, he walked into the water and sat down with a grimace. Phew! I'm about to be cooked. A gust of hot air rose from the top of his head. When he first entered the water, the scalding heat almost made him jump up. But soon, a cold feeling spread from the black jade ointment and quickly covered his entire body, counteracting the scalding heat of the hot water. So this is the effect of the black jade ointment. I knew it wasn't that crazy. Half an hour later, the temperature of the hot water completely disappeared. The black jade ointment on Wang Ting's body also fell off. He walked out of the bathtub and felt refreshed. The fatigue and pain on his body had been relieved by a lot. When the ointment in my body completely dissolves, I should be able to fully recover by tomorrow. Wang Ting thought. He dried his body, put on his pajamas, and blow-dried his hair. He returned to his bedroom and sat cross-legged on his bed to begin cultivating. The circulation of force also helped the conversion and absorption of the black jade ointment. When I'm free, I should cultivate Herculean bull art. There's a saying that one must first take a beating to learn martial arts. Taking a beating is also a skill. The night was silent. The next day, Wang Ting went to class as usual. There were classes scheduled for Tuesday, so he couldn't go to other schools to attend classes. He could only wait until class ended to pick up attributes. No one noticed him because when he went over, the other students had already left. Also, he was just passing by. He scanned with his spiritual power and picked up all the attributes. It was effortless. It was simple and convenient. After lunch, Wang Ting took advantage of the lunch break and went to the dormitory of the 100th student. Area A, Room 100. Although it was the last room, this was Area A, and it represented the last of the top 100 students in Huanghai Military Academy. Before school started, he heard from Senior Zhu Tao that the top 100 students were at least 3-star soldier-level martial warriors. Also, all of them had gone through many missions and were very experienced in actual combat. They were very powerful and not ordinary students could compare to them. Wang Ting wasn't worried. With his current ability, it might be a little difficult for him to challenge the top 100 students. However, he was more or less confident in defeating the bottom 100 students. His only worry was that most of the top 100 students wouldn't stay in school. They had almost finished their classes and were usually out on missions. If they weren't in school, they wouldn't be able to complete the mission given by Tantai Xian. If they couldn't complete the mission, they would suffer at night, right? Thinking of that unpredictable woman, Wang Ting felt that he had to lay low for the time being and complete the mission given by her obediently. He went forward. He knocked on the door. Fortunately, someone opened the door. The person who came out was a tall young man. He just looked a little old and had a full beard. Wang Ting? He was a little surprised. It was obvious that he recognized Wang Ting. It's me. Senior Yukun, are you free tonight? Before Wang Ting came, he had already investigated this senior who was ranked 100. Actually, it wasn't difficult. There was a ranking for the top 100 students. It was posted on the school's official website. Anyone could find it. Of course, it was only a rough introduction. It didn't explain the students' backgrounds in detail. However, it was enough for Wang Ting. What do you want? I don't want to be gay. Yukun seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed and he took a step back. Gay? Wang Ting was instantly stunned. He froze on the spot. WQNMLGB. Wang Ting instantly exploded. However, when he thought of his goal today, he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He said, Senior, I'm here to challenge you. Challenge me. Yukun's expression became serious. He stared at Wang Ting. Do you know what you're saying? Sorry, I can't disobey my master's orders. Wang Ting said. You have a master. Yukun's expression changed. He said, Can I say that you're indeed a genius? You just entered the school not long ago and you're already valued by a mentor. Or should I say, even the dean? Wang Ting didn't answer. Instead, he said, 7 p.m., Martial Arts Arena. Senior, you'll come, right? You seem very confident. Yukun said. More or less. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to look for you. Wang Ting smiled. Ha ha ha, good. Then I'll fight with you. I'll show you the strength of the top 100. Yukun laughed. Then I'll wait for your arrival. Wang Ting didn't say anything more. He turned and left. Yukun stood at the door. He narrowed his eyes slightly and watched him leave. Then, he dialed his mentor's phone and told him about Wang Ting's challenge. At the same time, he also inquired about who Wang Ting's master was. Unfortunately, his mentor didn't tell him the answer. He just said helplessly, do your best and fight with him. Yukun hung up the phone. Although his mentor didn't say it clearly, he wasn't stupid. He had already guessed that Wang Ting's master must be one of the school's top leaders. I'm really envious of geniuses. They don't even need to find a master to be valued by the strong. They're not like me. I spent a lot of effort to find a mentor. Yukun shook his head and muttered to himself. Only a few people knew about Wang Ting's challenge to Yukun. It wasn't like the challenge of a second-year student. At around 6 p.m., Yukun came to the field. Seeing that Wang Ting hadn't arrived yet, he went straight to the arena. Then, he stood in the middle of the arena and closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, some of the students training on the field realized that something had happened. That's Yukun who's ranked 100? He's in the arena. Who is he going to fight with tonight? Damn, this is big news. A battle for the top 100. Quickly inform everyone to come and watch. It was publicly acknowledged that the top 100 could be challenged. Whoever won would be on the list. This was a kind of honor. Some people reacted and took out their phones to send messages to the class group or directly to their roommates in the same dormitory. In less than 10 minutes, many people came to the field again. When Wang Ting came to the field, he was still on the phone. I know. I'll be there after the call. How can I be lazy? I'm definitely not that kind of person. Okay, no problem. I'll definitely win. If I can't win, you can do whatever you want. Yes, I said so. I'm at the field. I'll hang up first. After getting permission, Wang Ting hung up the phone and let out a long breath. Oh my God, women are really troublesome creatures. No matter how strong a woman is, she's no exception. Wang Ting had already seen Yukun in the arena from afar. He walked forward. Suddenly, a fatty pulled Wang Ting sneakily. Junior Wang Ting. You are? I'm Zhuge Xiaoyang, a third-year student from the Command Academy. The fatty said. Your name is a bit awesome. Wang Ting was stunned. Of course. My original name was Zhuge Xiaoyang. However, I especially admired Mr. Wulong and Zhuge Liang, so I changed my name. I can't compare with Zhuge Liang's achievements now, but I'll definitely surpass him one day. When that time comes, I'll change my name to Zhuge Daliang, said Zhuge Xiaoyang. Pfft. You're really a talent. I admire you. Wang Ting was speechless. You flatter me. Why did you stop me? What's the matter? Oh, it's like this. Yukun wants to fight with someone, so I opened a bet. Although I don't know who the challenger is, it's still a third-year student. But he's definitely a year 3 student, so the odds are a little lower, 3 to 1. Are you interested in playing? Zhuge Xiaoliang first looked around carefully, then said in a low voice. Wang Ting was flabbergasted. Mind you, the school was known for its strict discipline. This fatty was really bold. How dare he do such a thing? Zhuge fatty, you're really unrepentant. How many times have you been caught? You still dare to play this game? Suddenly, a mocking laugh came from the side. Damn, I was wondering who it was. You scared me. Zhuge Xiaoliang patted his chest. Unexpectedly, his chest was also surging. He said angrily, You Xuexing, can you stop appearing and disappearing like a ghost? Will you compensate me if I have a heart attack? Alright, you're really daring. You have a big heart. Anyone can be scared by me, but you won't. The person said, Don't you want to play? I'll bet 100 credits that Yukun will win. Aren't you afraid of being found out? Why do you want to play too? Zhuge Xiaoliang was surprised. We've seen all the tricks of the instructor. What's there to be afraid of? Yu Xuexing said indifferently. Alright, if you dare to play, I dare to accept. Zhuge Xiaoliang smiled and turned to look at Wang Ting. What do you think, Junior Wang Ting? What do you think? I'm a little curious. Why are you looking for me? Wang Ting said. What's so strange about that? Freshmen are easy to trick. Among the freshmen, you have the most credits. If he doesn't trick you, who else would he trick? Yu Xuexing said. Zhuge Xiaoliang. Hee. Wang Ting smiled. I'll also bet 100 credits on the challenger. Zhuge Xiaoliang thought he wouldn't participate. He didn't expect to hear this. He suddenly raised his head. Alright, Junior Wang Ting is really straightforward. You know he's trying to trick you, but you still dare to participate? Yu Xuexing was a little surprised. I can still afford 100 credits. I'm just playing, Wang Ting said. You're the first freshman to be so rich. Yu Xuexing smiled. Wang Ting didn't say anything else. He transferred 100 credits to Zhuge Xiaoliang, squeezed into the crowd, and walked towards the arena. When Yu Xuexing and Zhuge Xiaoliang saw him walk up the arena, both of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. After a long time, they spat out a word. F***CK. Sogu's reading website. When Wang Ting walked into the ring, the crowd was in an uproar. Why is it him? Wang Ting dares to challenge Yukun, who is ranked in the top 100. Who gave him the courage? I admit that he's not weak, but the gap between him and the top 100 is too big. Is this guy too arrogant? Yu Xuexing came to a realization and said, I was wondering why he would bet on the challengers. It turns out that he wants to challenge Yukun. As he said that, he looked at Zhuge Xiaoliang beside him and said, he knew that you were trying to trick him, but he went with the flow and bet on himself to win. This guy is a little cunning. Seems like he's very confident. Zhuge Xiaoliang touched his chubby chin and said. Although he has defeated many second-year students, isn't it a little too arrogant to challenge the top 100 now? Yu Xuexing frowned and said. I believe that he's confident. Do you think he looks like an idiot? Zhuge Xiaoliang said. Yu Xuexing shook his head and said nothing. Confidence was a subjective thing. There was never a clear boundary between confidence and arrogance. Sometimes, it was difficult for the person involved to distinguish between confidence and arrogance. Like most people, he was more willing to believe that Wang Ting was arrogant. Excessive confidence was arrogance. Most of the people present obviously felt that Wang Ting was overestimating himself. Zhuge Xiaoliang looked around and laughed sinisterly. Seems like no one thinks that Wang Ting will win. Hee, this is going to be fun. Before the competition starts, I'll go and get another group of people. Seeing Zhuge Xiaoliang run away, Yu Xuexing shook his head speechlessly and said, this damn fatty really doesn't learn from his mistakes. If he makes too big of a deal, he'll definitely attract the attention of the mentors. I guess I won't be able to earn anything this time. In the ring. Yukun heard the commotion and opened his eyes. He looked at Wang Ting and smiled. You're quite popular. Unfortunately, no one seems to think that you have any chance of winning. It doesn't matter. I'm just here to complete the homework assigned by the teacher. I don't need their approval. Wang Ting's expression was calm. He really didn't take their doubts to heart. Homework? The corner of Yukun's mouth twitched, and he felt a surge of uncontrollable anger in his heart. Your words really make people angry. Sorry. Wang Ting realized that his words seemed to have provoked Yukun. Yukun said coldly, no need. Let's see who's the real deal. You want to treat me as homework? Let's see if you have the qualifications to do so. Then let's begin. Wang Ting nodded. The referees this time were also from a martial arts club, but they weren't Chen Su or Yang Lin. Wang Ting had seen them at the newcomers' gathering. The two of them didn't waste any time. Seeing that Wang Ting and Yukun were ready, they shouted loudly, begin. The battle immediately broke out. There were no unnecessary probing or verbal arguments. It was a head-on confrontation from the very beginning. Boom, Yukun stomped on the ground. Every step he took made a loud noise. If it were a normal ground, it would have been torn apart by his stomp. He chose to charge head-on. The yellow force gathered on his arms. His whole body seemed to have grown a lot taller, looking like a giant. When he was only 3 meters away from Wang Ting, he suddenly stomped his foot. His body rose from the ground and pounced on Wang Ting from midair. A pair of astonishing ape arms hugged together and smashed down with a loud bang. Such a terrifying attack made the faces of the people below change drastically. They were shocked. Senior Yukun is so powerful. No wonder he's in the top 100. Why isn't Wang Ting moving? He's probably shocked by Senior Yukun's aura. He probably doesn't know how to dodge. Sigh, he shouldn't have challenged Yukun. He didn't have a chance to win from the start. Just as Yukun's fists were about to smash down, Wang Ting finally moved. He wasn't shocked just now. He purposely wanted to feel the aura of a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Ting had seen 3-star soldier-level martial warriors before. Lin Zhan and the others from the Tiger Warrior team were 3-star martial warriors. However, since they were teammates, they naturally wouldn't use their auras to oppress him. Hence, Wang Ting had never felt the aura of a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior before. It was different now. Yukun was furious. Naturally, he didn't hold back his aura. It surged out violently. Unfortunately, although this aura was strong, it didn't seem to affect him much. Compared to Tan Tai Xian's aura, it paled in comparison. There was no comparison at all. At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly raised his head. Ice force gathered in his fists. He didn't dodge at all. Instead, he went forward. Boom, 4 fists collided instantly. Yukun's expression changed slightly. He felt a bone-piercing coldness seeping into his body. It was as if his earth force was going to freeze. However, this wasn't enough to hurt him. You're not bad. No wonder you dared to challenge me. Yukun used the recoil to land on the ground. He shook his arms, and the coldness dissipated. Then, without any hesitation, he charged towards Wang Ting again. Wang Ting didn't say anything. His speed exploded, and he turned into an afterimage as he charged towards Yukun. Bang bang. Bang, crazy sounds of collisions erupted. The force of the collisions formed a terrifying hurricane that surrounded the two of them. What a terrifying attack. Wang Ting actually blocked it. Previously, an instructor said that Wang Ting's combat power is comparable to a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. However, it's only comparable. There's still quite a distance between him and a real 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Why can't Senior Yukun defeat him? Yukun hasn't used his full strength, right? Everyone was dumbfounded. Disbelief was written all over their faces. Some 3rd-year and 4th-year students couldn't help but guess that Yukun might not have used his full strength. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not be able to defeat a mere freshman. However, only Yukun himself knew that he had already used his full strength. He didn't hold back at all. This brat is King Evil. Look at the strength of his force. He's only a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior, but he's actually on par with me. The more Yukun fought, the more depressed he felt. His mentality almost exploded. He was a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior, but he couldn't even defeat a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior. If he lost in the end, he wouldn't be able to face anyone anymore. Thinking of what would happen if he lost the challenge, Yukun couldn't help but shudder. His expression was a little ferocious, and his attacks became even fiercer. However, Wang Ting was still at ease. He had already realized why Tan Tai Xian wanted him to challenge the top 100 students in the school. Using battle to nurture battle, he fought with Tan Tai Xian at night. However, Tan Tai Xian was too strong. The benefits were great, but there were also disadvantages. Wang Ting recalled the situation when he fought with Tan Tai Xian last night. He was in a passive state, and Tan Tai Xian obtained an overwhelming victory in the end. Wang Ting couldn't verify what he had learned from her. He needed a buffer point. The top 100 students in the school were the buffer point that Tan Tai Xian found for Wang Ting. Their abilities were about the same as Wang Ting's. When he fought with them, Wang Ting had enough time and space to perform. He could verify what he had learned from Tan Tai Xian one by one and digest it completely through battle. He could integrate it into himself and make it his own. Sogu's website, understanding Tan Tai Xian's intentions, Wang Ting couldn't help but smirk. Tan Tai Xian's attack from last night flashed through his mind. Every move was deadly and aimed at the vital points. Every move was simple to the extreme, without any unnecessary movements. Wang Ting followed suit and gradually displayed it in his battle with Yukun. On the opposite side, Yukun could clearly feel that Wang Ting's attack style had suddenly changed. His attacks were more tricky and deadly, full of danger. At first, he was not adept at this kind of attack, so he could easily block it. However, as time went on, Wang Ting's attacks became faster and faster. The changes in his moves also became smoother and smoother. For example, in the previous round of attacks, it was clearly aimed at the eyes a second ago, but in the next second, it was aimed at the temples. Unpredictable changes, he was really hard to fathom. Cold sweat broke out on Yukun's forehead as he gradually found it difficult to parry. At the same time, he finally realized something infuriating. Bastard, you actually used me as a sparring partner. Yukun was furious, his face flushed red. I've been discovered. Wang Ting was stunned and suddenly felt a little guilty. Yukun glared at him angrily. His force surged wildly and actually condensed into a lion's head on his fist. The wind stirred up, and there was even a faint angry lion's roar. Furious lion's fist. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly focused. This was Yukun's famous battle technique. Seeing this scene, the crowd below also cried out in surprise. It's here, Yukun's furious lion's fist. Advanced Mystic Class Battle Technique, Furious Lion's Fist. This time, Wang Ting is definitely going to lose. The introduction of Raging Lion Fist appeared in Wang Ting's mind. This battle technique used a person's anger as a trigger. The person would circulate their force to the maximum and gather it at one spot to form a lion's head. The lion would attack furiously, and its power would be astonishing. Therefore, the angrier it was, the more powerful it was. Yukun's mastery of the Furious Lion Fist had already reached the point of perfection. Originally, with his state of mind and Wang Ting's actions, he wouldn't have been so angry under normal circumstances. However, in order to execute the Furious Lion Fist, he had amplified his emotions and wanted to unleash his strongest attack. Because he didn't want to lose this battle, roar, Yukun's angry roar resounded through the surroundings. He punched out, and the huge lion head pounced towards Wang Ting. The fierce wind blew Wang Ting's hair back. Clang, the sound of weapons being unsheathed rang out, a fiery red sword light slashed out, and it was abnormally dazzling. The lion's head had been destroyed. Yukun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body trembled as a sword wound appeared on his chest, causing blood to spurt out. He slowly lowered his head. His anger had long since disappeared, leaving only astonishment. After a few seconds of silence, Yukun sighed sadly, I lost. Wang Ting looked at him, not knowing what to say. It's very difficult to enter the top 100. I bitterly held on so that I wouldn't be defeated by others. I didn't expect to lose to you today. Yukun said bitterly. However, losing to you is not an injustice. After he finished speaking, he gave Wang Ting a meaningful glance. Then, he walked down the arena. The surroundings were completely silent. The crowd seemed to be unable to accept this fact and were completely speechless. Yukun walked down the stage, and the crowd couldn't help but make way for him. He allowed the blood on his chest to spill out as he walked away step by step. His back was lonely. Yukun actually lost. The crowd didn't know how to describe their feelings at that moment. They could still accept the defeat of Zhuotai and the others, but now, even Yukun, who was in the top 100, had lost to Wang Ting. It was really hard for them to accept. Wang Ting looked at Yukun's back as he left, and thought to himself, "Teacher, I wanted to teach them. Teacher, oh teacher, you asked me to challenge them. Have you ever thought about what kind of blow it would be to them if I defeated all of them?" He shook his head and looked at the few attribute bubbles that had fallen on the ground. Comprehension *8, Earth Force *20, Furious Lion Fist *6, pick them up. In an instant, the few bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body, increasing his comprehension and increasing his Earth Force. At the same time, an advanced Mystic class combat skill appeared in his mind, Furious Lion Fist. This combat skill is quite interesting. Wang Ting thought to himself as he walked down the stage and left the field. The crowd finally burst into discussion. Wang Ting is too monstrous. He can even defeat a senior in the top 100. Is he really a freshman? He can't be a senior in disguise, right? We're both freshmen. Why is the gap between us so big? I suddenly feel that it's a little sad to be in the same generation as him. As soon as Wang Ting left the field, he was stopped by Zhuge Xiaoliang. The fatty laughed happily and pulled Wang Ting to a corner where there was no one. He said, "He, thanks to you, I've earned a lot tonight. Come, I'll transfer the 300 credits you won to you." "How much did you earn tonight?" Wang Ting asked. Not much. Just 1,200 credits, Zhuge Xiaoliang said proudly. Wang Ting pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "I'll continue to challenge the other top 100 students. Are you interested in cooperating?" "You're still going to challenge?" Zhuge Xiaoliang was shocked. He thought that Wang Ting would stop after defeating Yukun and entering the top 100. However, he thought about it and realized that Wang Ting seemed to have other goals. It wasn't just to enter the top 100. "How confident are you?" he asked. "I'll challenge from the bottom to the top. I'll tell you in advance how confident I am. You can decide the ratio according to the situation," Wang Ting said with a flash in his eyes. Zhuge Xiaoliang pondered for a moment and immediately realized the business opportunity. He nodded and said, "Okay, then it's settled. But how are we going to split the profits?" 50-50, Wang Ting said. "Okay, 50-50 it is." Zhuge Xiaoliang looked like he was at a disadvantage. He gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely. "Tomorrow I'll challenge." "Fang Ming, who's ranked 99th, Wang Ting said. "How confident are you?" Zhuge Xiaoliang's eyes lit up and asked immediately. 100%. "Are you sure?" Zhuge Xiaoliang didn't believe him. "I didn't even use half of my strength against Yukun today," Wang Ting glanced at him and said. Ha, okay. Let me work on it. I guarantee that we'll both earn a lot," Zhuge Xiaoliang said happily. Then, the two of them discussed for a while more before they revealed sinister smiles and left together. After saying goodbye to Zhuge Xiaoliang, Wang Ting went all the way to Tan Tai Xian's place. "You're here. How do you feel tonight?" Tan Tai Xian opened the door as if he already knew the result. He led Wang Ting to the training room and asked with a smile. "I don't feel much, but it's useful," Wang Ting said. "Very good. Looks like you've understood my intentions," Tan Tai Xian nodded. The two of them came to the training room and stood opposite each other. Tan Tai Xian reached out and hooked his finger. "Then let me see how much you've improved tonight." Half an hour later, Wang Ting lay on the ground, panting heavily. The confidence that he had built up after defeating Yukun was immediately dealt a heavy blow. "My stupid disciple, don't be discouraged. You've improved a little. Keep it up." Tan Tai Xian squatted beside him and smiled. Sogu's website, it was an honor to be in the top 100 of the school. At the same time, it was also the symbol of the school's strongest. The ranking was posted on the official website, and people were paying attention to it all the time. Many people were eyeing it covetously, wanting to compete for the ranking. Yu-kun was right. In order to stay in the top 100, he was under immense pressure and did not dare to slack off. Too many people were eyeing the 100th place and wanted to pull him down. Now, he had lost to Wang Ting. Although he felt lonely and dejected, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. Putting down the burden was not necessarily a bad thing for him. However, the next day, when someone logged onto the school's official website as usual and saw the change in the ranking, it caused a huge uproar. How is this possible? When they saw the familiar yet strange name at the bottom of the ranking, many people lost their voices on the spot. Wang Ting. Is it that Wang Ting? The next moment, the school's official website was flooded with calls. The school staff could not take it anymore and had to explain it on the official website. First, the ranking was not wrong. Second, Wang Ting on the ranking was the freshman Wang Ting. Seeing this result, many people fell silent. After a long time, they sighed with mixed feelings. What a monster! This time, Wang Ting was completely famous in the school. Not long ago, he had defeated all the second-year students. His reputation had spread among the first-year and second-year students at most. Among the third-year and fourth-year students, not many people paid attention to it. No matter how strong Wang Ting was, he was just a freshman with a lot of potential. There was still a big gap between them and him. He needed time to grow. But now, Wang Ting had entered the top 100 in one night. He was standing at the same height as the most powerful batch of students in the school. In this way, who would dare to look down on him? Early in the morning, Wang Ting walked on the campus and noticed that the students passing by were looking at him strangely. Obtained achievement, head turning rate, 200%. Wang Ting touched his face and asked Ho Pingliang and the rest, "Is there something on my face?" "Haha, what's going on? Don't you have any idea in your heart?" Ho Pingliang and the others said disdainfully. "Brother Teng, you've made big news this time," Song Shuheng exclaimed. "We've discussed it, and we seriously suspect that you have cheated." Lu Shu looked sharply at Wang Ting. Wang Ting was speechless. "Your guesses are really accurate. Unfortunately, I won't admit it." Ho Pingliang and the others obviously already knew the news that Wang Ting had entered the top 100. Although they were shocked and complicated, there was a sense of urgency in their hearts. They were all secretly determined to work hard to catch up. "I can't fall too far behind," the few of them laughed and chatted for a while before arriving at the classroom. Wang Ting was surrounded by onlookers. Regardless of whether they usually interacted with him or not, at this time, they all ran over to get familiar with him. Brother Teng, do you still need a pendant on your thigh?" "Wang Ting Gij, can I be your girlfriend?" "I have a lowly voice." "Go away, Wang Ting. I can do laundry and cook. I can even warm your bed." Think about it. Needless to say, Wang Ting was a little moved. He didn't lack pendants or anything. But a girlfriend, he lacked one, very much. But which one should he choose? A lowly voice, it sounded great. But this broad-minded beauty who also knew how to warm his bed seemed like a good choice, right? Wang Ting was conflicted, but his heart was filled with happiness. At this time, he wanted to sing a song. So high, I feel like my life has reached the climax. So high, I feel like my life has reached the climax. Ring ring. Just as he was thinking about his beautiful future, the class bell rang. The few girls left reluctantly. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. Hey, don't go. I haven't agreed to it yet. Can't you be a little round? You have to finish what you started." The tutor came. He glanced at Wang Ting who was still standing there and said, "Student Wang Ting, sit down." "Yes, teacher." Wang Ting sat down obediently. He instantly entered the state of a sage and listened to the tutor attentively. 9 out of 10 things in life don't go your way, don't panic. At noon, Wang Ting went to the A dormitory and issued a challenge to Fang Ming, who was ranked 99th. Fang Ming was shocked. "You just defeated Yu-kun and you're challenging me? Are you that ambitious?" "I can't help it. The teacher gave me homework. I have one every day," Wang Ting said shyly. At the same time, he was criticizing himself in his heart. "I see, I understand." Fang Ming nodded. It seems that your teacher has high expectations for you. I suddenly want to see the strength of a monster like you. Monster. Wang Ting's mouth twitched. He said, then I'll see you in the arena at 7 p.m. Okay, see you in the arena. In the afternoon, the news of Wang Ting's challenge to Fang Ming spread like wildfire. Almost everyone knew about it before the evening. It was as if a storm was brewing. Needless to say, someone must be adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. Sure enough, right after class, Wang Ting received a call from Zhuge Fatty. A burst of laughter came through. Ha ha ha, how is it? Is the scene big enough? If you think it's not enough, I'll add more fuel to the fire. Wang Ting was speechless. He asked, how many people are there now? Hee, more than 80. They're all regular customers. It's safe. Zhuge Fatty lowered his voice and said proudly. Speaking of which, what will happen if I'm caught by the teacher? Wang Ting asked curiously. What else can happen? Your credits will be confiscated and you'll be punished. Zhuge Fatty curled his lips. Then you have to take it easy. Know when to stop. Don't go overboard. Wang Ting couldn't help but remind him. I know. I'm very experienced in this. You just focus on the competition tonight. As long as you win, we'll make a lot of money. Zhuge Fatty said. Wang Ting hung up the phone and couldn't help but shake his head. This fatty had a wild way of doing things. He was really not easy to deal with. However, this was good. With him around, he didn't need to do it himself. He just needed to wait for the money to be collected. In the blink of an eye, it was past 6 o'clock. Wang Ting and Ho Pingliang came to the field. They were shocked when they saw the scene on the field. So many people. At a glance, the entire field was filled with people. Other than people, there was nothing else. Wang Ting walked up to the ring. Under the judge's command, the two started fighting. After half an hour, Wang Ting won. The audience was shocked. Thank you for letting me win. You're very strong. No wonder Yu-kun lost to you. Fang Ming smiled and turned to leave. In the next few days, Wang Ting continued to challenge one person every day. He won all of them. His ranking was also constantly moving forward. However, he didn't care about the ranking. What really made him happy was that his strength was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, there was also a steady stream of credits. He and Zhuge Fatty had really earned enough this time. At the same time, Wang Ting finally became a monster. As a freshman, he was able to fight several people in the top 100 without losing. If this wasn't a monster, then what was? Everyone was already numb. They gradually accepted Wang Ting's monstrous talent. Many people were even guessing where Wang Ting could go in the end. Top 50? Or top 30, no one was sure. After all, the further one went, the bigger the gap in strength. Every 10th place was a threshold. It wasn't easy to cross it. However, this didn't stop people from discussing it enthusiastically. Wang Ting didn't care about these at all. Every day was very fulfilling. Attending classes, picking up attributes, challenging, training. He didn't miss a single thing. His strength was increasing day by day. Soon, it was the end of September. The school welcomed the National Day holiday. During the holiday, the school allowed students to leave school and go home. Therefore, after classes in the afternoon, the students left one after another. During the 7-day holiday, many students from other provinces were preparing to go home. All of a sudden, more than half of the school was empty. Wang Ting was also leaving school. Previously, Lin Zhan and the others informed him that they were preparing to go to the other world. They were going to go a long time ago. However, in order to wait for Wang Ting, they delayed it until now. Wang Ting left school, so the little crow naturally had to be brought along. This trip to the other world was a good opportunity to get more star beast meat for it to store. It wouldn't have to worry about not having enough to eat in the future. These days, the little crow ate a lot and grew quickly. The feathers on its body weren't as soft as when it just hatched. Now, it had a metallic texture. Wang Ting had tested it before. It was very hard and sharp. However, this little guy still couldn't fly. He brought Little Crow back to his home. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei were surprised to see that Wang Ting actually brought back an ugly crow. "Son, why did you raise a crow?" Li Xiaomei asked. "That's right. Of all things to raise, you had to raise a crow." Wang Xinghua was also very puzzled. "This is a star beast," Wang Ting said. "Star beast?" The two of them were shocked. They knew that star beasts were difficult to tame. They had to be raised from birth to make them recognize their master. However, the cubs of star beasts were very rare. It was already a great fortune to be able to get one. As for what breed it was, there weren't so many requirements. No wonder. Wang Xinghua suddenly understood. He curiously looked at the little crow. "Is this a star beast? I don't see anything different." "You're an ordinary person. What can you see?" Li Xiaomei said angrily. Wang Ting laughed and said, "Dad, don't look at its ugly appearance. Its mouth and claws are all powerful weapons. Even a warrior would lose a piece of flesh if they were pecked or scratched by it. Moreover, its feathers are very hard. Ordinary weapons can't hurt it at all." "TSK, so powerful," Wang Xinghua said in surprise. "This is nothing. It's still in its infancy. When it grows up in the future, it may have other stronger means. At that time it will be considered powerful," Wang Ting said. "Then you have to raise it well." Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei immediately threw away their discrimination against the little crow and said seriously, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Wang Ting smiled. Dao watched their conversation from the side. She didn't interrupt them. She widened her big round eyes and looked at the little crow curiously. After they finished talking, she opened her mouth and asked, "Brother Wang Ting, can I touch the big crow?" "Of course." Wang Ting smiled slightly, patted the little crow's head, and handed it over. The little crow seemed to understand Wang Ting's meaning. It looked at him with dissatisfaction, then landed in front of Lil P and cawed at her twice. Sogu's website. When Wang Ting returned home, Li Xiaomei made a table full of delicious food. Actually, it hadn't been long since he returned home. However, Wang Ting had never been away from home for so long before he went to university. Therefore, to Li Xiaomei, even a week felt like a long time. After the family finished dinner, they sat in the living room and chatted. Lil P didn't even watch her favorite cartoons. She was playing happily with Little Crow. A few days ago, Lil P's relatives came by, Li Xiaomei suddenly said. "Oh." Wang Ting asked curiously, "What did they say?" "They want Lil P back." Li Xiaomei seemed to have recalled something unpleasant and shook her head speechlessly. "What do you think?" Wang Ting had expected this, so he asked. "Lil P doesn't want to go back with them. We also don't want the child to fall into the hands of those greedy people," Li Xiaomei said. "Wang Fugui's relatives are indeed not good people," Wang Xinghua interrupted. "Looks like I'm going to have another sister." Wang Ting smiled and asked again, "Do you need me to do anything? Are you looking down on me? Those people are all good for nothings. If I can't even deal with them, I've wasted all my years," Wang Xinghua said. "Look at what you can do." Li Xiaomei rolled her eyes at him and said, "I heard from Lil P's mother that Wang Fugui's relatives are ignorant and incompetent. However, they are very close to people in the underworld. You should be careful of their dirty tricks." "If that's the case, we really have to be careful," Wang Xinghua said with a frown. "You're living in Deer Garden now, so they won't dare to be impudent. If they really want to do anything, they'll do it outside." "I'll settle it then," Wang Ting said. This time, Wang Xinghua didn't say anything. He knew that the outcome would be better if Wang Ting stepped in. The status of a martial artist was no joke. Thinking of this, Wang Xinghua was both gratified and a little unwilling. It did not feel good to be outdone by his son. "Lil P, come here." Wang Ting shouted at Lil P, who was playing with the little crow in the living room. "What is it?" "Big brother Wang Ting." Dao ran over with beads of sweat on his forehead. Wang Ting wiped the sweat off her forehead and said with a smile, "I'll be your brother in the future, okay? But aren't you big brother now?" Dao tilted his head and said. "It's not the same. You can call me brother in the future. You don't have to call me by my name, Wang Ting said. Dodo thought for a moment and asked, if you don't call him by his name, does that mean he's your real brother? Yes, Dodo, you're so smart. Big brother Wang Ting will be your real brother and help you chase away the bad guys. What do you think? Wang Ting looked at her big black eyes and said. Dodo looked at Wang Ting seriously and revealed a big smile. A shallow dimple appeared on her round face. Then, she jumped into Wang Ting's arms and hugged him tightly. Okay, big brother. Li Xiaomei and Wang Xinghua couldn't help but smile. This child really hit it off with Teng, Li Xiaomei said. Yeah, I didn't expect our son to have such a side, Wang Xinghua said with emotion. From this moment on, Dodo officially became a member of the Wang family. Dodo seemed to be able to feel a slight change. The smile on her face couldn't help but increase. After putting Dodo down and letting her play by herself, Wang Ting and Wang Xinghua started chatting again. Li Xiaomei was peeling an apple at the side. Son, do you think our company has a chance to enter the martial warrior industry? Wang Xinghua hesitated for a moment and asked. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He glanced at Wang Xinghua. His father's ambition was not small, however, it made sense. He was in the prime of his life. He couldn't possibly stay at home and do nothing. Moreover, he had always been very enterprising. In the past, before Wang Ting became a martial warrior, he wanted to expand the scale of their company. However, he lacked some opportunities and couldn't make a breakthrough. Now that Wang Ting had become a martial warrior, his mind naturally became active again. Wang Ting pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Dad, there will definitely be opportunities, really. Wang Xinghua's eyes lit up. He was suddenly a little excited. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you let our son finish his sentence? Li Xiaomei rolled her eyes at him and handed over the peeled apple. Wang Xinghua chuckled. He thought that the apple was handed to him. He was about to take it when Li Xiaomei mercilessly slapped his hand away. Go away. This is for my son. You don't have a share. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. He took the apple and ate it happily under Wang Xinghua's resentful gaze. In the martial warrior era, under the nourishment of the force, the various fruits on Earth's star had undergone different mutations. Some were more plump and sweet, while others could no longer be eaten. Fortunately, apples could still be eaten and tasted better. If this type of apple was placed in his previous life, the other types of apples would probably have no way to survive. Son, what are the opportunities you mentioned just now? Wang Xinghua couldn't help but ask. Pills, weapons, and even runes. Wang Ting didn't hide anything and said directly. The country didn't allow ordinary merchants to sell these things. However, Wang Ting was now under Tan Tai Xian's tutelage. His background was definitely enough. It wouldn't be a problem to ask her to help mediate and get a permit. As for the supply of goods, hadn't he recently started learning how to refine pills and forge? Moreover, he was making rapid progress. It wouldn't be long before he could start producing them. For the time being, he couldn't produce high-grade pills and weapons. However, they could start with low-grade products and slowly expand. By then, Wang Ting would have enough strength to support the development and expansion of the Wang family. He wouldn't need to rely on others. Moreover, as the scale of the company expanded, the Wang family could also recruit alchemists and blacksmiths. He would then be able to free himself. Wang Ting and Wang Xinghua chatted for a long time. The things they revealed made Wang Xinghua extremely excited. Even with his composure, he couldn't sit still and wanted to act immediately. He didn't expect Wang Ting's channels to be so wide. He had dabbled in pills, weapons, runes, and all of them. The Wang family was going to take off. There's no hurry. It won't be too late for you to act after I apply for the permit, Wang Ting said in amusement. Alright, I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. Wang Xinghua said cheerfully. Moreover, I think we should do it one by one. Pills, weapons, and so on are all very profitable industries. If we do it at the same time, it's easy to attract the jealousy of others. Currently, there's only such a big piece of the pie in the country. There are many people who have their eyes on this pie. They are the real giants. If we attract their attention, I'm afraid, we'll be doomed eternally. At the end of the day, it still depends on strength to establish a company in the martial arts world. If I'm not strong enough, I'll just be working for others, Wang Ting said. Wang Xingguo listened to him and his back was covered in cold sweat. He calmed down and said with a bitter smile, "You're right. I didn't expect that at my age. I'm not as thorough as you are. Of course, I'm talking about after we become stronger. In the beginning, those giants won't pay attention to small companies like ours." Wang Ting smiled and comforted him. You. Wang Xingguo suddenly felt that he had been tricked. Red dates and sticks, this kid was really good at it. Sogu's reading website, Wang Xingguo never thought that he would be tricked by his son one day. For a moment, the expression on his face was very wonderful. "Little brat, how afraid are you that I will be blinded by the benefits? Although I know that Wang Ting has good intentions, I still feel very uncomfortable. Forget it, for the development of the company. I will endure." Wang Xingguo helplessly shook his head and discussed with Wang Ting for a long time. At 8 o'clock, Li Xiaomei took Daodu to take a bath. Daodu returned the little crow to Wang Ting and asked, "Brother, does the big crow have a name?" "Big crow?" Wang Ting laughed and said, "It is still a little crow. It was just born. I haven't given it a name yet." "It was just born? Then why is it so big?" Daodu gestured the size of the little crow and asked curiously. "Because its parents are as big as a plane, so even if it was just born, it is still very big," Wang Ting explained. Seeing that Daodu wanted to ask again, he quickly said, "Daodu, do you want to give it a name?" Okay. Daodu was very happy. She clapped her hands and thought for a while and said, "Call it Little White, how about it?" Little White. Wang Ting was a little confused. "You call such a black crow Little White?" "Yes, it is so black. Calling it Little White is to hope that it can become white," Daodu said seriously. "Pfft, this reason is very good and powerful." Wang Ting couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Daodu, "Then call it Little White." The little crow cawed twice, as if it was protesting. However, Daodu and Wang Ting didn't think of asking for its opinion. The protest was invalid. Then it's settled. Daodu happily went upstairs with Li Xiaomei to take a bath. Little White, N. Good name. Wang Ting touched his chin and thought for a while. He felt that it was really good. The meaning was good. Ka. The little crow ran over and pecked Wang Ting's hand to express its dissatisfaction. Go. Wang Ting hurriedly dodged. Caught off guard, it would be terrible if he was pecked. The next day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Wang Ting and his family finished their breakfast and drove to Jisun Martial House. Today, he was going to meet up with Lin Zhan and the others and head to the other world. After arriving at Jisun Martial House and parking his car, Wang Ting walked towards the martial artist hall in his full combat uniform, looking very heroic. As he walked into the hall, he glanced around and saw Lin Zhan and the others. However, Wang Ting saw two people talking to Lin Zhan and the others. "Captain Lin, I know that one of your team members has just left. Our young master sincerely wants to join. Why don't you agree?" One of the two middle-aged men said. "I'm sorry. We already have another team member," Lin Zhan said. I know. It's that top scholar of the martial arts exam. But let me put it bluntly. He's just a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. He will only drag your team down. My young master is already a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. His ability is similar to your team's. I feel that my young master is undoubtedly more suitable," the middle-aged man said. Hearing this, the young man beside him couldn't help but look proud. He said, "Captain Lin, I know that you just value Wang Ting's potential. But to me, even if he's the top scholar of the martial arts exam, it's nothing special. There are always top scholars every year, but how many of them can stand out? You don't have to say any more. Our team won't abandon any team member." Lin Zhan shook his head and said. You. Being rejected by Lin Zhan again and again, Duan Jinji, who had always had a smooth-sailing life, felt very embarrassed. He was extremely angry. If it wasn't for the fact that the Tiger Warrior team was outstanding among the low-level martial warrior teams and that their captain, Lin Zhan, had just broken through to the 4-star soldier level and had a bright future ahead of him, he wouldn't have insisted on joining the Tiger Warrior team. He had thought that with his background and ability, it would be easy for him to join the Tiger Warrior team. He didn't expect Lin Zhan and the others to refuse to let go of Wang Ting. They rejected him in front of so many people and embarrassed him. "Captain Lin, my master is a high-ranking official in Jisan Martial House. It doesn't seem wise to reject my young master for Wang Ting, who doesn't have any background. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" The middle-aged man stared at Lin Zhan and said. "Haha, are you threatening me?" Lin Zhan smiled slightly. "To tell you the truth, Principal Fu arranged for Wang Ting to join our team. If you have any objections, you can talk to him." The middle-aged man's expression changed instantly. "If that's the case, then forget it. Let's go." Duan Jingji's expression was terrible. He turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, Wang Ting walked over and shouted at Lin Zhan, "Captain." "Coming." Lin Zhan nodded. "Humph." Duan Jingji snorted and glared at Wang Ting coldly. He didn't stay any longer and left immediately. "He is?" Wang Ting heard a little but didn't get the full story. He couldn't help but ask curiously. "Haha, a second-generation martial artist. He wants us to kick you out of the team so that he can join us." Lu Yan laughed. "Looking at his appearance, he seems to have a strong background." Wang Ting frowned. "He does have a strong background. However, this is Donghai. Principal Fu has the final say. His family's hands can't reach here." Lin Zhan said indifferently. "I'm just afraid that the villain will think about it," Yan Jinming suddenly said. "At most, we'll just be more careful in the future." Lu Yan said, "That kid doesn't look like a good person. Are you guys okay with letting him join the team?" "Of course not. Otherwise, I would have persuaded the captain to let him join us." Yan Jinming shrugged. "Forget it. Let's not talk about him. Since everyone is here, let's go." As Lin Zhan spoke, he walked out of the hall first. Everyone walked to the parking lot. They took their cars and drove straight to the forbidden military area where the spatial rift was. After getting in the car, Wang Ting opened his backpack and let the little crow out for some fresh air. He decided to bring the little crow along for this trip to the Xingwu continent. He wanted to let it experience the primeval forest. That was the heaven of star beasts. Star beasts still had to be wild. Wang Ting was afraid that if he raised it in the city, it would become useless. Lin Zhan, Lu Yan, and the others were very surprised when they saw the little crow. "This is a star beast?" "Yes." Wang Ting didn't hide it and nodded. "Good fellow, where did you get this star beast cup from? It's even a flying bird." Lin Zhan asked enviously. "I'm just lucky," Wang Ting said. He didn't explain much. If he explained the origin of the little crow, it would definitely involve a lot of things. Lin Zhan and the others didn't ask further. They all expressed their envy. If this little thing is raised well, it will definitely be a great help. Sogu's reading website, Wang Ting and the others drove the car to the restricted military area where the dimensional rift was. On the way, Lin Zhan, Lu Yan, and Yan Jingyue were very interested in the little crow. They had seen baby star beasts before, but this was the first time one appeared so close to them. Lin Zhan was driving and didn't have time to spare. Lu Yan and the other two wanted to tease the little crow, but it didn't buy it. Not everyone had the same treatment as Daodu. This little fellow just hatched not long ago. It might be a little shy with strangers, Wang Ting said as he patted the little crow's head. The little crow was very arrogant in front of Lu Yan and the others, but it was very obedient in front of Wang Ting. This made Lu Yan and the others jealous. "Your luck is really unparalleled. Do you know how difficult it is for a star beast to recognize an owner?" Lu Yan sighed. "Yes, it's almost impossible for an adult star beast to recognize an owner. Baby star beasts are also very rare. Hence, it's really difficult to get a star beast as a pet," Yan Jinming said sadly. Wang Ting was a little confused. He asked, "You guys have been in the Xingwu continent for a long time. It shouldn't be difficult for you to get a baby star beast, right? You don't know about this." Lin Zhan shook his head and interrupted. If we want to catch a normal baby star beast, of course, we can catch one. But for star beasts like the earth armor pig with limited potential, no matter how much we nurture it, it will only be a 1-star or 2-star beast at most. Also, it's not suitable to be a pet beast. What use do you think it is to us? Wang Ting was enlightened. Just like what Lin Zhan said, low-level star beasts like the earth armor pig were indeed very common. It wasn't difficult to catch one. However, other than its thick skin and thick flesh, which could block damage for its owner, its use was almost negligible. Who would raise an earth armor pig as a pet beast? The weakest among Lin Zhan's group was a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. If a star beast was too weak, it would be useless if they wasted time and resources to nurture it. Moreover, every martial artist had their own specialties. For example, Lu Yan was more proficient in runes and firearms. As a long-range attacker, she needed a pet beast with speed that could coordinate with her or possess a certain level of attack power. That way, it could protect her in battle. To put it bluntly, a pet beast was just a support. Hence, it was important to have a good match. Raising a random pet beast was definitely out of the question. There is a kind of spirit pet contract in the other world. If you think this little crow is suitable, you can make a contract with it. Lu Yan suddenly reminded. That's right. This little crow is still very dependent on you, so it should be easy to form a contract. Don't miss the best opportunity, Lin Zhan said. Soul pet contract? Wang Ting said in surprise, there's actually such a thing in the other world? Haha, there are many strange things in the other world. It's just that we haven't fully researched them yet, Lin Zhan said with a smile. Wang Ting nodded. He thought of a question and asked, is the spirit pet contract expensive? About 100 million, Lin Zhan said casually after thinking for a while. Wang Ting, it's easy for you to say that, 100 million? Can you not say it so casually? Those who don't know might think that you're talking about 100 yuan. Wang Ting didn't know what to say. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the restricted military area. They couldn't avoid a round of inspection, which took more than 10 minutes. Then, they passed through the space crack and ascended to the other world again. Space *0, 2, space *0, 1, space *0. 1. He scanned the area with his spiritual power and picked up 9 attribute bubbles. Some of these attribute bubbles were brought out by Lin Zhan and the others when they just came out of the space crack. There were also some that were left behind by the previous people and hadn't disappeared. A total of 6 space attribute points were added. He looked at the attribute panel. Space, 9, 2/10,000. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile bitterly. There was still a long way to go. He didn't know how long it would take to max out the space attribute. If possible, Wang Ting really wanted to wait here for a few days. Unfortunately, reality didn't allow him to do so. Fortunately, this little bit of space attribute was enough for Wang Ting to use his space talent. Although it was only a very short distance teleportation, when combined with his spiritual power, it was definitely a killer move. He, let's go. Lin Zhan's voice pulled Wang Ting back from his thoughts. The few of them drove through the streets of the other world. Because it was morning, there was a hubbub of voices everywhere. It was a very lively scene. Yong City was built by people from Earth. As a trade city, not only were there people from Earth, but there were also people from the other world. Every time I see people from Earth and the other world coexisting in the same place, trading and exchanging what they need, I find it hard to imagine the conflicts between the two sides, Yan Jingyue lamented. My silly sister, isn't this a very normal thing? Even within Earth, when there is no conflict of interest, we appear to be harmonious on the surface. However, when it comes to fighting for our own interests, no one will give in to the other. If we have to kill, we will still kill, Yan Jinming said. The so-called harmony is only relative, Lin Zhan said. As they spoke, they arrived at the Jisun Martial House branch in Yong City. This time, you have 7 days of leave. I have decided to accept a short-term mission. Not only can I hunt star beasts, but I can also complete missions. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Lin Zhan said as he led the group into the main building of the martial house. The people who knew him greeted him. This time, no one looked down on Wang Ting. Previously, Wang Ting went to the dark fog forest alone. Not only did he come back safe and sound, but he also hunted a large number of star beasts. Everyone knew that this rookie was not simple. Martial artists had always respected the strong. If one was strong enough, they would naturally be recognized. Lin Zhan and the others did not put on airs and responded to them one by one. Even if some of the male martial artists said some harmless jokes to Lu Yan and Yan Jingyue, the two girls did not take it to heart and just laughed it off. Lin Zhan walked in front of a machine and opened the internal mission platform of Jisun Martial House. He browsed through it with Wang Ting and the others. After looking for a long time, Lin Zhan finally clicked on a mission description. Assist the dwarves of Red Leaves Hills in cleaning up the increasing number of gale mantises. The mission is based on the number of gale mantises killed. The more gale mantises killed, the higher the reward. Note, a 3-star gale mantis king is suspected to exist. What do you think of this mission? Lin Zhan asked for everyone's opinion. Dwarves? The wine they brew and the weapons they forge are all good stuff. If we can be on good terms with them, it definitely won't be a bad thing. I have no objections, Yan Jinming said with a smile. The gale mantises don't seem to be easy to deal with, Yan Jingyue said. It's okay. This time I got a 4-star rune machine gun. I'll show you what full firepower coverage is. When the time comes, you can count on me, Lu Yan said generously. Wang Ting, what do you think? Lin Zhan turned and asked Wang Ting. I have no objections. It just so happens that I'm also very curious about the place where the dwarfs live. Wang Ting said this, but in his heart, he was secretly thinking, I can also pick up wind element attributes while I'm at it. Among all his forces, only his wind element force was still at 1 star. He had to seize the opportunity to improve it. After all, wind element star beasts were rare. It seemed that his luck was good this time. This mission was actually a group of wind element gale mantises. Okay, this will be it, Lin Zhan said. Everyone entered their respective warrior identification numbers into the machine and accepted the mission as a team. Then, they went to the parking lot and drove out a heavy armored motorcycle. Let's go to the Talisman Treasure Pavilion first and buy Wang Ting a soul pet contract, Lin Zhan said. The others didn't have any objections. Lin Zhan drove the motorcycle around the city and finally arrived at the busiest commercial street in Yong City. He stopped in front of a building with a strange style. This building had the architectural style of Earth Star, but it also had the architectural style of the other world. At first glance, it looked a little strange, but after looking at it a few more times, it seemed to have a different kind of beauty. Sometimes, one couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of the architects. This is the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. Wang Ting looked at the quaint building in front of him and said curiously. Yes, you might not know, but this Talisman Treasure Pavilion was jointly established by Jack Ma of Earth Star and the Redbud Chamber of Commerce of the other world. It is also the first alternative company jointly established by both sides of Earth Star and the other world. It played a great role in the further cooperation between both sides. Jack Ma is really a powerful person, Lin Zhan said with emotion. Wang Ting had a strange expression. Jack Ma's business has already reached the other world? The few of them walked into the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. It was dazzling inside, almost blinding Wang Ting's eyes. A beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam came up to them. Hello, I am the shop assistant, Xianxia. If you need anything, you can tell me, the cheongsam beauty said with a beautiful smile. I need a soul pet contract, Wang Ting said. The cheongsam beauty immediately realized that the real buyer was the young man in front of her, and judging from his appearance, he should be a warrior. She didn't dare to be negligent and said respectfully, okay, please follow me to the 2nd floor. She led the way in front, leading Wang Ting and the others through the lobby and along the wooden stairs to the 2nd floor. There were many closed cupboards on the 2nd floor, storing all kinds of precious items. There were secret manuals of force cultivation techniques, force combat techniques, runes accessories, runes weapons, and so on. There were all kinds of things. The cheongsam beauty brought them to the reception area and poured tea for them. She said, everyone, please wait here for a moment. I have already informed our manager. He will be here soon. Only he has the authority to take out the items you want from the cupboards. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked over. Behind him was another Xianxia beauty carrying a tray. My surname is Li. I am the manager of this Talisman Treasure Pavilion. I am very happy to meet all of you. As he spoke, he waved his hand and asked the Xianxia beauty behind him to put the tray on the table. He then said with a smile, "This is the soul pet contract you want. You can check the goods first." There was a scroll on the tray. After Lin Zhan opened it and glanced at it, he nodded at Wang Ting. "How much is the price of this soul pet contract?" Wang Ting asked. 130 million. Manager Li said with a smile. "Isn't that a bit expensive?" Wang Ting said. Not expensive, not expensive. This soul pet contract was made by the famous runemaster Master Spirit Su of the other world. Its quality is not something an ordinary runemaster can compare to. Manager Li said patiently. Master Spirit Su. Lin Zhan and the others were shocked. He hurriedly picked up the scroll and looked at it carefully, especially at the bottom right corner of the back of the scroll. He identified it with Lu Yan and the others and said, "It is indeed Master Spirit Su's masterpiece." In this way, the price is not considered expensive. Of course. Our Talisman Treasure Pavilion has always operated with integrity. All of our goods are clearly marked with prices. We will never randomly bid, Manager Li said proudly. Then 130 million it is. Wang Ting was too lazy to bargain and directly nodded. Previously, he had earned 580 million from hunting star beasts alone. Later, he spent 270 million to buy the house in Deer Garden. He still had 310 million left, which was more than enough. Therefore, he was not afraid at all and spent 130 million just like that. Rich people could be so willful. Manager Li's eyes lit up when he heard that he wanted to buy. He took out a card reader from behind him and asked in an even gentler tone, "Do you want to pay with raw stones or just swipe your card?" "You can pay with raw stones?" Wang Ting was slightly stunned. Raw stones are the common currency used by the martial artists in the other world. Most of the martial artists in our world also trade like this, Lin Zhan explained. Just swipe my card. I don't have enough raw stones. Wang Ting took out his bank card and handed it to Manager Li. A few minutes later, Wang Ting and the others walked out of the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. Manager Li sent them to the door and said with a smile, "We welcome you all to visit again." Done. Let's go to Red Leaves Hills. Lin Zhan drove the heavy armored vehicle and rushed out of Yong City's huge city gates. Wang Ting sat in the back seat and studied the soul pet contract in his hand. How do I use this thing? Do you see the two runes on it? One is big and the other is small. You just need to drip your blood and little crow's blood on it, Lin Zhan said. Wang Ting nodded. He took a drop of his blood and a drop of the little crow's blood. Then, he dripped them on the two complicated rune patterns, one big and one small. The runes flashed with a red light, and the two runes floated up. The big one landed in between Wang Ting's eyebrows, and the smaller one entered Little Crow's head. In an instant, Wang Ting felt a magical connection between him and the little crow. He could even vaguely feel some of the little crow's thoughts and emotions. So magical. He closed his eyes and carefully felt it. Suddenly, he was surprised. This is? When he closed his eyes, it was as if he had changed his perspective. It was as if he was looking at the outside world through Little Crow's eyes. The soul pet contract has this kind of effect? Wang Ting took a deep breath, his heart full of doubts. After thinking for a while, he asked calmly, "Captain, do you know what the soul pet contract does after signing it?" "The function should be to feel some of the soul pet's thoughts and emotions," Lin Zhan said. "Other than that, is there any other function?" Wang Ting asked. "Other functions? I haven't heard of any other functions." "Why? Did you discover something?" Lin Zhan laughed. "Not really. I just wanted to ask so that I don't have to guess blindly," Wang Ting said. "The soul pet contract is to establish a connection. Being able to feel the soul pet's thoughts and emotions is already very powerful." "There can't be any other function," Lin Zhan said. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask any more. The heavy armored vehicle drove out of Yong City and drove for more than 10 kilometers on the main road before entering the wilderness. The wilderness was overgrown with weeds and was knee-high. There were no roads, and it was full of potholes and steep slopes. However, under the tires of the heavy armored vehicle, it was like driving on flat ground. Wang Ting sat in the car and didn't ask Lin Zhan and the others anymore. Instead, he studied the connection between him and the little crow alone. His current situation obviously couldn't be deduced using common sense. Wang Ting experimented a few times and finally confirmed that he could indeed exchange views with the little crow. This discovery made him feel relieved, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Originally, it was just a simple contract, but he didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. The use of this exchange of views ability was really great. Wang Ting didn't even think about it carefully before many situations that required this ability appeared in his mind. For example, investigation, alert, spying, and so on. It really wasn't too practical. Wang Ting exhaled and calmed his mind, but he couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. Why didn't this happen when other people also signed the contract? But when it was his turn, it happened. Could it be that he was really the destined protagonist, so he received this treatment? Cough, cough, I don't know if I'll be beaten to death if I'm so shameless. Or is that Master Lingxi really so awesome that the soul pet contract he made has special effects? Wang Ting thought to himself, but he denied it. That's not right. If that soul pet contract had such benefits, General Manager Li, whose eyes lit up at the sight of money, definitely wouldn't have sold it to him so cheaply. Could it be? He frowned and thought for a long time. Suddenly, a light flashed through his mind. Spiritual sight. That's right, it's definitely spiritual sight. Wang Ting recalled that spiritual sight was an ability dropped from the little crow's parents and was obtained by him. The little crow had most likely inherited the spirit vision as well, so there was a similarity between him and the little crow. Perhaps this was the reason why he could switch to the little crow's view. The more Wang Ting thought about it, the more he felt this was the case. His heart suddenly became clear, and he was no longer confused. Huh. Once he figured it out, Wang Ting's gaze couldn't help but fall on the attribute panel. He couldn't help but let out a surprised cry. If he didn't look at it, he wouldn't have known, but his attribute panel had quietly changed. A new column appeared on the screen. Soul Pet, Netherworld Flame Crow, 1 star, 8 out of 100, Talent, Spirit Vision, Netherworld Flame, Unawakened. After signing the contract, the attributes of the spiritual pet will actually appear on the attribute panel. Wang Ting's heart moved. Can I also add points to it? Previously, when Wang Ting had killed the star beasts, he still had some blank attributes left. He added 1 blank attribute point to Little Crow's force attribute. The attributes on the attribute panel immediately changed. Soul Pet, Netherworld Flame Crow, 1 star, 9 out of 100, Innate Talent, Spirit Vision, Netherworld Flame. The little crow also seemed to feel the changes in its body, and its eyes revealed a human-like look of confusion, but it did not know what was going on. It really works. Wang Ting was overjoyed. This way, he could completely save a lot of time to cultivate it. As long as there were enough blank attributes, he could quickly increase Little Crow's strength and make it his powerful arm. Moreover, when Little Crow grew to the size of its parents, Wang Ting would have one more flying tool, which was much more attractive than a plane or something. It's just that its body is too big, so it's not easy to bring it around. Wang Ting thought as he touched his chin. Suddenly, there was an explosion outside, and the heavy armored vehicle suddenly made a big turn. Wang Ting was caught off guard, and his whole body was sent flying. He fell to the side, face forward, and crashed into something soft. Enemy attack! Lin Zhan shouted. Wang Ting's heart froze, and he quickly raised his head, just in time to meet Lu Yan's embarrassed and angry gaze. Sister Yan, I definitely didn't do it on purpose. Wang Ting quickly explained. Humph, I'll settle this with you later. Lu Yan glared at him. The machine gun in her hand was already loaded, and aimed at the back of the vehicle. Who is it? Wang Ting followed her gaze and saw 3 heavy armored vehicles jumping out from the small hill at the side. They gathered together and chased after them. I don't know. Motherf asterisk curs, how dare they attack us? Lin Zhan was furious, and his face was very ugly. If he didn't react in time to avoid the sudden artillery attack, they would be half dead or half dead. Then let's kill them. Lu Yan's eyes were filled with anger, and she aimed the machine gun at one of the vehicles behind them and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang, ding ding ding, 3 shots in a row, all hit the heavy armor of the enemy vehicle, and a string of sparks burst out. The enemy was obviously an expert, and when they saw Lu Yan shoot, they changed direction first. The people in the other 2 vehicles were not idle, and a large number of alloy bullets poured out, and they quickly lowered their heads to dodge. Boom, they opened fire again. Lin Zhan crazily turned the steering wheel, and at the same time, he stepped on the accelerator, and the heavy armored vehicle suddenly jumped a large distance forward. Boom, the artillery shell landed less than 8 meters away from the vehicle and exploded, shaking the heavy armored vehicle left and right, and a large amount of dirt and gravel splashed out. F***CK. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Yan Jinming's face was cold, and he took out a rocket launcher from a box full of firearms, carried it on his shoulder, and fired at one of the vehicles that were chasing after them. Usually, a small team of martial artists would prepare enough firearms to prevent similar situations from happening, so that they would have the ability to fight back. Boom, unfortunately, Yan Jinming's shot was still dodged by the enemy. At the same time, Yan Jinyue also took out a heavy machine gun from the box, and helped Lu Yan to interfere with the enemy's firepower. Although the siblings were not good at firearms, they were trained, and they were definitely accurate, and they were not shooting randomly. Wang Ting did not stay idle, and took out his rune's gun, aimed at the driver of one of the vehicles, and fired. The driver looked disdainful, and he seemed very confident, turning the steering wheel easily to avoid the bullet's path. However, in the next moment, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Chi, blood splattered, a headshot. Learn more about gun kung fu. Wang Ting said to himself, and a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Everyone was shocked. Lu Yan turned to look at Wang Ting, and even she did not understand that shot. The driver had clearly avoided the bullet's path, so how did he still get hit? However, it was obviously not the time to delve into it. Good job, continue. Lin Zhan laughed. He did not care about that, as long as he could kill the enemy. After the heavy armored vehicle lost its driver, it lost control and crashed to the side. The person in the passenger seat pushed away his companion's body mercilessly, and regained control of the steering wheel. However, the gap was enough for Wang Ting, Lu Yan, and the others to take action. Little brother Wang Ting, let's compete and see who kills more, Lu Yan said while aiming. Sure, since Sister Yan is so interested, I'll accompany you to the end, Wang Ting said with a relaxed smile. The 2 of them looked at each other, and fired almost at the same time. Lu Yan was obviously serious, and the car that had just lost its driver could not dodge at all in a panic. Wang Ting and Lu Yan took advantage of the opportunity to pursue, and targeted the people in the car. Bang, bang. With 2 gunshots, 2 fresh lives were taken instantly. There were a total of 5 people in the car, and after 3 of them were killed, the other 2 people's faces changed drastically. They did not dare to snatch the steering wheel anymore, and directly jumped out of the car. However, how could Wang Ting and Lu Yan not think of what they could think of? As soon as the 2 of them landed, 2 more gunshots were heard. Their bodies trembled, and they could not get up again. The other 2 cars were getting closer and closer, and the people in the cars were shooting wildly at Wang Ting and the others, forming a pincer attack from the left and right. Lin Zhan drove the car left and right, and the Yan siblings completely relied on Lu Yan and Wang Ting to assist and interfere with the enemy. The enemy had many people, and their firepower was fierce. Wang Ting and Lu Yan could only dodge while taking the opportunity to shoot. Chi, gun kung fu was indeed impressive. Wang Ting fired a shot, and the person in the car on the left did not even have time to scream before he fell out of the car. However, at this moment, the 2 cars had already formed a pincer attack. There was a person in each car with a cannon, and they aimed at Wang Ting and the others, and directly fired. F***CK, sit tight. Lin Zhan's pupils contracted, and he could not help but curse loudly. He fiercely pressed a red button on the dashboard of the car. A roar like a beast's roar came from the heavy armor car, and the runes on the car suddenly lit up, and the entire car's speed increased dramatically, as if it was pushed forward by a huge force. 2 cannonballs almost brushed past the back of the heavy armor car, and shot towards the cars on both sides. quickly jump out of the car. The people in the two cars saw the cannonballs flying towards them, and they were completely dumbfounded. However, someone reacted and shouted in horror. The people in the car almost instinctively jumped out of the car. Boom, boom, the two cars were directly blown up into the sky. On the other side, Lin Zhan stepped on the brakes, and the heavy armor car made a sharp turn, plowing an arc of scorch marks on the ground before coming to a stop. Then, he directly jumped out of the car and rushed towards those people. Lu Yan and Yan Jinming did not need to be reminded. Years of tacit understanding allowed them to know what to do next. After Lin Zhan got out of the car, they also jumped out of the heavy armor car, took out their weapons, and surrounded the attackers. Wang Ting pulled out his battle sword with one hand and followed closely behind. Being attacked for no reason, anyone would be angry. There was nothing to say about this, and those people had to die. The people who jumped out of the car were dizzy from the explosion, but they were all martial artists, and they quickly recovered. They immediately got up from the ground and rushed towards Wang Ting and the others. "Kill them," one of them said coldly. There were still 7 or 8 of them left. At this time, they all took out their weapons and attacked Lin Zhan and the others. "Kill." Lin Zhan was already filled with anger. He took out the huge axe behind his back, roared loudly, and charged forward. He broke a man's weapon with one swing of his axe. The huge axe directly chopped down on the man's head, splitting his head open. Red and white matter splattered all over the ground. Speaking of which, this was the first battle Lin Zhan faced after he became a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. He didn't expect it to be under such circumstances, and his opponents were pitifully weak. These people were mostly 1-star and 2-star soldier-level martial warriors. Under Lin Zhan's huge axe, they were like fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. 2 of the 3-star soldier-level martial warriors could tell that Lin Zhan was the strongest among them, so they surrounded him and attacked him. On the other side, a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior rushed towards Wang Ting with a hideous smile on his face. He could tell that Wang Ting was the youngest in this team. Also, they had checked before. There was a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior in this team. He didn't need to think to know that it was this young man in front of him. Wang Ting felt that he was being looked down on for some reason. The person opposite him looked as if he had victory in his hands. He really didn't want to disappoint him. However, it was a life-and-death battle. It was either you die or I die. Wang Ting slashed with his sword. The hideous smile on that person's face froze instantly. Then, it turned into shock. How is this possible? He was puzzled. Where was the 1-star soldier-level martial warrior? Why was he so strong? In the end, he left this beautiful world in a daze. One of the people who was closer to him saw that his comrade was killed instantly. He looked as if he had seen a ghost and wanted to sneak away. However, a figure appeared in front of him immediately. "You want to run?" Wang Ting smiled and asked. Spare my life." The man instantly threw his weapon away. He was afraid that he would be killed by Wang Ting if he was 1 second late. Then, he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy without any backbone. "Answer a few of my questions, and I might spare your life," Wang Ting said. Please ask. I will tell you everything I know." The man nodded furiously. "Who sent you?" Wang Ting asked. "It's the head of the Yao family in Yang City. He made a deal with many martial warriors and asked us to kill a few 4-star and below martial warrior teams that came back from the Dark Fog Forest 3 months ago," the man quickly said. At this moment, Lin Zhan and the others had finished their battle. Other than a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior who was half beaten up by Lin Zhan and dragged over like a dead dog, the rest of the martial warriors had all died. "Captain." When the man saw the 3-star soldier-level martial warrior who was half dead in Lin Zhan's hands, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His eyes were filled with fear. These people were too strong, they killed all of them without any injuries. Even the 2 3-star soldier-level captains were beaten to this state. The Yao family in Yang City. Lin Zhan's expression was grave. He exchanged glances with Lu Yan, Wang Ting, and the others. It was obvious that they had guessed the cause and effect of this. "Do you know why they did this?" Wang Ting still asked. I think it's because the son of the head of the Yao family was killed in the dark fog forest. However, he couldn't find out who killed him, so. The man said honestly. So, he went all out and killed all the martial warrior teams that came back from the dark fog forest, Wang Ting said with a cold smile. Yes, yes. The man didn't dare to look at Wang Ting and the others in the eyes. The head of the Yao family had indeed gone overboard. In order to take revenge for his son, he took advantage of the fact that the Yao family was powerful and didn't let anyone off. Many innocent people were implicated. What he did was despicable, they weren't any better. They would do anything for money. They were jackals of the same tribe. They didn't have the face to blame the head of the Yao family. If they had met someone weak, it would have been fine. However, the problem was that they had met someone strong this time. He had to feel guilty. He was about to lose his life. Of course, if he knew that they had met the real culprit this time, how would he feel? After knowing the cause and effect, Lin Zhan, Lu Yan, and the others were filled with righteous indignation. In the end, it was because the young man they killed in the dark fog forest wanted to steal their spoils of war. If not, they wouldn't have killed him for no reason. The head of the Yao family was also an unreasonable person. He didn't care about the truth and wanted to kill many related martial warriors. Although the strong preyed on the weak in the world of martial warriors, there was always someone responsible for every grievance. His actions really made them furious. How powerful is the Yao family? Wang Ting continued asking. The most powerful person in the Yao family should be the head of the Yao family. He's a 6-star soldier level martial warrior. There are 4 5-star soldier level martial warriors and 8 to 9 4-star soldier level martial warriors. Wang Ting and the others' expressions turned serious when they heard this. It turned out that the Yao family was a giant. They couldn't afford to offend them. Lin Zhan and the others were still very angry just now. Now, they just wanted to hide. Since the Yao family is so powerful, why do they need you guys to do it? Wang Ting frowned and asked. Haha, for the reputation of a big family. After all, this kind of thing can't be done in public. It won't sound good if others know about it. Although many people know what kind of person the head of the Yao family is, before we fall out with him, we still have to do a good job on the surface. Moreover, this is something that can be settled with some money. To the Yao family, this amount of money is nothing. They don't even have to worry about their family members dying. Wang Ting understood. He turned and asked Lin Zhan and the others, "All right, I've finished asking. Captain, do you have any questions?" Lin Zhan and the others shook their heads. They were still a little surprised by Wang Ting's experience. Wang Ting had already asked everything they wanted to ask. Then, I'll leave this person to you. Wang Ting smiled and moved aside. How should we deal with him? Lu Yan asked. Kill him. These people aren't good people, Yan Jinming said. Wait, you said you would let me go as long as I answered your question. The man was shocked and turned to shout at Wang Ting. I did let you go, but there's nothing I can do if they don't let me go, Wang Ting said helplessly. You. Shameless. The man was so angry that he vomited blood and glared at Wang Ting. Shameless is my nickname. Wang Ting chuckled. The man still wanted to say something, but Yan Jinming had already made his move. Before he could resist, his neck was broken. The 3-star soldier level martial warrior in Lin Zhan's hands had his throat crushed, and he died on the spot. Originally, he wanted to keep him alive to interrogate him for information, but he didn't expect Wang Ting to catch a coward and confess everything without much threat. Then, Lin Zhan ordered everyone to clean up the battlefield, search the corpses, and destroy the evidence. They were all very familiar with the entire process. Wang Ting quietly picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the warriors. Earth Force *9, Wood Force *8, Metal Force *12, Fire Force *10, Water Force *6, they were all force attributes. There weren't any skill or talent bubbles. Wang Ting seriously wondered if his face had turned black recently. He was supposed to be a lucky guy. When did he become so unlucky? Half an hour later, Lin Zhan and the others also finished cleaning up. They found more than 300 energy stones and a few runes and weapons from the attackers. They made a small fortune. Everyone split the origin stones evenly, while the weapons were kept until they could be sold. Speaking of which, Wang Ting already had a few hundred energy stones on him. He just didn't have the chance to use them. However, Lin Zhan and the others weren't too happy. Instead, they felt a little depressed. After all, they had an enemy like the Yao family. They were under a lot of pressure. Actually, there's no need to be too worried. Firstly, the Yao family doesn't have concrete evidence that we did it. They won't be able to find us anytime soon. Secondly, according to what that person said, since the Yao family is concerned about their reputation, they won't act recklessly. Now that we're in the dark and they're in the light, we just need to quietly increase our strength. When you all reach the 5-star and 6-star soldier level, they won't dare to act recklessly, Wang Ting comforted. It's easy to say. Captain took many years to reach the 4-star soldier level. It'll be even harder to reach the 5-star and 6-star level. We don't even know how long it'll take, Yan Jinming said dejectedly. What's there to be afraid of? If it were up to me, we'd just charge into the Yao family and catch them off guard. If we kill one, we'll earn. If we kill two, we'll break even. What bullshit Yao family? They really think we're made of mud. TSK, just thinking about it makes me unhappy. Lu Yan said. Wang Ting couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Amazing. Alright, don't act as if you're going to die soon. No matter how strong the Yao family is, they won't be able to cause trouble in Yong City. As long as we don't go too far away, there won't be much of a problem. If the head of the Yao family dares to come and kill as he pleases, even if it's a 9-star soldier level martial warrior, the powerful warriors from Earth will teach him a lesson immediately, let alone a 6-star soldier level martial warrior. At the very least, we can just retreat back to Earth and not come to the Xingwu continent. They won't be able to do anything to us, Lin Zhan said with a smile. Retreating back to Earth is a good idea. Captain, you're indeed wretched, Wang Ting praised. Lin Zhan was speechless. He scolded jokingly, get lost. How can a martial warrior's way of survival be called wretched? Lu Yan and the others couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. With this interruption, their mood became much better. They were all martial warriors and were already prepared to die. It wasn't to the extent of being afraid. They just lost their confidence earlier. They didn't plan to change their original plan and continued to drive towards Red Leaves Hills. Along the way, they also encountered a few wandering dogs, wolves, and other wilderness star beasts. Most of them weren't strong. Under the huge body of the heavy armored vehicle, they all avoided and didn't dare to go forward. However, there were naturally some that weren't afraid of death. At this moment, they encountered a group of 2-star jackal star beasts. These star beasts gathered in packs and were ferocious and violent. They chased after the heavy armored vehicle and pounced on it. Wang Ting and the others had no choice but to deal with them. Lin Zhan drove with one hand and held a huge axe with the other. He slapped a jackal that pounced on him away. That jackal only had time to whimper before all its bones were shattered. It fell off the vehicle and couldn't be more dead. Lu Yan found a new form of fun. It was to compete with Wang Ting in shooting. I missed you just now. Now, let's compete again and see who can kill more jackals. As Lu Yan spoke, she raised her gun and fired. The huge impact of the bullet sent a jackal's body flying. Wang Ting was speechless. He pulled the trigger of his rune's gun and fired 3 shots at the leading jackal. The 3 rune's bullets drew 3 white lines in the air. With slight differences, they approached the jackal's vital points from 3 different directions. The jackal sensed danger and let out a howl. It dodged to the side. The jackal's speed and flexibility were outstanding. Even if the bullet was extremely fast, it still managed to dodge in time. Sogu's website, however, the 3 bullets seemed to have changed their trajectories all of a sudden. Chi, 3 flowers of blood bloomed on the jackal's body, one of which was on its head. It was sent flying 2 to 3 meters away by the impact of the bullets and fell to the ground without making a sound. This is? Lu Yan was shocked when she saw this scene. She had thought that Wang Ting's gun technique was a little strange, but she did not see it clearly. However, she paid special attention to it just now, so she saw it clearly. It was not that the 3 bullets changed their trajectories, but that they were originally shot in that direction. Wang Ting calculated the jackal's dodging route with his terrifying calculation ability. After it dodged, he directly hit its vital point. Gun Kung Fu. Lu Yan thought of these 3 words and her heart could not calm down. For every martial artist who used firearms, Gun Kung Fu was the most powerful combat technique, and many people rushed to learn it. Lu Yan was no exception. With the death of the leader jackal, the rest of the jackals lost their leader and were quickly dealt with. The remaining 2 or 3 saw that the situation was not good, so they ran away with their tails between their legs. Wang Ting used his spiritual power to guide the attribute bubbles they dropped and then picked them up. Total obtained frowny face blank attribute *30, Earth Force *38, you used Gun Kung Fu just now? After the battle, Lu Yan excitedly grabbed Wang Ting's hand and asked. That's right. Wang Ting did not hide it and nodded. Gun Kung Fu. When Lin Zhan and the others heard this, they could not help but look at him. Obviously, they had all heard of Gun Kung Fu and were very surprised that Wang Ting had mastered this gun-type combat technique. Where did you learn it? Lu Yan saw that he admitted it and asked excitedly. Wang Ting told them how he learned Gun Kung Fu, but of course, he hid the fact that he picked up attributes. Pick up attributes? I, Wang Ting, am a 1 in a million genius. I can learn whatever I want. In the end, after Lin Zhan and the others heard this, they were speechless for a long time. Your experience is really a little. Lin Zhan and the others realized that they could not find the words to describe it. Hee. Spear God? Why have I never heard of this person? Lu Yan said with some uncertainty. Then I don't know. Wang Ting shook his head. He didn't know much about that person. It's a pity that your spear technique was taught by him. Otherwise, I would have bought it from you. Lu Yan shook her head regretfully. Wang Ting nodded. Although the other party seemed to be a mental patient, without his permission, Wang Ting would not casually teach Gun Kung Fu to others. Or you can try my method, he said. Forget it, I can't be as shameless as you. Lu Yan rolled her eyes. How am I shameless? This is a strategy, okay? Wang Ting was speechless. Hee. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Wang Ting and the others finally arrived at Red Leaves Hills. Wang Ting looked at the scenery outside the car window, and his eyes flashed with a trace of amazement. What entered his eyes was a low hill surrounded by short trees with red leaves. There were also terraced fields on the hill filled with golden rice. There were many short figures working in the fields. At the same time, there were tall stone buildings with a strange style around the hill. Some of the buildings were directly connected to the mountain, looking quite magnificent. This is Red Leaves Hills. Lin Zhan parked the car and asked everyone to get out. They walked up the hill. Who are you? A petite young female dwarf appeared on a big tree and looked at Lin Zhan and the others vigilantly. Hello, we are martial artists from Yong City's Jisun Martial House. We are here to help you clean up the Gale Mantis. This is our proof of mission. Lin Zhan took out a scroll. This kind of ancient method of mission delivery was naturally not popular on Earth Star, but it was still used in the Xingwu continent. They could be considered to have done as the Romans did. The woman's figure flashed, and the scroll in Lin Zhan's hand fell into her hand. She then appeared on the tree trunk again and opened the scroll. Her expression relaxed as she nodded and said, "Follow me, martial artists of Jisun Martial House." She jumped down from the tree and led the way up the hill. Lin Zhan and the others followed. It was the first time Wang Ting had such close contact with a dwarf, and he couldn't help but secretly look at her from behind. Her hair was tied into several small braids, very much like the dirty braids on Earth Star. She was wearing a kind of leather armor, simple and practical. It seemed to have good defense, and it was similar to their combat uniforms. At the same time, she carried a bow on her back and a dagger on her calf. She didn't have any large weapons, so she was very light and agile when she walked. On the way, they met many other dwarves who curiously looked at Wang Ting and the others and greeted the petite female dwarf. Nia, who are they? A dwarf asked directly. They are martial artists sent by Jisun Martial House to help us clean up the Gale Mantis, the petite dwarf Nia explained. Then the dwarves began to whisper among themselves. They are actually martial artists from Jisun Martial House. Are they people from the world behind the space crack? They are no different from the human race of our Xingwu continent. I don't care who they are. As long as they can clean up those damn Gale mantis, I will treat them as friends. Listening to these discussions, Wang Ting found that many dwarves were not particularly repulsed by them. Perhaps for ordinary people, as long as it didn't affect their normal lives, they wouldn't care about the other world or Earth star. However, to Wang Ting's surprise, these dwarves' appearances were really quite different. Along the way, they saw that some dwarves were petite and agile, while others were abnormally stout. They were like the dwarven version of fitness experts, and this was the case for both men and women. Wang Ting whispered to Lin Zhan next to him. Lin Zhan looked at the petite dwarf in front of him and moved his lips slightly. His voice was transmitted to Wang Ting's ears. Racial differences. Racial differences. This difference is really big. Wang Ting muttered in his heart and didn't ask again. Nia took them to a building on the mountain that was connected to the hill. An old dwarf with gray hair and beard greeted them. Welcome, guests from afar. I am the chief of the Red Leaves tribe, AMU. Hello, respected chief of the Red Leaves tribe. Lin Zhan stepped forward and bowed. I already know why you are here. Thank you very much for coming. Do you need to rest first? The chief of the dwarves, AMU, said. No need. We have rested enough on the way. We can go hunt the Gale mantis now, Lin Zhan said. In that case, I will ask Mia to gather the dwarven warriors in the tribe to go with you. They are quite strong, and they have already fought with the Gale mantis. They have some understanding of it, AMU said. Okay. Lin Zhan had no reason to refuse. They really did need to know about the Gale mantis. Sogu's website. While waiting for the dwarves to gather, Wang Ting took the little crow out of his backpack and fed it some meat strips. The female dwarf, Nia, looked at it curiously for a while. She couldn't help but ask, is this your spiritual pet? Yes. Wang Ting nodded. Why do you want to keep a crow? Nia frowned. In the eyes of many people, crows were an ominous existence. Hence, very few people would keep crows as spiritual pets. This was especially so for some ancient tribes on the Xingwu continent. Nia couldn't understand. I don't have so many taboos. Also, it's the descendant of a high-rank astral beast. It has a lot of potential, Wang Ting explained. High-rank astral beast. Nia was shocked. A baby astral beast was hard to come by, let alone the descendant of a high-rank astral beast. You're so lucky. She completely threw away her prejudices. Only envy was left in her heart. Lin Zhan and the others saw that Nia took the initiative to chat, so they also joined in the conversation. They learned a lot of useful information from her. They learned from Nia that she was a guard of the Red Leaves dwarf tribe. She was a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior and was usually in charge of the tribe's safety. There weren't many martial warriors in the tribe. There were only 7 to 8 of them. Their abilities were on par with hers. They were all 2-star soldier-level martial warriors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked for help from the outside world in the form of a mission. In addition, she said that only about 4 dwarven warriors, including herself, could accompany them to hunt the Gale mantis. The rest had to stay in the tribe in case of any accidents. Not long after, 3 dwarfs walked over from afar. They were abnormally muscular. They used battle axes and battle hammers as their weapons. They also carried battle shields on their backs. They looked like human-shaped tanks. Looking at their appearance, Wang Ting couldn't help but think of the giants he saw before. Other than the huge difference in height, they did seem to be similar in some aspects. However, the dwarves were at the other extreme. They were petite like Nia. On the other hand, the giants seemed to be exceptionally muscular. Of course, the giants were all at least 2 meters tall, so they couldn't be petite even if they wanted to. As soon as they got close, one of the dwarves said in a loud voice, Nia, are they the human warriors who came to help us clean up the Gale mantis? Back. Nia turned around and nodded. That's right, they are human martial artists. Can they do it? The Gale mantis is hard to deal with. It's fine if it's other people, But this fellow doesn't seem to be very strong besides being a little good-looking. Waku pointed at Wang Ting and said without hesitation. Wang Ting. He suddenly felt like he had been shot while lying down. Does my good looks bother you? Nia frowned and glared at him. You're going too far. Is this how you treat your guests? After being glared at by her, Waku's aura immediately weakened, but he still muttered, you look very weak to begin with. Shut up. Nia scolded. Dak saw that she was angry, so he reluctantly shut his mouth. I'm sorry, Dak is acting crazy today. Please don't take it to heart. Nia apologized to Wang Ting. Lin Zhan and the others didn't look too good. They wanted to say something, but Wang Ting shook his head at them and said calmly, forget it. Lin Zhan and the others didn't say anything, but their attitude became cold. Stop talking nonsense. Since everyone is here, hurry up and lead the way. Nia saw that the atmosphere suddenly became stiff. She glared at Dak again, then led everyone to the farmland where the gale mantis were overflowing. In the past, only a few gale mantis would appear occasionally, and our tribe could deal with them. But this year, there are so many of them. Nia explained to everyone dutifully on the way. There's a 3-star gale mantis king among them. One of our tribe's warriors almost died, but fortunately, he was saved by other tribesmen. The gale mantis is a wind-type star beast. It's very fast. Their forelimbs are sickle-shaped and abnormally sharp. There's a row of hard saw teeth on them, and there's even a hook at the end. You must be careful not to get hooked when fighting. Lin Zhan and the others listened to Nia's introduction, and their faces were a little serious. Wang Ting also secretly remembered the characteristics of the gale mantis. The farmland that was completely occupied by the gale mantis was still some distance away from the dwarf's residential area. The few warriors ran at normal speed, but it still took them more than 10 minutes to walk. At this time, they were standing at the edge of a desolate farmland. The farmland was overgrown with weeds that were almost half the height of a person. It was all green at a glance, and there was no sign of the gale mantis at all. The gale mantis is green all over, and it's hard to find them hiding in the grass. Everyone, be careful. Nia reminded. But as soon as she finished speaking, Wang Ting pointed at a certain spot in the grass and said, there's one there. Everyone was shocked and immediately looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, when they took a closer look, they saw a gale mantis with a long and narrow body stuck between the grass. It was about a foot long, and its whole body was emerald green. It was not much different from the grass next to it, and it was indeed hard to find. Everyone was very surprised by Wang Ting's eyesight. Dak the dwarf was a little surprised, but he still snorted in disdain and muttered, good eyesight, that's all. Nia kicked him and couldn't help but ask Wang Ting, did you find any other gale mantis? At 6 o'clock, there's another one about 8 meters away. The third one is at 8 o'clock, 10 meters away. Wang Ting activated his spirit vision and pointed out the nearby gale mantis one by one. Finally, he said, that's all I can see for now. I can't see the ones that are too far away. In fact, with his spirit vision, he could see all the gale mantis around him, but he didn't want to show off too much, so he held back. Moreover, he didn't know where the gale mantis king was hiding, so he didn't see it. Let's get rid of these gale mantis first, Lin Zhan said. Lu Yan, you stay outside and cover. The rest of you deal with one each. I'll choose the one at 8 o'clock. You guys do whatever you want. After saying that, he rushed into the grass first. The dwarves obviously didn't expect Lin Zhan to be so swift and decisive. They were slightly stunned. Lu Yan and Yan Jinming had long been used to his style of doing things. Although they were a little helpless, they immediately acted. Lu Yan set up her crane gun and aimed at Lin Zhan's surroundings. Yan Jinming and his sister, on the other hand, each chose a gale mantis and pounced on it. Nia and the other dwarves obviously didn't want to be left behind. They each chose a gale mantis and rushed into the grass. The gale mantis still didn't know what was going on. All kinds of attacks came one after another. However, the gale mantis' speed and reaction were indeed very strong. With a flap of their wings, they flew 3 to 4 meters high. It was as if a gust of wind was blowing in the air. Then, they appeared in front of Lin Zhan and the others. Their sickle-shaped forelimbs slashed down on their heads. Get lost. Lin Zhan was the first to bear the brunt. Facing the sickle-shaped arms that were slashing down on his head, he was really shocked. He pulled out his battle axe with both hands and slashed upward. Sogu's reading website, the Gale Mantis speed was a little troublesome, but in front of absolute power, it couldn't do much. Lin Zhan was now a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. He didn't even need to use his full strength. With a swing of his battle axe, he chopped off the Gale Mantis scythe-like forelimbs. Other than the Gale Mantis scythe-like forelimbs, which were aggressive and as hard as metal, the rest of its body was very soft. Lin Zhan swung his battle axe, and the sharp blade instantly chopped the Gale Mantis in front of him into half. Green blood splattered out, and he immediately dodged. Although the Yan siblings weren't as relaxed as Lin Zhan, it wasn't difficult for them to deal with the Gale Mantis alone. They quickly killed it. Nia and the other dwarfs looked at each other when they saw the scene. They were very shocked. Too powerful, Lin Zhan's strength was beyond their expectations. The next moment, joy appeared on Nia's face. The stronger Lin Zhan and the others were, the greater their chances of killing the Gale Mantis. Captain, be careful. The forelimbs of the Gale Mantis are rare materials for refining weapons. Don't spoil them, Lu Yan couldn't help but remind him. Lin Zhan looked at the Gale Mantis forelimbs that he chopped into half and laughed dryly. Ha ha ha, I didn't pay attention for a moment. I won't spoil them next time. This is all money. Don't waste it, Lu Yan said worriedly. Okay. When they rushed into the bushes, they had already alerted more than 10 Gale Mantises that were deeper in the bushes. They flapped their wings and flew into the air to attack them. It wasn't hard to deal with 1 or 2 Gale Mantises, but there were too many of them. They were also very fast, and their scythe-like forelimbs were abnormally sharp. If they were hit in the vital parts of their bodies, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. In an instant, the Yan siblings and the dwarfs felt a lot of pressure. Only Lin Zhan was still invincible. He swung his battle axe and dashed left and right. Soon, a few Gale Mantis corpses appeared under his feet. Lu Yan focused on protecting the Yan siblings. She shot occasionally and forced away the Gale Mantises that attacked them. She also didn't forget to take care of the dwarves. Although there was some unhappiness just now, it wasn't the time to dwell on it. Their mission was more important. Aren't you going to attack? She shot as she asked Wang Ting, who didn't move at all. Let's wait and see, Wang Ting's words. At this moment, Lin Zhan and the others were able to handle everything. There wasn't any danger, so he focused his attention on finding the Gale Mantis King. Lu Yan shrugged and didn't say anything else. She believed that Wang Ting had his own plans. More and more Gale Mantises. On the other side, Nia and Vac were fighting a Gale Mantis when they suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, it's the Gale Mantis King." They saw a Gale Mantis that had doubled in size shoot out from the depths of the grass. A pair of thicker sickle-shaped forelimbs chopped towards Nia's head. Xianxia was petite and not slow, but she was restrained by another Gale Mantis, and the Gale Mantis's surprise attack caught her off guard. At this time, there was no time for her to dodge. Nia. Vac was furious. He couldn't help but roar, but he didn't have the time to rescue her. It's hiding there. Why didn't I see it with my spiritual sight? This doubt flashed through Wang Ting's mind. He held his sword in one hand and slashed out. But I've been waiting for you for a long time. The sword flashed across the sky and killed the Gale Mantis King. Its green blood splattered on Nia and Vac's faces. Lu Yan turned to look at Wang Ting. Her face was filled with shock. This ability. For Star Soldier level? She was a little confused. Wasn't Wang Ting a 1-star soldier level martial warrior? He had killed a 2-star soldier level martial warrior before, but that was because he used a trick. Just now, he killed the 3-star Gale Mantis King head-on. How did he become so powerful? Wang Ting smiled and didn't explain. He looked at the Gale Mantis King's body. Nia and Vac were still in a daze. They thought that they couldn't escape, but Wang Ting killed the Gale Mantis King and saved Nia. The other Gale Mantis King was stunned by Wang Ting's sword, but it immediately attacked Nia and Vac Bang. At this moment, a bullet suddenly pierced through its head. This Gale Mantis King immediately fell from the sky. Do you two want to die? Lu Yan shouted angrily. Nia and Vac instantly regained their senses. They looked at the Gale Mantis King's body that was less than half a step away from them. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on their backs. Wang Ting didn't care about the two dwarfs' complicated gazes. His attention was completely attracted by the two attribute bubbles that the Gale Mantis King dropped. Wind Force *36, Wind Invisibility *1, pick them up. He didn't hesitate and used his spiritual power to pick them up. His wind force was instantly increased by 36 points. His body shook. There seemed to be a slight cracking sound in his body as if he had broken through a bottleneck. His wind force gushed out from the first force core and entered the second force core, circling around slowly. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel. The original 85 points of wind force had now broken through the 1-star limit of 100 points and became 2-star. Wind force, 21 out of 500, 2-star, wind force, 2-star soldier level. Wang Ting's gaze continued to scan down. He saw the second reward from the Gale Mantis King in the battle technique column. Wind Invisibility, 1/100 beginner. After receiving this skill, he finally understood why his spiritual sight couldn't detect the Gale Mantis King. It was because this was a concealment talent skill. However, after it was picked up by Wang Ting, it didn't become Wang Ting's talent. Instead, it existed in the form of a battle technique. Even so, Wang Ting was still overjoyed. This skill was quite good. It could actually hide from the detection of his spiritual sight. This showed how powerful its concealment effect was. At this moment, Lin Zhan and the others had also cleared out the remaining Gale Mantises and walked over. Everyone, clean up the corpses of the Gale Mantis. Then, we can go back. Lin Zhan's battle axe was covered with the blood of the Gale Mantis that hadn't dried yet. He rubbed it on the grass beside him and carried it on his back. Nia and the other 3 dwarves also walked over and thanked Wang Ting. Vac, who was beside Nia, had a complicated expression. He said in a muffled voice, "Young human warrior, no matter what, thank you for saving Nia. I apologize for my rudeness just now. You don't have to thank me. We have a mission." "This is what I should do," Wang Ting said. "Wang Ting, you've improved a lot. You can even kill the Gale Mantis King with one strike," Lin Zhan exclaimed. "Yeah. It hasn't been that long, and you already have this ability," Yan Jinming exclaimed. "I thought that after Wang Ting joined our team, I wouldn't be a burden anymore. In the end, I still can't get rid of this title?" Yan Jinyue said with a bitter expression. "Ha ha ha." Lin Zhan and the others couldn't help but laugh. Sogu's website, although Yan Jinyue was joking, it was an undeniable fact. In the Tiger Warrior team, she had always been the weakest. Now that Wang Ting had caught up with her, she didn't even get to enjoy being the weakest for a few days before she was pushed down again. They had all experienced the strength of the swift wind mantis. Its speed was astonishing, and it was impossible to guard against. The few of them had to rely on their absolute strength to kill it. As a 3-star beast, the swift wind mantis king was even more difficult to deal with. Hence, based on Wang Ting's ability to kill the Gale Mantis King with one strike, Lu Yan and Yan Jinming might not be his match. In the past, I've always heard that some real geniuses cultivate at an extremely fast speed. 1 month is equivalent to 1 year, 2 or even 3 years for other people. I didn't believe it in the past, but now, I believe it. Lin Zhan looked at Wang Ting and sighed. Looking at you, I can imagine that some super geniuses really exist in this world. You geniuses really make us, normal martial warriors, depressed. Actually, Lin Zhan was able to become a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior in his 20s. Naturally, he wasn't weak. However, compared to those super geniuses, he was much weaker. Moreover, Wang Ting was actually even stronger than those super geniuses. He couldn't be judged based on common sense. That's right. You're just too monstrous. Lu Yan sighed. In that case, our team's strength will double. Previously, the captain felt that he had just reached the 4-star soldier level and didn't have the confidence to deal with a 4-star beast. Now that Wang Ting has joined us, we can totally give it our all, Yan Jinming said excitedly. yes, you're right. With Wang Ting's ability, it shouldn't be a problem for us to kill a 4-star star beast as long as we're careful. Lin Zhan nodded and said. That's great. In this way, we can hunt 4-star beasts in advance. Although there is only a difference of 1 level between a 4-star beast and a 3-star beast, the money we can earn from hunting 4-star beasts will definitely be much more than that from hunting 3-star beasts. Our team's strength will enter a period of rapid improvement, Xianxia said longingly. Don't be fooled by her soft and weak appearance. In fact, her desire to become stronger was not much weaker than Lin Zhan and the others. It is precisely because she is weak that she hopes to become stronger. Lin Zhan subconsciously glanced at Wang Ting. He opened his mouth, but he didn't want to spoil everyone's mood. In the end, there were some things that he didn't say. He could see things more clearly. With the talent Wang Ting had displayed so far, he would only become stronger and stronger in the future. Moreover, it would not be long before the gap between Wang Ting's strength and everyone else's strength appeared. That would be the time for him to leave the Tiger Warrior squad. Dragons do not cohabit with snakes, and they were the snakes that didn't know it yet. Wang Ting's world was wider. Sooner or later, he would fly away. Lin Zhan sighed in his heart. He didn't say anything and asked everyone to clean up the corpses of the gale mantises. Nia, Vak, and a few other dwarves went up to help. The strong would be respected no matter where they went. Obviously, Lin Zhan and the others had already won the respect of these dwarves. According to the mission description, the gale mantises that Lin Zhan and the others hunted belonged to them. The materials from these gale mantises could be sold for a lot of money. They wouldn't waste it. Wang Ting looked at Lin Zhan's back. He was deep in thought. Then, he looked at the attribute bubbles that the other gale mantises had dropped. At a glance, there were more than 10 to 20 attribute bubbles floating in the grass. Wind Force *8, Blank Attribute *6, Wind Force *10, Wind Force *4, Blank Attribute *15. Wang Ting picked up all the attribute bubbles. He received a total of 76 blank attributes and 84 Wind Force attributes. His Wind Force had just reached 2-star soldier level, but it immediately jumped up again. Wind Force, 105 out of 500, 2-star, his ability had increased tremendously. Unfortunately, wind element star beasts were not common, let alone in groups. Otherwise, his ability would have increased tremendously. At the same time, the number of blank attributes he had accumulated recently was also very impressive. Blank attribute, 322 points. This mission could be said to be a bountiful harvest. After picking up the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting didn't stay idle. He went over to help clean up the corpses of the gale mantises. There were more than 20 gale mantises, including the gale mantis king, but they didn't find any star cores or star bones. This made everyone feel a little disappointed. Luckily, the materials from these gale mantises could be sold for a lot of money. Together with the mission rewards, they had earned quite a lot from this trip. Everyone moved the corpses of the gale mantises back to where the dwarves lived. Leader Aomu had been waiting for a long time. Nia went forward and briefly explained what had happened. Leader Aomu said happily, "That's great. After clearing out the gale mantises, such a large piece of farmland can finally return to normal farming." The dwarves around them had already seen the cart full of gale mantises' corpses and were discussing in low voices. When they heard this, they were very happy and couldn't help but cheer loudly. Those damn gale mantises are finally dead. Ha ha ha, this is something to be happy about. Let's have a bonfire banquet tonight. Yes, we must have one. Call all the guests together. We have wine and meat. Leader Aomu walked forward with Nia. Suddenly, he bowed to Lin Zhan, Wang Ting, and the others. Powerful human warriors, thank you so much. Leader, you don't have to do this. Lin Zhan and the others were shocked. This old leader was not young. How could they accept such a great gift? No, this is not enough to express our gratitude. We will prepare a bonfire banquet tonight. It's not early now. Why don't you all stay and join us? Let us entertain you with good wine and meat, Leader Aomu said with a smile. Lin Zhan and the others were very tempted. The wine of the dwarves was famous far and wide. Every tribe's wine had its own unique characteristics. Lin Zhan and Yan Jinming couldn't help but gulp. They asked Lu Yan and the others for their opinions. What do you think? Look at the two of you. If you don't drink this wine, you won't be able to walk. Why are you still asking for our opinions? Lu Yan rolled her eyes. Yan Jingyue covered her mouth and laughed. Seeing them like this, Wang Ting also became curious about the wine of the dwarves. Speaking of which, in another time and space, after the Wang family was defeated, he often drank to drown his sorrows. After all, wine and cigarettes had always been good brothers. Then we won't be polite. Lin Zhan rubbed his hands and smiled as he said to Leader Aomu. Ha ha ha, don't worry, there will be enough wine. Leader Aomu was old but not old. He was a little naughty and winked at Lin Zhan like a child. Leader Aomu was a busy man. He had Nia take everyone around while he commanded the dwarves to start preparing for the banquet. Sogu's website, Nia brought Wang Ting and the others around the dwarf tribe, but they didn't see what they wanted to see. Wang Ting couldn't help but ask, I heard that the dwarves are good at forging. Can you show us around? The chief already guessed that you would ask this. He told me that if you want to see it, I'll take you there. Follow me, Nia said. She brought everyone into the stone castle that was connected to the mountain peak. They went all the way inside, through a long corridor, and a flight of stone stairs that led down. Not long after, the scene inside was reflected in Wang Ting and the others' eyes. It was a hollow mountainside, and there were many stone rooms carved out. These stone rooms were connected by various strange mechanical structures, giving off a sense of science fiction. Red light shone out from each stone room, and at the same time, the sound of metal clanking could be heard. It echoed in the hollow mountainside like a symphony. Lin Zhan and the others looked at each other and were amazed. We've learned something new today. Yan Jinming exclaimed. We dwarves make a living by forging, and we've been doing it for thousands of years, Nia said proudly. Every race has their own way of survival. To be able to persist for thousands of years is enough to develop a skill to a level that we can't imagine, Lin Zhan said. Wang Ting's eyes were attracted by the countless attribute bubbles below, and he couldn't look away. There were too many. Attribute bubbles of various sizes floated around, and it was quite a spectacular sight. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile. He picked them up. Forging *3, Forging *5, Forging *1, a large number of forging attributes merged into Wang Ting's body, and his mind instantly flooded with memories about forging. Even his body was having some kind of reaction, as if it was implanted with pieces of physical memory. It not only made his theory complete, but also made his practical ability more proficient. Forging 60/500, Small Mastery, these were the original attributes, but now they kept increasing until they exceeded 500. Forging went from Small Mastery to Large Mastery, Forging 125/1000, Advanced Mastery. Most importantly, it was the dwarf's smithing art. The Earth Star's forging techniques were all learned from the Xingwu continent, and the dwarf's forging techniques were the best in the Xingwu continent. Wang Ting had learned the most essential part of the other world's smithing techniques. Although it was only one of them, compared to the smithing techniques he learned from Earth Star, it was undoubtedly more exquisite, and many details were more perfect. At this moment, the attribute bubbles below had completely disappeared. They had all been picked up by Wang Ting. Wang Ting couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He was exceptionally happy in his heart. He had made a huge profit this time. No one knew what benefits Wang Ting had obtained. After that, Nia briefly explained the situation inside the mountain. It was obvious that she was holding back. She only let them see what was on the surface. Naturally, she would not let them see the deeper parts. Lin Zhan and the others were tactful enough to not ask too much. At night, on the hill where the dwarves lived, a bonfire rose and lit up the surroundings. There was a bonfire party going on. The open space was bustling with noise and laughter. The rough singing was accompanied by drumbeats and all kinds of unknown ancient musical instruments, playing a very unique dwarven tribal music. The dwarven girls served various fruits and vegetables, barbecued meat and wine. Lin Zhan and the others were dazzled and salivated. Wow, it smells so good. Lin Zhan couldn't wait to grab a roasted pork leg and eat it in big bites. His other hand was not idle either. He picked up a large wooden cup filled with wine and smelled it gently. He showed an intoxicated expression and couldn't wait to take a big gulp. Huh. Good wine. Damn, Captain, you're really fast. Yan Jinming was not willing to be left behind. He took big mouthfuls of meat and wine. His mouth was full of oil. It was simply too satisfying. Lu Yan and Yan Jingyue were much more refined. Although they were not slow, they did not look like they had never eaten good food before. Wang Ting smiled and shook his head. He released the little crow, tore a large piece of barbecued meat, and let it deal with it by itself. Then he poured a glass of wine and ate the barbecued meat while enjoying the wine. Looking at the starry night sky, he suddenly felt that life was really beautiful. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? The wine of the dwarves is definitely good. Yan Jinming put his arm around Wang Ting's shoulder and said with a smile. It is indeed good wine. Wang Ting raised his glass and clinked it with him. The two drank it in one gulp. Everyone, are you satisfied with the wine and food of the dwarves? Nia walked over. Behind her was the dwarf named Vak. Wang Ting could also tell that this guy admired Nia, so he was unhappy when he saw him chatting with Nia at first. That was why he spoke so harshly. However, after seeing Wang Ting's strength, this guy was much more honest. At least, he did not dare to talk back to him. Moreover, he could probably tell that Wang Ting did not have any thoughts about Nia at all. Lin Zhan and Yan Jinming heard him and gave him a thumbs up. Unfortunately, their mouths were stuffed with food and they could not speak. Seeing them like this, Nia and Vak could not help but laugh. There was nothing better than action to prove it. Eat more. Before Nia could finish her sentence, a loud drum sound suddenly rang and covered all the other sounds. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. What's going on? Wang Ting and the others' expressions changed slightly, and they stood up. Enemy attack. Nia's expression changed drastically. She turned around and rushed down the mountain. Vak followed closely behind. In an instant, the scene was a mess. Quick, quick, hide in the stone castle. Patriarch Ao Mu's voice rang out and spread around. The bonfire was kicked away, and the food and wine were all over the ground. The dwarves did not care about this and rushed toward the stone castle. Let's go too. Lin Zhan said and rushed toward Patriarch Ao Mu. Lu Yan, Wang Ting, and the others quickly followed. Patriarch Ao Mu, what the hell is going on? Lin Zhan took advantage of the gap and asked. It's bandits. Patriarch Ao Mu said solemnly. Bandits? Lin Zhan and the others were shocked and asked suspiciously, why are there bandits here? I don't know. There haven't been bandits in this area for many years. Patriarch Ao Mu said. We don't know how strong these bandits are, Lin Zhan said. Patriarch Ao Mu looked worried. He hesitated and said, if my tribesmen can't hold them back, can you help them? Lin Zhan exchanged glances with the others and said, don't worry. Since we've met them, we won't sit back and do nothing. Right after he finished speaking, more than 10 figures rushed out from the darkness. Kill everyone and steal their belongings. Ruthless laughter could be heard. They killed everyone they saw. Nia and the others were a few steps behind. When they saw their tribesmen being killed, their eyes instantly turned red. They roared and pounced toward the bandits. Lin Zhan, Wang Ting, and the others couldn't bear to see them like this. They immediately joined the battle. After all, a defenseless dwarf might be killed every time they delayed. They were like tigers in a flock of sheep. 7 to 8 bandits were killed in an instant. Wang Ting killed a 1-star soldier-level bandit with a punch. Suddenly, he felt a strong gust of wind coming from behind him. He saw a fierce-looking brown-haired man standing not far away. The brown-haired man slashed his blade at him. The blade emitted a scorching aura as it reached him in an instant. Steps of Gale, Wang Ting executed his footwork and turned into a shadow. He moved sideways and dodged the attack. Seeing that Wang Ting dodged his attack, the brown-haired man's expression changed slightly. 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Ting scanned the man with his spiritual sight and saw his ability. Then, he didn't stop. After dodging the man's attack, he stomped on the ground and created a shockwave. He pounced toward the brown-haired man. Idiot! Seeing Wang Ting charging toward him empty-handed, the brown-haired man smiled coldly. He didn't dodge at all. Wang Ting's figure suddenly disappeared in front of him. When he reappeared, he was already behind him. He was holding a golden brick in his hand. With a holy expression on his face, he threw the brick down. Bang! The brown-haired man felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. Then, he blacked out and fell forward uncontrollably. What a good move. This was the only sentence he heard before he lost consciousness. You're the idiot. Sogu's website, bam, the brown-haired man fell to the ground and lost consciousness on the spot. Wang Ting squatted down again and slapped him on the head. Slap, 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 attribute bubbles popped up one by one, and Wang Ting grinned. Spirit *1, Comprehension *3, Fire Force *12, Spirit *2, Comprehension *2, Fire Force *16, Wang Ting picked them up and received 12 points of Spirit and 14 points of Comprehension. Comprehension, Spiritual Realm, 32.4/100, Spirit, Spiritual, 20.6/100, according to the ratio, Comprehension and Spirit had increased by 1, 4 and 1, 2 points respectively. In addition, there was also an increase of 28 points of Fire Force. Wang Ting's Fire Force increased once again. Wang Ting stood up and placed the brick behind his back. He kept it and prepared to kill the next bandit. Suddenly, he saw the young dwarf, Dak, standing not far away. His bearded face was full of fear as he looked at him. However, when he met Wang Ting's gaze, he quickly turned his head away as if he had not seen anything. What is this big guy doing? Wang Ting was speechless. He shook his head and ignored him as he rushed to another bandit. Dak saw that Wang Ting was no longer paying attention to him and immediately let out a sigh of relief. He patted his chest to calm his thumping heart. Too scary, too scary. Luckily, I didn't offend him too much. 10 minutes later, all the bandits were dealt with. Because Lin Zhan and the others joined the battle in time, the dwarves did not suffer many casualties. However, there were still a few who died. The dwarves who were hiding in the stone castle saw that the battle was over and came out under the lead of leader Ao Mu. When they saw their dead tribesmen, they immediately fell into a sorrowful atmosphere as faint cries could be heard. The people who were killed dropped many attribute bubbles, and Wang Ting picked them all up. Wood Force *8, Earth Force *6, Blank Attribute *12, Water Force *5, Smithing *32, Wang Ting's various force attributes had increased by quite a bit. He had a total of 38 blank points and 56 forging points. Obviously, these attribute bubbles were not only dropped by the bandits, but also by the dwarves who had been killed. Wang Ting could only express his regret. Leader Ao Mu had a sorrowful expression. He walked over with Anaya's help and thanked Lin Zhan, Wang Ting, and the others. Everyone, thank you for your help once again. If it wasn't for you, the Red Leaves dwarf tribe would have suffered heavy casualties. Dak followed behind them and looked at Wang Ting evasively. No need to be so polite, Chief Ao Mu. My condolences. Lin Zhan sighed and said. I left one alive. Do you want to interrogate him? Wang Ting said as he kicked the brown-haired man at his feet. Yes, a bandit suddenly appeared this time. We need to interrogate him. If there are other bandits, we'll be in trouble. Leader Ao Mu nodded with a serious expression. This guy is a 3-star soldier-level warrior. He probably has some status in this group of bandits. I hope we can get some information out of him, Wang Ting said. Dak, bring this bandit down and interrogate him carefully, Leader Ao Mu ordered. Yes. Dak nodded and turned the brown-haired man over. At this moment, everyone saw the face of the brown-haired man that was swollen like a pig's head. Their lips twitched, and they looked at Wang Ting with a weird gaze. Cough, cough. Wang Ting coughed dryly and said, just in case, I hit him a little too hard. Dak didn't say anything as he dragged the brown-haired man away. Leader Ao Mu brought Wang Ting and the rest to wait in the stone castle. After more than an hour, Dak and Nia finished their interrogation and came back. Leader Ao Mu saw their serious expressions and couldn't help but ask, how was it? They came from a bandit group called the Black Wind Bandits. 3 days ago, they settled down on a mountain more than 10 kilometers away. They had their eyes on us since then. They only took action today after they settled down, Nia said. Do you know how many of them there are? How powerful are they? Leader Aomu asked. Other than the bandit we killed just now, there are 30 to 40 of them left. I heard that the leader of the Black Wind Bandits is a 4-star soldier-level warrior. He also has 2 3-star soldier-level warriors and 4 or 5 2-star martial warriors. The rest are either 1-star soldier-level warriors or martial disciples, Nia said. Why would such a powerful bandit group come to our place? Leader Aomu stomped the ground with his walking stick and sighed helplessly. Leader, we have to take action as soon as possible. If not, we will really be finished when they realize what's going on, Nia said anxiously. They have 4-star and 3-star soldier-level warriors. Our tribe is no match for them, Vak said. Leader Aomu hesitated for a while as if he had made up his mind. He turned and said to Lin Zhan and the rest, human warriors, can you please help us one more time? As long as you can eliminate those bandits and help us survive this crisis, we will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Also, you will gain our friendship. If you want to forge weapons in the future, the Red Leaves dwarf tribe will definitely not reject you. We will spare no effort to forge the best weapons for you. Lin Zhan and the rest's eyes instantly lit up. To be honest, they were tempted by the friendship of the dwarves and the promise of forging weapons. However, Lin Zhan still thought for a while and said, we need to discuss this. Of course. Leader Aomu nodded and led Nia and the rest out of the room, leaving some space for Lin Zhan, Wang Ting, and the rest. Outside the room, Anaya looked at the closed door and couldn't help but ask, Chief, do you think they will agree? I don't know. I hope they will agree. If not, Leader Aomu frowned and sighed. He didn't finish his sentence. If not what, Nia and Vak could already imagine the consequences. Now, they could only pray that Lin Zhan and the rest would stay and not leave. If not, their tribe would become a thing of the past. After all, it would be too late for them to issue missions and gather other warriors. In the room, Lin Zhan and Wang Ting were discussing this matter. I think we can't just leave like this. If not, the dwarf tribe will be doomed, Lu Yan said. But the Black Wind Bandits are not to be underestimated. Their leader is also a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. We don't know if he's at the early stage or the middle or late stage. Leader might not have a chance of winning. Moreover, they have other warriors, Yan Jinming analyzed logically. If we leave, the dwarves will be too pitiful, Yan Jingyue said emotionally. She couldn't bear to leave. Wang Ting, what do you think? Lin Zhan looked at Wang Ting, who hadn't said anything. 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. I can deal with him, Wang Ting said calmly. He wouldn't stop until he said something shocking. Lu Yan and the rest opened their mouths wide. They were stunned for a long time and didn't know what to say. Are you sure? Lin Zhan hesitated for a while but still asked. It wasn't that he didn't believe Wang Ting. It was just that he found it unbelievable. Reaching the 3-star soldier level was already shocking enough. Now, Wang Ting was telling them that his ability was comparable to a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. Brother, are you trying to ascend to the heavens? I won't joke around with my life, Wang Ting said. Okay. Lin Zhan instantly agreed. He already knew what Wang Ting meant. He agreed to fight. He didn't hesitate anymore and said, we can fight this battle. Also, we don't have to fight them head-on. If we sneak over now, we can totally catch those Black Wind Bandits off guard, Wang Ting said. Good idea. Everyone's eyes lit up. You're indeed a sly person. Lin Zhan patted Wang Ting's shoulder and praised him. After the discussion, Wang Ting and the rest walked out of the room. Everyone, what do you think? Leader Aomu quickly went forward and asked. Leader Aomu, we can agree to help, Lin Zhan said. Then, he added, but, Leader Aomu heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he became worried again. But what? But I still have to say some things first. If we can't do it in the end, we will strategically retreat, Lin Zhan said. How can you do this? Nia instantly said angrily. Dak wasn't too happy either. He wanted to say something. However, Leader Aomu waved his hand at them and smiled bitterly. Of course. Don't worry. We're talking about the worst-case scenario. Lin Zhan finally smiled and comforted them. We discussed it just now and realized that our chances of winning are still higher. Then, he told Leader Aomu, Nia, and the rest about their plan to launch a sneak attack. If that's the case, our chances of winning are really high, Nia said happily. Let's not waste any time. Let's prepare and set off immediately. Lin Zhan said. Okay. Leader Aomu nodded heavily. Then, everyone prepared as fast as they could. They brought along the brown-haired man who was knocked out by Wang Ting and rushed towards the mountain occupied by the Black Wind bandits. You better let me go. Otherwise, our leader won't let you go. The brown-haired man was tied up by a sturdy rope specially made by the dwarves. At this moment, he was being carried by Vak. His face was bruised and swollen, but he still looked vicious as he threatened vaguely. Do you want to have a taste of the brick on your head again? Wang Ting quietly took out a golden brick and said calmly. The brown-haired man was speechless. What brick on my head, are you a devil? Vak's face twitched. He silently moved away from him. Lin Zhan and the rest's mouth twitched. They also looked at Wang Ting strangely. Just in case, he did it on purpose, didn't he? However, the effect was excellent. The brown-haired man could feel the back of his head and face starting to hurt again. He obediently shut his mouth. Half an hour later, they arrived at the mountain occupied by the Black Wind bandits. Lead the way. Dak said coldly as he put the brown-haired man down. You want to ambush the leader and the rest? The brown-haired man finally understood what they were trying to do. He was shocked. Shut your mouth. Do whatever I tell you to do. Don't speak if I don't tell you to. Wang Ting glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. You. The brown-haired man was furious. However, he did not dare to say anything because of Wang Ting's power. He could only obediently shut his mouth and lead the way. Not long after, they arrived at the place where the Black Wind bandits had set up camp. One had to admit that martial artists were indeed very efficient. In just 3 days, they had already set up camp on this desolate mountain. If it were a normal person, they would definitely not be able to set up camp without at least 10 days to half a month. Wang Ting and the rest hid in the dark. From afar, the Black Wind stronghold was brightly lit. There were loud noises and all kinds of obscenities. It was extremely vulgar. They haven't rested yet. It's not convenient for us to attack. Lin Zhan said softly. Then let's get them some spices. Wang Ting smiled as he played with an inconspicuous plant in his hand. You have an idea? Don't hide it. Tell us. Lin Zhan immediately asked. Hee, do you see this plant in my hand? Wang Ting asked. Lin Zhan and the rest finally noticed the plant in his hand. What is this? This is ecstasy grass. I just picked it on the way here. Its juice is colorless and odorless. It has an extremely strong ecstasy effect. It is an important herb for making ecstasy. Although it's not as effective as making pills, it's enough to make those bandits suffer. Wang Ting explained. How cunning. Lin Zhan and the rest looked at each other and gave him a thumbs up. Wang Ting. Are you guys praising or slandering me? The idea is not bad. But how do we put it in the bandits' food? Lin Zhan asked. Leave it to me. I'll take care of it. Wang Ting said. Lin Zhan hesitated for a moment and said, Be careful. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. His body flashed and disappeared into the darkness. He silently moved towards the stronghold. Wind concealment, the skill that he had just obtained, was now put to good use. Wang Ting added 100 blank attribute points to wind invisibility. This skill instantly went from beginner to small success. Wind invisibility, 1/500, small success. In the next moment, Wang Ting seemed to have disappeared into the wind. At the same time, he also used the beginner's darkness talent that he obtained from the dark apparition and covered his body with darkness force. Double insurance, the darkness force allowed him to become one with the darkness around him. The wind invisibility skill completely hid the fluctuations of the force. This way, even general-level warriors would be able to detect Wang Ting's presence. He sneaked into the Black Wind stronghold without anyone noticing him. In the open space in front of the stronghold, a group of bandits were gambling. In a corner not far from them, there were a few jars of wine. Wang Ting quietly floated over. He exerted force with his fingers and crushed the leaves of the ecstasy grass. He crushed it into powder and mixed it with the wine. Then, he retreated. Lin Zhan and the others waited anxiously. Suddenly, Wang Ting walked out from the darkness. Phew. It's good that you're fine. Lin Zhan let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Wang Ting would go for wool and come home shorn. He was afraid that he would lose his life if he wasn't careful. Everything went well. We're just waiting for the medicine to take effect. Wang Ting smiled. Good boy, you're really something. Lin Zhan, Lu Yan, and the others couldn't help but smile and praise him. At the same time, Wang Ting and the others didn't know that there was another group of people lying in ambush, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Full Attribute Martial Arts Chapter 1. Time passed slowly, and the noise in the camp gradually died down. Wang Ting and Lin Zhan looked at each other and said, the drug should be taking effect now. Let's move quickly. Otherwise, those who are not unconscious will definitely notice that something is wrong. Okay. Lin Zhan and the rest were delighted. They nodded and sneaked into the camp. Finally, we can avenge our dead tribesmen. Nia's eyes flashed with hatred. She clenched her dagger and followed closely behind. This time, the Red Leaves dwarf tribe had sent out almost all of their combat power, leaving only one warrior to guard the tribe. They were determined to eradicate the Black Wind bandits. They all understood that if the Black Wind bandits were not eradicated, they would be the ones to perish. At the entrance of the camp, 2 bandits were standing guard. However, they were obviously in a bad mood and were cursing. Damn it, they are eating and drinking inside, but we have to guard the gate. What can we do? We are just unlucky to have drawn lots. Let's just stand guard tonight. Unlucky. Why are they so quiet so early tonight? One of them noticed that something was wrong. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold wind blew past. Damn it, why is the wind so cold tonight? The other complained. He laughed and said, who knows, maybe they are weak. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed into the sentry post. The cold light of the shadow cut the throats of the 2 bandits at lightning speed. Who is it? The 2 bandits did not even have time to make a sound before they clutched their throats and fell down. They twitched twice and completely lost their lives. After checking their heartbeat and pulse and confirming that they were dead, the black shadow slowly stood up. The light from the torch next to her shone on her face, revealing her appearance. It was Nia. She waved her hand outside, and a few black shadows appeared at the sentry post in a flash. After meeting up with Xianxia, they quietly entered the camp. In the open space of the camp, the bandits who were in high spirits and gambling a moment ago were now lying on the ground, unconscious. Seeing this scene, Wang Ting was slightly stunned and a little surprised. The ecstasy grass is so potent? They're all unconscious? In that case, wouldn't they be able to wipe out the Black Wind bandits effortlessly? Lin Zhan and the others were also a little confused. In the beginning, they had thought that the difficulty would be extremely high. In the end, before they could even make a move, they had all fallen one by one. It felt a little unreal. Let's hurry up and do it before something unexpected happens, Nia said as she held her dagger and walked forward impatiently. The dwarves hated these bandits to the bone and were eager to kill them all. Now that there was such a good opportunity, what was there to hesitate about? Be careful, in case it's a trap, Wang Ting reminded with a frown. Don't worry. Nia waved her hand carelessly. However, she wasn't a fool. She became vigilant and arrived in front of a bandit in a flash. Her dagger, suffused with the radiance of origin power, slashed across. The bandit passed away peacefully in his coma. Looks like we overestimated the intelligence of these bandits. Wang Ting and the others were already prepared for any sudden situations. When they saw that nothing unexpected happened, they heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they swarmed forward and mercilessly took the lives of the bandits. These bandits were evil people whose hands were stained with the lives of many innocent people. Naturally, they didn't feel any pressure when they attacked. However, just as Lin Zhan was about to attack a middle-aged bandit, the other party suddenly moved. A cold light pierced toward his heart like a poisonous snake's tongue. Although Lin Zhan was still a little vigilant, he didn't expect someone to pretend to be unconscious and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. He was caught off guard. Fortunately, he was a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. His speed and reflexes weren't weak. He focused his gaze and reacted in an instant. He knew that he couldn't dodge the attack because the distance was too close. Hence, he only moved slightly to the side and avoided the attack. Chi, the dagger pierced into his body. That bandit revealed a hideous smile. However, Lin Zhan wasn't moved. He held the battle axe with his other hand and chopped down fiercely. No. The hideous smile on that bandit's face froze. He let out an indignant roar. There was still the effect of the drug in his body. Although he was a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior and didn't lose consciousness like the others, he was still affected. His movements were slow and he couldn't dodge this attack at all. Bang, his head was smashed into a pulp. Lin Zhan didn't hold back when he attacked in anger. He couldn't hold back either. He wanted to kill the bandit with one strike. This accident happened within a few breaths. Everyone's expression changed drastically. However, they could only watch as Lin Zhan got injured. Captain! Captain! Yan Jinming, Lu Yan, and the others exclaimed in shock. At this moment, another bandit suddenly jumped up and pounced toward Yan Jinyue, who was the closest to him. Die! This bandit's face was hideous. He was like a vicious wolf pouncing on its prey. He was extremely vicious. Yan Jinyue's face turned pale. Scram! Wang Ting was the first to react. He pulled Yan Jinyue back and punched the bandit at the same time. Ice blue force exploded, and the force of the punch sent the bandit flying a few meters away. He kept vomiting blood, and his face was filled with astonishment. This wasn't right. At first, he wanted to take Yan Jinyue as a hostage and force Wang Ting and his teammates to submit to him while everyone's attention was on him. It was a good plan. Yan Jinyue was indeed frightened. She couldn't react in time. This little cabbage was about to fall into his hands. At that time, she would be at his mercy. However, Wang Ting reacted quickly and killed him with one punch. He was unwilling to give up, and his face turned red. Before he took his last breath, he shouted 2 words. Enemy attack. Suddenly, a commotion came from the other side of the camp. The camp wasn't big. Some bandits who were resting in the houses immediately rushed out with their weapons. Who is it? What happened? When they saw the situation outside, their expressions changed. They shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The remaining bandits swarmed over. At this point, Wang Ting and the others knew that they couldn't continue their sneak attack. Lin Zhan ignored the injuries on his body and shouted, "Kill!" Everyone didn't hesitate. They executed their own techniques and killed the bandits. The 2 bandits who attacked them just now were 3-star soldier-level martial warriors under the leader of the Black Wind Bandits. They were already dead. The remaining bandits were only 1-star and 2-star soldier-level martial warriors. Some of them were even just martial disciples. They weren't a match for Wang Ting and the others at all. In the blink of an eye, they killed 7 to 8 bandits. In an instant, screams and shouts filled the air. Nia and the other dwarves were restrained by a few 2-star soldier-level bandits. It was hard for them to take down the bandits. Seeing this, Wang Ting's sword flashed and helped them kill the bandits. Boom! At this moment, the door of a house in the middle suddenly exploded. A black figure rushed out fiercely. Sogu's website. Oh no, it's the leader of the Black Wind Bandits. The expressions of Wang Ting and the others changed when they saw the black figure with a strong aura charging out suddenly. You guys quickly take care of the other bandits. Leave this person to me. Lin Zhan sent a 1-star soldier-level bandit flying. Then, he turned around and faced the leader of the Black Wind Bandits. The leader of the Black Wind Bandits was a muscular man in his 30s. He had curly brown hair and a beard of the same color. He looked very rough. The situation outside made him extremely furious. Without saying anything, he pounced on Lin Zhan. Die. 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 This person's weapon was a huge battle sword. It carried an invincible yellow force as it slashed at Lin Zhan. At the same time, he kept shouting. He shouted 3 times, his ferocious aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Zhan's expression changed slightly. He took out his battle axe with both hands and blocked the huge sword that kept slashing at him. His battle skills combined with his battle axe were originally unrestrained and incomparably ferocious, but now he had met his match. The leader of the Black Wind Bandits' sword skills were also very powerful. He kept slashing at Lin Zhan, forcing him to keep retreating. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. Everyone's expression became very serious when they saw this. If Lin Zhan couldn't win against the leader of the Black Wind Bandits, then they would have to run away. However, they hadn't reached that stage yet. The most important thing right now was to take care of the scattered bandits first. Then, they would attack the leader of the Black Wind Bandits together with Lin Zhan. There was nothing wrong with a group of people fighting one-on-one. Lu Yan opened fire with all her might. Alloy bullets poured out as if they were free, taking away the lives of the bandits one by one. The Yan siblings' sword and saber worked well together. Their killing speed was also very fast. After a short while, many people died under their swords. Nia and the dwarves were also in a frenzy. All the low-level martial warriors among the bandits were taken care of by them. A few minutes later, all the bandits were killed. Everyone finally managed to free themselves and surrounded the leader of the Black Wind Bandits. The pressure on Lin Zhan instantly decreased. Dwarf. The leader of the Black Wind Bandits stood in the middle and looked around. His gaze paused on Nia and the others, and he said disdainfully, "I didn't look for you guys personally, but you guys actually dared to come and find trouble with me. You've done all sorts of bad things. So what if I kill you?" Nia shouted angrily. "Ha ha ha, kill me?" The leader of the Black Wind Bandits laughed. He looked at them with contempt and said, "You think you can kill me? You'll know once you try." Wang Ting said indifferently. "The ignorant are fearless." The leader of the Black Wind Bandits shook his head and glared. His aura kept increasing until it reached the peak of the 4-star soldier level. Kill. When his aura reached its peak, he let out an explosive roar, stomped his feet, and rushed out like a violent bear. Boom. With him as the center, the ground was unable to withstand the heavy pressure and instantly caved in. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared and spread in all directions. Peak 4-star soldier level. Everyone's expression changed slightly as they felt an unprecedented pressure. Could they defeat the leader of the Black Wind Bandits? However, the arrow had already been knocked on the bow. No matter what, they had to fight head-on. Wang Ting's expression was serious, but he didn't hesitate and rushed forward with the others. Boom, 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 blades flashed and force clashed, creating a loud boom. A strong gust of wind stirred up dust, sand, and pebbles. One could tell how intense this battle was. The leader of the Black Wind Bandits was indeed powerful. He fought against several people alone and didn't lose out at all. Bang, the dwarves were still too weak. He seized the opportunity and kicked them several meters away. They couldn't get up for a long time, and it seemed like they were quite injured. Yan Jinming and his sister attacked his back when he wasn't paying attention. 2 streaks of blood appeared on the leader's back. He suddenly turned around with a ferocious expression and slashed with his blade, forcing the Yan siblings to retreat. At this moment, a golden axe came from his left. The sharpness of the axe made the leader of the Black Wind Bandits' expression change. He didn't dare to take it head-on and could only dodge to the side. At the same time, Wang Ting made his move. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Just as the leader of the Black Wind Bandits dodged, a fiery red sword light appeared in his path of evasion. Fire Kirin sword technique, incomplete sword form. Wang Ting didn't hold back in this attack. It landed squarely on the leader of the Black Wind Bandits' body, and the terrifying flames enveloped his entire body. The leader of the Black Wind Bandits let out a miserable howl. "It's done?" Lin Zhan and the others couldn't help but be delighted. They increased the intensity of their attacks and bombarded him with all kinds of force battle techniques. Take his life while he's down, it wasn't easy to injure him. Of course, they had to take advantage of the situation and not give him a chance to turn the tables. After a while, the leader of the Black Wind Bandits fell to the ground. His body was charred black and there were many wounds. He was no longer breathing. Phew! Everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. They were more or less injured. Now that they were relaxed, their injuries acted up, and their faces were pale. Although the price they paid was a bit high, they still won this battle. They couldn't hide the joy on their faces. Just as they were about to sit down and rest, a round of applause suddenly came from outside the camp. You guys did well. More than 10 people walked in from outside the camp. Some of them were wearing military uniforms. It seemed like they were actually from the military. The hearts of Lin Zhan and the others, who had just been on tenterhooks, instantly calmed down. But why are there people from the military here? At the same time, they were a bit puzzled. Captain Lin Zhan, we're really fated. A voice suddenly came from the group. It's you. Lin Zhan turned his gaze and found that the person who spoke was actually the young master of the Yao family who wanted to join their group before they set off. Lin Zhan began to have a headache. He just randomly found a mission and he actually met this guy again. This wasn't fate. This was an ill-fated relationship. It's me. Are you surprised? The young master of the Yao family, Yao Jun, glanced at Wang Teng and then his gaze fell on Lin Zhan. He said with a smile that didn't look like a smile. It's a bit surprising. Lin Zhan said. Lin Zhan. At this time a man with long hair beside Yao Jun called out. Chong Liang, so it's you. Lin Zhan looked at the man and said in realization, I think this young master of the Yao family must have joined your Wolf Fang team. That's right. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you for giving Yao Jun to our Wolf Fang team. He's very strong. Chong Liang said with a smile. Haha, then congratulations. Lin Zhan said casually. Seeing his nonchalant look, Yao Jun's heart was filled with hatred. He turned his head and secretly exchanged glances with the man in military uniform who was leading the group. The man in military uniform coughed dryly and said, Ahem, you're Lin Zhan, right? That's me. May I know who you are? Lin Zhan asked cautiously. I'm a squad leader of a squad in the Crimson Tiger division. We're currently on a mission and the situation is special. I'm urgently informing you that your team has been recruited. The man in military uniform said. So Gu, conscription? Lin Zhan paused for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, he felt uneasy. It wasn't common for the military to conscript non-military martial artists, but it wasn't a good thing if it happened. Some of the missions were suicidal. One could imagine how dangerous it was. However, the military couldn't simply conscript non-military martial artists unless it was an emergency and they had no choice but to rely on external help. Only then would the military have the authority to issue a conscription order. Furthermore, after the mission, they had to report it to the military to prove that it was necessary to conscript them. If they abused their authority, they would have to bear the responsibility. That's right. The situation is special. We need your help, Lu Huaixin said. Lin Zhan's hope turned into disappointment. He looked at Lu Yan and the others and gritted his teeth. Even the military can't conscript us for no reason. We need to know the reason. Sorry, this is confidential. I can't tell you. Lu Huaixin shook his head. We have the right to know, Lin Zhan said without flinching. Lu Huaixin frowned. Lin Zhan, there must be a reason for the military to conscript us. We just need to cooperate. Why are you asking so much? Chong Liang, the leader of the Wolf Fang squad, interrupted. The military's mission is more important than anything else. Leader Lin, don't make a mistake, Yao Jun advised. Please cooperate. Lu Huaixin looked at Lin Zhan and the others with an indifferent expression. In the next moment, the military martial artists he brought raised their guns and pointed them at Lin Zhan and the others. Lin Zhan, Lu Yan, and the others' faces turned ugly. No one would be in a good mood if they had dozens of guns pointed at them. Yao Jun's lips curled up. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He had been rejected by Lin Zhan time and time again. He was extremely frustrated and angry at them. Now that they were here, how could he let go of such a good opportunity? A trace of mockery flashed in Chong Liang's eyes. Like Lin Zhan and the others, he was a member of Jisun martial house. The Wolfang team that he led was also a famous elite martial artist team. However, they were always suppressed by Lin Zhan's Tiger Warrior team. Furthermore, during several missions, both parties had encountered each other. They had suffered quite a few losses at the hands of the Tiger Warrior squad, so both parties were not as friendly as they appeared to be. At this moment, seeing Lin Zhan and the others suffer, he couldn't be happier. He had heard from others that Lin Zhan had rejected Yao Jun's offer. He also knew that Yao Jun was the one behind this recruitment. There was a lot of trickery involved, and the Tiger Warrior squad was probably going to suffer a big setback. Lin Zhan, oh Lin Zhan, you asked for it. You didn't want to hug the golden thigh that was sent to your door. Instead, you wanted to cling on to a martial arts exam top scholar with no background. You were really stupid. Look at what happened now. Yao Jun has connections everywhere he goes. He can easily make things difficult for you. Chong Liang gloated. He knew very well that Lin Zhan had no way of rejecting the recruitment. Putting aside the fact that the recruitment was mandatory, casual martial artists like them were inferior to the military martial artists. Even if they were stronger than the military martial artists, it wouldn't make any difference unless they were strong enough to ignore the rules. It was obvious that Lin Zhan and the others didn't have such strength. Wang Ting silently watched the development of the situation. He had a thoughtful look on his face. At this moment, he saw that the military martial artists had pointed their guns at them. He stood up and said, "This is my martial artist certificate. After you see it, you can consider whether you want to continue pointing your guns at us." As he spoke, he threw his martial artist certificate to Lu Huaixin. Lu Huaixin couldn't help but frown. He glanced at Wang Tang and reached out to catch his martial artist certificate. He opened it and looked at it. "Tisk, what's with the pretense? Aren't you just a student from Huanghai Military Academy? Do you think I don't know? Moreover, there are at least 800 students in Huanghai Military Academy. Do you really think you're something?" Yao Jun sneered in disdain. At the same time, he said it for Lu Huaixin to hear so that he wouldn't be swayed. Wang Ting didn't even look at him. He didn't say a word and waited for Lu Huaixin to finish looking at it. Lin Zhan and the others were bewildered. They didn't know what Lin Zhan's intentions were. Was it really as Yao Jun said? Did he really want to use his status as a student of Huanghai Military Academy to suppress Lu Huaixin? But that definitely wasn't enough. Yao Jun was right. There were so many students in Huanghai Military Academy. Some of them had high achievements in the future. No one would make an exception for a new student. Unless this new student had some background or was so outstanding that no one could look down on him. Wang Ting obviously didn't have any background. He was indeed outstanding. However, school had only started not long ago. If he wanted to stand out, he would need time. Just then, Lu Huaixin said in surprise, "You obtained the rank of sergeant?" "I knew it. This kid must be..." "What?" Yao Jun wanted to say something but was suddenly shocked. "Rank of sergeant. Sergeant rank." Lin Zhan, Lu Yan, and the others were also shocked. It was like meeting someone you were familiar with. You knew that he was rich, but you suddenly realized that his wealth wasn't in the millions or tens of millions. It was in the hundreds of millions. That kind of disparity was really dizzying. Those military martial artists who were pointing their guns at Wang Ting looked at each other. They didn't know if they should put down their guns. Their class monitor, Lu Huaixin, had served in the military for many years and completed many missions. He was only awarded the rank of sergeant not long ago. Even so, he was already very outstanding. In their military, there weren't many people who obtained the rank of sergeant at Lu Huaixin's age. How old was this young man in front of them? He was actually on the same level as their class monitor. "Put down your guns first," Lu Huaixin said. Those military martial artists immediately let out a sigh of relief and put down their guns. They were afraid that Wang Ting would record it in his notebook if they continued to point at him. That's impossible. Yao Jun couldn't believe it. He questioned, he's just a new student. How could he obtain a military rank? How could a martial artist certificate be fake? Wang Ting laughed and said calmly. You. Yao Jun was choked by his tone. He snorted and turned to ask, Class Monitor Lu, is there a problem with his martial artist certificate? There's no problem. Lu Huixin shook his head. It's actually true. Yao Jun's face suddenly turned green and red. It was very interesting. He was embarrassed and jealous. I didn't even get a military rank. How could this kid? Lu Huixin felt a little unbalanced in his heart. He and Wang Ting were at least 10 years apart. In the end, the two of them were standing on the same starting line. How could he not be jealous? However, he didn't show it. He smiled and returned the martial artist certificate to Wang Ting. He said, Brother Wang, you're indeed a top student of Huanghai Military Academy. You've obtained the rank of sergeant at such a young age. Your future will definitely be bright. I'm sorry for offending you just now. Please don't take it to heart. Sogu's website, Wang Ting wasn't affected by Lu Huixin's change in attitude. He asked calmly, Squad Leader Lu, can you tell us why you recruited us? I was worried that the morale would be affected if I told you, but now. Fine. Since things have come to this, I'll tell you. We found a group of dark apparitions. Lu Huixin said. A group of dark apparitions. Lin Zhan and the others were shocked when they heard this. 1 or 2 dark apparitions were already hard to deal with, let alone a group of them. Wang Ting couldn't help but think of the dark apparitions they met before. He frowned slightly. If there was really a group of them, they probably wouldn't be enough. I didn't expect there to be so many of them. I had no choice but to ask for your help, Lu Huixin said. Ask? Lin Zhan and the others laughed in their hearts. He even raised his gun just now, and now he's asking for our help. How nice. The dark apparitions you mentioned are on this mountain? Wang Ting asked. They're in one of the caves on this mountain. These Black Wind bandits are covering for them. I wanted to capture them and interrogate them, but I didn't expect them to be killed by you guys, Lu Huixin said. The Black Wind bandits are covering for the dark apparitions? Wang Ting was puzzled. I've met dark apparitions before. They don't have any consciousness. Why would there be people working for them? You've met one before. Lu Huixin was shocked. He didn't dare to underestimate Wang Ting anymore. He explained, the dark apparitions you met should be the lowest level. Their consciousness is chaotic and they only know how to kill. However, high-level dark apparitions have intelligence and are no different from ordinary people. They know how to command and even win people's hearts. For example, the Black Wind bandits must have received some benefits. They're a group of human traitors with no morals. Lu Huixin gritted his teeth. He seemed to hate the so-called human traitors to the extreme. Wang Ting didn't expect to meet low-level dark apparitions last time. High-level dark apparitions actually had intelligence and could even turn humans against them. This world was indeed complicated. Wang Ting's expression was gloomy. Low-level dark apparitions were already difficult to deal with, let alone high-level dark apparitions. This mission was a trap. Thinking of this, he was suddenly filled with resentment towards Lu Huixin. Lu Huixin felt goosebumps on his back for some reason. He couldn't help but look around. He couldn't help but wonder if there were dark apparitions hiding nearby. If it's a group, and there might be a high-level dark apparition among them, I'm afraid we won't be enough, Wang Ting said. Don't worry about that. I don't fight battles that I'm not confident in. These soldiers under me are all experts. They're very experienced in dealing with dark apparitions. With you guys, I'm very confident, Lu Huixin said. At this point, Wang Ting couldn't say anything else. He looked at Lin Zhan and the others, sighed in his heart, and said helplessly, Class Monitor Lu, we'll cooperate with you. Thank you very much. Lu Huixin said happily. Everyone prepared to head to the cave where the dark apparition was hiding. Lu Huixin ordered his subordinates to burn the corpses of the Black Wind bandits to prevent them from being infected by the dark force and turning into dark apparitions. Wang Ting took the opportunity to scan the area with his psychic energy, picking up all the attribute bubbles dropped by the Black Wind bandits. Earth Force *3, Fire Force *2, Comprehension *3, Water Force *6, Spirit *2. After harvesting the 5 forces, Wang Ting was getting closer and closer to becoming a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. His comprehension and spirit had both increased. Comprehension, Spiritual Realm, 34/100, Spirit, Spiritual Realm, 22.2/100, let's go. Lu Huaixin walked over after dealing with the corpses. Wang Ting nodded. He turned around and said to the dwarves, Nia, you guys can go back first. We'll go to your tribe after we've completed our mission. Okay, Nia said gratefully. Thank you for this time. You're welcome. Go back. Be careful. After saying goodbye to Nia and the others, everyone set off. Lu Huaixin led the way in front and walked towards the back of the camp. Yao Jun, Chong Liang, and the others walked in front while Wang Ting, Lin Zhan, and the others walked slightly behind. The military martial warriors were scattered around and were very cautious. Wang Ting, you've fought with dark apparitions before. What are their characteristics? Lin Zhan asked in a low voice. Although they had heard that dark apparitions were difficult to deal with, they had never fought with them before. Now that they were about to encounter one, they were a little unsure. The biggest characteristic of dark apparitions is that they can blend into the darkness and make it hard for people to notice them, Wang Ting said as he recalled the situation when he encountered a dark apparition. They can blend into the darkness. Lin Zhan, Lu Yan, and the others were shocked. Dark apparitions have dark force. In a dark environment, they are like fish in water. It's hard to guard against them, Wang Ting said. While Wang Ting was communicating with Lin Zhan and the others about dark apparitions, Yao Jun, who was walking in front, went to Lu Huaixin's side and pulled his force into a thin thread. Then, he transmitted his voice into Lu Huaixin's ears through the force thread. Squad Leader Lu, don't forget our promise. This method was a little like the secret voice transmission described in wuxia movies. Both methods had the same effect and could ensure that no one could hear them. This isn't appropriate, Lu Huaixin said in the same way without batting an eyelid. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Are you really scared by him? Yao Jun said in disdain. There's a big difference between having that identity and not having that identity. If I'm discovered, I can't bear the consequences, Lu Huaixin said with a frown. As long as you do it properly, no one will discover it. Yao Jun comforted him and said in a tempting tone, also, if you succeed, I'll be able to fulfill my promise to you very soon. This is a rare opportunity. If you don't seize it, it will be gone. Lu Huaixin's expression kept changing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll act according to the original plan. Remember your promise. Don't worry. Yao Jun smiled. His smile was a little proud and a little ferocious. However, his heart was full of disdain for Lu Huaixin. After talking about the dark apparitions, Lin Zhan looked in front of him and reminded him using the voice transmission method. I think we can't trust them completely, especially Yao Jun and Chong Liang. We have to be careful of them. It was the first time Wang Ting saw this kind of voice transmission method. He was a little surprised but quickly got the hang of it. He nodded and said, we have to be careful of Lu Huaixin too. I suspect that Yao Jun has reached some kind of agreement with him. Even Lu Huaixin? Lin Zhan's heart skipped a beat. We don't know what they're planning for now, but there's nothing wrong with being careful. We don't want to fail miserably, Wang Ting said. You're right. Lin Zhan took a deep breath and turned around to remind Lu Yan and the others. After a while, Lu Huaixin stopped and signaled for everyone to hide. He pointed at the long and narrow cave under the mountain in front of them and said, it's here. Everyone, be careful and get ready to enter the cave. Sogu's website, outside the cave, Wang Ting, Lu Huaixin, and the rest hid in the dark and observed for a long time. They didn't find any traces of the dark apparition. Yao Jun was getting impatient. He said, Squad Leader Lu, can we move now? He had never seen a dark apparition before. He had only heard about it from others. Although many people said that dark apparitions were very scary, he didn't think so. Instead, he felt that those people were too weak. That was why they tried their best to make the dark apparitions more scary to hide their incompetence. However, he was still very curious about the dark apparitions and was eager to give it a try. Lu Huixin frowned, and a trace of unhappiness flashed past his eyes. Yao Jun really didn't know what to do. Even he, a military martial artist, didn't dare to let his guard down when dealing with dark apparitions. However, Yao Jun didn't seem to care at all. He looked at Wang Ting and the rest. They were obviously on high alert. Before he spoke, they didn't say a word. They were also quietly recovering their energy and injuries to prepare for the upcoming battle. To be honest, if the other party didn't have a prominent family background, Lu Huixin wouldn't have been willing to work with him. However, sometimes people had to compromise, especially people like him who didn't have a strong background but believed that they were talented. However, Lu Huixin didn't find any danger. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's get ready to enter the cave." Everyone was shocked. They knew that it was time for them to fight. No one dared to let their guard down. They followed Lu Huixin into the cave. Wang Ting had already used his spirit vision to look around. There was no danger near the cave, but he couldn't tell them this. Everyone hid at the entrance of the cave. Lu Huixin looked into the cave. After confirming that there was no danger, he waved his hand. 3 of his military martial artists immediately walked out. They held the heavy machine guns in their hands and walked into the cave. After a while, a voice was heard. "Squad leader, no problem. Let's go." Lu Huixin led the way into the cave. Everyone followed closely behind. The cave was extremely dark, and the visibility was very low. Everyone immediately put on their tactical infrared glasses. This kind of equipment was almost standard for martial artists. When they went out, they had to bring 1 or 2 pairs. After putting on the tactical infrared glasses, the situation inside the cave was revealed. Then, he continued to explore inside. The interior of the cave was much larger than Wang Ting had imagined. After walking a dozen steps, the space in front of him widened. It was large enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people walking side by side. "Do you guys smell it?" "There seems to be a stench," Yao Jun said, unable to bear it. "It is indeed a little smelly. There might be other creatures in this cave. It should be formed by the accumulation of their excrement over the years," Chong Liang analyzed. Needless to say, Lin Zhan and the others had already guessed most of it. In such an environment, there were no more than rats, snakes, insects, and other species. After the baptism of the Force on Earth, these creatures had become both strong and difficult to deal with, and it was even more so in the other world. The creatures here might be corroded by the darkness. "Be careful," Lu Huixin said. Everyone became even more cautious. "Dark corrosion." Wang Ting repeated this term in his heart. He couldn't help but think of the human martial artist who was assimilated when they met the dark apparition last time. That should be the dark corrosion that Lu Huixin had mentioned. As they continued to move in, it seemed to become a little cold and damp. Some moss and lichen plants appeared in the cave, emitting a faint light. Suddenly, 2 red lights lit up in the darkness. A black shadow suddenly pounced out, heading straight for Yao Jun F***CK. Yao Jun was shocked. As he retreated, he cursed. Then, he swung the sword in his hand and cut the black shadow in half. Black blood splattered all over the ground. Then, everyone saw the creature's corpse on the ground. It was a giant rat. Its body was dozens of times larger than a normal rat. It was half the height of a human, and its body was covered in hard black fur. It had 2 long teeth that were as sharp as daggers, and black claws that emitted a metallic glow. Yao Jun held the sword in one hand and kicked the giant rat's corpse. This is the creature corroded by the dark apparition. It's just SOSO. Lu Huixin squatted down to check and said calmly, "This giant rat's individual strength is only 1 star. However, rats usually come in a nest. Even if there's a nest, I'll still kill it," Yao Jun said with disdain. Wang Ting's gaze fell on the giant rat's corpse. 2 attribute bubbles were floating quietly. Dark Force *5, Spirit *6. He had a thought and silently picked it up. "Continue forward," Lu Huixin said. After walking for about 100 meters, 2 more giant rats appeared. However, they were easily killed. Wang Ting received another 12 points of Dark Force. Dark Force, 26 out of 100, 1 star. The Dark Force he received from the Dark Apparition last time was 9 points. This time it increased by 17 points, reaching 26 points. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he felt the Dark Force that was silently dormant in his body. It was obviously different from other forces. He had to admit that the Dark Force was quite useful. It could allow him to blend into the darkness. It was an excellent concealment method. As for whether it would be corroded, Wang Ting was not too worried. They had been very obedient up until now. It was obvious that Daddy System's power was not something that could be guessed by ordinary people. As for the other uses of the Dark Force, it still needed to be considered. In addition, he also received 18 points of spirit. It was not difficult to see that creatures that were corroded by darkness would have a certain degree of mental disorder. That was why they dropped more spirit. Spirit, spiritual, 24, 6/100. The increase in spirit is still a bit slow. However, I can start from the Dark Apparitions, Wang Ting thought to himself as he felt the increase in spirit. The increase in spirit meant that his spiritual force would also become stronger. It was very beneficial for him. Spiritual force had always been one of his trump cards. He would only use it when he had no other choice. He would rely on it to kill the enemy and save his life at a critical moment. Suddenly, Wang Ting noticed that the person in front of him slowed down. It turned out that they had reached a bend. With Lu Huaixin's degree of caution, he naturally would not advance rashly. After investigating for a while, they turned around. A fork in the road appeared in front of everyone. Lu Huaixin pondered for a while and said slowly, "Looks like we can only split up." "Split up?" Lin Zhan frowned and said, "Squad leader Lu, this is not a good idea. We know nothing about the situation in the cave. If we split up, it will only increase the danger and cause unnecessary casualties." Lin Zhan never dared to underestimate the Dark Apparitions. When Lu Huaixin suggested splitting up, he felt that it was not reliable. He did not care about the life and death of others, but he could not be indifferent when it concerned the life and death of his team members. Sogu's website, Lin Zhan, you're too cowardly. There are 3 forks in front of us. If we don't split up, how long are we going to take? Chong Liang from the Wolf Fang team didn't let go of any chance to attack Lin Zhan. It's better to spend more time than to lose our lives. Lin Zhan was unmoved. Our time is limited. We need to eliminate the Dark Apparitions as soon as possible. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recruited you. Lu Huaixin glanced at Yao Jun discreetly. His expression was serious as he ordered, Tiger Warrior team, you go to the left. Wolf Fang team, go to the right. I'll lead my men to the middle. Lin Zhan opened his mouth and sighed in his heart. In the end, he didn't say anything. The situation was more important than the person. He didn't have any confidence to go against the military. Wang Ting glanced at Lu Huaixin and didn't say anything. Even though he had the rank of sergeant, he didn't have any real power. Under such circumstances, if Lu Huaixin insisted on doing things his way, he couldn't force anything to change anything. Real power. His eyes flashed slightly as he muttered in his heart. Lin Zhan, Chong Liang, add my wristwatch account. We'll keep in touch and exchange information later. Lu Huaixin raised his hand again and operated his martial artist wristwatch. He added Lin Zhan and Chong Liang as friends. The martial artist wristwatch had many functions. It had runes chips inside. Even in the other world, it could maintain communication. Of course, it had to be in the same world. The current technology couldn't allow cross-world communication. Lin Zhan led Lu Yan and the others into the left passage. After walking for a while, Lu Yan suddenly exclaimed, Wang Ting is gone. What? Yan Jinming and his sister were shocked too. They looked around for Wang Ting, but they didn't see him at all. Don't make a fuss. Lin Zhan shouted. When he saw Lu Yan and the others looking over, he explained, don't worry. He just went back to see what Zhao Jun and the others are up to. You mean? Lu Yan and the others were shocked. Whether it's true or not, we'll know when Wang Ting comes back. Lin Zhan shook his head. But if Wang Ting goes back like this, will he be discovered? Yan Jinming said worriedly. I don't know either, but he said he was confident. I don't think he was joking. Let's wait and see, Lin Zhan said. Since it had already come to this, there was no point in saying anything more. Lu Yan and the others could only patiently wait for Wang Ting to return. As soon as Wang Ting entered the cave on the left, he communicated with Lin Zhan through telepathy. He stayed behind and covered his entire body with darkness origin power. He activated wind invisibility and hid himself completely in the darkness, spying on Lu Huaixin and the others. After the Tiger Warrior team left, they remained where they were, discussing something in low voices. Wang Ting hurriedly turned on the recording function on his wristwatch. I've already sent people to investigate these 3 cave entrances. There's a high-level dark apparition guarding the cave on the left. The Tiger Warrior team is doomed. We'll go and kill them after they exhaust the dark apparition's strength, Lu Huaixin said. Haha, the Tiger Warrior team will become a thing of the past after today. Yao Jun smiled and said, Squad leader Lu, I'll remember this favor. Okay. Lu Huaixin nodded expressionlessly. Chong Liang and the others obviously knew the inside story. When they heard the conversation between the two of them, they were delighted. Lin Zhan, don't blame me. You offended someone you shouldn't have, Chong Liang said in his heart. As for the cave on the right, the low-level dark apparition inside can be dealt with by your Wolf Fang team, Lu Huaixin said. Squad leader Lu, the cave in the middle should be your mission target, right? Yao Jun asked with a smile. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, Lu Huaixin glanced at him and said calmly. Okay. Okay. You people are just so boring, hiding everything so tightly. Yao Jun shrugged and said. Lu Huaixin didn't say anything else. He led his subordinates into the tunnel in the middle. Yao Jun looked at his back and sneered. Who do you think you are? Young Master Yao, they're from the military after all. Chong Liang's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but say softly. Don't worry. I'm just saying it behind your back. Yao Jun glanced at him and showed a hint of disdain. He said, let's go too. Wang Ting's figure appeared from the darkness. He was expressionless, but a cold glint flashed across his eyes. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something. His lips curled up into a mocking smile. He immediately returned and caught up with Lin Zhan and the others. Seeing that Wang Ting had returned, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. How was it? Lin Zhan couldn't help but ask. Wang Ting recounted the conversation between Yao Jun and Lu Huaixin. Lin Zhan and the others' faces instantly turned ugly. Yao Jun, that be asterisk starred. He actually plotted against us. Lu Yan exploded and cursed. And that Lu Huaixin. He actually colluded with Yao Jun to harm us, Yan Jinming said coldly. Yao Jun must have given him some benefits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone against us for no reason, Lin Zhan said. What should we do now? We probably can't deal with a high-level dark apparition. But Lu Huaixin is from the military. We can't ignore his orders, Yan Jinming said in distress. We'll put on a show for them, Wang Ting smiled mysteriously and said slowly. Put on a show? Lin Zhan and the others couldn't help but look at him. They were curious and confused. Don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us. Lu Yan rolled her eyes and said. We'll do this and this and this and this. Wang Ting gestured for them to come over and then explained in a low voice. After a while, they looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. You're really something. You tricked them to death. Lu Yan said excitedly to Wang Ting. Lin Zhan's gaze was a little strange. He coughed and said, I think your plan is feasible. But can your concealment technique really hide from a high-level dark apparition? My teacher taught me. It shouldn't be a problem. Wang Ting casually found an excuse. You have a teacher? The others were shocked. Yes, my teacher is a big shot. Wang Ting continued to bluff. No wonder you've improved so much. You already have a teacher, and a big shot at that, Lin Zhan and the others said enviously. There was really no comparison between people. Casual martial artists like them didn't have any background or resources. They had to rely on themselves. However, it was different for a genius student like Wang Ting. The school and martial arts center would automatically provide him with resources. When he entered the school, he would even be accepted as a disciple by a big shot. This treatment was simply too good, they didn't have any doubts anymore. A concealment technique taught by a big shot was definitely good. There definitely wouldn't be a problem. Speaking of which, they hadn't even seen a concealment technique before. Although it was sold on the martial arts center's internet, all of them were extremely expensive and unattainable. Really? Jealousy. JPG, a big shot just casually leaked something from between his fingers. Is it so high-end? Jealousy has changed me beyond recognition, Sogu's reading website, after everyone discussed a wretched plan. No, it was an excellent plan. Then, Wang Ting moved alone again. Lin Zhan and the others stayed where they were. They couldn't move forward anymore. No one knew how far they would go before they encountered the high-level dark apparition. Therefore, waiting for Wang Ting's news was the best choice. Moreover, there was a good show waiting for them later. Of course, they had to conserve their energy and practice their acting skills. Wang Ting carefully walked through the winding tunnel. He covered his entire body with the dark force and used the wind invisibility skill to hide the waves of the dark force on his body. In this way, even the dark apparition might not be able to discover his presence. To be honest, if he didn't have the dark force, he wouldn't dare to carry out this plan. Of course, the other party was a high-level dark apparition after all. To be safe, Wang Ting raised the wind invisibility skill to Great Mastery. Wind invisibility, 1/1000, Great Mastery, 500 blank attributes needed to be raised from Small Mastery to Great Mastery. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel heartache after spending so many blank attributes that he had painstakingly accumulated. However, to do a good job, one must first sharpen the tools. After using 500 blank attributes, he had to recoup the cost from other attribute bubbles. Other than that, he also added 74 blank attributes to his dark force. Instantly, his dark force rose from 1 star to 2 star. Dark force, 1 out of 500, 2 star, only 2-star dark force could barely guarantee that he could deal with what was coming next. Otherwise, if he ran out of mana and revealed his true form in front of the high-level dark apparition, that scene would probably be very awkward, right? Fortunately, he had obtained quite a number of blank attributes from killing the Black Wind Bandits. Together with the blank attributes he had obtained from killing the Gale Mantis, it was barely enough. Feeling the changes in his body, Wang Ting smiled slightly. He was much more confident now. In just a short while, a combat skill had been raised from Small Mastery to Great Mastery. His force had gone from 1 star to 2 star. Others wouldn't even dare to think about the speed of his improvement. As he had activated the wind invisibility skill, when he used wind steps, it was as if he had really turned into a breeze. Outsiders wouldn't even think that someone was walking through the tunnel. Suddenly, Wang Ting stopped in his tracks, and the space in front of him widened. This was a huge karst cave with all kinds of strange limestone rocks. From time to time, water droplets would drip down, making the cave seem extremely spacious and empty. At the same time, a cold and damp aura would hit him in the face. Wang Ting squatted down against the wall of the cave and remained motionless. He activated his spirit vision and scanned the situation inside the cave. However, he didn't find any traces of the dark apparition. Could it be that even spirit vision can't detect high-level dark apparitions? Wang Ting was suspicious, and his expression was serious. He scanned the area again. Before he found any traces of the high-level dark apparition, he didn't dare to act rashly. After glancing back and forth 5 or 6 times, even his eyes began to hurt. He had no choice but to stop and rest for a moment. Suddenly, a white light flashed through his mind. He abruptly raised his head and looked up. A cluster of dense black light was hidden in the corner of the top of the cave. Wang Ting sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the intensity of the black light, this dark apparition was at least a 5-star one. With the Tiger Warrior team's ability, if they barged in without knowing, they would definitely be sending themselves to death, borrowing someone else's knife to kill, leaving no traces. Lu Huaixin and Yao Jun's plan was really good. At this moment, even though the wind invisibility skill was fully activated, Wang Ting couldn't help but tense up. He didn't dare to move an inch. A 5-star dark apparition, and one that was extremely difficult to deal with. Wang Ting didn't feel confident, however, he was obviously overthinking. The dark apparition didn't discover his presence. Wang Ting tried to move a distance away. The dark apparition didn't discover him. This made him feel more at ease. Then, he carefully entered the karst cave, hid behind a rock, and secretly observed. After seeing the high-level dark apparition's appearance clearly, Wang Ting instantly widened his eyes in shock. What a big bat! The high-level dark apparition in front of him wasn't like the low-level dark apparition he met before. It looked neither human nor ghost. On the contrary, it looked very similar to a human, except for its pale face and a pair of membrane-like wings that were kept at the side of its body. This is a high-level dark apparition. Why does it look a little like a vampire? Wang Ting had imagined various high-level dark apparitions, but he didn't expect it to look like this. It has wings. It can definitely fly. This is even more difficult to deal with. Wang Ting's expression became more and more serious. However, when he thought of the plan he had discussed with Lin Zhan and the others, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter what, I'll let Lu Huaixin and the others take the lead. If I can take the opportunity to kill this high-level dark apparition, that would be the best. If I can't, I can only escape. Lu Huaixin and the others plotted against him first. It was natural for him to plot against them. However, he knew from General Shen of Yong City that dark apparitions were the public enemies of the human race. If they met one, they had to try their best to kill it. If not, there would be endless trouble in the future. If there was a chance, Wang Ting didn't mind making a move. Of course, even so, he couldn't be stubborn. If he did something even though he knew it was impossible, he wouldn't be brave. He would be a fool. After making up his mind, Wang Ting observed carefully again to make sure that there were no other high-level dark apparitions around. One dark apparition was enough to make them feel like they were facing a great enemy. If one or two more appeared, they wouldn't be able to fight. Wang Ting went back the way he came. After meeting up with Lin Zhan and the others, he told them what he saw. That dark apparition isn't easy to deal with. You can go forward 300 meters, but remember not to go too deep. I'll go to Lu Huaixin and the others to check on the situation, Wang Ting said. Okay. Lin Zhan nodded with a serious expression. This time, he suffered a huge blow. He had just advanced to 4-star soldier level and was ready to go all out. But now, he seemed to have become a burden and couldn't do anything. This made him feel very sullen and depressed. Wang Ting returned to the fork in the road. His gaze lingered between the middle and right paths for a few seconds. Then, he suddenly moved and silently sneaked into the middle path. Compared to Yao Jun, Lu Huaixin was obviously more worthy of his attention. Wang Ting used gale steps and moved very quickly. After moving more than 200 meters, a corpse of a giant rat on the ground attracted his attention. Dark Force *4, Spirit *5 blank attribute *83 attribute bubbles floated quietly above the corpse. Wang Ting picked them up directly. He didn't look at them in detail and continued moving forward. As he went deeper, more and more giant rat corpses appeared on the ground. Most of these giant rats were killed by heavy machine guns. The heavy machine guns were obviously silenced. If not, they would definitely make loud noises in the cave. Also, the silencer wasn't a normal mechanical silencer. It was a silencer built using runes. It was harder to detect than mechanical silencers. Sogu's website, Wang Ting ran all the way into the tunnel. He saw more than 10 giant black rat corpses lying in the tunnel. It was a joy for him to pick up the attribute bubbles. He looked at the attribute panel. He had obtained 93 points of Dark Force. Dark Force, 94 out of 500, 2-star. There were also 45 points of Spirit and 142 points of blank attributes. Spirit, Spiritual, 29, 1 out of 100, blank attribute, 166. So, picking up attribute bubbles behind others is the right way to go, Wang Ting thought for a while and nodded seriously. He felt that it made sense. At that moment, the sound of fighting came from the front. Wang Ting couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He silently moved forward. He was a little surprised because the sound was really too soft. In theory, a battle between cultivators should not only have this little bit of sound. After turning a corner, Wang Ting saw the situation inside. Lu Huaixin was leading his subordinates to attack three tall and muscular figures. A light screen was placed in the middle of the tunnel. Runes on the walls were emitting a faint light. No wonder. So the sound was blocked by the runic array. But why would they do something so unnecessary? Wang Ting was enlightened. At the same time, he was puzzled. The silencer for the heavy machine gun was the standard equipment of the military. However, why did they have to set up a soundproof rune array before the battle? Why, he was a little confused. His gaze went past the runes and looked inside. The three figures being attacked by Lu Huaixin and the others were as big as the giants. However, their appearances were extremely terrifying. Their clothes were very crude. It was as if they were simply sewn from the skin of a wild beast and used it as clothing. The skin that was exposed outside of the clothing was dark green. There were even black stripes. Their bones were thick, and their bodies were bloated. They looked a little hunchbacked. Their heads were twice the size of a normal human's. Their faces were ferocious, and their fangs were exposed. In their bell-sized eyes, two yellowish-brown pupils were filled with brutality and coldness. This creature, is it also a dark apparition? Wang Ting was secretly shocked. He felt that he had learned something new. Including the huge dark apparition, he had seen 3 different forms of dark apparitions so far. At this moment, other than the 3 dark apparitions, there were 4 more lying on the ground. However, they were obviously dead. In addition, a few martial artists from the military had also sacrificed themselves. In order to deal with the 4 dark apparitions, they had to pay a price. There were a total of 10 to 20 attribute bubbles floating around the corpse. Wang Ting used his psychic power to pull them over. Pick up, Fire Force *10, Earth Force *6, Blank Attribute *14, Dark Force *8, Spirit *12. He obtained 42 points of Fire Origin Force, 36 points of Metal Origin Force, 28 points of Water Origin Force, 56 points of Earth Origin Force, 33 points of Water Origin Force, 48 points of Darkness Origin Force, 70 points of Blank Attribute, and 30 points of Intelligence. The harvest was huge. Since there was no change in his realm, Wang Ting did not take a closer look. Instead, he turned his attention to the battlefield. Under the attacks of Lu Huaixin and the others, the wounds on the 3 huge dark apparitions kept increasing. Black blood covered their entire bodies. However, they did not seem to know fatigue or pain. They roared furiously and swung the mace-like weapons in their hands, forcing the martial artists from the military to retreat. Retreat! Retreat! Damn it, don't go near the giant demons. Lu Huaixin kept shouting. The martial artists from the military had no choice. They had seen the strength of the giant demons. If they were hit by the giant demons, even if they were 2-star soldier-level martial artists, their bones would be broken. Hence, they did not dare to go too close. Although the tunnel in front of them was not small, it was a little crowded with so many people fighting. There was no space for them to move freely. They could have used the advantage of the heavy machine guns to shoot the giant demons from afar. However, the giant demon's skin was so thick that it could withstand the bullets of the heavy machine guns. They charged forward recklessly, causing the martial artists from the military to pay a heavy price. So, they are called giant demons. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. A few minutes later, 2 of the giant demons were killed. The last giant demon was already at the end of its rope. Wang Ting thought that it would be finished soon. Unexpectedly, the giant demon suddenly roared furiously. Its aura suddenly increased, and its eyes became even more violent. It pounced towards Lu Huaixin and the others without fear of death. Oh no, they are going all out. Dodge! Lu Huaixin's expression changed drastically as he shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. One of the martial artists from the military was grabbed by the arm. With a tearing sound, his entire arm was ripped off. Then, the giant demon slapped him and sent him flying. He crashed into the stone wall at the side and died instantly. The other martial artists from the military were instantly enraged. They covered the area with heavy machine guns and fired crazily. Lu Huaixin held his battle sword and held the giant demon back with 3 other powerful martial artists from the military. They attacked the giant demon with their force battle techniques and stopped it from getting closer. Boom, more than 10 minutes later, the giant demon was finally killed. It fell to the ground with a loud thud. A few attribute bubbles floated up. As the battle ended, Wang Ting could not help but vent the anger of the military martial artists. He then looked at the attribute bubbles. He picked them up: Dark Force *8, Spirit *6, Dark Force *10, Blank Attribute *12, Spirit *7. Wang Ting once again received 40 points of Dark Force, 32 points of Spirit, and 56 blank attributes. When he picked up the last attribute bubble, he was shocked. Berserk *3. As the attribute bubble merged with his body, Wang Ting knew its function. This was a battle technique attribute bubble. As the name suggested, when using this battle technique, the user would enter a berserk state and could explode with 2 to 3 times their own strength for a short period of time. This attribute bubble came from the last giant demon. Wang Ting guessed that this berserk skill was the reason why it suddenly exploded with power at the last moment. Speaking of which, he had to thank Lu Huaixin and the others for forcing the giant demon to a dead end. Otherwise, he would not have obtained this battle technique. What a good person! Wang Ting could not help but exclaim. If Lu Huaixin knew that while they were fighting for their lives in front, Wang Ting was hiding behind and taking advantage of the situation, would he be angered to death? Although they successfully killed the giant demon, Lu Huaixin's expression was very bad. Almost half of the military martial artists he brought with him were dead. The remaining ones were more or less injured. Their combat power was greatly reduced. It would be difficult for them to deal with the high-level dark apparition. Lu Huaixin's expression was solemn. He pondered for a while and ordered, "Recuperate and heal your wounds." After half an hour, head to the left passage. The military martial artists quickly sat down to rest and heal their wounds. They did not dare to waste any time. Lu Huaixin observed his surroundings. He touched the stone wall and knocked off a piece of black crystal. Only then did his face show a hint of joy. Sogu's reading website, end of chapter 222. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.